Chen Shuiyu's voice came through, Lingling. Are you cutting us off because of Shanyu and Xiaohuzi? Why haven't you answered my calls? Lingling, we've known each other for decades. No need to fall out over the kid's failed marriage. You're related to Xiaohuzi, but we've always gotten along. Xueling, seeing Wang Qing's dark face, made an excuse. I've been busy. Don't make excuses, Chen Shuiyu said. You don't approve of what we did, so you're ignoring us, right? Xueling sneered. With what you did, who could approve? Chen Shuiyu shamelessly replied, a lot of people approve. Lingling, people always strive for better. That's how it's always been. Xueling was silent. Chen Shuiyu continued, we only have one daughter, so we have to plan for her. You're different, your family is well off. We're old, not much money left, and can only rely on Yo-Yo in the future. Wang Qing couldn't take it. Are you starving? Or so per you can't eat? Chen Shuiyu, not recognizing Wang Qing's voice, thought she was still talking to Xueling. We're not starving. But who doesn't want better? Lingling, you eat delicacies every day. You can't understand what it's like to go without. Yo-Yo gave Xiaohuzi 2 sons, but what did she get? She moved far away. We can't get used to the capital, and when we need people or money, there's nothing. What's left for us? Wang Qing snorted, no money. What about the mansions and cars? Just a couple of small villas, that's nothing, Chen Shuiyu scoffed. The cars are just ordinary. In the capital, the courtyard is crowded with family. The suburban villa is too far. But the main thing is, Xiaohuzi hasn't made much money, is timid in business, and is never home. Yo-Yo is young and beautiful. She can't spend her life with a useless man. I've never liked Xiaohuzi. If not for her father saying to think of the kids, I'd have cut ties long ago. We're old, can't rely on our daughter, so we have to rely on grandkids. Why make everyone suffer? Life is short, especially for women. Youth and beauty only last 20 years. Miss this chance, and it's gone. Wang Qing clutched her chest, gasping, so shameless. Xueling quickly soothed her. Chen Shuiyu rambled on. Xueling asked, when Shanyu and Xiaohuzi got pregnant before marriage, there was no real foundation. I warned you then, marriages without a foundation are unstable. If both are mature, it's fine, but they were too young. But you insisted it was fine and agreed to the marriage. Chen Shuiyu argued, yes, we thought it was fine then. But it turned out to be a mistake. If it's wrong, it should be fixed, not dragged out for life. Better to turn back now. Where was the mistake? Xueling pressed. Xiaohuzi worked hard, gave Shanyu and the kids a stable, comfortable life. Isn't that enough? Chen Shuiyu sighed. What's enough? For me, it's far from enough. At first, Yo-Yo stayed for the kids, then her feelings for Xiaohuzi were okay. But over time, she saw his flaws, realized he couldn't give her what she wanted, and felt stifled. Xueling frowned. Stifled? Shanyu really said that? Yes, Chen Shuiyu snapped. Xiaohuzi is never home, always at the club, comes back late. Yo-Yo is young, wants romance and poetry, she's an artist. But Xiaohuzi doesn't care, just works, and not even that successfully. In the end, he can't give her the life she wants. Almost 30 and still unrealistic? Xueling smiled bitterly. Princess dreams are fine, but they have to be realistic, right? No princess life, but a princess syndrome. Dreams are good, but you have to work for them, not just rely on others. Xiaohuzi did his best, but still couldn't meet Shanyu's princess dream, even with 2 sons. Who's to blame? Her parents for not teaching her, or herself for being spoiled? Sigh. It's too late for blame now. Chen Shuiyu replied, if Xiaohuzi can't do it, someone else can. Divorce rates are high now. If it doesn't work, just leave. We shouldn't be too old-fashioned. Support the kids' happiness. If the first marriage fails, don't hang on forever. Xueling. Wang Qing, face pale, gasped, you treat marriage like nothing. If everyone thought like you, how many families would be whole? Together when there's money, strangers when there's not. Chen Shuiyu asked, Lingling, what's wrong? You sound odd. Don't be angry. You've always been understanding. Yo-Yo is worried you won't forgive her. She's anxious and cries a lot. She's pregnant now. The doctor says she can't get upset. I'm fine, Xueling said coldly. This marriage is between Xiaohuzi and Shanyu and your families. It doesn't concern me much. I just hope Xiaohuzi and the kids are well and Shanyu too. Chen Shuiyu quickly said, the kids are just with them for now. You live nearby, please help look after them. When Yo-Yo is better, she'll visit. She doesn't need to. Wang Qing shouted. Shameless woman. Stay away from my house. Xue Ling was startled and quickly tried to calm her. Qing, calm down, don't make yourself sick. Wang Qing was so angry she could barely breathe, cursing, listen to them. Twisted values. The whole family is rotten. Greedy, fake, unfaithful, and still so self-righteous. Shameless. On the phone, Chen Shuiyu finally recognized the voice and snapped, who are you cursing? Your own kids aren't so great. None of you are. Even your daughter is just a drain on the family. None of you are any good. Wang Qing pushed Xue Ling's hand away, furious. You let your daughter cheat and still defend her. Morally bankrupt. Worse than animals. In the old days, your daughter would be drowned. Poor little Huzi and mini Huzi, stuck with such a disgusting mother and family. What bad luck. Chen Shuiyu, always feisty, wasn't about to back down. If my daughter hadn't given you two big sons, your family would be finished. If your son can't do it, don't blame her for finding someone else. My daughter brings luck and sons. Our new son-in-law values her for that. If you don't cherish her, someone else will. Wang Qing gasped, disgusting. Xue Ling hurried to end the call, but Wang Qing snatched the phone away. Wang Qing continued, tell your daughter and your family, don't come near my house. If I see you, I'll chase you out with a broom. You're not fit to see my grandsons. Don't corrupt my good kids. The kids are ours too. We just let you have custody for now. Don't get cocky, or we'll take them back and end your family line. Xue Ling couldn't take it, grabbed the phone and hung up. The noisy dining room finally quieted, leaving only Wang Qing's ragged breathing. Soon, Chen Shuiyu called again. Xue Ling hung up and blocked her. No point talking anymore. Wang Qing was furious. Why hang up? I want to keep arguing. Really? Enough. Xue Ling snapped. You're about to collapse. You're paler than a ghost. Wang Qing paused, then started crying. Why is Xiaohuzi so unlucky, stuck with such a rotten family? Xue Ling, despite her own frustration, quickly made her some ginseng tea. Calm down. What's the point of arguing? You'll only make yourself feel worse. Xiaohuzi is suffering most, but he still has to work and support the family. Xiaoyun has to work too. You and Ahu need to take care of yourselves. Don't add to Xiaohuzi's burden, understand? Wang Qing sobbed. How can I not curse them? I'm doing it for Xiaohuzi. Why stop me? I have to argue with her today. Forget it, Xue Ling said. You argue, she argues, and what do you get? Just more anger. Will it change anything? Wang Qing paused, calming a little. I just can't take it. Xue Ling sighed. So what? There are too many people and things in this world to expect everything to go your way. But Xiaohuzi is my son. Wang Qing cried. I feel for him. Xue Ling lowered her voice. Even your son can disappoint you. We're getting older, we have to learn to let go, good or bad. Wang Qing cried, leaning into her friend's arms. Lingling, every time I see those poor kids, I can't help but cry. They're so young. I had a rough youth, remarried Ahu, and just hoped for happiness in old age. But now my son's marriage is a mess too. Xue Ling comforted her, patting her shoulder. Life is unpredictable. You found happiness halfway through, and so will Xiaohuzi. Sometimes a setback is a blessing in disguise. After a while, Wang Qing calmed down and, at Xue Ling's insistence, managed half a bowl of porridge. I need to check on Mini Huzi. He was up late, and Xiaohuzi said he's skipping kindergarten today. I'll go with you, Xue Ling said. You rest, I'll bring Mini Huzi over to play. There are plenty of toys and friends here. When you feel better, come join us. All right. Wang Qing gripped her hand, Lingling, if it weren't for your family. I don't know how we'd get through this. Xue Ling hugged her. We've been friends for decades, no need to be polite. They walked through the garden, talking quietly. Before reaching the courtyard, they saw Ahu and Cheng Tianuan, sleepy, leading a crying Mini Huzi out. The little one was sweaty, hair stuck to his forehead, face covered in tears and snot. Wang Qing rushed over. Why is he crying? Ahu frowned. He woke me up. Xiao Huzi had to go to work, but Minnie Huzi wouldn't let him leave, so he cried. The nanny couldn't calm him, so we brought him out to find you. Wang Qing quickly wiped the boy's face. Xueling asked, Ayuan, Xiao Huzi went to work? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan replied. The nanny said he had noodles, grabbed his bag, and left. Xueling was relieved. Those with responsibilities can't afford to let themselves go. Xiao Huzi, after all, has finally grown up. Stumbling, but growing up all the same. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan took Minnie Hu back to Xinyuan. Ahu had gone to the doctor, and Wang Qing was resting upstairs, saying she'd come pick up her grandson at lunchtime. At home, Minnie Hu was the little brother, but at Xinyuan, he was the big brother. As soon as Xiaoping and Xiaoyu saw their big brother arrive, they rushed over and dragged him off to play. With the kids entertaining each other, the adults didn't need to supervise. They played with all sorts of educational toys and dolls, grabbing and sharing, having a blast. Wang Xiaoxiao put away her phone and said quietly, Mom, you replied. She asked me to help look after the kids, and said she hopes you and Dad can forgive her. Xueling gave a tired, wry smile. The ones she's let down are Xiuhu and her 2 sons, not us. If she hasn't wronged us, there's nothing to forgive. Wang Xiaoxiao hesitated, but finally said, she said. That man treats her very well, just the mature, steady type she always wanted, gives her a sense of security and care. She's just found out she's pregnant, but it's not stable, so she's seeing a doctor for it. She wants the divorce over quickly, even if it's rushed, so they can both move on. That's why she gave up custody for now. Enough, Xueling waved it off, not wanting to hear more. That's their business. If she's happy, so be it. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly fell silent. Just then, the front gate security brought in a young, steady-looking man carrying a big box. Madam, second young madam, this is Mr. Zhou, assistant to young Master Qing. Xueling recognized him as one of Lin Qingji's assistants. Xiaoxiao, right? Come in and sit. Xiao Zhou nodded politely. Thank you, Miss Shui, but I won't trouble you. This morning, a friend of young Master Qing airshipped a box of Alaskan king crabs for him. They're not at their fattest, but this batch is supposed to be excellent. Young Master Qing picked a few for you and your family to enjoy. Xueling laughed. Ah Qing is so thoughtful. Wang Xiaoxiao was curious. How big are they? Xiaoxiao opened the box. Inside, several huge, lively king crabs were stacked, their claws waving. Wang Xiaoxiao gasped, wow. They're huge. Xueling praised, so fresh. Thanks to Ah Qing, we're in for a treat. Xiao Zhou bowed and went with security to the kitchen. A while later, he said goodbye and left. Wang Xiaoxiao grinned, Mom, can we have king crab for lunch? Of course, Xueling smiled. Seafood's best when fresh. We'll have it for lunch and dinner, let's not waste Ah Qing's kindness. Wang Xiaoxiao immediately texted Yang Ong, come home for lunch and dinner, fresh king crab isn't easy to come by. Alright, Xueling went to check on the kids. Near lunchtime, Ahu arrived with Wang Qing. Wang Qing still looked pale, but seemed better after a nap. That rascal didn't give you trouble, did he? Did he drink water? She asked. Xueling nodded. It's hot, so the AC is on all day. He drinks a small cup every half hour. He just had one. Good, Wang Qing said, watching her grandson play. I trust you with the kids. Stay for lunch, Xueling said. After, take Minnie Hu home for a nap, then bring him back. All right, Ahu agreed. Qing's not well, so I'll have to trouble you these days. No problem, Xueling said. We have nannies and baby nurses, one more Minnie who is no trouble. At lunch, Shui Yang rushed in, excitedly snapping photos of the king crab. Mom, where's Big Brother? Is he at work? Xueling remembered her bedridden eldest and said, No, he's resting in his room. I'll bring him some food. What's wrong with him? Shui Yang asked. Xueling improvised. He had a tough rehab session today, so he's tired and resting. Oh. Shui Yang didn't suspect a thing. He must be recovering well if they're pushing him harder. Xueling hurried to Cheng Huanran's room and found him sprawled on the bed, eyes glued to his phone, clearly waiting for Kang An's reply. Well? Did she reply? Qing Huanran shook his head miserably. Xueling thought for a moment, then whispered, she's probably on the road. A Chao should have told her. Be patient, good things come to those who wait. Yeah. Qing Huanran eyed the mapo tofu. This goes great with rice, I love it. He pointed at the crab. Mom, king crab is colder than regular crab. If your stomach is weak, don't eat too much. Got it, Xueling said, explaining Lin Qingji had sent it. Qing Huanran added, save a big one for Kong'an. She should be here by tonight, and if the crab's kept cold, it'll still be fresh. All right. Xueling laughed. Just then, A Chao knocked. Come in. Qing Huanran called, excited. Did she reply? A Chao nodded, showing his phone. She replied a minute ago, did you really get hurt that badly? Why didn't you go to the hospital? And a worried emoji. Let me see. Qing Huanran demanded. A Chao handed over the phone. Xueling tried not to laugh. Qing Huanran read it twice, then grinned like the foolish son of the landlord. A Chao grinned, young master, how should I reply? Qing Huanran pushed his hand away. She asked about me, I'll reply myself. He typed, deleted, retyped, checked it twice, and finally sent it. Xueling shook her head, smiling. A Chao tried not to laugh. That evening, Kong'an rushed to Xin Yuan and went straight to Qing Huanran's room. Xueling heard she'd arrived and quickly texted her son, then shooed the kids to the back so the lovebirds wouldn't be disturbed. Soon after, the family doctor arrived, saying Qing Huanran had called about a fall and rushed over without dinner. Xueling pulled him aside and whispered the situation. The doctor soon wore a knowing smile and went to Qing Huanran's room with his kit. Before nightfall, Ahu arrived, worried. Wang Qing's stomach's upset. She's had diarrhea all afternoon. Xiaohu just got home, and after hearing, he carried her to the hospital, he said. Xueling asked, stomach trouble? Did she eat too much crab at lunch? She had 2 crab legs, Ahu recalled. Didn't eat the steamed ones, just the spicy ones, said it went great with rice, had 2 bowls. Xueling frowned, her stomach's always weak, she shouldn't eat cold foods, especially king crab. Ahu shook his head, I was playing with Minnie who turned around and she'd finished. I told her, but she ignored me. She napped, then kept running to the bathroom. In less than an hour, she was almost wiped out. She's usually careful, so why did she eat like that? Probably in a bad mood, Xueling guessed. Ahu grumbled. Even so, she shouldn't risk her health. I gave her medicine and sugar salt water. Xiaohu saw her looking so pale. He rushed her to the hospital. Xueling suggested, with Wang Qing and Xiaohu gone, you can't handle both kids. Take Xiaohu for dinner, leave Minnie with me. I'll feed, bathe, and put him to bed. Thanks, sister-in-law, Ahu said. I really can't handle both boys alone. Xueling said, his bottle and formula are here enough for a few days. If he wants grandma or grandpa at night, I'll bring him over. All right. Ahu hurried off. Thanks. Xiaohu's doing homework. I'll go check on him. Go on, Xueling waved. Later, Xuehuan and his wife arrived, saying they'd contacted the 4 elders, who were on their way. Soon, Old Chin drove in with the old rascals, all tired but happy after a long walk. Xueling helped them inside to rest. Luckily, Xuehuan and his wife checked them over, just tired, nothing serious. Since the elders couldn't go back to the nursing home, they stayed at Xin Yuan. Xue Zhilan and her husband rarely visited and wanted to stay a few days. After dinner, they planned to return to the nursing home and pick up the elders in 2 days. Let them stay, Xueling smiled. We have plenty of rooms. Xuehuan smiled wryly, you don't know the half of it. My parents just want to escape their medicine routine and hide here for a few days. But they can't skip meds for long. Zheng Xiaoyi said, elderly meds are a daily thing. It's tough, but they can't skip. We have to take turns reminding them they can't manage alone. Xueling agreed, all right, pick them up in 2 days. If you can't, I'll have Old Chin drive them back. Deal. Xuehuan winked, but you have to be on our side, or my parents might refuse to leave. Xueling nodded, making an okay sign. The couple said goodbye and left. The family doctor finished and told Xueling, as you asked, I told everyone the young master's injuries are serious. He needs IVs for a few days. 3 bottles tonight, and I've told the female bodyguard to watch him. I'll be back in the morning. Thank you, Xueling said. He left, and Xueling took Minnie Hu to her son's room, finding Kengan at his bedside, looking awkward, while her son lay weakly within 4. Kong and quickly greeted her. Xueling pretended not to know, scolding. This rascal was already recovering. How did he get hurt again? He never lets me rest easy. Kongan blushed, about to explain. Mom, Chung Huanran said weakly, I'm fine. The doctor said a few days of IVs and I'll be okay. Xueling sighed, a few days? The house is so busy, I was counting on you to help. Cheng Huanran looked pitifully at Kongan. Don't worry, Mom. Within in here, I'll be fine. Kongan blushed, about to refuse. But Xueling grabbed her hand, and the house is a mess. Wang Qing's in the hospital. Ahu's with the older grandson. I'm watching Minnie Hu. The elders are all exhausted, and Xiao Xiao's busy with the kids. I have no one else to count on, please. I'm counting on you. Kongan frowned, glancing at Cheng Huanran. Madam, maybe. Find someone else. Xueling shook her head. No one else. The others are all men. They don't know how to care for people. Only you make me feel at ease. With that, she scooped up Minnie Hu and slipped out. Kongan. Cheng Huanran was secretly delighted. Night fell. Xiaohu carried Wang Qing upstairs. Ahu had just put Zai Xiaohu to bed and helped Wang Qing lie down. How is she? What did the doctor say? Xiaohu whispered, acute gastroenteritis. She got in 4 and has medicine to take it home. Ahu nodded, go shower and rest. I'll take care of your mom. Xiaohu turned to leave, then reminded, Dad, the doctor said Mom's blood pressure is low. If it drops again, take her to the hospital right away. Got it, Ahu said. I'll check it tomorrow. Xiaohu showered, then went to eat, but found only leftovers in the kitchen and no appetite. He turned off the lights and headed to Xin Yuan. In the living room, Cheng Tianyuan rocked the sleeping Minnie Hu. Xueling washed bottles nearby. Xihu greeted them softly and checked on his son. Cheng Tianyuan whispered, don't pick him up, you'll wake him. I'll take him to bed. Where will he sleep? Xiaohu asked. Maybe I should take him home. Xueling said, he'll sleep with us so he won't wake up scared. If he wakes, one of us can comfort him, the other can make milk. Seeing everything arranged, and thinking of his still sleeping mother, Xiaohu gave up. Uncle Yuan, Auntie, thank you so much. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a look. We're family, no need to thank us. We live close so we can help each other. He took Minnie Hu to bed. Xueling finished cleaning bottles and asked, did you eat at the hospital? Not yet, Xiaohu said. Mom was so out of it, I didn't dare leave. I was going to order food, but the doctor said we could go home, so I brought her back. Xueling hurried to the kitchen and brought back snacks. These are fresh from this afternoon. Eat something first. There's chicken soup. I'll have Oldly make you noodles. Xiuhu was starving and grabbed a bun. I knew I wouldn't go hungry here. Xueling saw how thin he'd gotten and felt a pang. Huzi, you have to look ahead. You have elders and kids depending on you. You have to take care of yourself and keep the family going. Xiuhu smiled, eyes glistening. Auntie, I know. Don't worry, I'll work even harder. Others told him not to be sad or curse Shanyu for cheating on him. But he didn't want to talk about it or be comforted. He didn't need or want comfort. Only Uncle and Auntie never asked, never offered empty words, just treated him as always. After all he'd been through, he realized that with money and status, most problems could be solved. In the end, he just wasn't capable enough, didn't earn enough. For his parents and kids and himself, he had to work harder, with no time to dwell on the past. A man must be able to bend and stretch. Xueling smiled gently, work hard. If you need help, just ask. We may not be rich, but together we can do something. Okay, Xiaohu grinned. Thanks, Auntie. Soon, Oldly brought a big bowl of beef noodles. Xiaohu was thrilled, wow. My favorite. Thanks, Uncle Li. You're welcome, Oldly said. Leave the dishes, I'll clean up later. Xue Ling shook her head. I'll do it. You go rest. All right, Old Li said, but hesitated. Madam, can I ask you something? Xue Ling smiled. Go ahead. Old Li blushed. My son lost his job a few years ago and came to Beijing to work. My daughter-in-law brought the kids. They don't earn much and rent a tiny place. Now the kids are older, it's too cramped. I've saved up here, so I helped with a down payment on a small second-hand place inside the third ring. It's about 60 square meters. Xue Ling smiled. That's great. Congratulations. Old Li beamed. Owning a place here was a dream. We sold the old house to help with the down payment and renovations. Now they can finally move in. The kids are thrilled. But while they're moving, my grandkids have nowhere to stay. I want them to stay with me for a few days, but I'm not sure if it's okay. Xue Ling said, You want them to stay here? No problem. Really? Old Li asked, embarrassed. My room is big with extra beds. I just didn't want to cause trouble. It's fine, Xue Ling said warmly. A few days is nothing, let them come. Old Li was deeply grateful and left. Xiaohu ate noodles, watching Old Li's happy figure. So many people work their whole lives and never buy a place in Beijing. Look how happy Uncle Li is. Xue Ling smiled. Yes, people spend their whole lives savings to buy a home for their kids, even selling the old family house. But as long as the family is together, that's what matters most. Old Li had a stable job at Xinyuan, and his son came to Beijing hoping for his father's help. Now, finally, they had a home, a dream come true. Xiaohu's eyes darkened. That's because he loves his family. He'd give up everything for his kids. Xue Ling's eyes softened, and she changed the subject. Huzi, did you and Yangon finalize your partnership? Xiaohu snapped out of it. Yes, the contract's signed. They started recruiting over a month ago, and the first orders are in, production's about to start. Xue Ling raised her brows. That fast? Yeah, Xiaohu said. Qing Xiao is amazing. As soon as he agreed to work with Yangon, he started building the factory, negotiating with international brands, and hiring designers and staff. No wonder he makes so much money. He's got a mind like a maze, always thinking ahead, doing charity and PR and business all at once. Xue Ling laughed. He really is sharp, with a unique perspective and great ability. Xiaohu smiled wryly. People like him, we can only hope to keep up. There's only one Qing Xiao in Beijing. Xue Ling waved it off. People can't be compared. Some are born with what others dream of, some have natural talent. Ah Qing is the luckiest of the lucky, 1 in a million. True, Xiaohu shrugged. I'm lucky just to have a small share. Yangon said learning from a big shot is better than any expert. I agree. Xue Ling smiled. That's good. Keep running the club and try new things. Every challenge is a new opportunity. Yeah, Xiaohu grinned. If it weren't for third brother lending me millions and his connections, I'd never have this chance. On my own, I'd never even get to talk to Qing Xiao. Xue Ling shook her head. Don't sell yourself short. Ah Qing trusts you for a reason. Third brother's help only goes so far, you have to be trustworthy. Haha. Xiaohu wiped his mouth. Auntie, you spoil me. Xue Ling smiled softly. Just work hard. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Xiaohu nodded. Just then, Chang Tianyuan came out, tossing a full diaper in the trash. Who's he eating noodles? Xiaohu grinned. Yeah. Auntie had Uncle Li make me beef noodles, so full. Chang Tianyuan nodded. Don't neglect your health. Eat, drink, sleep well, then you'll have energy to work. Right? Xiaohu asked. Uncle Yuan, how's your business? Not bad, Chang Tianyuan said. It's my own place, not many workers. As long as I make a little, I can keep going. At my age, I just want stability. Xiaohu thought of his own parents. You're in much better shape than my folks. As long as you can earn steadily, that's enough. Don't let yourself get idle. Why, not telling me to retire? Ching Tianyuan teased. I'm past retirement age. Xiaohu shook his head. No, I've found that those who keep working live longer. Retire too early and you get sick. Without something to do, people get restless. Your parents retired because of health, Chang Tianyuan sighed. They had you late, and your dad made a lot of money in his prime, but overindulged and got sick. He's been on meds for years. Yeah, Xiaohu agreed. I tell myself not to follow his path. He stopped moving forward after making money, and his health suffered. He paused, thinking of himself. I haven't done much right either. As a son, I haven't spent enough time with them and always made them worry. Xueling waved it off. All parents are like that. Look at old Li, still working hard for his kids. As long as the kids are happy, parents are happy. Xiaohu lowered his eyes. I was a mess when I was young, made my parents worry. Now I can earn money and be a dad, but still make them worry. This time, Mom got sick first, and Dad's not steady either. Cheng Tianyuan patted his shoulder. You've done your best. Your parents don't blame you, they feel for you. All parents are the same. You'll understand one day. And then, Xiaohu nodded gratefully. Uncle Yuan, Auntie, it's late, I'll head back. Please look after Minnie Hu. Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling stood up, telling him to rest early. Xiaohu agreed and strode off. Cheng Tianyuan watched him go relieved. Huzi's grown up, much more mature now. Xueling nodded in agreement. The next morning, the family doctor came to give Cheng Huanran another 4. He stayed, bedridden, limping even when he got up, looking very serious. Kangin stayed by his side, helping him up and down. Xueling pretended to be busy all day, sometimes with Minnie Hu, sometimes with the elders, never once checking on her son. In truth, Minnie Hu played with Xiao Yu and Xiao Peng, only needing water and meals at the right times. The 4 elders chatted, watched TV, played chess and mahjong, needing nothing from her. Cheng Tianyuan, after getting his wife's hint, was also busy and never visited the sick room, heading straight to the dining room at night. Dinner was a big, lively table, elders, kids, all happy. Wang Qing didn't come. Ahu said she was still sleeping, so he let her rest. Xueling was puzzled. Still sleeping? What did the doctor say? At their age, it's rare to sleep so much. Wang Qing usually slept poorly. Why so much now? Ahu said, the doctor said it's acute gastroenteritis. I think the diarrhea made her too weak to get up. Xueling asked, she didn't get up to eat? Ahu shook his head, she's been sleeping. I asked if she wanted to eat, she just shook her head. At noon I fed her some rice porridge, she drank half a bowl. Tonight, she didn't respond at all. Xiaoxiaohu was hungry, so I brought him here for dinner. That's not good. Xueling frowned. She's only had a little porridge in over a day, she'll get even weaker. Ahu said helplessly, she just keeps sleeping. I can't do anything. Xue Zhilan put down her chopsticks and smiled kindly. Don't worry, it might be the medicine. Ahu, bring me her meds later, and I'll check her pulse and make some herbal medicine. Weak digestion needs gentle care. Ahu nodded, eating quickly. Thanks, uncle. We'll go after dinner. He urged his grandsons to eat faster. Xiaoxiaohu ate with his little chopsticks, while Minnie Hu needed Xueling to feed him. Cheng Tianyuan told Ahu, go take care of Wang Qing, leave the kids here. We'll watch them. All right. Ahu grinned. Wang Xiaoxiao ate while watching the kids. Luckily, Shui Yang and the elders helped, or she'd be overwhelmed. Ahu suggested, sister-in-law, Minnie Hu's stomach is fine now, should we send him back to kindergarten tomorrow? He shouldn't miss too many days. He's fine, Xueling said. He had a normal bowel movement this morning. We'll send him and his brother to kindergarten tomorrow, pick them up for dinner, and let them stay here at night. Wang Qing's not well, so we'll help a few more days. Kids need to get used to school. Before, Minnie Hu's stomach and his grandparents' health interrupted things. Thanks, Ahu said. Wang Qing's still sleeping, and I have to watch her and Xiaoxiaohu. The nanny's neck hurts, so she only cooks, can't clean. Xueling suggested, if you can't manage, call a cleaning service. If you can't cook, bring the kids here, we always have room. That's why I'm here, Ahu said. I never stand on ceremony with you. That's right. Grandma Shui patted her chest. We're old, but we can still watch kids. Bring them over if you're busy. Grandpa Shui offered Xiaoxiaohu a spring roll, smiling. We old folks love a lively house, especially with kids. Ahu laughed. After dinner, Xueling took the boys to bathe. Wang Xiaoxiao took Xiaopeng and Xiaoyu, the kids laughing and running down the hall. Cheng Huanran, within 4 in his right hand, awkwardly drank soup with his left. He and Kong'an heard the kids' laughter and both looked out the window, smiling at their innocence. He glanced at her, seeing her gentle, motherly smile. "Anan, you really like kids, don't you?" Kong'an nodded without thinking. "Kids' worlds are simple. It's easier to be with them than adults." "I think so too," Cheng Huanran said. Seeing his shaky hand, Kong'an helped him with the soup. Cheng Huanran enjoyed her care, his mind wandering. "Anan, we both like kids. When we get married, let's have 7 or 8, okay?" Kong'an's face turned red. She looked up, saw his teasing gaze, and was flustered. "Just eat." He looked so proper, but could say such shameless things, like an old married couple. Come on. They'd only known each other a short time. He was already talking about marriage and kids, so shameless. But Cheng Huanran just drank slower, staring at her shy face. "Anan, I heard there are some great movies out. Do you prefer private or regular theaters?" Kong'an blushed. "I don't really like either." "No problem," Cheng Huanran said. "Public theaters aren't clean. I have a great projector, we can watch in my room." Kang'an murmured, Cheng Huanran grinned. No time like the present. "Since IVs are boring, let's watch together after dinner." Before Kang'an could refuse, he'd already made plans. Here's the English translation for chapters 1996 to 2000, preserving the emotional tone and details. After bathing the kids, Ling and Wang Xiaoxiao saw it wasn't quite bedtime, so they took the children to the nursery. The night shift nursery teacher had prepared a couple of bedtime activities, and since both little Huzi and Minnie who were enjoying themselves, Ling decided to leave them there for the evening. Meanwhile, Ahu had already brought Wang Qing's medicine to Xue Zhilan and his wife for a look. The old doctor said it was just for acute gastroenteritis, no sedatives or tranquilizers. "That's odd," Ahu explained. "She's sleeping so deeply. When I called her for dinner earlier, she just mumbled. Now I've called her several times, and she doesn't respond at all." Xue Zhilan and his wife exchanged worried glances. Xue Dad, eating fruit, asked, "Could it be something else?" Ahu shook his head. "I don't think so." Last night, when Xiao Huzi came home, the doctor said A Qing's blood pressure was very low and we should keep an eye on her. I was busy today and forgot to check her blood pressure. Xue Zhilan stood up. "Ahu, take me to see her." Chinshir wanted to go too, but Xue Mom stopped her. "It's not far through the back garden. Zhilan can handle it. Your legs aren't steady and your eyesight's blurry, don't walk around at night." So Chinshir stayed behind, trusting her husband to manage. A while later, Cheng Tianyuan helped his father-in-law to bathe, and Xue Ling came to help her mother, and Chinshir bathe as well. Though the elders could manage, Xue Ling insisted on helping, worried they'd catch cold or slip. Half an hour later, she brought the 2 elders back to the living room, only to find Xue Dad and Xue Zhilan sitting together, both looking grim. Xue Ling's heart skipped a beat. "Dad, Uncle, what's wrong?" "Sit," Xue Dad said, a bit dazed. "Sit down first." Xue Ling's anxiety spiked. Something serious must have happened. Xue Zhilan sighed, helping his wife to sit. "Ling, Wang Qing's not doing well." "What?" Xue Ling frowned. "Not well? What happened?" "Most likely a stroke," Xue Zhilan said quietly. "It's serious, and we found it late." "What?" Xue Ling was stunned. "Uncle, are you sure?" "She doesn't have high blood pressure. Her cholesterol is normal, just a bit anemic and frail." "Calm down," Xue Zhilan said, gently holding her shoulder. "Wang Qing's been under a lot of stress, and her blood pressure dropped suddenly, which likely caused the stroke and her coma." Xue Ling's face went pale. Chinshir asked, "Is there any movement in her limbs?" "How bad is it?" "About half," Xue Zhilan replied. "Her left side still responds, but not her right." Xue Ling slumped onto the sofa, taking deep breaths. "What now? Has she been taken to the hospital?" Xue Zhilan nodded. Ayuan heard and immediately had Old Chen drive over, helped get her into the car, and rushed to the hospital. "I'll go check," Xue Ling said, staggering to her feet. "Hey," Xue Mom scolded. "What's the rush? You're not calm enough to go out alone at night." Xueling took a deep breath. Don't worry, I'll have a bodyguard drive me. You all rest and call Ranran or Yangong if you need anything. It must be the bodyguard driving. Xue Mom insisted. Xueling grabbed her phone and rushed out in her pajamas. Got it. The four elders sat watching TV. Xue Mom's eyes were wet. Ahu's family, it's all fallen apart so quickly. Life is full of hardships, Xue Zhilan said. If you get through, things will get better. At our age, attitude is everything. Will it be serious? Xue Dad asked. Xue Zhilan nodded. At best, partial paralysis. At worst, life-threatening. The elders fell silent. Outside, Xueling was already in the Bentley, disappearing into the night. The cool air and the scent of perfume helped her calm down. She called Xiaohuzi, but he didn't answer at first. When he finally picked up, he was still at the club, unaware of the situation. Huzi, listen to me. Don't drive. Get a taxi or rideshare and go to the ER at the People's Hospital. Your mom's sick again. Don't panic, just get there. And call your sister too. Huzi agreed, sounding anxious, and hurried off. Xueling then called Wang Xiaoxiao, asking her to have the nursery staff help the boys sleep together, so they'd feel secure. After that, Xueling closed her eyes, exhausted, as the car sped through the night. Even with her eyes closed, Xueling's mind was racing, unable to rest. At the hospital, she called Cheng Tianyuan, who came out to meet her, looking grim. They've taken her for a CT. The doctor suspects either a stroke or a brain hemorrhage. We'll know after the scan. Even though she'd braced herself, Xueling was still devastated. Stroke? Brain bleed? Either way, it was serious. When the results came back, the doctor confirmed a severe, large-area stroke. At least half her body was unresponsive. Ahu, usually so strong, collapsed to his knees at the bedside, sobbing like a child. Qing. Qing. Am I dreaming? Wake me up. Please, Qing. Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling helped him up. Soon, Xiaohuzi and his sister arrived. Xiaohuzi, though heartbroken, was quickly assigned tasks, pushing his mom to internal medicine, handling admission paperwork, his hands shaking. Wanan, upon hearing the news, broke down in tears. Xuehuan, after getting Xueling's call, drove straight into the city. After hours of tests and procedures, Wang Qing was moved to a private room, lying quietly on oxygen, unresponsive. Xuehuan explained, "We don't know exactly when it happened. For now, treatment is conservative. We'll hope for good news in a few days." Will she wake up? Xueling choked. Will her mind or memory be affected? Xuehuan nodded. The area is large, so there will be some impact. When she wakes, she'll be confused for a while. She'll likely be paralyzed on one side and need constant care. Xueling couldn't speak, leaning on Cheng Tianyuan's shoulder, silently crying. Cheng Tianyuan told Xuehuan to go home and rest, and he left. Xiaohuzi, red-eyed and lost, stared blankly at his mother. Ahu and his daughter stayed by the bed, wiping tears and calling softly. Wang Qing lay there, eyes closed, unmoving. Ahu, exhausted, mumbled, Qing, don't sleep. It's late, we should go home. The boys are waiting for us to tuck them in. I'm so tired, please don't sleep. Wanan, sobbing, held her father's arm. Dad, don't. Ahu clung to his wife's hand. Wake up, scold me. I should have checked your blood pressure. But you have low blood pressure, not high. Why did this happen? Wanan cried, helpless. Late at night, Xue Yang arrived after getting Xiaohuzi's message. He saw his parents slumped on the sofa, exhausted, uncle who collapsed, Wanun crying at the bedside. Xue Yang sighed, pulling Xiaohuzi into a hug. Xiaohuzi broke down, sobbing. Don't be afraid, brother. You'll get through this. In the days that followed, Wang Qing remained in a coma, on IVs, unresponsive. Everyone was exhausted, waiting for any good news, but only more bad news came. Cheng Huanran, holding Mini-Hu, with Kangin leading Little Hu, left the hospital again. Why aren't Grandpa and Grandma home yet? Why is Grandma still sleeping? Last time she was sleeping too, Little Hu asked, pouting. Cheng Huanran and Kangin exchanged helpless glances, forcing a smile. Grandma needs to stay in the hospital to get better. The doctor says she can't come home yet. Be a good boy and listen to the doctor and police. When Grandma's better, we'll bring her home. But little Hu, now in kindergarten, was harder to fool. Uncle Ran, you said that last time too. Are you lying to me and my brother? Cheng Huanran hesitated, looking to Kong'an for help. Kong'an knelt down, gently explaining, Grandma's illness is serious. She needs to sleep a lot to get better. When she wakes up, she can come home. Little Hu is half convinced. What about Grandpa? Why isn't he home? Grandpa needs to stay and take care of Grandma, Kong'an said. You're big boys now, you don't need Grandpa and Grandma to stay with you. But I miss them. Little Hu complained. Cheng Huanran quickly suggested, let's go play whack-a-mole, okay? The boy's eyes lit up and he ran off, distracted. 10 days passed, and Wang Qing was still unconscious. Every afternoon, Shuehuan came to do acupuncture, saying there was slight improvement and she might wake up soon. Sure enough, the next morning, Wang Qing opened her eyes briefly, then slipped back into a coma. This repeated for several days, but soon she could swallow rice porridge and occasionally open her eyes. In half a month, Xiaohuzi and Wanan had both lost a lot of weight. Ehu, already frail, also fell ill after a few days. A nurse was hired to care for him, and Cheng Tianyuan handled his meals and night shifts. But Wang Qing's condition was so serious that Xiaohuzi and his sister barely left her side. After another week, Xue Ling arranged for them to take turns resting, with herself covering the day shift at the hospital, and the siblings taking night shifts. Wang Qing couldn't move, but could swallow, sparing her some suffering. She seemed unaware, always drifting in and out of consciousness. Only when Little Hu and Minnie Hu visited and called Grandma did her left hand move a little and her eyes flicker. After a course of acupuncture, Xiaohuzi asked if they should transfer her to another hospital. Shuehuan explained that the best specialists were already there, and if they couldn't help, nowhere else could. He warned them to be patient and prepare for her to be paralyzed and dependent from now on. Xiaohuzi's eyes reddened, but he nodded. Shuehuan, used to life and death, didn't offer much comfort and left quickly. Xue Ling handed Xiaohuzi a glass of water. He was under the most pressure, his mother in a coma, his father bedridden, 2 young children needing constant care. He took the water, sipped it, and slumped against the wall, exhausted. Auntie, I'll nap for half an hour. Please wake me up. I have to go to the club this afternoon. Sleep, I'll wake you, Xue Ling said softly. He curled up on the sofa and quickly fell asleep. Xue Ling covered him with a blanket and quietly massaged Wang Qing's arms and legs. A gentle knock at the door. Xue Ling looked up to see a familiar young man, who nodded respectfully and gestured to the balcony. President Xue, young Master Qing heard you've been troubled lately and came to visit. He has a cold and didn't want to disturb the patient, so he's waiting on the balcony. Just then, Lin Qingji's assistant arrived with gifts. President Xue, sorry for the delay. These are from young Master Qing, wishing Mrs. Wan a speedy recovery. Xue Ling smiled, thank you. I'll go talk to Qing. She followed the assistant to the balcony, where Lin Qingji stood, masked, tall, and elegant. Auntie, he greeted, eyes full of concern. You've lost weight and look tired. Xue Ling smiled bitterly, what can I do? Did Achong tell you? Yes, Lin Qingji replied. Achong is very worried about Xiaohuzi's family and asked me to visit. He also wants you to take care of yourself. Xue Ling smiled, he's good at giving orders. You're busy and have a cold, you didn't have to come. I was careless and caught a chill swimming last night. It's nothing. Achong is abroad and can't come, so I'm here for him. Auntie, with Mrs. Wan's condition, you need patience and long-term care. You and Uncle are getting older, you can't keep running between home and hospital every day. Xue Ling sighed, we have to stay for treatment now, but once things stabilize, we'll probably move to Shuehuan's rehab center. Lin Qingji suggested, why not move Mr. and Mrs. Wan to my private hospital? They can share a large room, with nurses and chefs on hand. It'll ease your burden. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Xue Ling hesitated. Lin Qingji shook his head, we're family, no need to be polite. The hospital is empty anyway. If it helps you, a Chong and I will feel better. He frowned. You're all exhausted. If a Chong knew, he'd be heartbroken. I'm here in the capital and should have helped sooner. You're so thoughtful, Xueling said gratefully. I'll discuss it with Xiaohuzi and A Yuan. We'll need to consult the doctors and Xuewan, but I'll let you know. All right, Lin Qingji smiled. I'll wait for your call. The hospital will send staff to help with the move. Thank you, Xueling said. You always know just what to do. Lin Qingji squeezed her hand gently. Auntie, I'll get back to work. I'll visit Xine Yuan this weekend and video chat with Grandpa and Grandma. Wonderful. Xueling beamed. I haven't had time to visit them lately. Lin Qingji nodded and left. The next morning, Wang Qing and Ahu were transferred to the private hospital. After the transfer, Xueling and Xiaohuzi's family felt much more at ease. Though the patients weren't recovering quickly, the caregivers no longer had to run back and forth. There were suites to rest in, a private chef, and more freedom. Lin Qingji's assistant arranged for professional caregivers and massage therapists, with someone attending Wang Qing 24/7. Still, the family kept a close watch. Xiaohuzi and his sister were busy with work and couldn't always be at the hospital. Luckily, Ahu recovered quickly and took over caring for his wife. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan handled the kids in the morning, feeding them and taking them to kindergarten, then went to the hospital. In the evening, Cheng Huanran and Kongin picked up the kids, fed and played with them, and put them to bed before having their own time. With private care and their father recovering, Xiaohuzi was less stressed. He could finally sleep through the night, and his dark circles faded. Wanan, always delicate, fell ill after caring for her mother. Her fiancé only visited twice, then left on a business trip and never came back. Wanan was depressed, not just because of her mother's illness, but also her fiancé's coldness. Xueling, focused on Wang Qing, didn't notice at first. Until Ahu angrily cursed the future son-in-law for being no good. Wang Qing had been sick for over a month, and he'd only visited twice, each time for just a few minutes. It's been over 20 days. Is he really on a business trip? He can't call? No video? Where is he, Africa? The North or South Pole? Xueling realized she hadn't seen him in a while. No calls? Maybe he's only contacting Wanan. Ahu fumed, not even her. I'd bet it's over. Don't say that, Cheng Tianyuan cautioned. If Qing hears, she'll worry. Xueling asked, are you sure? They're engaged, getting married next month. How could he disappear for so long? Ahu, eyes red, said, I always thought he only cared about work and money, and his mom always looked down on Wanan for not being a local. Their family is nothing special, and I never minded, but now, with our family in trouble, they act like this. How can I not be angry? Cheng Tianyuan agreed. He used to treat Wanan well. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. I don't know, Ahu said. But Wanan is miserable. She's not just worried about her mom, there's something else. She's always been quiet, never wants to trouble me. She's my daughter, if no one else cares, I do. Xueling said, don't panic. Let's ask Xiaohuzi, he works with her and probably knows. All right, Ahu said. At least they're not married yet. If he treats her like this after marriage, I'd be furious. Enough, Cheng Tianyuan reminded. It's almost time for acupuncture. I'll go meet Xuewan. That night, Xiaohuzi arrived late. Auntie? Why are you here? Where's my dad? Xueling smiled. He had high blood pressure earlier and went to bed. I stayed to keep an eye on things. Xiaohuzi looked exhausted, his clothes dirty. Have you eaten? Xueling asked. Not yet, he replied. She quickly had a nurse bring him food. As he ate, Xueling waited until he finished before asking, Huzi, tell me the truth. Did something happen at the club? Xiaohuzi hesitated, clutching his phone. No. Xueling gave him a look. How long do you think you can hide it? If you don't tell me, I'll find out myself. I waited for you to come so I could hear it from you. He lowered his eyes, frowning. Auntie, things aren't good. We lost in Europe, then again in Asia. 2 star players were poached, and some rookies too. We're left with just a few trainees. Xueling's face darkened and Xiaohuzi said quietly, as soon as we lost, 3 sponsors cancelled their contracts. With the stars gone, we lost endorsements and ads. It's a huge loss. Schweling asked, can you keep things afloat? Is your cash flow okay? Not really, he admitted. I'm using my savings for now. Does Wanan know? Does her fiancé? Probably, Xiaohuzi said. He has contacts in the industry. The news is out, he can't not know. So, is he breaking up with her? Schweling asked. Xiaohuzi shook his head. I'm not sure. I've been too busy to pay attention. But I doubt they'll last. Schweling raised an eyebrow. Do you know something? He nodded. When he proposed, the club was doing well. My dad promised a house and car for the dowry. After my divorce, most of my assets were split, and only the courtyard house was left. With everything that's happened, the house and car were never mentioned again. He probably thinks there's no dowry, so he's lost interest. He just hasn't said it outright. Schweling felt a chill. The club's in trouble, your mom had a stroke, and he figures marrying your sister won't get him anything, maybe even drag him down. So now he's hesitating. When you're down, people scatter. Some stay, some leave, it's just human nature. Xiaohuzi, no longer the impulsive young man he once was calm. Auntie, don't ask Wanan. Let her handle it. Better to see a jerk's true colors now than after marriage. Everyone faces ups and downs, right? Wanan had grown a lot since working at the club. Xiaohuzi was confident in her. She'll get through it. She only has one mom, but there are plenty of men. If he turns cold as soon as we have trouble, she'll know how much he really cares. Schweling nodded. Your dad's blood pressure is high. Don't let him find out or he'll get upset. I know, Xiaohuzi said. I'll remind Wanan to handle it and tell our parents when it's settled. He looked at his mother in the hospital bed. Auntie, did my mom wake up much today? Schweling nodded. A bit longer than yesterday. She could squeeze my hand with her left and move her left leg a little. Xiaohuzi smiled. That's good. Schweling said, tomorrow's the weekend, so the boys will be here all day. When they visit, your mom always perks up. Blood is thicker than water. Her grandson's voices and touch always brought a faint smile to Wang Qing's face. She was improving, opening her eyes, moving her left side, sometimes reaching for others' hands. Ran and Kongan would bring the boys to visit, calling to Grandma, holding her hand, or playing in the room. The private hospital had no other patients, so the kids could stay all day without worry. Xiaohuzi said gratefully, Auntie, you arrange things as you see fit. Thank goodness for young Master Qing's help, or we'd still be crowded in the hospital. Should I thank him? No need, Schweling said. Just focus on your own things. I'll handle it. Xiaohuzi smiled bitterly. I'm broke now, nothing to offer. Young Master Qing doesn't need money, and I don't know how to repay him. He and Achong are close, Schweling said. I treat him as family. Don't be polite, or he'll dislike it. Achong is worried about your mom and you, and asked Qing to help. This favor is from Achong, you can repay him later. Cheng Huanchong, though abroad, knew everything happening at home and could only help by having Lin Qingji look after them. Lin Qingji always helped, even without being asked. All right, Xiaohuzi said. I still owe him tens of millions. The clothing factory investment was all from Achong. He said it was a loan, but who knows when I'll pay it back. The club's a mess, and now Yang and Qing's people are running the factory. Yang told me just to wait for dividends and not worry. Schweling wasn't surprised. That's what good friends are for. Let them help. She frowned. Does Wanyan's fiancé know about the factory? What about the South Island? The investment was made before the divorce, so if Shanwei and Chen Shuiyu found out, they might try to get a share. Anything from before the marriage could be claimed. Xiaohuzi shook his head. No, they don't know. Good, Schweling said. He explained. The factory was almost finished when Yang worried the club wouldn't last, so he asked Achong for help. Achong sent the money to Qing, who gave me a 10% share. After I got back from the South Island, Qing's assistant had us sign the contract. Yang got 30%, I got 10%, the rest is Qing's. I haven't told my parents or Wanan yet. Yang and Achong always treated him like a brother, giving him millions without hesitation. But since it wasn't his own money, he kept quiet. Schweling reminded him, don't mention it before the year-end dividends. There are still lots of expenses, especially for your mom. The elders and kids need a good life. Got it, Auntie, Xiaohuzi nodded. Over the next few days, Xueling continued to visit the hospital daily to care for Wang Qing. Wang Qing could now move her head a little, though not much. She still had trouble eating, sometimes dribbling food, but things weren't as bad as before, and her swallowing was improving. Progress was slow, but it was progress. The family's mood was no longer so gloomy, as long as Wang Qing showed even the slightest improvement, wiggling a finger, turning her head. Everyone would get excited and rush to share the good news. Ahu washed her face, hands, and body every day, sitting by her bed and talking to her. Even though there were 2 nurses on 24-hour shifts, Ahu insisted on doing whatever he could himself. She was his wife, and he couldn't bear to let others take over. Xueling didn't have much to do, but she still kept Wang Qing company, reading her old writings aloud at her bedside. Wang Qing loved it. Every time her old friend read her poetry and essays, she'd smile, sometimes even moving her lips as if reading along. Ahu would laugh and say she must remember her own treasures, and would send a voice message to his daughter, reminding her to bring over her mother's collected works. Wanan agreed, but didn't bring them until late one night, looking exhausted as she arrived at the hospital room. Xueling was reading. Seeing her, she put the book down. Wanan walked in, hair falling over her face, eyes darting. Auntie, you haven't gone home yet? Xueling smiled. Old Chen is on his way to pick me up. Your dad went downstairs to shower. He'll be back soon. The nurse poured Wanan a glass of water. She thanked her and drank it all in one go. Xueling raised an eyebrow. Wanan, have you not eaten dinner? I'm not hungry. Wanan avoided her gaze. I had some bread earlier, I'm fine. Xueling narrowed her eyes and told the nurse, Xiaolin, go see if the kitchen has a chef on duty. If so, have them make some hot noodles or porridge and bring it up. The nurse nodded and left. Wanan sat by Wang Qing's bed, gently holding her hand. Mom, I'm here. She choked up and couldn't go on. Xueling frowned and took Wanyun's hand. Wanun was startled and turned her head. Xueling brushed aside her hair and was shocked to see her face red and swollen, with a clear handprint. She'd been slapped. Wanun panicked and pulled away. Auntie, I'm fine. Xueling's heart ached. Who hit you? Wanun hung her head, silent for a long time, then whispered, I broke up with Huang Mingxian. He hit you. Xueling gritted her teeth. Was it him? Wanun shook her head. No, it was me. I slapped myself. Xueling looked at her suspiciously. What happened? Wanyun's eyes reddened, her lips trembled, and she started to cry. I hit myself. I hate myself for being so blind. I hate myself for not facing reality. He treated me like this, and I still had hope, still thought maybe he loved me. Xueling hugged her, gently patting her back. When the wrong person leaves, you have a chance to meet the right one. You have to let go to gain. Don't dwell on what you've lost. Cherish what you have, and better things will come. Wanan sobbed, trying to keep quiet. He said he's under too much pressure, doesn't want to be a mortgage slave for life, and I can't give him the marriage he wants. He said with Mom like this, he sees no future for us. He begged me to let him go, said he'd rather hurt now than be miserable forever. Sounds nice, but really, he just thinks the club is failing. My family can't buy a mansion or a luxury car for a dowry, so he doesn't want to marry me. I knew he was practical, thought that was a good thing in a man. But he's not practical. He's a social climber, only cares about money. Since I can't give him the life he wants, he doesn't want to marry me. He said, at least we're not married, so we don't have to divorce. He said not to blame him, he has his reasons. Auntie, why am I so unlucky? Was I blind? How could I fall for someone like that? I hate myself. We were together so long, and I never saw what a two-faced jerk he was. I'm so useless. Xueling patted her back, soothing her. Don't cry, or your mom will worry. Your dad's blood pressure goes up when he's upset, so don't let him know either. Come, let's wash your face and calm down. Wanan was no longer the naive girl she once was. After years in the workplace, She'd matured and learned to control her emotions. She went to the bathroom, washed her tears away, and used a cold towel on her face. Xueling lowered her voice. It's really over? You made it clear. Yeah, Wanyan said softly. I gave back his engagement ring. I'll send back everything he ever gave me. Xueling nodded. The club's not doing well. You and Xiuhu have to hang in there. He needs you at work and at home. Now's the time to be strong. I know. Wanyan coughed. Auntie, don't tell Dad yet. Mom's stroke has been hard enough on him. Don't let my problems be the last straw. This family was already on the brink. She and her brother had to turn things around and bring hope back. With more income, Mom could get better care and her brother wouldn't be under so much pressure. Xueling agreed. If I can help, just ask. Auntie, you're already helping by taking care of Mom. That lets us work without worry. That's the biggest help. Xueling smiled. The nurse brought up a big bowl of congee and called Wanyan to eat. A while later, Ahu came upstairs. Xueling said goodbye and went downstairs. Bodyguard Chao hurried over, opened the car door for her. As soon as the car left the hospital, Xueling said, Chao, help me look into something right away. Late at night, Xueling still hadn't gone to bed, sitting on the sofa, gazing out at the cold night. Chung Tianyuan had settled the elders and came back to find her still not in pajamas. Wife, what's wrong? Autumn came early in the capital, and a cold front had just swept in, making it feel like winter overnight. It's chilly by the window, you'll catch cold, he said, draping his jacket over her shoulders. Xueling sighed. I was lost in thought and didn't want to move. The longer I sat, the less I wanted to get up. What happened? Qing Tianyuan asked. Is Wang Qing okay? Xueling nodded. She's fine, it's not about her. Xiao Jiaxue called me from overseas earlier. We talked for over half an hour. Oh? Chung Tianyuan remembered her chubby old classmate. She retired early and moved abroad with her foreign husband, right? Been years? Yeah, Xueling mused. 10 years, maybe more. Time flies. She used to import foreign goods you'd buy from her, and my parents bought medical equipment from her. When her husband got sick, you helped arrange a flight for treatment. They were so grateful. Right, Xueling recalled. Back when I worked at the group, she'd come by for food and to chat. Cheng Tianyuan asked, is she coming back? Tired of living abroad. She can't. Xueling sighed. Her husband passed away last month. She's all alone now. Cheng Tianyuan was silent, then said, she should come back. It's too hard alone, and at least here she has friends and relatives. Xiao Jiaxue had been picky about partners, gained a lot of weight, and ended up single for years. She eventually bought a place abroad, met a foreign neighbor, and married him. But both were older and overweight, and she never managed to have children. They tried to adopt, but after finally getting a child, the birth parents and police found them, and the child was returned. After that, they gave up on adoption. Now her husband was gone, and she had no children. Life must be hard. Xueling's eyes reddened. She said, she can't walk anymore, relies on an electric wheelchair, even for the bathroom. She barely goes out, lives on takeout and online shopping. She only has an old cat for company. She's afraid the cat will die before her, and then she'll have no one. Qing Tianyuan hugged her. She said she can't come back, and there's no point. Most of her family is gone, and the younger generation barely knows her. She doesn't want to burden anyone, even if they're related. Qing Tianyuan asked, is there anything we can do for her? She needs company, Xueling said bitterly. Someone to care for her. We'd help if we could, but we're too far away. She can't come back? She wants to, but can't. Her health is too poor, and she doesn't want to trouble anyone. Qing Tianyuan was silent. Is third brother far from her? Not the same country, but not far, maybe a few 100 kilometers. He suggested, you know her address. Ask third brother to visit her on weekends, see what she needs, help if he can. Good idea, Xueling said. Better to do something than just sigh. The border there isn't strict, so it shouldn't be hard for him. He has a driver and bodyguard, so he'll be safe. He says work is light, lots of free time. Let's give him something to do, Xueling laughed. We're all busy, and he's living easy. I'll message him now. Agreed. Qing Tianyuan smiled. Go change. It's morning there, you could call. No, he might be in class. I'll just leave a message. She changed into pajamas, ready for bed. Knock, knock. Qing Tianyuan opened the door. Chao bowed. Sorry to disturb you. Madam asked me to look into someone, and I have the information. Come in. Xueling called. Chao entered quickly. Madam, I have Huang Mingxian's information and communication records. Qing Tianyuan followed, puzzled. Huang Mingxian? Who's that? Xueling explained. That little yellow dog who always curses. Huh? Qing Tianyuan was confused. Xueling scoffed. That brat saw Xiaohu's club struggling, worried he wouldn't get a mansion or luxury car if he married Wanin, so he ghosted her for weeks and broke up. After years of dating and an engagement, he dumped her right before the wedding. What kind of person is that? She'd met him twice and never liked his shifty eyes and lack of sincerity. But he had a graduate degree and a decent job, and Wanin liked him, so she hadn't said much. But tonight, Wanin's reaction made her suspect he was hiding something, so she had Chao investigate. Qing Tianyuan frowned. He's not even as good as a dog. Chao agreed. He's a real scumbag. People say he's always wanted to marry a local girl from the capital, but none liked him. Since graduation, he's only chased children from wealthy families. Only children. Xueling tapped the table. He's targeting girls with good family backgrounds, hoping to cash in? Yes, Chao said. He's decent-looking, educated, and dated 2 local girls, but they dumped him. He never gave up, always looking for a rich heiress. 3 years ago, a rich woman almost picked him, but dumped him for not being fit enough. 3 years ago? Xueling asked. He's been with Wanin longer than that, right? Qing Tianyuan thought, about 3 years, maybe a bit more. Chao sneered. He has 3 phone numbers, always online. Besides Miss Wan, he was seeing 3 girls at once last year. Even now, he has another girlfriend on the side. Xueling was stunned. Chao cursed. He's a total player. Any pretty, well-off woman, even over 50, he'll go for. Disgusting. Bastard. Qing Tianyuan fumed. Wanyun dated him for years. How could she not see what he was? How could she almost marry such a player? Chao hurried to explain. It's not her fault. He's been playing this game for years, targeting naive rich girls. When he couldn't land a real heiress, he settled for local girls with decent families. Wanyun isn't a local, Xueling said. He must have checked her background and found out Xiaohu owns property and a club in the capital. Exactly, Chao said. All the girls he dated had money, especially Miss Wan. She owns over 10 properties. Qing Tianyuan nodded. Ahu transferred some apartments to her in the provincial capital. Ahu had planned to split his assets between his son and daughter, but after seeing how greedy his in-laws were, he quietly put more in his daughter's name. Chao continued. He tried hard to win her over, then bragged to friends that his girlfriend had 10 properties. But when he found out they were old, small apartments, not worth much, he almost broke up with her. When was this? Xueling asked. Chao checked his notes. About a year ago. Later, he bragged that her dowry would be a courtyard house and a Lamborghini, supposedly promised by her father. Soon after, he proposed in a fancy restaurant. Did Ahu really say that? Xueling asked Qing Tianyuan. He shook his head, not sure. Ahu said he'd buy a house and a car, but not specifics. Xueling snorted, probably half joking, but that guy took it seriously. Chao handed over a stack of records. Here is chat logs and texts. He's a classic manipulator, pretending to be rich and capable, but he's just a loser. His parents are ordinary workers, still paying off a mortgage from over a decade ago. Xueling flipped through the pages. Wanin only gets a salary from the club, not much for him to scam. Chao nodded, not much, just a few thousand here and there, maybe a total of 100,000 yuan. Xueling tossed the papers aside. Check for any illegal activity and report him if you find anything. Scumbags like this shouldn't get off easy. Chung Tianyuan agreed, right, he needs to be taught a lesson, or more girls will get hurt. Yes, Chao replied. After over a month of treatment, Wang Qing was much better. She could sit up and even speak a little. Progress was slow, but everyone was thrilled and celebrated every step. One evening, Chung Huanran got off work early, brought his girlfriend home, and together they picked up Xiaoxiuhu and Minnie-hu from school. He drove, while Kangen sat in the back chatting with the kids. Maybe it was being in love, or being around kids, but Kangen's face was softer and more radiant than ever. Cheng Huanran kept sneaking glances at her in the rearview mirror, unable to stop smiling. Kangen noticed, blushing. Watch the road. He teased, if you're not looking at me, how do you know I'm looking at you? Xiaoxiuhu repeated, if you're not looking at him, how do you know he's looking at you? Minnie-hu, not quite understanding, chimed in, you look at him. He look. Cheng Huanran burst out laughing. Kangen glared at him, then buckled the kids into their seats. We're on the road, sit tight. Xiaoxiuhu, now over 6, was more aware. Auntie Anan, when are you going to marry Uncle Ran? Kangen was mortified, unable to handle such innocent, direct questions from a child. Don't ask, just sit tight. Cheng Huanran pretended not to hear, but his ears perked up. Xiaoxiuhu pressed on, Auntie Anan, when will you have a little brother or sister? Kong En's face turned red. No such thing, don't ask. Cheng Huanran stifled a laugh and changed the subject. We'll get married soon, and have a little brother or sister soon. Then you'll be big brothers. Wow! Minnie-hu clapped. Xiaoxiuhu, already a big brother, was more interested in the wedding. Uncle Ran, Auntie Anan, can I be a flower boy at your wedding? Kangen was speechless. Cheng Huanran grinned, of course. You too, plus Xiaopeng and Xiaoyu, 6 flower kids. Yay! Xiaoxiuhu cheered. I want to be a flower boy. My classmate said he was a flower boy and ate a huge cake. I want a big cake too. Okay, Chung Huanran said. I'll order a 20-layer cake, how's that? Xiaoxiuhu raised his hands, 100 layers. Minnie-hu echoed, 100 layers. Cheng Huanran laughed, all right, 100 it is. Kangen, is this how other people date? Not even officially together, but already living like an old married couple, picking up kids after work. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital. The kids jumped out and ran for the stairs. Cheng Huanran and Kangen strolled behind, hand in hand, watching the kids climb. Ahu heard his grandson's laughter and rushed out, bending down to hug them. Come, give Grandpa a kiss. The kids kissed his cheeks and ran into the ward. Xueling was feeding Wang Qing porridge, the nurse helping. Wang Qing still had a crooked mouth and ate slowly, but she tried hard. Seeing the kids, her eyes softened. Xueling called, come say hi to Grandma. Grandma, they chorused. Minnie-hu ran for the toys. Xiaoxiuhu, more mature, leaned on the bed. Grandma, when are you coming home? Wang Qing's eyes filled with tears. Home, home. Xueling translated. Grandma says she'll be home soon. She's sorry to keep you waiting. Xiaoxiuhu urged, hurry. We haven't been home in ages. Grandma's not home. Grandpa's not home. Dad doesn't come home. At night, Dad tells us stories. Wolf. Wolf. Minnie-hu shouted. Xiaoxiuhu explained, Dad only knows the boy who cried wolf. He looks up other stories on his phone. Wang Qing smiled, her mouth crooked. Xueling translated, Grandma says it's great your dad tells stories. Listen to him. Go to bed early. Don't make trouble. Xiaohu's club had suffered a huge blow, main players left, and even the newcomers followed. In just over a month, only a few veterans remained. He and his sister tried everything, but couldn't save it and had to close the club. Xueling wanted to lend him money to start over, but he refused, saying it was pointless now. He explained that in this industry, you need top talent, and with the club's reputation in shambles, even money couldn't attract stars. He planned to take a break, use the remaining funds to renovate, buy new equipment, and spend more time with his mom and kids while looking for new talent and waiting for a comeback. Wanyun agreed it was better to start fresh later. Seeing the siblings had a plan, Shui Ling and Ahu let them handle it. The club was closed and renovations wouldn't start until next month. Xiuhu and Wanan had both suffered in love and work, but neither collapsed. They kept busy with their own affairs. Ahu was heartbroken for his kids, but seeing them grow up and take responsibility, he cried tears of both pain and pride, telling his wife not to worry. The kids had become good, responsible adults. Wang Qing didn't understand, but seeing Ahu cry, she cried too. They didn't tell Wang Qing about the club closing or Wanyun's breakup, since her mental state was fragile. They only shared good news. With more free time, Xiaohu spent mornings and afternoons at the hospital with his mom, and evenings at Xinyuan with his sons. He thought about visiting the garment factory, but Yang Yang told him to take a break, that he'd handle things. Xiaohu trusted him and took a long vacation to be with his mom and kids. Shui Ling suggested Wanan take a trip, but she refused. She said with her mom like this, she couldn't relax or enjoy a vacation. She'd rather stay at the hospital, which was peaceful and beautiful. Shui Ling didn't push her, seeing she was in good spirits. Sure enough, a few days later, Wanyun was back at work, meeting with designers and contractors about the club's renovation, and sometimes scouting for new talent with Xiaohu at internet cafes late at night. For adults, heartbreak isn't about drinking and crying, it's about staying busy to numb the pain. That's the mature way and sometimes the only choice. Xiaoxiaohu asked, "Grandpa, where's Dad?" "Oh," Ahu replied, "he went to buy your grandma's favorite peach pastries. Your aunt is downstairs cooking dinner." The private hospital had professional chefs and medicinal meals. Wanan, seeing her mom enjoy the food, started learning from the chef and often cooked for her. Her life was now busy and fulfilling, and her smile returned. Cheng Huanran was massaging Wang Qing's hand. "Uncle Ahu, and I won't stay for dinner. We have other plans." Ahu grinned, "Good. Young people should have their own plans." Kong'an blushed, playing with Minnie Hu. Shui Ling, knowing she was shy, quickly changed the subject. "By the way, third brother sent me a video earlier. He's sending you and a gift." Cheng Huanran laughed. "Right, he mentioned it before, but I forgot. He said it's for Anan." Kong'an asked, "What is it?" "You'll see when it arrives," Cheng Huanran said mysteriously. "You'll love it." Kong'an smiled. "You say that, but I don't believe you." Shui Ling laughed. Cheng Huanran, a little embarrassed, asked, "Mom, what else did third brother say? When's his winter break? Is he coming home for New Year?" "It's still a while till New Year," Shui Ling said. "He said it's already sweater weather there. Qing went to an auction and we'll stay with him for a few days." We mostly talked about Annie Xiao. Cheng Huanran asked, "How is Annie Xiao?" "Not great," Shui Ling sighed. "Third brother says it's pretty bad. She's old, very overweight, and can only get around in a wheelchair. He says she must be over 400 pounds. Cheng Huanran was shocked. "That much?" "Yeah," Shui Ling said. "She loves junk food, cheese, cream, anything rich. Since moving abroad, she eats even fewer fruits and vegetables. Her only theme in life now is getting fatter and sicker." Xiao Jiaxue had always been chubby, but now she was huge. Cheng Huanran frowned. "Can she still lose weight?" "She's too old and has given up," Shui Ling said. "She says she just eats and sleeps, waiting for the end." Cheng Huanran couldn't ask more. Shui Ling sighed. She says she can't come back and doesn't want to burden the younger generation. "I sent third brother some money to help take care of her." "Did you hire a caregiver?" Kong'an asked. Shui Ling nodded. "Yes, one in the morning, one in the evening. One cleans, one helps her bathe and change. Third brother can order her fruits and veggies online. I told him to order every 2 days." Cheng Huanran reminded, "Private healthcare is expensive there. Does she have insurance?" "I don't know," Shui Ling said. "But we can afford it. I told third brother to arrange weekly home visits. His assistant handles most things." Cheng Huanran smiled. "As long as someone's taking care of it, you can relax. Qing always handles things well." "True," Shui Ling said. "She's so far away, there's nothing more I can do. In times like this, even money doesn't help much. But at least a little cash can solve some problems. That's why you have to keep working hard to earn money. Cheng Huanran concluded. Little Xiaoxiuhu, bouncing on the sofa, chimed in, make money. I want to make lots of money. Everyone laughed. Kindergartners want to make money too. So impressive. No wonder you're in the big class. Ha ha. Autumn passed and winter arrived, and soon it was the season of swirling snow again. This year's first snow came a bit late, but it still brought joy and a sense of good fortune. Wang Qing was discharged from the hospital, finally returning home after several months away. She could now sit up and even stand for a short while, though half her body was still immobile, so she needed round-the-clock care from a nurse and Ahu. Fortunately, her speech wasn't much affected. She could chat with those around her, though her voice was softer and her reactions slower. Still, it was a blessing in misfortune. She could say what she wanted to eat, what she wanted to do, or when she needed the bathroom, so her caregivers weren't running around in a panic, and her personal hygiene and their convenience were both ensured. On the day she was discharged, everyone took a group photo at the hospital entrance. Just as they got in the car, before they could even drive off, snowflakes began to fall. Everyone quickly rolled down the windows to greet the first snow of the year. Xue Ling patted her back, soothing her. Don't cry, or your mom will worry. Your dad's blood pressure goes up when he's upset, so don't let him know either. Come, let's wash your face and calm down. Wanan was no longer the naive girl she once was. After years in the workplace, she'd matured and learned to control her emotions. She went to the bathroom, washed her tears away, and used a cold towel on her face. Xue Ling lowered her voice. It's really over? You made it clear. Yeah, Wanan said softly. I gave back his engagement ring. I'll send back everything he ever gave me. Xue Ling nodded. The club's not doing well. You and Xiuhu have to hang in there. He needs you at work and at home. Now's the time to be strong. I know. Wanun coughed. Auntie, don't tell Dad yet. Mom's stroke has been hard enough on him. Don't let my problems be the last straw. This family was already on the brink. She and her brother had to turn things around and bring hope back. With more income, Mom could get better care and her brother wouldn't be under so much pressure. Xue Ling agreed. If I can help, just ask. Auntie, you're already helping by taking care of Mom. That lets us work without worry. That's the biggest help. Xue Ling smiled. The nurse brought up a big bowl of congee and called Wanan to eat. A while later, Ahu came upstairs. Xue Ling said goodbye and went downstairs. Bodyguard Chao hurried over, opened the car door for her. As soon as the car left the hospital, Xue Ling said, Chao, help me look into something right away. Late at night, Xue Ling still hadn't gone to bed, sitting on the sofa, gazing out at the cold night. Cheng Tianyuan had settled the elders and came back to find her still not in pajamas. Wife, what's wrong? Autumn came early in the capital, and a cold front had just swept in, making it feel like winter overnight. It's chilly by the window, you'll catch cold, he said, draping his jacket over her shoulders. Xue Ling sighed. I was lost in thought and didn't want to move. The longer I sat, the less I wanted to get up. What happened? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Is Wang Qing okay? Xue Ling nodded. She's fine, it's not about her. Xiao Jiaxue called me from overseas earlier. We talked for over half an hour. Oh? Cheng Tianyuan remembered her chubby old classmate. She retired early and moved abroad with her foreign husband, right? Been years? Yeah, Xue Ling mused. 10 years, maybe more. Time flies. She used to import foreign goods you'd buy from her, and my parents bought medical equipment from her. When her husband got sick, you helped arrange a flight for treatment. They were so grateful. Right, Xue Ling recalled. Back when I worked at the group, she'd come by for food and to chat. Cheng Tianyuan asked, is she coming back? Tired of living abroad. She can't. Xue Ling sighed. Her husband passed away last month. She's all alone now. Cheng Tianyuan was silent, then said, she should come back. It's too hard alone, and at least here she has friends and relatives. Xiao Jiaxue had been picky about partners, gained a lot of weight, and ended up single for years. She eventually bought a place abroad, met a foreign neighbor, and married him. But both were older and overweight, and she never managed to have children. They tried to adopt, but after finally getting a child, the birth parents and police found them, and the child was returned. After that, they gave up on adoption. Now her husband was gone, and she had no children. Life must be hard. Xue Ling's eyes reddened. She said, she can't walk anymore, relies on an electric wheelchair, even for the bathroom. She barely goes out, lives on takeout and online shopping. She only has an old cat for company. She's afraid the cat will die before her, and then she'll have no one. Qing Tianyuan hugged her. She said she can't come back, and there's no point. Most of her family is gone, and the younger generation barely knows her. She doesn't want to burden anyone, even if they're related. Qing Tianyuan asked, "Is there anything we can do for her?" "She needs company," Xue Ling said bitterly. "Someone to care for her. We'd help if we could, but we're too far away." "She can't come back?" "She wants to, but can't. Her health is too poor, and she doesn't want to trouble anyone." Qing Tianyuan was silent. "Is third brother far from her?" "Not the same country, but not far, maybe a few 100 kilometers. He suggested, you know her address. Ask third brother to visit her on weekends, see what she needs, help if he can." "Good idea," Xue Ling said. "Better to do something than just sigh. The border there isn't strict, so it shouldn't be hard for him. He has a driver and bodyguard, so he'll be safe. He says work is light, lots of free time. Let's give him something to do," Xue Ling laughed. "We're all busy, and he's living easy. I'll message him now." "Agreed." Qing Tianyuan smiled. "Go change. It's morning there, you could call." "No, he might be in class. I'll just leave a message." She changed into pajamas, ready for bed. Knock, knock. Qing Tianyuan opened the door. Chao bowed. "Sorry to disturb you. Madam asked me to look into someone, and I have the information." "Come in," Xue Ling called. Chao entered quickly. "Madam, I have Huang Mingxian's information and communication records." Qing Tianyuan followed, puzzled. "Huang Mingxian? Who's that?" Xue Ling explained. "That little yellow dog who always curses." "Huh?" Qing Tianyuan was confused. Xue Ling scoffed. That brat saw Xiaohu's club struggling, worried he wouldn't get a mansion or luxury car if he married Wanin, so he ghosted her for weeks and broke up. After years of dating and an engagement, he dumped her right before the wedding. What kind of person is that? She'd met him twice and never liked his shifty eyes and lack of sincerity. But he had a graduate degree and a decent job, and Wanin liked him, so she hadn't said much. But tonight, Wanin's reaction made her suspect he was hiding something, so she had Chao investigate. Qing Tianyuan frowned. "He's not even as good as a dog." Chao agreed. "He's a real scumbag. People say he's always wanted to marry a local girl from the capital, but none liked him. Since graduation, he's only chased only children from wealthy families." "Only children?" Xue Ling tapped the table. "He's targeting girls with good family backgrounds, hoping to cash in?" "Yes," Chao said. "He's decent-looking, educated, and dated 2 local girls, but they dumped him. He never gave up, always looking for a rich heiress. 3 years ago, a rich woman almost picked him, but dumped him for not being fit enough." 3 years ago? Xue Ling asked. "He's been with Wanin longer than that, right?" Qing Tianyuan thought, about 3 years, maybe a bit more. Chao sneered. "He has 3 phone numbers, always online. Besides Miss Wan, he was seeing 3 girls at once last year. Even now, he has another girlfriend on the side." Xue Ling was stunned. Chao cursed. "He's a total player. Any pretty, well-off woman, even over 50, he'll go for. Disgusting. Bastard." Qing Tianyuan fumed. Wanyun dated him for years. How could she not see what he was? How could she almost marry such a player? Chao hurried to explain. "It's not her fault. He's been playing this game for years, targeting naive rich girls. When he couldn't land a real heiress, he settled for local girls with decent families." "Wanyun isn't a local," Xue Ling said. "He must have checked her background and found out Xiaohu owns property and a club in the capital." "Exactly," Chao said. All the girls he dated had money, especially Miss Swan. She owns over 10 properties. Ching Tianyuan nodded. Ahu transferred some apartments to her in the provincial capital. Ahu had planned to split his assets between his son and daughter, but after seeing how greedy his in-laws were, he quietly put more in his daughter's name. Chao continued. He tried hard to win her over, then bragged to friends that his girlfriend had 10 properties. But when he found out they were old, small apartments, not worth much, he almost broke up with her. When was this? Xue Ling asked. Chao checked his notes. About a year ago. Later, he bragged that her dowry would be a courtyard house and a Lamborghini, supposedly promised by her father. Soon after, he proposed in a fancy restaurant. Did Ahu really say that? Xue Ling asked Cheng Tianyuan. He shook his head, not sure. Ahu said he'd buy a house and a car, but not specifics. Xue Ling snorted, probably half joking, but that guy took it seriously. Chao handed over a stack of records. Here is chat logs and texts. He's a classic manipulator, pretending to be rich and capable, but he's just a loser. His parents are ordinary workers, still paying off a mortgage from over a decade ago. Xue Ling flipped through the pages. One and only gets a salary from the club, not much for him to scam. Chao nodded, not much, just a few thousand here and there, maybe a total of 100,000 yuan. Xue Ling tossed the papers aside. Check for any illegal activity and report him if you find anything. Scumbags like this shouldn't get off easy. Cheng Tianyuan agreed, right, he needs to be taught a lesson, or more girls will get hurt. Yes, Chao replied. After over a month of treatment, Wang Qing was much better. She could sit up and even speak a little. Progress was slow, but everyone was thrilled and celebrated every step. One evening, Cheng Huanran got off work early, brought his girlfriend home, and together they picked up Xiaoxiuhu and Minnie-Hu from school. He drove, while Kangen sat in the back chatting with the kids. Maybe it was being in love, or being around kids, but Kangen's face was softer and more radiant than ever. Cheng Huanran kept sneaking glances at her in the rearview mirror, unable to stop smiling. Kangen noticed, blushing. Watch the road. He teased, if you're not looking at me, how do you know I'm looking at you? Xiaoxiuhu repeated, if you're not looking at him, how do you know he's looking at you? Minnie-Hu, not quite understanding, chimed in, you look at him. He look. Cheng Huanran burst out laughing. Kangen glared at him, then buckled the kids into their seats. We're on the road, sit tight. Xiaoxiuhu, now over 6, was more aware. Auntie Anan, when are you going to marry Uncle Ran? Kangen was mortified, unable to handle such innocent, direct questions from a child. Don't ask, just sit tight. Cheng Huanran pretended not to hear, but his ears perked up. Xiaoxiuhu pressed on, Auntie Anan, when will you have a little brother or sister? Kong An's face turned red. No such thing, don't ask. Cheng Huanran stifled a laugh and changed the subject. We'll get married soon, and have a little brother or sister soon. Then you'll be big brothers. Wow! Minnie-Hu clapped. Xiaoxiuhu, already a big brother, was more interested in the wedding. Uncle Ran, Auntie Anan, can I be a flower boy at your wedding? Kangen was speechless. Cheng Huanran grinned, of course. You too, plus Xiaoping and Xiaoyu, 6 flower kids. Yay! Xiaoxiuhu cheered. I want to be a flower boy. My classmate said he was a flower boy and ate a huge cake. I want a big cake too. Okay, Cheng Huanran said. I'll order a 20-layer cake, how's that? Xiaoxiuhu raised his hands, 100 layers. Minnie-Hu echoed, 100 layers. Cheng Huanran laughed, all right, 100 it is. Kangen, is this how other people date? Not even officially together, but already living like an old married couple, picking up kids after work. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital. The kids jumped out and ran for the stairs. Cheng Huanran and Kangen strolled behind, hand in hand, watching the kids climb. Ahu heard his grandson's laughter and rushed out, bending down to hug them. Come, give Grandpa a kiss. The kids kissed his cheeks and ran into the ward. Xue Ling was feeding Wang Qing porridge, the nurse helping. Wang Qing still had a crooked mouth and ate slowly, but she tried hard. Seeing the kids, her eyes softened. Xueling called, "Come say hi to Grandma." "Grandma," they chorused. Minnie, who ran for the toys. Xiaoxiuhu, more mature, leaned on the bed. "Grandma, when are you coming home?" Wang Qing's eyes filled with tears. "Home, home." Xueling translated, "Grandma says she'll be home soon. She's sorry to keep you waiting." Xiaoxiuhu urged, "Hurry. We haven't been home in ages." "Grandma's not home. Grandpa's not home. Dad doesn't come home. At night, Dad tells us stories." "Wolf. Wolf." Minnie, who shouted. Xiaoxio, who explained, "Dad only knows the boy who cried wolf. He looks up other stories on his phone." Wang Qing smiled, her mouth crooked. Xueling translated, "Grandma says it's great your dad tells stories. Listen to him. Go to bed early. Don't make trouble." Xiaohu's club had suffered a huge blow. Main players left, and even the newcomers followed. In just over a month, only a few veterans remained. He and his sister tried everything, but couldn't save it and had to close the club. Xueling wanted to lend him money to start over, but he refused, saying it was pointless now. He explained that in this industry, you need top talent, and with the club's reputation in shambles, even money couldn't attract stars. He planned to take a break, use the remaining funds to renovate, buy new equipment, and spend more time with his mom and kids while looking for new talent and waiting for a comeback. Wanyun agreed it was better to start fresh later. Seeing the siblings had a plan, Xueling and Ahu let them handle it. The club was closed and renovations wouldn't start until next month. Xiaohu and Wanan had both suffered in love and work, but neither collapsed. They kept busy with their own affairs. Ahu was heartbroken for his kids, but seeing them grow up and take responsibility, he cried tears of both pain and pride, telling his wife not to worry. The kids had become good, responsible adults. Wang Qing didn't understand, but seeing Ahu cry, she cried too. They didn't tell Wang Qing about the club closing or Wanyun's breakup, since her mental state was fragile. They only shared good news. With more free time, Xiaohu spent mornings and afternoons at the hospital with his mom, and evenings at Xinyuan with his sons. He thought about visiting the garment factory, but Yang Yang told him to take a break, that he'd handle things. Xiaohu trusted him and took a long vacation to be with his mom and kids. Xueling suggested Wanan take a trip, but she refused. She said with her mom like this, she couldn't relax or enjoy a vacation. She'd rather stay at the hospital, which was peaceful and beautiful. Xueling didn't push her, seeing she was in good spirits. Sure enough, a few days later, Wanyun was back at work, meeting with designers and contractors about the club's renovation, and sometimes scouting for new talent with Xiaohu at internet cafes late at night. For adults, heartbreak isn't about drinking and crying, it's about staying busy to numb the pain. That's the mature way and sometimes the only choice. Xiaoxiuhu asked, "Grandpa, where's Dad?" "Oh," Ahu replied, "he went to buy your grandma's favorite peach pastries. Your aunt is downstairs cooking dinner." The private hospital had professional chefs and medicinal meals. Wanan, seeing her mom enjoy the food, started learning from the chef and often cooked for her. Her life was now busy and fulfilling, and her smile returned. Cheng Huanran was massaging Wang Qing's hand. "Uncle Ahu, and I won't stay for dinner. We have other plans." Ahu grinned, "Good. Young people should have their own plans." Kongan blushed, playing with Minnie Hu. Xueling, knowing she was shy, quickly changed the subject. "By the way, third brother sent me a video earlier. He's sending you and a gift." Cheng Huanran laughed, "Right, he mentioned it before, but I forgot." He said it's Fernan. Kongan asked, "What is it?" "You'll see when it arrives," Cheng Huanran said mysteriously. "You'll love it." Kongan smiled, "You say that, but I don't believe you." Xueling laughed. Cheng Huanran, a little embarrassed, asked, "Mom, what else did third brother say? When's his winter break? Is he coming home for New Year?" "It's still a while till New Year," Xueling said. "He said it's already sweater weather there. Qing went to an auction and will stay with him for a few days." "We mostly talked about Annie Xiao." Cheng Huanran asked, "How is Annie Xiao?" "Not great," Xueling sighed. Third brother says it's pretty bad. She's old, very overweight, and can only get around in a wheelchair. He says she must be over 400 pounds. Qing Huanran was shocked. That much? Yeah, Xueling said. She loves junk food, cheese, cream, anything rich. Since moving abroad, she eats even fewer fruits and vegetables. Her only theme in life now is getting fatter and sicker. Xiao Jiaxue had always been chubby, but now she was huge. Cheng Huanran frowned. Can she still lose weight? She's too old and has given up, Xueling said. She says she just eats and sleeps, waiting for the end. Cheng Huanran couldn't ask more. Xueling sighed. She says she can't come back and doesn't want to burden the younger generation. I sent third brother some money to help take care of her. Did you hire a caregiver? Kongan asked. Xueling nodded. Yes, one in the morning, one in the evening. One cleans, one helps her bathe and change. Third brother can order her fruits and veggies online. I told him to order every 2 days. Cheng Huanran reminded, private healthcare is expensive there. Does she have insurance? I don't know, Xueling said. But we can afford it. I told third brother to arrange weekly home visits. His assistant handles most things. Cheng Huanran smiled. As long as someone's taking care of it, you can relax. Qing always handles things well. True, Xueling said. She's so far away, there's nothing more I can do. In times like this, even money doesn't help much. But at least a little cash can solve some problems. That's why you have to keep working hard to earn money. Cheng Huanran concluded. Little Xiaoxiuhu, bouncing on the sofa, chimed in, make money. I want to make lots of money. Everyone laughed. Kindergartners want to make money too. So impressive. No wonder you're in the big class. Ha ha. Autumn passed and winter arrived, and soon it was the season of swirling snow again. This year's first snow came a bit late, but it still brought joy and a sense of good fortune. Wang Qing was discharged from the hospital, finally returning home after several months away. She could now sit up and even stand for a short while, though half her body was still immobile, so she needed round-the-clock care from a nurse and Ahu. Fortunately, her speech wasn't much affected. She could chat with those around her, though her voice was softer and her reactions slower. Still, it was a blessing in misfortune. She could say what she wanted to eat, what she wanted to do, or when she needed the bathroom, so her caregivers weren't running around in a panic, and her personal hygiene and their convenience were both ensured. On the day she was discharged, everyone took a group photo at the hospital entrance. Just as they got in the car, before they could even drive off, snowflakes began to fall. Everyone quickly rolled down the windows to greet the first snow of the year. Wow! It's finally snowing. The first snow this year. So pretty. But it's too cold to catch in my hands. Mama, I want snow. I want snow. Xueling called everyone to get in the car, warning them not to get too excited and catch a cold, then quickly rolled up the windows to keep her friend from freezing. Qing, look. We caught the first snow, it's a good omen. Wang Qing smiled, moving her good hand. Ahu quickly held her hand, asking, what's wrong? Want some water? Wang Qing shook her head, just gently squeezing his hand in return. Ahu smiled and helped adjust her scarf. In the front, Xiao Huzi was on the phone with his sister, discussing the club's renovations. Cheng Huanran and Kongan took another car and set off first. Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao, with Xiaoyu and Xiaopeng, also came but took their own SUV. Cheng Tianyuan loaded the last suitcase and got in the final car, which slowly pulled away from the hospital. On the way, Ahu suggested, let's find a time to gather all the young folks for a meal. Qing and I want to treat everyone. Sure, Xueling nodded. It's late today and we need to settle in. Let's pick a day in a couple of days. It's cold, so we could do hot pot or barbecue. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Dad called earlier and said it's so cold today, he and Mom want hot pot. No problem. Xueling said cheerfully. I'll arrange it right away. Cheng Tianyuan added, Xiao Xian and Xian Ji are coming to Xin Yuan for dinner tonight. They said they have something to discuss with us. Haven't seen her in ages, Xueling complained. She said she married close by, just behind our house, but since she graduated, I barely get to sit down and chat with her. The couple had already registered their marriage, but both were busy with their careers. They kept talking about having a wedding, but after countless plans, nothing had been set. Xiaohuzi, driving, laughed. Xiao Xian's studio is on fire. The new media traffic is insane, and the income is jaw-dropping. I see her videos all the time. Each one gets millions of views, some even 10 million. She's definitely a top influencer now. It's been 2 or 3 years, right? Ehu said. She got in early and seized the opportunity. Xiaohuzi shook his head. It's not just timing. Her quality is top-notch, and her videos are beautiful. With so many short videos online, it's harder than ever to stand out. Her promotion is solid, and she's built her fan base steadily. Now her video account has millions of followers. Wow! Ehu laughed. That's amazing! A real superstar. Qing Tianyuan teased. You know about this stuff? Of course. Ehu patted his phone. I've followed Xiao Xin for ages. As soon as she posts, I watch, send likes and gifts, never miss a video. I even commented once, but after ages of typing, I only managed to keep it up. Everyone laughed, including Wang Qing, who was sitting a bit crooked. Xiaohuzi guessed, she's probably so busy making money that if she's coming home for dinner, it must be to discuss the wedding. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look, both secretly looking forward to it. Sure enough, Chen Xinji and Xue Xian came home to talk about the wedding, but not quite as everyone expected. Mom, help me talk to her, Chen Xinji said helplessly. The Lunar New Year is when everyone's free. We'll have the wedding here during the New Year, then fly abroad for another ceremony. Before Xue Ling could respond, her daughter started complaining. Mom, don't listen to him. The New Year is my busiest time, peak traffic for my videos. How can I take 10 days off? One wedding here, one abroad, it's too much. Chen Xinji explained, Mom, I've worked abroad for years. I have lots of friends there waiting for my wedding. I can't just have it here, I need one abroad too. Xue Ling was about to nod, but her daughter huffed, we're already married. Even had our honeymoon. These ceremonies are just for show. It's exhausting and expensive, all for social obligations. What's the point? My social circle isn't the same as yours, Chen Xinji said patiently. I need these events for business connections. The wedding is half for us, half for my friends. Xue Xian pouted, it's our wedding. Why make it so complicated? Using our wedding for business, I'd rather not have it. Xiao Xian, let me explain. You've explained so many times, but I still think it's unnecessary. No, it really is necessary, especially here. I don't want it. I'll hire the best wedding planner. You just have to sit pretty and let them handle everything. Just a simple ceremony. Easy for you to say. It's not a few days' work. No matter how busy, you can spare a few days, right? 2 weddings, 10 days max. You get time off for New Year, so it should work. I can't. I'm swamped every day. Xue Ling, dizzy from the argument, got up and fled to the dining room. Mom, Xue Ling said sternly, go, go, go. You haven't been home in ages, and now you come back just to argue in front of me? You might as well not come. Your dad and I don't have much experience with arguments, so we don't know how to mediate. Go home and argue there. I'm hungry, I'm going to eat. Xue Xian was startled and quickly hugged her mother's arm. Mom, I'm sorry. Don't be mad. I didn't mean to argue, it's just that he never listens to me. Chen Xinji, seeing his mother-in-law angry, didn't dare say a word and stood aside with his head down. Xue Xian pleaded, Mom, I'm really just too busy, otherwise I'd come home more. I think about coming home every day. Your family home, Xue Ling corrected. You're married now. Your home is with Xinji. This is just your family home. Mom, Xue Xian pouted, how can you push me away? I know you're mad at me, but I can't help it. My studio is so busy, I really can't find time to come back. Xue Ling snorted, Aunt Wang Qing was sick for months, and you just rushed to the hospital with a few supplements, said hi, and left. Who taught you to be so cold? Who? The living room fell silent, the atmosphere tense. Xue Xian's face turned red and white, embarrassed and at a loss for words. Shinji, feeling sorry for her, apologized. Mom, it's my fault. She works all hours, even overnight. She's always forgetful. She meant to visit Aunt Wangqing again, but forgot. I should have reminded her. It's not your fault, Xueling said. It's mine and your dad's for not teaching her better. Her third brother is just as busy, but even from far away, he video calls us, checks on Wangqing and Ahu, chats with grandparents, and sends gifts to the kids. And you? What about you? Xue Xian shrank back, embarrassed, not daring to argue. Shinji wanted to step in, but Xueling glared him back. Xueling continued, Shinji, she may be your wife now, but she'll always be my daughter. No matter how long she's married, that won't change. If she does something wrong, it's my duty to correct her. Yes, Shinji nodded. Mom, don't be mad. Let's talk it out. But Xueling didn't want to talk it out, gently shaking off her daughter's hand. Xiao Xian, you're the youngest. You've always had more love and pampering than your brothers. That's why, if no one reminds you, you get carried away, always putting yourself first, forgetting to care for others, neglecting respect for elders and love for the younger ones. Mom, Xue Xian's eyes reddened, retreating to her husband's side. I'm just too busy. Xueling wouldn't accept that excuse. You're young, and it's good to pursue your career. But haven't your dad and I taught you that there's more to life than work? Xue Xian was stunned, not daring to speak. Xueling snorted, who doesn't have a career? Responsible adults all have work, big or small. Your dad and I worked hard too, but did we ever neglect the elders or you kids? Work is important, but why do we work? Tell me, why do you work? Xue Xian mumbled, to chase my dreams, to earn more money. Xueling nodded. Dreams are good, money is good, but you need to know why you earn it. Tell me again, why do you earn money? To fulfill my dreams, Xue Xian said softly. To have my own business, buy what I want, be financially free. Xueling sighed. Your dreams seem to be all about you. If no one reminds you, you'll become selfish. Xue Xian cried, leaning on Shinji. He held her, but didn't dare speak. Xueling looked at her daughter. I was young once, too. I wanted to make money, but for my family. I wanted you all to have a better life. I never neglected my family for money. If you do, then what's the point of earning it? Xue Xian choked. Mom, I've just been overwhelmed lately. I hope so, Xueling said. When you're wrong, it's a mother's duty to remind you. You need to learn to balance work and family, friends, and loved ones. Xue Xian protested. Mom, sometimes it's impossible to balance, unless you give something up. Who says? Xueling said sternly. Everyone is trying to balance. You're just married, no kids. The elders don't need you yet. If you can't balance now, what about later? Life isn't black and white. If you can't balance, do you just give up? I was wrong, Xue Xian whispered. I just don't know how to balance. Xueling, a bit helpless, remember, you have to give up some things to gain others. It's not about giving up everything, but arranging things reasonably. Maybe you won't see the benefits right away, but over time you will. She added, and don't push yourself too hard. Sometimes, relaxing a bit helps you go further. Xue Xian wasn't sure if she understood, but nodded. Shinji agreed, Mom's right. Enough, Xueling glared at her daughter. Don't keep your grandparents waiting. Go eat. You still have a lot to learn. Since her daughter and son-in-law were adults, Xueling gave them face and didn't mention the earlier argument at the table. Instead, Xue Mom, always sharp, asked, Taidu, you said you'd host a banquet at the end of the year. Have you prepared? Lots of relatives are waiting for your wedding. Shinji smiled. Grandma, I'm arranging it. I planned for the new year, but nothing's set yet. Oh. Xue Dad perked up. That's a great time. Everyone's on holiday, even the busiest can come. The more, the merrier. Older folks hate loneliness and love lively gatherings. Cheng Huanran asked, can you book a hotel? Many hotels don't take big bookings during the new year. Shinji glanced at his wife. No problem with the hotel. I've already contacted them. But Xiao Xian is very busy, so we need to work out the timing. Xue Xian was still annoyed and ignored him. No one else noticed their little spat and kept offering advice. What's there to discuss? Qing Huanran laughed. If you're busy before the new year, you'll never find time. Just set it. We'll help out. Qin Xinji smiled. That's great. Cheng Tianyuan, seeing his daughter silent, asked, Xiao Xian, you're busy, but can't you rest for a few days during the new year? Your staff need a break too. Exactly. Shui Mom said. You just graduated. There's plenty of time to make money. Our family isn't short on cash, neither is Taidu. What's a few days? Shui Xian, just scolded by her mom, didn't dare argue. We'll definitely take turns off, so I should be able to spare some time. I just don't think a big banquet is necessary. Everyone laughed. Shui Dad said kindly, you're young, you don't understand social obligations. Taidu's been in society for years, he knows. If he says it's necessary, it is. Yeah, Qing Huanran said. Social obligations aren't just for family and friends, but also business. I used to think it was a hassle, but after Mom made me handle it, I learned. Shui Xian raised an eyebrow. Big brother, you really think it's necessary now? I have to. Qing Huanran laughed. Reality teaches you. Shui Xian pondered, barely touching her food. Qin Xinji put some crab dumplings in her bowl. She glanced at him, but still ignored him. Shui Ling pretended not to notice. Shui Mom teased, Xiao Xian's the youngest, so she never had to handle social stuff. That's why she doesn't get it. Shui Dad smiled. Young people today always want to do things for themselves, or they think it's not worth it. That's because they're too young. Qing Huanran laughed. Reality will teach them. Shui Xian. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his daughter, who gets married without a banquet? If you have many friends, you make it big. If not, keep it simple. Taidu has a wide network, so you have to do it. Oh. Shui Xian could only nod. Qin Xinji, seeing her unhappy, tried to comfort her. If you really can't do it this year, we can wait. Wait. Qing Huanran laughed. You've been married half a year and still no banquet? That's not right. Shui Mom, eating corn, said, the longer you wait, the less likely it'll happen. Now you just have to host guests, not cook for dozens. What's so hard? Shui Dad joked, when we got married, even if we had money, you couldn't buy much. Most people just handed out candy. I ran all over town to buy a few dishes and some meat. We cooked, hosted, and cleaned up ourselves. Now, hotels do everything, you just tap your phone. And you still think it's hard. Young people these days. Shui Mom grumbled. Can lie on the sofa for hours with their phones, but say they're too busy. Shui Xian blushed, not daring to argue. Qin Xinji didn't dare speak either. Cheng Huanran, excited, suggested, why not have it in the garden, like second brother's wedding? Not big enough, Qin Xinji said. I want it formal, with more guests. Cheng Tianyuan agreed, not big enough and too cold outside in winter. Then it has to be a hotel. Qing Huanran said. Shui Mom decided, do it this new year. If you keep delaying, it'll never happen. You're both just busy with work now. If you can't make time now, what about when you have kids? Right, Shui Dad agreed. Do it this new year. Cheng Huanran said, Taidu, I have a list of our relatives and friends. I'll send it to you, and you can have your assistant send invitations. Great. Qin Xinji smiled. Shui Xian realized that if she stayed quiet, everyone else would just make the decision for her. But how could she argue with her elders? She just glared at her handsome husband. Qin Xinji pretended not to notice, reaching over to put her favorite crab dumpling in her bowl. Eat it while it's hot, or it won't taste good. Shui Xian rolled her eyes at him, still ignoring him. This sly fox. Every time they have a disagreement, he drags her to Xinyuan. This is her family home. Everyone should be on her side, but somehow she always loses, and everything goes his way. No wonder he rushed her here, saying it was for dinner. Dinner was just an excuse. He wanted her to get scolded at home. What a jerk. Shui Ling smiled. We could do it on the second or third day of the new year. Everyone's still on holiday, so it won't clash with anything. Let's do the second day, Qin Xinji quickly agreed. Listen to Mom, she's always right. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. If you're having it here, what about abroad? You have lots of friends and business partners there. No, Qin Xinji explained. It's too much trouble to have everyone fly over. We'll finish here, rest a day, then fly abroad for another banquet, take a short vacation, then come back. Good plan. Qing Tianyuan praised. Cheng Huanran agreed. Much easier for you two to travel than to have everyone else fly in. Qin Xinji smiled wryly. Exactly. The timing will be tight, so Xiao Xian will have to take some time off. A few days off won't matter, Cheng Huanran said. Everyone's out having fun during the new year, so fewer people will be watching videos. She can make a few extra in advance. New media is flexible. If you're tied down, it's your own fault. It's not that, Xue Xian frowned. I just get nervous thinking about entertaining so many guests. Everyone laughed. Xue Dad comforted. You're young and haven't done this before. It's normal to feel nervous. Exactly, Xue Mom said. You used to just deal with family and friends. Now you have to meet your husband's friends and relatives and act like an adult hostess. It's a big adjustment. Xue Xian pouted. Grandma, were you scared too? Of course, Xue Mom said. The Xue family is huge. Just remembering everyone's names took me ages. Qin Xinji realized he'd overlooked his wife's real fear. She wasn't too busy or unwilling, she was just scared of facing so many strangers and a new social circle. She was still just a young woman, newly graduated, just starting out. Her family had always protected her, and even as an adult, her brothers shielded her. So she was afraid she'd mess up, afraid she couldn't handle it. He silently blamed himself for not being more considerate. Xue Dad smiled kindly. It's okay, you'll learn. Xinji doesn't have many relatives, and you know them all. The pressure is from his business friends. Exactly, Xue Xian said. I'm scared I'll mess up, say the wrong thing, and embarrass him. Qin Xinji silently scolded himself. Xue Ling smiled. Don't be afraid. Just be confident and polite. Every girl has to face a bigger world and new friends. When I married your dad, I took a train south with my dowry to a place where I knew almost no one. I was scared too. Wow, Xue Xian was amazed. Mom, you were so brave. Xue Ling just smiled. Qing Tianyuan explained, your grandpa was sick, so I couldn't go to the capital to get your mom. She traveled alone with her dowry, on a bumpy train for days, to marry me, a near stranger. Her parents didn't come, and everyone in the village was a stranger. Xue Xian swallowed. Mom, how did you handle it? Like I said, Xue Ling smiled. Be confident, be humble, ask questions if you don't know, don't be afraid to make mistakes. You'll learn with time. Don't pressure yourself, you're just starting out. Everyone laughed. Xue Xian thought about it, then glared at Qin Xinji. His business friends, I don't know any of them, and some don't even speak my language. When we went abroad, I couldn't understand a word, and felt like they were laughing at me. Facing dozens of tables at once, just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. It's my fault, I was careless, Qin Xinji quickly apologized. I'll stay with you, translate, introduce you, and warn them not to tease my bride. Humph. Xue Xian shook off his hand, muttering, you only think about your friends and business partners. When do you ever think about me? I won't anymore, Qin Xinji apologized sincerely. I know where I went wrong and I'll fix it. I won't make the same mistake again. Xue Xian snorted, burying herself in her food. Everyone else, seeing their interaction, guessed what was going on. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his daughter. It's Xinji's first time as a groom, too. You're both inexperienced. Try to understand each other, don't just think about yourself. Okay, Xue Xian mumbled. Cheng Huanran laughed. The wedding hasn't even started, and he's already realized his mistake and apologized. No need to be so serious. Xue Mom nodded, right? Xinji's already said he'll do better. Weddings are busy, no one can do everything perfectly. Now that it's out in the open, he knows, Xue Dad said kindly. Don't worry, he'll do great and won't let you get anxious. Xue Xian pouted. Only Grandpa and Grandma love me. Yeah, right, Xue Ling teased. Anyone who sides with you loves you. Anyone who doesn't is your enemy. Everyone laughed. Xue Xian blushed. It's not that bad. I never said he was my enemy. Qin Xinji chuckled. Good. Eat, don't just talk. Ling couldn't help but scold her daughter. You've never been to a big event, never hosted a banquet. That's our fault for protecting you too much. Now you're grown, you need to learn to stand on your own. Don't blame Shinji for your nerves, it's not his fault. Right, Chung Tianyuan agreed. Husbands and wives need to understand each other. If you don't explain, how can he know? Just tell him, or ask for help. Don't blame him for not understanding if you never say anything. Who has nothing better to do than always think about others? Ling joked. Even Wang Shifeng, as clever as she was, couldn't handle everything. What, you want Shinji to be a superhero? Everyone laughed. Xian blushed. I didn't. I just wanted to talk, but he insisted on his way, so I got mad. See? Qing Huanran teased. You don't say what you want, he insists on his way, and you get mad? You get mad so easily, your house doesn't need a gas line. I won't, Qin Shinji said, not wanting his wife teased. Xian is usually very gentle. This time it was my fault. Yeah, right, Shui Dad joked. She's only gentle in front of others. With you, she's not. You're a special case, the lowest in the pecking order. Everyone laughed. Qing Tianyuan looked at his daughter. You're married now, not a child. You can't be so thoughtless. Okay, Xian replied obediently. Ling smiled. You're our daughter. If you make a mistake, people will blame us for not teaching you. You can't act like a child anymore. It's not just for you, but for your family's reputation. Exactly. If we didn't teach you well, people would blame us. Per us. Take your time, learn bit by bit, and don't get mad at Shinji, okay? Xian, overwhelmed, could only nod to everyone. All right, I get it. Shinji, eager to survive, quickly agreed. Yes, Xian understands now. Ling didn't just scold her daughter. We'll all join your wedding banquet. Remember, you're not alone, we'll help you and teach you how to handle it. Social obligations seem complicated, but once you learn, it's easy. But Xian pouted, you can help in the capital, but what about abroad? Who will go with me? Dad and Mom shook their heads. We're too old to travel that far. We'll go to the hotel here, but not abroad. Qing Tianyuan agreed. Your grandparents are at home, we can't leave. Ling added, and Aunt Wang Qing still needs our help. During the new year, the nurse and housekeeper will be off, so we have to take care of the elders and kids. Xian looked pitifully at Qing Huanran. Big brother, you have to come. Don't worry, Qing Huanran promised. Inen and I will go with you and support you. Xian finally smiled. I'll ask second brother and his wife, and third brother and Qing. If Grandpa and Grandma can't go and Mom and Dad are busy, you all have to come with me. Just then, a security guard led in two men, one carrying two big food boxes. It turned out Lin Qingji had sent his assistant with yam cakes and lamb soup, plus some winter tonics, classic warming foods for the first snow in the capital. Everyone tried them and agreed they were delicious. Wow, Xian said happily, still hot. Qing is so thoughtful. So considerate. Every holiday he sends us seasonal treats, so thoughtful. While sipping lamb soup, Qin Shinji suddenly had an idea. How about inviting Qing to the wedding, and we all hitch a ride on his plane, what do you think? Everyone's eyes lit up. Great idea. With a private jet, we can all go. Even Grandpa, Grandma, and Aunt Wang Qing's family, perfect. Awesome. We can even take a trip to one country. Everyone agreed on the proposal, even Shui Yang and his wife chimed in. Their child, Xiaoyu, had been having stomach issues lately, so they avoided joining the big gatherings in the living room. Otherwise, the child would see all the delicious food and want to eat. Only after the kids were full and playing in the nursery with the nanny and babysitter did Shui Yang and his wife finally have time to join the family activity discussion. Qing Tianyuan joked, so you're not going back to your parents for New Year this year? Wang Xiaoxiao explained, my parents want to stay home and wait for my sister to bring her boyfriend over. They also said it's too cold to travel with the kids, so they'll avoid the holiday rush and take the high-speed train to Beijing to see us. That's great. Ling laughed. It's rare for your parents to come to Beijing. Make sure they stay until after the Lantern Festival. Shui Yang agreed. That's what I told them. They plan to come on the 10th day of the new year and leave after the Lantern Festival. That's not many days, Chung Tianyuan suggested. If school doesn't start too early, try to keep them a bit longer. Xueling asked, Xiao Xiao, is your sister coming too? She should bring her boyfriend along, help your parents on the trip. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head, no, they just started dating. This new year, she's only bringing him home for my parents to check him out. If he passes, they'll keep dating. If not, she'll break up before things get too serious. Everyone nodded in understanding. Shui Yang added, if he passes, they'll get serious. If not, better to break up now while it's still easy. Shui Xian, eyes wide, sighed, really? People are so rational about relationships these days. Can you really just turn feelings on and off? Everyone burst out laughing. My sister met him through a matchmaker, Wang Xiaoxiao explained. They're both adults, so it's a calm, sensible start, different from young love. Shui Yang teased his sister, not everyone's like you. Dating in high school, all that youthful passion, no one could stop you, not even the Queen Mother. No logic, let alone a logical breakup. Everyone laughed again. Shui Xian blushed and hid in Qin Xinji's arms. Qin Xinji smiled gently, different ages, different feelings. Young love is the most passionate and sincere. We're lucky others can't compare. Oh, showing off. Shui Yang laughed, hey, my wife and I are the same, okay? Don't show off. We're not jealous at all. Cheng Huanran pouted, all right. Change the subject, this is too much for people my age. More laughter. Single dogs, deeply wounded. Envy from the old single dogs. Cheng Huanran protested, hey, don't say that. I'm in a relationship now. Let me clarify. Right. He's reformed. Finally, the clouds have parted and the moon is out. The revolution isn't over, comrade, keep working hard. Get out. Cheng Huanran laughed. Can't you have a little faith in me? I'm not that bad. We're getting married soon. Wow. Really? Is this a flash marriage? Cheng Huanran grinned, soon, not right now. We've been together for months. Flash faster. Shui Dad took off his reading glasses and winked. Best if you're like Yang Ong and his wife. Get married with a baby on the way. After Xian's wedding, we'll celebrate yours. Right? Shui Mom gave a thumbs up. Flash fast, blind as all. Cheng Huanran. Everyone laughed. Old folks are the most open-minded. Big bro, work hard. We had twins. You need triplets to meet the grandparents' expectations. Cheng Huanran ran off in mock defeat. Xueling brought the conversation back, so you're all set on going to in-country? Bringing the kids? Mom. Shui Yang pouted. Since those little debt collectors were born, we haven't had a real vacation. We want to take this chance to go out as a group, with you all helping with the kids, so we can have a few days to ourselves. Xueling laughed. So you just want us to babysit? Everyone laughed. Shui Yang quickly said, by then, third brother will be back, fourth brother and his wife will be done with their wedding. One kid for each of them, and you just need to take one. That's enough. Sure. All 4 kids assigned out, and you 2 get your couple time. Second brother, that's ruthless. We're the ones getting married, but you get the honeymoon. Aren't you embarrassed? It's fine, let them have their time. Maybe next August, they'll have another set of twins. Everyone laughed. Shui Yang panicked, waving his hands. Wang Xiaoxiao blushed. We only dared to bring all 4 kids if we could hitch a ride on Qing's private jet. The timing works, so we agreed. No problem, Xueling said warmly. It's a big family event, the more the merrier. There will be bodyguards, and Xinji and Qing have their own assistants, plenty of help. Someone suddenly asked, is Qing's plane available? Everyone realized and laughed. Better check, or we'll plan everything and then can't go. Right, better to ask. Qin Xinji took out his phone, should be fine. Qing has more than one plane, both are big. Still, better to check. He nodded and called Lin Qingji. A moment later, he smiled. Qing said yes. He'll fly out to pick up third brother before New Year, then he's free. He said it's been too quiet lately, so he wants to come join our fun for the holiday. That's great. Welcome, Qing. Everyone kept chatting about the trip until Xiaohu came in, bundled in a down jacket. Hey, Xiaohu's here. come have some fruit. Xiaohu greeted everyone, then apologized. Sorry, everyone. I need to borrow Auntie for a bit. My mom, she's not in a good mood, needs Auntie to comfort her. Xueling stood up, I'll get my coat. Qing Tianyuan got up too, I'll come. He told Shuiyang, if your grandparents get tired, help them to bed and make sure the heat's on. Got it. Shuiyang replied. Shui dad and mom waved them off. Don't worry about us, go ahead. Wang Xiaoxiao asked, Xiaohu, do you need us to help? No, Xiaohu shook his head. My mom's not herself, better if you don't come. Qin Xinji quickly handed over 2 big bags. We've been busy and haven't visited Auntie. Here are some supplements and bird's nest for her. Xiaohu accepted them. Thank you, that's very thoughtful. Shui Xian whispered, Xiaohu, we were going to visit tonight. We'll come when Auntie's feeling better. Xiaohu patted her head and nodded. Xueling and Qing Tianyuan soon came out in their coats, following Xiaohu to the back door. Xiaohu carried the gifts in one hand and held Xueling's hand with the other. There's still some snow, be careful. Xueling frowned. What happened? Wasn't she fine earlier? Xiaohu lowered his voice. She got used to the hospital bathroom, with all the handrails and aids. We didn't prepare at home, so she had an accident. The nurse and dad helped her change, but she couldn't accept it and just cried and cried, wouldn't even eat dinner. Xueling's heart ached. In the hospital, she saw herself as a patient. At home, she can't help comparing to her old self. It's hard to accept. Qing Tianyuan sighed, comfort her. She's not that old, but suddenly half paralyzed, it's hard to take. They soon arrived at the courtyard house. Xueling went straight in, tossed her coat aside, and hurried to Wang Qing, who was crying in bed. Ahu signaled the others not to enter. Wanun brought a basin of hot water, greeting Qing Tianyuan. He nodded. Go on in. Xiaohu led him to the sofa by the window. Uncle, want some tea? No need, Qing Tianyuan said. Are the kids asleep? Xiaohu poured 2 cups of warm water, just went to bed. I'll sleep with them later. Minnie who sometimes needs milk at night, so it's better if I'm there. Qing Tianyuan nodded. Kids grow up fast. In a few years, it'll be easier. They'll eat and bathe themselves, and you'll just need to take them to and from school. Yeah. Xiaohu's eyes dimmed. I'm most worried about my mom now. Qing Tianyuan sighed. All parents get old. As children, we have to face it. At least you have help and your dad. Ahu came out, looking tired. Qing Tianyuan handed him water. Ahu drank, eyes full of exhaustion. Half an hour later, Xueling and Wanun came out. Xueling whispered, she's calmer now, probably cried herself to sleep. Wanun, eyes red, leaned on her father. Ahu patted her arm, go rest, get up early tomorrow. I'll stay with your mom tonight, you help in the morning. Okay. Wanun went upstairs. Xiaohu gave Xueling water. Qing Tianyuan nudged Ahu, don't stay up once she's asleep, you sleep too. If you get up at night, it's hard to fall back asleep at our age. Caregivers leave at 10, so Ahu handles the night alone until morning. Ahu stood up, all right, I'll go sleep. It's cold, you should head home. Xiaohu see them out, the roads are probably icy. Xiaohu agreed, Dad, your blanket's on the sofa. Oh right. Ahu took the blanket and went in. Xueling sighed, thank goodness for heating, otherwise, in this cold, kids and elders could get sick. Xiaohu quickly saw them out. Uncle, Auntie, there's something. I'm not sure if I should agree. Xueling raised an eyebrow. What is it? Xiaohu frowned. Shanyu messaged me. She flew to Beijing today, staying at a 5-star hotel. She says she misses the kids and wants to see them. She heard about my mom's illness and wants to visit her too. Oh. Xueling walked on, thoughtful. Qing Tianyuan said, she's their mother, of course she wants to see them. I didn't stop her, Xiaohu said. She's still their mom, that can't change. But I'm worried about my mom's mood, so I don't want her coming here. Don't let her, Xueling sighed. Your mom still resents her, and seeing her might make things worse. Her health just stabilized, don't risk upsetting her. Explain to Shanyu, ask her to come another time. Yeah, Xiaohu said. I'll take the kids out to see her, but not at home. Good, do that. Winter came late this year, but it was fierce. After the first snow, it stayed cold and damp for days. Xueling had no time for the garden or vegetable patch. She was busy caring for Wang Qing. It was too cold for Xue Dad and Mom to leave the house. They stayed by the heater during the day, with the heat on at night. Even meals were eaten with the heat on, or the younger ones would worry. The house was big, and heating was expensive, but Xueling insisted on heating everywhere except in used rooms. Don't try to save a little money. If the elders or kids get sick, it's not just about money. Cheng Huanran, in a t-shirt, carried Xiaozhu on his shoulders. Mom, how's Auntie Wang Qing? Where are Xiaoxiu and Minnie Hu? Haven't seen them in days. Xueling replied, they haven't gone to kindergarten these days. Shanyu came and wanted to spend time with them. It's so cold. She kept them at the hotel with her. Did Uncle Shanyu come too? Huanran asked. I think so, Xueling said. They didn't contact me, and I didn't reach out. Xiuhu just said Shanyu came, nothing else. Huanran lost interest and played with his nephew. Kong'an massaged Shui Mom's shoulders. Grandma, feeling better? Much better. Shui Mom praised. Your hands are just right, not too soft, not too hard. Wang Xiaoxiao came in with a bottle. Xiaozhu, time for water. Huanran handed over the child with the heat on. It gets dry, make sure the kids drink more water. Wang Xiaoxiao agreed. Huanran took Kong'an away to spend time together. Xueling asked, Xiaoxiao, where are Xiaoyu and the others? Dad's playing with them, she said. The nanny's there too. I was worried Xiaozhu would keep Big Brother too busy, so I came to help. Xueling smiled. Xue Mom laughed. Those two are glued together lately. Huanran even takes it into work, almost together 24/7. Wang Xiaoxiao winked. Looks like good news is coming. Xueling shushed her and in a shy. Let's pretend we don't notice, don't tease or rush them. When the time is right, Huanran will tell us. Mom, you're not rushing? Xiaoao asked. Xueling shrugged, no point rushing. Xue Mom added, and seems outgoing, but she's sensitive, maybe because of her family. She doesn't like talking about her private life. Xueling teased, Mom, how do you know so much? Xue Mom glared, you don't care and Yuan pretends not to. I have to care. If you're not worried, I am. Oh, Xueling joked. So you've been probing. Xue Mom giggled, so, don't rush, just rush Huanran. He's learned to be sly, and can't beat him. Xueling laughed, are you praising him or teasing him? Of course praising. Xue Mom grinned. Doesn't matter how, as long as he gets a wife. They all laughed. Just then, Xue Dad called, honey. Xue Mom got up. He probably lost his glasses again. I'll help him look. Wang Xiaoxiao, seeing everyone else gone, came over with her son. Mom, I need to tell you something. Xueling put away her phone. Go ahead. Wang Xiaoxiao hesitated. It's about Shanyu. What is it? Xueling asked. She contacted you? Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. She said she misses the kids and us. She's worried you won't forgive her, or that everyone's mad, so she doesn't dare come to the house. Xueling frowned, but said nothing. Wang Xiaoxiao asked, Mom, she wants to come see us. Is that okay? Of course, Xueling smiled. Tell her she's welcome anytime. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled wryly. She's afraid you'll scold her. I told her you wouldn't. Xueling laughed, half exasperated. She's never been the brightest, still worries about being scolded like a child. You've only been my daughter-in-law a few years, but she's known me since she was little. You know I wouldn't scold her, but she still worries. Wang Xiaoxiao blushed. I was just trying to comfort her, so she wouldn't be so anxious. It's not good for the baby. Xueling nodded. Intuition is a kind of feeling. If you didn't believe it, you wouldn't say it. Tell her she's welcome anytime. If she doesn't come, Xueling won't invite her. If she does, she's a guest and a junior she watched grow up. How could she scold her? In the end, it's her right to pursue her own life. I don't approve, but I won't cut ties. Her parents have always been like this, and I still kept in touch. There are all kinds of people in the world. I'm not so great that I can be friends with everyone, but I can promise, if she comes, she's welcome. If not, I won't say anything. Wang Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. I'll message her then. Xueling nodded. In the morning, Xue Ling had breakfast and went to see Wang Qing. Wang Qing spoke slowly, but enjoyed chatting with her old friend. Ahu helped wash her hands and feet. Xue Ling applied lotion. Wang Qing said, with the heat on, I can't even tell if it's winter outside. It's -6 outside. Xue Ling smiled. It's not even New Year yet, spring is far off. Wang Qing looked forward to going out. I'll have to wait. Xue Ling suggested, when it's sunny, we'll take you out for some sun. Okay, Wang Qing nodded. The nurse came. Xue Ling fed Wang Qing her medicine, then got ready to leave. I'll have the kitchen make you some ginseng chicken soup for lunch. I'll bring it over at 11. Okay, Wang Qing smiled. Be careful, it's slippery. Xue Ling left, ran into Xiaohu driving back. Auntie, wait up. Xiaohu called. Xue Ling smiled. Where are you coming from? Xiaohu explained, dropped the boys at kindergarten, then scouted some internet cafes for gaming talent. Found a couple of promising newbies, trying to recruit them. Oh. Xue Ling asked, how's the club? Renovations are almost done. I'll check it out after lunch. Are you okay for funds? Xue Ling asked. Yeah. Dad's shops in the provincial capital just renewed leases, sent over a few $100,000. He said he doesn't need it now, so my sister and I can use it for the club. Buying the villas was a good move, Xue Ling said. No rent worries, and your investment is safe. Xiaohu laughed. If you hadn't helped, I couldn't have bought such a good place. Land prices have soared. Those plots are worth tens of millions now. Both together, several tens of millions, Xue Ling said. Good locations hold value. Xiaohu smiled wryly. After all these years, all I have left is the club and this house. Silly. Xue Ling laughed. That's still money. Add it up, it's millions, plus all your expenses over the years. If you didn't earn it, would it just blow in on the wind? Xiaohu laughed. Xue Ling lowered her voice. Did Yang tell you? The garment factories had tons of orders lately. End-of-year profit sharing should get you over 2 million. Not a lot, but enough for a year's expenses. Really? Xiaohu was surprised. It's only just started and already so profitable? Xue Ling explained, it was a big investment, but the orders are from major brands, so the profits are good. Xiaohu was grateful. I'll pay back third brother first, and use the rest for living expenses. At this rate, next year should be even better. No rush, pay him back later, Xue Ling said. He's earning more every year, comics, entertainment company, he can't spend it all. You need it more. If he doesn't ask, just save it. Xiaohu nodded. I'll ask him when he's back for break. If he really doesn't need it, I'll use it. Xue Ling nodded. If you need anything, just ask. Thank you, Auntie. Xue Ling walked off, but looked back, seeing Xiaohu's thin figure in the cold, raking leaves. She couldn't help but feel for him. After the club collapsed, all the contract termination fees, lawyers, and advertisers nearly wiped out his savings. Luckily, he sold a vintage car he'd invested in with his brother, filled the hole, and still had a few million left. He didn't sit idle. He used the money to renovate the club, buy new equipment, and recruit new talent, preparing for a comeback. His wife cheated, his mother had a stroke, his kids were still young, career and family both hit hard, forcing this once reckless young man to grow up. Mom. Wang Xiaoxiao came out. Yu's here, in the nursery. Xue Ling took off her coat. She didn't bring anyone else? No, Wang Xiaoxiao said. Her mom has a cold, staying at the hotel. Her dad didn't come, just her and her mom. No one else? Xue Ling asked. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. Just the two of them. The man is in the south. Xue Ling washed her hands, poured warm water, and noticed the living room was empty, her parents nowhere in sight. Xiaoxiao, where are your grandparents? Wang Xiaoxiao whispered. They're in their room. Xue Ling understood. They didn't want to see Shanyu. Let them be. Soon, Wang Xiaoxiao brought Shanyu over. Shanyu had gained some weight, her belly about 6 or 7 months along, dressed in a fancy maternity outfit, pink hat, cheeks flushed, looking embarrassed and awkward. Auntie. She looked at Xue Ling, tears in her eyes. It's been so long, how are you all? Xue Ling smiled gently. Sit, don't stand. Shanyu sat beside her, tears streaming down. Wang Xiaoxiao was alarmed. What's wrong? You're pregnant, don't cry so much. Shueling handed her tissues. Go see if the kitchen has bird's nest, have them make some for you. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and left. Shanyu took the tissues, still sobbing. Auntie, I really don't know how to talk to you, sorry. Shueling shook her head. Don't cry, you haven't wronged me. Here, have some water, calm down. Shanyu took the cup, head down, still crying. Shueling handed her more tissues. Don't cry, just talk. Auntie, Shanyu choked, how's my mother-in-law, Xiaoxiu's grandma? I heard she's half paralyzed. Is it really that bad? I'm so worried. Shueling smiled, much better now. She can talk, just can't take care of herself yet. Luckily, Xiaoxiu's grandpa and a full-time nurse are helping. Shanyu asked, she was always a bit frail, but never seriously ill. How did she suddenly have a stroke? She's always been weak, Shueling sighed. Even in her 20s, she was delicate. She had a serious illness once, almost died. Luckily, Ahu took great care of her, and she recovered, had Xiaohu and Shaoan. But her health was always shaky, and as she got older, more problems came. She just hid it from you. She's had lots of minor issues. Ahu and Wang Qing had often been in and out of hospitals, especially Ahu. Later, they moved to Beijing to help with the kids. Shanyu hadn't noticed her mother-in-law's health, being away in the south for years, leaving the kids with the grandparents. Older people tend to hide their ailments, not wanting to worry or burden the younger generation. Shanyu cried again. When I heard she was sick, I wanted to come right away. Auntie, Xiaohu said she's not stable and wouldn't let me see her. Is she still mad at me? Is that why? Of course. Shueling sighed inwardly. Shanyu had been pampered all her life, never faced hardship, not very smart or emotionally intelligent. Even as a mother of 3, she still asked such naive questions. Shueling smiled wryly. Her mood really isn't good lately, Xiaohu didn't lie. She's been in the hospital for months, progress is slow, she can't take care of herself, and feels like a burden. She often cries in secret, doesn't want to talk or see people. Shanyu sobbed, Auntie, please tell her to take care of herself. I will, Shueling said gently. You're pregnant, don't get too emotional, take care of yourself too. Shanyu held her hand. Auntie, I brought some supplements for Xiaoxiu's grandma, can you give them to her? Of course, Shueling agreed. Shanyu finally managed a small smile. Shueling poured her some water. After a few sips, Shanyu nervously asked, Auntie, I heard Xiaohu's club went bankrupt? Is it true? It's true, Shueling said. He's planning a comeback next year, working hard on it. Shanyu's eyes reddened. At first I didn't believe it, thought Xiaoxiao was lying. My mom said Xiaohu was just pretending. But then I saw it on Weibo, it's really true, he's had it so hard. It's been tough, Shueling sighed. So many things happened, his mom got sick, the kids are young, then the club lost its best players, sponsors pulled out, one disaster after another. He's had the hardest year. She felt for him. Shanyu wiped her tears. Auntie, please help him. I will if I can, Shueling said. But some things, only he can bear, especially emotionally. Shanyu looked down. I know I let him down. I told him he can hate me, but please be good to the kids, don't take it out on them. He's not that kind of person, Shueling said. He spends all his free time with the kids, sleeps with them at night. You're you, the kids are the kids, he'd never take it out on them. Shanyu asked, does he have any other plans? Can the club really come back? I told him I'd help with child support, but he insisted he didn't need it, told me to take care of myself. He probably doesn't want to make things hard for you, Shueling explained. You don't have a job or income, and he doesn't want you caught between the kids and your new family. Shanyu admitted, actually, I haven't married him yet. He said we'll have the wedding after the baby's born. I still have money, and the kids are my own, I'll support them too. Shueling shook her head, if he won't take it, don't force it. Xiaohu's just down on his luck for now, but he still has some assets. It's enough for the elders and kids. Not much, just some rental income from the old home, Shanyu said. Auntie, if he can't support the kids, please tell him to give me custody. I can give them a better life and education. Shueling frowned, he won't agree. You're pregnant, you can't care for the older kids. Xiaoxiuhu and Minnie who are doing well, as you've seen. Xiaohu takes good care of them, so don't worry. If Xiaohu was willing to give up custody, he wouldn't have given her so much money before. Shanyu sighed. If he only has rental income, how can he support 2 kids? I'm their mother, I can't just ignore them. If he can't manage, tell him not to be stubborn, he has to think of the kids. Xueling smiled gently and said, with Xiaohuzi's foundation in this industry, he should be able to bounce back quickly. There's no need to worry about him not being able to support 2 children. Xiaohuzi was a pioneer in this field, one of the first to make big money. With his current connections, abilities, and ample funding, he'd surely turn things around soon. Auntie, I know you'll help him, Shanyu said hesitantly, but you can only help for a while, not forever. His mother is seriously ill now, and little Huzi's grandfather has to take care of her. The 2 elders can't help with the kids anymore. Children need their parents' care and a warm family. A nanny alone isn't enough. He has to restart his business and care for his mother. How can he look after 2 kids? Xueling shook her head. He'll do his best. And we'll help too. Our families live so close for a reason, so we can help each other when needed. But kids need their parents, Shanyu insisted. If he can't do it, he should think of the children and let me take care of them. Xueling didn't answer directly, her gaze falling to Shanyu's belly. You're still pregnant, Yu. Soon you'll give birth and have a newborn to care for. How will you have time for little Huzi and his brother? I have my parents, don't I? Shanyu stammered. They can help with pickup and care. Xueling shook her head. Your parents aren't in great health either. They should look after themselves first. Besides, the boys grew up here, used to Wang Qing and Ahu's care. Suddenly moving them to a new environment isn't good for them. She was just stating facts, not targeting anyone. Sometimes, the failure of a marriage isn't just one person's fault, but right now, letting the kids go with Shanyu wasn't suitable. She'd never been good at caring for children, and now, pregnant, she could barely look after herself. The boys had always been raised by their grandparents here in Beijing. What's more, those 2 little ones were Wang Qing and Ahu's lifeblood. If they were taken away, Wang Qing would be devastated. And with her current illness, she couldn't take another blow, especially not something as traumatic as being separated from her grandchildren. Kids adapt quickly, better than adults. They'll get used to it, Shanyu said, eyes red. Auntie, you're a mother too. You must understand how I feel. I miss them so much, I nearly went crazy. At this, Shanyu broke down again. The children were her flesh and blood, how could she not miss them? If not for her pregnancy, she'd have flown to Beijing long ago. Every time she remembered the boys looking at her with unfamiliar eyes, her heart ached so much she could barely breathe. Xueling's face was calm, her voice low. Yu, this was your choice, wasn't it? Your choice led to your family breaking apart. The kids, if split, one with each parent, would be separated. If they go with one side, they lose either their father or mother. That's the inevitable result, isn't it? Shanyu froze, tears glistening in her eyes. Auntie, I know I'm not a good mother. But I love them, can't you understand? I do, Xueling sighed. But love is one thing. Whether you can give them a better, more stable environment, I'm not confident in you. Shanyu lowered her head, tears falling. Xueling continued softly. Wang Qing may be ill, but Xiaohuzi can still take care of the boys. For now, they're doing well. And it's not just that Xiaohuzi wouldn't agree, look at your situation. You're pregnant, and you'll likely start a new family. Are you sure your partner will accept the boys? You'll be caught in the middle. Everyone knew Shanyu's abilities. Since little Huzi was born, the family needed a nanny and a maternity nurse. She couldn't handle it alone. Later, with Wang Qing and Ahu's help and another nanny, things were manageable. When little Huzi started kindergarten, the grandparents focused on Minnie-Hu, and now both boys were in school, mostly cared for by the elders. For the past 2 years, Shanyu often went to the southern island for months at a time, rarely with the boys. It wasn't that Xueling was heartless or didn't understand, but she knew Shanyu simply couldn't care for the boys well. So why fight for custody now? I can try, Shanyu choked out. Xueling shook her head. Yu, Childhood only happens once. Growing up only happens once. You can't risk it. If you fail, it might never be fixed. With Xiaohuzi, they'll grow up in a familiar, comfortable environment, surrounded by family who love them. If they go with you and you remarry, they'll have no blood relatives around except you. How much love can they get? Shanyu was speechless. Xueling's voice was calm. You'll soon have another child. How much love, energy, and time can you give each one? Have you thought about it? And how much can your future partner love the boys? How confident are you? Shanyu wanted to speak, but couldn't. She didn't know herself. Loving your own child is natural, but for a child with no blood relation, how much patience and love could her partner have? She had no idea. Xueling sighed. People's desires should match their abilities, or it's just wishful thinking. Demanding others to do things for you is hard. Demanding of yourself is easy. Demanding of others is always uncertain and much harder. Shanyu didn't quite understand, but she was still unwilling. What about him? Auntie, will Xiaohuzi remarry? Can he guarantee the boys will be well cared for? How could anyone be better than their real mom? Xueling shook her head. That's the future, no one can say. But no one, whoever they are, can compare to a real mother. Shanyu choked up. Auntie, even you admit it's uncertain. Those poor kids. They are pitiful, Xueling sighed. So young, yet suffering from a broken family. What did they do wrong? Shanyu broke down in tears. Xueling handed her tissues. You're not a child anymore, Yu. You're an adult. You have to take responsibility for your actions. The people around you will have to bear the consequences of your choices. What's done is done. Being sad won't help. Take care of yourself and your unborn child first, then think about how to make it up to the older two. Auntie, what should I do? Shanyu sobbed. I don't know what to do. Xueling shook her head. Don't ask. I've already told you clearly. Take care of yourself and your baby first. The rest can be arranged later. As for the boys, don't worry, we'll help take care of them. The boys were in kindergarten during the day, picked up by Xiaohuzi or Xiaoan in the evening. At night, Xiaohuzi looked after them. Luckily, the boys now slept through the night, so he could manage alone. On weekends, the boys came to Xinyuan to play with Xiaoyu and Xiaopeng. There were plenty of people, meals were cooked by a chef, and the rest was just giving them water and taking them to the bathroom. Easy once you got used to it. I'm home with Xiao Xiao. I help care for Wang Qing, and on weekends, I help with the boys. Don't worry, we have nannies and a chef and plenty of energy and time for the kids. Shanyu wiped her tears and nodded. Auntie, thank you. Xueling smiled. Are you and your mom staying at a nearby hotel? When will you go back? I plan to stay a few more days, Shanyu said, touching her belly. The doctor said my baby might be premature, so I need to rest. I want to spend more time with the boys before I go back next week. We're at the 5-star hotel up ahead, very close. Xueling nodded. Good. And tell your mom, no matter what, we were once good friends. No need to fall out over different views. She's always welcome for tea and a chat. Thank you, Auntie. Shanyu looked down. My mom, she misses you, but after what you said on the phone, she's afraid to visit. Xueling just smiled and said nothing more. I need to bring some chicken soup to Wang Qing. I'll take the supplements you brought too. Shanyu hesitated. Auntie, maybe don't tell her. If she's still angry with me, it might upset her. Don't worry, I won't say anything, Xueling promised. Just then, Wang Xiaoxiao came in with a white porcelain stew pot. The kitchen made 2 bowls of bird's nest today. Chef Li used fresh milk to stew it. I waited a while, but it's finally ready. Xueling smiled kindly. You stay and eat with Yu. Chat. I'll bring the chicken soup to Wang Qing. Okay, Xiaoxiao replied. Shanyu was reluctant to let Xueling go. Auntie, I still have a lot to say to you. Don't worry, Xueling smiled. You're staying a few more days, right? Come find me anytime, or call or message me. Shanyu finally smiled. Thank you, Auntie. I'll come by in a couple of days. Xueling nodded and left quickly. By noon, Shanyu left. That evening, everyone ate together in the big kitchen. Wang Xiaoxiao casually mentioned Shanyu's visit, and Shui Yang's face darkened. What was she doing here? Shui Yang snapped. Don't bother with her. What's there to talk about? If it were me, I'd have kicked her out. Wang Xiaoxiao frowned. She used to be a good friend. She came to chat with Mom and me. She's a guest, we couldn't just kick her out. That was then, this is now. Shui Yang said. She's fickle, abandoned her husband and kids, and is selfish. What's the point of keeping in touch? She should stay far away. Wang Xiaoxiao, seeing him angry, didn't argue. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at his son. Speak properly. Why shout? Xiaoxiao was just being a good host to a friend. People make mistakes. We don't need to be close, but there's no need to be cruel. Shui Yang fell silent, shoveling food into his mouth. Shui Ling said mildly, you all grew up with Shan Yu. Even if she's made mistakes, you can't just kick her out. We don't need to be close to people with bad morals, but we don't need to hate them either. That's right, Shui Dad said kindly. Keep your distance, but don't be heartless. You've known each other since childhood, there's still some old friendship. Oh. Shui Yang nodded, whispering to his wife, I wasn't mad at you, honey. Don't be upset. Wang Xiaoxiao glared at him but didn't argue. All right, I know your temper. Eat up, we have to bathe the kids later. On the other side, Cheng Huanran was thoughtful, eating slowly. Shui Ling raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, eldest? Don't like the food? Cheng Huanran shook his head. No, I just remembered something, not sure if I should say. Say it. Shui Yang grumbled. We're family, what can't you say? Cheng Huanran fiddled with his chopsticks. No, I mean, I'm not sure if I should tell Shan Yu. Everyone looked at him. Wang Xiaoxiao asked, Big brother, what is it? Cheng Huanran hesitated, sighing. Forget it, I won't say. Wang Xiaoxiao, seeing his unease, grew worried. Big brother, is it about Shan Yu? Is it good news? Cheng Huanran shook his head. Not sure if it's good or bad. Let's just eat. Oh, come on. Shui Yang complained. You're killing us with curiosity. If you're going to say something, say it. Cheng Huanran glanced at him. Curiosity killed the cat. Some things are better left unknown. They might just bring trouble. Knowing brings pressure, you know. What pressure? Shui Yang muttered. If you're under pressure, maybe we can help. If we talk it out, maybe you'll have an idea. Cheng Huanran shook his head. I have no ideas. Anyway, Shan Yu will find out sooner or later. As for the future, it's up to her luck. Everyone sensed it wasn't good news. Shui Mom and Dad, both elderly, were calm and kept eating. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at his eldest, then kept quiet. Shui Ling just moved her chopsticks and stayed silent. But Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't sit still. Big brother, what do you know? Why bring it up if you won't say? That's torture. Is Shan Yu in danger? We should warn her. Divorce or remarriage is her choice. Cheng Huanran, unable to resist, explained, actually, the first to know was third brother, not me. I heard it from him. Everyone looked at him, puzzled. Cheng Huanran continued, when Shan Yu and Xiaohuzi were divorcing, second brother took a lawyer to the southern island to help. The family was worried, and third brother noticed something was off during a video call. He asked Qing, who didn't know, so he asked second brother, and had someone investigate. Once he started, he found out everything, even about the man Shan Yu is with. Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling exchanged a look. That man's from the southern island, right? That's what second brother said. Yes, Cheng Huanran frowned. But he's not a good person. Qing told third brother that the man is capable, but his business is shady. When he divorced, he cheated his ex-wife out of everything. He has a lot of assets, but never remarried. Lots of women come and go, but none benefit from him. He's shrewd and stingy. Shui Ling's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Shan Yu said this morning she hadn't married him yet. Wang Xiaoxiao's face paled. She hasn't registered the marriage. She's over 7 months pregnant. She said the man hired a nanny for her and treats her well. Cheng Huanran snorted. That's because she's carrying his child. He's in his 40s and never had kids. He probably likes her innocence, easy to fool. Everyone looked uneasy. Shui Yang, though angry at Shan Yu, had known her since childhood. Even if she'd wronged Xiaohuzi, he couldn't wish her harm. Wang Xiaoxiao, anxious, asked, Big brother, do you mean? You might be abandoned. I don't know, Chung Huanran shook his head. People are unpredictable. Whether she marries him or not, it's trouble. His assets are shady, he's probably involved in crime. If she marries him, she'll likely be dragged down. If he just wanted her to have his child, she might end up with nothing. Wang Xiaoxiao asked, why didn't you say something earlier? Cheng Huanran smiled bitterly. When third brother told me, I didn't know what to do. She and Xiaohuzi were already divorced, and he was back in Beijing. Warning her was too late. But you have to say something. Wang Xiaoxiao said, eyes red. She has no way out now. If he tricks her, she might not survive the blow. Shanyu had always been fragile, even suffering from severe mental illness. She couldn't take another blow. Qing Huanran waved his hand. She's easily fooled. If the man hasn't turned on her yet, she won't believe me. Besides, I only heard this from third brother, no hard evidence. How could I convince her? And her parents are thrilled with this son-in-law. If I ruin their dream, they'll never forgive me. Wang Xiaoxiao looked to her husband for help. Shui Yang was at a loss. My brother's right, whatever we do, it's a dilemma. Xue Ling, ever the businesswoman, cut to the point. Ran, how detailed was A Qing's investigation? What exactly does that man do that's illegal? Qing Huanran shook his head. Third brother didn't say much, just that the man's business is shady. I think he runs a big hotel, Shui Yang said. I didn't look into it when I was on the island. I figured anyone who seduces a married woman can't be good, so I didn't bother. Wang Xiaoxiao, worried, asked, Mom, what should we do? Should we warn Yu? Not for now, Xue Ling frowned. She's still pregnant. If she's shocked and something happens, both she and the baby could be in danger. She's never been strong. We have to keep her safe first. Right, Chung Tianyuan said calmly. Don't spread rumors. Don't panic. We need to investigate and plan carefully. After dinner, Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao took the kids for baths. Cheng Tianyuan watched TV with the grandparents, leaving Xue Ling distracted at the table. Qing Huanran had no appetite, fiddling with his phone. Xue Ling teased, what's wrong? Kong An's only been gone a day and you're already lovesick. Kong An had taken 3 days off to visit her parents' graves in the south. A Chao went too, saying he hadn't paid respects to his master and mistress in years. Cheng Huanran and Kangan were in love, and even a short separation was hard. He smiled wryly. We're so close, but she still won't let me go with her to visit her parents. What does that mean? Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. Did she say no directly? No, Chung Huanran said. She said she'd be back soon, that I was too busy to go. Xue Ling laughed. She's being considerate. Doesn't feel like it, he muttered. She seems hesitant. I don't know what she's worried about. Xue Ling paused, then explained, Kang An's upbringing was different. She lost her mother early, raised by her father, lacking a mother's warmth. She trained in martial arts, then did secret training for years, surviving tough times. Her life was unusual, so she's special. You shouldn't judge her by normal standards, be more understanding. True, Chung Huanran mused. I just worry she doesn't love me enough. Xue Ling laughed. What, you're insecure now? He whined. I'm not a playboy. I've had little experience, and now I've met someone I really like, I get anxious. Xue Ling smiled. Meeting someone you love deeply is a rare blessing. Treasure it. Yeah. He blushed. I never believed in love at first sight, but when I saw her, I just knew. It's hard to describe, but I was sure she was the one. Xue Ling understood. That's why you should cherish her. Anyone can see she cares for you. She just expresses it differently. Don't judge her by normal standards, she's special. He nodded. You're right, Mom. Maybe I'm just too impatient. Xue Ling said, go with the flow. Kong An's seen a lot, even life and death. She's moved by pure feelings. She likes being with innocent kids, have you noticed? I have, he grinned. Luckily, our family has plenty of kids, plus little Huzi and Minnie who, she loves them. Xue Ling smiled. She seems distant, but her heart is warm, brave, and kind. Cheng Huanran asked, Mom, you like her too, don't you? Of course, Xue Ling laughed. I like her honesty and courage. She's special, so you have to appreciate her uniqueness to get along. He was stunned, then smiled. Mom, you really woke me up. Shueling put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. You know the truth, but as the one involved, it's harder to see clearly. Don't rush, give her time. She's worth it. He put away his phone, smiling wryly. All right, I'll wait. Shueling teased. You're in your 30s and still so impatient. Careful your siblings don't laugh at you. No choice, he shrugged. I'm the eldest, but everyone else is paired up. Just being the slowest is enough for them to tease me forever. Shueling's eyes flashed, glancing at her son. Third brother still has to study. He can't be faster than you. Cheng Huanran looked at her, half smiling. Mom, don't hide it. I'm not as sharp as you and Dad, but I'm not clueless. If I can't see it by now, I'd be too dense. Shueling smiled. We're not hiding anything. You're Dad, and I just want to let things happen naturally. Mom, having such open-minded parents is our greatest luck. Shueling smiled wryly. Not really. You're Dad, and I struggled for a long time. We're still bound by our generation's traditions. The hardest part is getting over it ourselves. Getting through third brother's situation was really tough. They were just ordinary people, not saints. They couldn't accept everything easily. Cheng Huanran patted her hand. But you made it. I'm sure third brother and Aiqing are grateful and proud of you. No need, Shueling waved. As long as you're all happy, that's enough. She stood up. I need to ask third brother and Aiqing what they know about Shanyu's situation. Mom. Wait. I'll come too. Okay. Daddy. Tell me a story. You have to tell a story. Xiaoyu, under her thin blanket, her big eyes darting around, showed no sign of sleepiness. Shuiyang saw that Xiaoyu was already half asleep in his arms and made a shu gesture. Okay, just wait a bit. Xiaoyu pouted. No, I want it now. Shuiyang, seeing Xiaoyu nearly asleep, warned her with a look. Wait, your brother's almost asleep. Once he's asleep, I'll tell you a story. Xiaoyu turned her chubby body away, muttering, Brother is so annoying. He's taking forever to sleep. Such a naughty kid. Xiaoyu, hearing his sister's complaint, opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Xiaoyu. Don't mind your sister, Shuiyang stroked his son's head. She's not talking about you. Come on, let's keep sleeping. With his father's gentle coaxing, Xiaoyu closed his eyes again. Xiaoyu, feeling wronged, huffed, Daddy only cares about brother, not me. Daddy's so mean, so biased. Quiet, Shuiyang glared at his daughter. You're the big sister, let your brother go first. Once he's asleep, I'll be with you. No. Xiaoyu kicked off her blanket. I want a story now. I want to hear Snow White and the dwarfs. And Cinderella marrying the prince. What nonsense, Shuiyang frowned. Those fairy tales are all lies. There's no Snow White or Cinderella. Actually, Snow White melted into a puddle. Cinderella is working overtime at her company. They're all gone, so there are no stories. Xiaoyu sat up, angry. Why? I'm a little princess, I want princess stories. Huh? Shuiyang laughed. What kind of princess are you? Your dad's not a king, your mom's not a queen, how could you be a princess? You're not a princess, you have princess syndrome. Xiaoyu shook her head, pouting. No. I have to be a princess. I want to be a princess. Shuiyang's noise woke Xiaoyu, who crawled over to his mom. Daddy, I want princess. Shuiyang was exasperated. He'd almost gotten one to sleep, but now both were wide awake. Just then, Wang Xiaoxiao came in from the next room. Xiaoyu saw his mom and rushed into her arms. Shuiyang slumped on the pink bed, exhausted. Xiaoyu, go to sleep. I'll tell you the story of the 7 Calabash brothers. I don't want that. Xiaoyu pouted. I want a princess story. No princess, no story. Shuiyang rolled his eyes and looked at his wife. Honey, we can't spoil this girl too much. If she doesn't have a princess's fate, she'll just have princess syndrome. Wang Xiaoxiao snorted, and who spoils her the most? Shuiyang, okay, my bad. They each took a child and finally got them to sleep. Shuiyang collapsed on the bed, half asleep. Wang Xiaoxiao, applying a face mask, nudged him. Honey, don't sleep yet, it's only 10. Go ask mom about Yu. Shui Yang mumbled, no, I'm exhausted. I really admire my parents. How did they do it? Starting a business, raising us, and teaching us. You don't know how hard it is until you're a parent. We should be more filial. They had it so tough. Exactly, Wang Xiaoxiao agreed. Things were harder back then, fewer people to help. It was much tougher for them. Shui Yang rolled over, finding a comfortable spot. Raising kids is hard enough, but teaching them well is even harder. If they turn out spoiled, it's not worth it. Wang Xiaoxiao retorted, then don't raise them to be spoiled. Work hard to teach them right. Shui Yang shook his head. Having them is easy, raising them well is hard. Teaching them well is even harder. Wang Xiaoxiao nudged him. You haven't showered or changed. I'm already in pajamas, so you go ask mom about Yu. No, Shui Yang grumbled. We can't help her anyway. She wanted love. She wanted money. No matter her reasons, she left my brother for another man. I haven't cursed her out, that's already kind. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled wryly. But she's my good friend, I can't just ignore her. Don't let her influence you, Shui Yang snorted. Shanyu was spoiled from childhood, seems innocent, but a bit clueless. Her parents have the wrong values, and she's weak and can't tell right from wrong. She has princess syndrome and chases fairy tale love. Trouble was bound to happen. You! Wang Xiaoxiao hit him. Can't you say something nice? Shui Yang yawned. Honey, we can love our kids, but not spoil them. Xiao Yu and Xiao Peng are starting to form their own little worldviews. We have to be careful. They're not even in kindergarten yet, Wang Xiaoxiao laughed. They're still little, no need to worry. Shui Yang shook his head. No, we have to be prepared. Don't let them turn out spoiled. Shanyu was a child star, cute and obedient, praised by everyone. Her parents thought she didn't need teaching and made all her decisions. With the wrong values, even the best kid can go astray. We have to set a good example and teach our kids step by step. Wang Xiaoxiao replied. I get it. Now go to the study and talk to mom. Shui Yang sighed. Can't you just ask her tomorrow? Even if we know now, we can't say or help. What's the point of worrying? We need to know the facts, Wang Xiaoxiao said. Guessing just makes us anxious. If we know, maybe we can help Yu at a critical moment. We can't just watch her suffer. Shui Yang opened his eyes and got out of bed. Fine, I'll go see mom. When Shui Yang yawned his way to the study, he found not only his parents, but also his eldest brother there, all with heavy faces and furrowed brows. Is it that bad? He asked, scratching his head. Qing Huanran frowned and shook his head. Qing said that guy is involved in illegal gambling and very likely money laundering too. More than one person in the industry suspects it, and some even have secret evidence. Lin Qingji had a lot of connections and information. If he said so, it was at least 90% true. Since everyone present was family, Lin Qingji spoke frankly, hiding nothing. What the hell? Shui Yang was dumbfounded. How did Shanyu end up with a guy like that? She's risking her life. She left a perfectly good, comfortable family just to jump into a fire pit. Qing Huanran said coldly, that whole family only cares about money. They see someone with a yacht and a private jet and think that's the golden ticket. That's not a golden ticket, Shui Yang muttered, still in disbelief. That's a burning stick, she's just waiting for disaster. Qing Tianyuan looked at his wife. Shanyu's still in Beijing, right? She hasn't married that guy yet? She said so herself, Shui Ling replied. Shui Yang glanced around and lowered his voice. Should we expose him before they get married? Save Shanyu from even worse trouble. A divorced woman, pregnant with her lover's child, could end up with nothing. She's so fragile, she'd never survive it. The others exchanged complicated looks, but said nothing. Shui Yang nudged his brother. Big bro, what do you think? Qing Huanran frowned. We know nothing about that guy, not even his real name except through watching. How would we expose him? Where's the evidence? We can find it. Shui Yang insisted. If he's running illegal gambling, there must be victims. If we can find them, we can encourage them to report him. Qing Huanran shook his head. He's already prepared. Ching said most of his assets are overseas, and he spends most of his time in southern waters, rarely coming inland. He flies his own plane, ready to escape to international waters if anything happens. Damn, that's cunning. Shui Yang was angry. A scumbag like that will only bring disaster. Shanyo's in for big trouble. Cheng Huanran explained, Mom and Dad are most worried that Shanyu won't be able to handle the blow, physically or mentally. Shui Ling said softly, she's about to give birth. Let's wait until she's safely delivered. Bad people get what's coming, sooner or later. No rush, let's just wait and see. Qing Tianyuan agreed, even if we act, we have to wait until she's safely had the baby. She's always been frail and can't take a big shock. Her safety and health come first. Shui Yang muttered, but what if his crimes are exposed early? Surely not everyone he's hurt will stay silent. Everyone looked at each other, at a loss for words. After a while, Shui Ling said quietly, let's hope Shanyu stays safe. Once she's had the baby, we'll try to stop her from marrying that scumbag and tell her the rest slowly. Time flew by, and soon everyone at Xin Yuan was busy preparing for Shui Xian and Qin Xinji's wedding. The wedding was set for the second day of the new year, with a lunch and an evening banquet, lasting until after 10 p.m. Everyone went home exhausted. After 2 days' rest, the whole group took Qing's big plane south. Wang Qing was looking much better, and with her husband and children, plus a nurse, joined Shui Ling's family on the trip. A group of 20 or 30 people flew south, shedding sweaters and jackets along the way, and by the time they reached Twin Country, everyone was in shorts and t-shirts. Qin Xinji had booked out a big hotel in advance, with a wedding company handling everything. All they had to do was check in, enjoy the sea view and food, and relax. But even with nothing to do, no one was idle. There were 2 elderly grandparents and 6 kids to look after. Ahu and the nurse took care of Wang Qing. Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan looked after the grandparents. Xiuhu and Wanan had Xiaoxiuhu and Minihu. They'd hoped Cheng Huanran and Kangin could help, but those 2 were off dating and disappeared as soon as they could. Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao didn't bring a nanny, so Xiao Yu and Xiao Peng were left with a KO and a few bodyguards, while Xiao Shuang and Xiao Wu were handed off to Qing and Cheng Huanchong. You can't be serious? Cheng Huanchong looked at the 2 babies in his arms, incredulous. You really have the nerve to do this? Aren't you ashamed? Shui Yang, in swim trunks and a towel, said dramatically, since I had kids, I haven't swum once. For a former national swimmer, this is hell. What do you think, third uncle? Cheng Huanchong. Before he could react, Shui Yang grabbed his wife and ran, leaving Huanchong holding 2 babies in the sea breeze. A while later, Lin Qingji and 2 assistants came to the rescue. They set up baby mats, surrounded the kids with toys, candy, diapers, and bottles. Qing. Xiaoshuang is drooling. No problem, baby wipes. Qing. Xiao is chewing a toy. No problem, all disinfected. Qing. Xiaozu needs a diaper change. Then change it. An hour later, Huancheng looked at the 2 sleeping babies under the tree, wiped his sweaty forehead, and sighed. Having kids isn't scary, raising them is. Terrifying. Lin Qingji laughed and handed him a cold juice. Drink up, I'll take you swimming later. Huancheng gulped it down, but what about the kids? Lin Qingji smiled. Your second brother and his wife are sunbathing on the yacht. I'll have my assistant take the kids to them. Great. And make sure to pack up all the stuff and give it back to them. The sun was bright, the sea breeze cool. Under a coconut tree, Zheng Duo hummed a tune, shaking his leg, gazing at the blue sky and clouds. Wife, since our honeymoon, we haven't had a real vacation. Qin Xinji, beside him, sipped orange juice, eyes on his phone. Your wife's off with the kids. Zheng Duo. He pretended not to hear, put on sunglasses, and played dead. Nearby, Zhua Chun was busy making formula. Duo, we forgot the baby rice cereal. Go get it from the room. Duo groaned. Just give them formula. Missing a meal or 2 won't hurt. Zhua Chun glared. Don't be lazy. A 1-year-old needs solid food, formula isn't enough. Duo forced a smile and got up. Bro, Getting married can be fast, but having kids can't. I'm living proof. Shinji teased. Xiaoxin is still young. We're not in a rush. Juechun scolded. Don't teach him that. You married late, had kids late, and now you want to complain? I want more grandkids, so you two better hurry up. Duo slunk away. Juechun looked around. Taitu, where's Xiaoxin? She's walking on the beach with the grandparents, Shinji replied. When are Shui and Ahuan arriving? Early morning flight, should be here tomorrow. My assistant will pick them up. Good, they can rest in the afternoon and join the wedding in the evening. Mom, rest early tonight and nap tomorrow afternoon. The wedding might go all night. Juechun laughed. If I get tired, I'll go upstairs. You young people can party as much as you want. Duo came back, pointing at the big glass window. Mom, Xiaodong and the little troublemaker are inside. It's sunny out, go rest. Juechun didn't want to leave the sun and breeze. Xiaodong won't come out? She's afraid of getting tanned. She put on layers of sunscreen and still won't come out. Juechun packed up and went to find the little troublemaker. Duo lay back. Bro, this hotel is worth every penny. Shinji enjoyed the sun. I booked the whole place so our family could relax. Kids and elders can rest anytime, and security's not a worry. Perfect choice. Duo grinned. He spotted something. Hey, is that third brother in Qing? Shinji looked up. Lin Qingji was swimming, with bodyguards and assistants nearby. Third brother was floating with a swim ring, sometimes climbing on Qingji's back, who let him play, always smiling gently. That's them, Shinji said. Duo chuckled. Just then, Xueling hurried over, looking around. Duo, Shinji, have you seen my phone? Duo turned. Don't worry, Lingling, I'll call it for you. Just listen for the ring. Xueling smiled wryly. Yuan's called a few times, but it won't connect. Shinji stood up. Mom, when did you last have it? Did you have it at lunch? I think so. Maybe I left it after lunch. I'll ask the hotel manager to check the restaurant's security footage. Good idea. I've been looking for half an hour and can't find it. Shinji helped her sit, rest, and have some water. I'll be right back. Okay. If you see Yuan, tell him to stop looking and wait here. Duo yawned. Don't worry, Lingling. It's just family and staff here, probably just misplaced. I think so too, Xueling smiled. Getting old, my memory's not what it was. I can even lose something I'm holding in my hand. Duo shook his head. Aging is normal. You're in great shape for your age, no chronic illnesses. I'm younger than you and not as healthy. I'm aging before my time. Come on, Xueling laughed. Is it being a dad that makes you feel old? Duo sighed. Sis, our company's health reports just came out. I'm over the limit on 2 or 3 things. Xueling looked him over. Really? You're not that old. Which ones? Duo pouted. Blood lipids and blood sugar, way over. Seriously? Xueling asked. What did Ahuan say? Duo muttered. He told me to cut out greasy and sweet foods, drink more water, exercise, and take medicine for my blood sugar. Xueling scolded. I told you not to eat so many sweets. You've always loved them. Remember all those cavities as a kid? I know. I've cut back a lot. Almost don't eat them now. Take your medicine, watch your diet, and eat at home more. Don't order so much takeout. The company canteen only serves breakfast and lunch, and Duo often works late, so dinner and snacks are usually takeout. Duo sighed. If I had time to go out for dinner, I'd rather work and get home earlier. You're silly. Xueling scolded. Work never ends, but if your health breaks down, it's over. Duo fell silent. Don't always work late. Do more in the morning and try to leave with everyone else. Spend more time with your wife and kids and exercise. But Duo hesitated. If I don't check everything myself, I worry. That's why you take on too much. You're over 40 now, not as energetic as before. You might have 10 good years left, then you'll start to slow down. So you mean Duo guessed? I should start delegating? Xueling nodded. Find some capable young people to train, 3 or 4 if possible. If they're all good, train them all. You oversee, they do the work, and keep each other in check. Duo nodded thoughtfully. Why didn't you do this before? Xueling laughed. I watched you grow up. We're not just colleagues, we're family. I trusted you completely. You're capable and dedicated, so I handed it all to you. But a company can't be run like a family business forever. Multiple leaders and checks are healthier for the long term. She could have trained others, but Duo was the one she trusted most. Duo smiled. It's because you trust me. Ling sighed, but it's not good for you to take on everything. The pressure is huge and it's bad for your health. When you were younger, it was fine, but now you need to ease up and share the load. She'd thought about training others, but there hadn't been suitable people, and she thought she could handle things a few more years. But time slipped by, and she regretted not acting sooner. I will, Duo said. There are plenty of talented people. I'll pick some to share the work. Ling patted his shoulder. Money is important, but health is more so. You have enough for 2 lifetimes. Take more time for your family. Duo grinned. I knew it. The boss still cares about me. Ling laughed. Only if you take care of yourself or I'll fire you. Sis, can I ask, your kids all have shares in the company. Are you really not going to let them take management roles? The second and third don't want to. They don't want to, not me, Ling said. I'm happy the eldest helps me. As for the others, I can't force them. Xian isn't suited for business, and I never expected her to be. Duo felt it was a pity. They're all capable, maybe you should give them a chance. I told you, they don't want to. Ability doesn't mean they're suited to lead, or that they want to. Building a business is hard, and I know that best. If they don't choose it, I can't force them. Duo laughed. You're just too soft on them. You don't spoil your little troublemaker? Ling teased. Duo laughed. Of course I do. Just then, Chang Tianyuan hurried over. Wife, did you find your phone? Ling explained Xinji was helping and had him sit down. Take out your phone and check if Aheng and Ahuan are on the same flight. Qing Tianfang had been living at the rehab center with Xue Heng, working part-time in finance. She'd retired years ago, and their daughter was in college out of town. Both preferred not to commute, so they stayed at the center. Xue Heng's legs had gotten worse, and he rarely left the house in winter. Tianfang's neck also acted up in winter, needing acupuncture or massage. They'd attended the wedding in Beijing, but only briefly, and couldn't eat much at the banquet. Ling had urged them to come to in-country for the good weather and a change of scene. They agreed, but weren't sure of the timing, needing to coordinate with Ahuan's family, since the rehab center couldn't be left unattended. Yes, Tianyuan said. Tianfang sent me a voice message. They'll arrive tomorrow morning. Xinji will send someone to pick them up. Ling smiled wryly. I'm so used to my phone. Without it, I feel lost. Duo and Tianyuan both laughed. A while later, Xinji came back with a wet phone. Mom, found it. Ling was surprised. Did I drop it in water? Xinji explained, no, the security footage showed you had it after lunch, but when you bent down to pick up Xiaoshuang, it fell out of your pocket. Then you walked forward, kicked it into the pool. Ling. Even a top-of-the-line phone can't survive hours in a pool. Xinji sent it for repair and wanted to buy a replacement, but Ling refused. I'm not used to new phones, don't waste money. Just fix it and bring it back. Duo asked, what if someone needs to reach you? Ling smiled. I haven't handled business in over a year. Everyone's here at the hotel, including Wang Qing's family. If anyone needs me, just call out. Otherwise, they can reach Yuan or you. True, Duo said. It's all family here. The phone wasn't back by evening. Ling chatted with Wang Qing and Ahu by the beach, while Tianyuan took the grandparents upstairs to rest. The kids and grandkids played on the sand. Wang Qing held Ling's hand, so warm, the sea breeze is lovely. Ling smiled. The sun's setting, let's watch the sunset, then go to dinner. Wang Qing smiled, okay. Ahu dozed off on a lounge chair, snoring softly. Wang Qing tried to toss a blanket over him, but missed. Ling picked it up, shook off the sand, and covered Ahu's belly. Wang Qing smiled wryly. He takes care of me, but I can't take care of him anymore. Don't say that, Ling said. Once your hands recover, you'll be able to help again. You're the best at cheering me up, Wang Qing laughed. Ling squinted at the sunset, the red sky, and the shimmering sea. We don't know how much time we have left, so let's cherish every day. There's so much beauty in the world, we can't waste it. Wang Qing nodded, and they smiled at each other, hands tightly clasped. Xiuhu lay on the sand in sunglasses, half asleep. Minnie dug sand with a little shovel, filled a bucket, and toddled over to dump it on his dad, then patted it flat. Xiuhu mumbled, "Good, keep going." Minnie grunted and went back to digging. Nearby, Cheng Huanchong built sand castles with Xiao Peng, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Xiuhu. "Come on, another wall." The kids swarmed around, some digging, some climbing on him, some tugging his belt. Lin Qingji lounged on a chair, sometimes glancing over and smiling, snapping photos. "Uncle, I want a white knight." "Uncle, I want a fortress with guns." "Uncle, let's ride horses." Huanchong was covered in sand, head to toe. "Okay, you'll have white knights, fortresses, horses, everything." Minnie saw their big sand pile and ran over, promptly knocking down the tallest castle. The kids, Huanchong, Minnie oblivious, started scooping sand again. Huanchong yelled, "Huzi, get your kid away." Xiaohu rolled over, "We're playing, bury Dad, I have to stay. When I'm gone, they'll bury me for real." Huanchong jumped up, "Kids, bury him. Go." The kids attacked with buckets and shovels. Xiaohu tried to escape, but Huanchong pinned him down. "Help! Quick! He wants to be buried." "Let's do it." Xiaohu laughed. The kids worked hard. Lin Qingji filmed, smiling. After a while, Xiaohu crawled out of the sand, ran to the sea to wash off, then came back. Cheng Huanran and Kang'an returned from a date, took the dirty kids to the warm pool for a bath. Xinji and Xiaoxin, by the pool, quickly took photos of the muddy kids. Huanchong handed out orders, Taitu, get their clothes upstairs, each bag is labeled. Xiaoxin, help with baths. The couple obeyed, laughing. Huanchong handed off the kids and went to shower and eat with Lin Qingji. Xiaohu dried his hair, enjoying the breeze, and checked his bag, several missed calls, including from his mother-in-law. He didn't call back, just went to shower. After his shower, he went to the restaurant. The kids were playing, his sister was feeding their mom, his dad and Uncle Yuan were chatting over seafood fried rice. "Mom, eat more," Xiaohu said. "I saw your favorite borscht, want some?" Wang Qing nodded. Xiuhu brought her a hot bowl. "Huzi." Shui Yang handed him a big bowl. "This pineapple chicken fried rice is great. Try it." Xiuhu dug in. Shui Yang grumbled, "Don't eat it all, I need to save some for my wife." Xiaohu ran off with the bowl. Shui Yang laughed, "No roast lamb for you. Even if I'm stuffed, I won't save you any." Just then, Xinji's assistant returned with the repaired phone. "Ma'am," after it was fixed, someone named Sister Chen kept calling. I didn't answer. Shui Ling raised her eyebrows and put down her fork. "It's fine, I'll call her back." "Thank you." The assistant bowed. "You're welcome, ma'am. I'll leave you to your meal." Shui Ling picked up her phone. Several missed calls, all from Chen Shuiyu, no one else. Sister Chen? She'd told Shunyu's mom not to avoid her, that they were old friends and always welcome at Xinyuan. But Chen Shuiyu still didn't dare visit, only staying at the hotel and sending a farewell message before flying back to the south. Shui Ling replied, wishing them a safe trip. Since then, she hadn't heard from them for over a month. Now, Sister Chen was urgently calling, something must be wrong. Shui Ling looked around. Everyone was happily eating and chatting, so she went to a corner and called back. The call connected. "Lingling, why was your phone always off or unanswered?" "I was going crazy." Shui Ling apologized. "Sorry, my phone fell in water at lunch and just got fixed." "Sister Chen, what's wrong?" "Lingling, Wupu. Please, help me find Xiuhu, okay? Tell him to bring the kids to the south to see Yu, or it might be too late." "What? Too late?" Shui Ling's heart skipped a beat. "Don't panic. Tell me what happened." "My daughter and son-in-law are having their wedding in one country. The whole family is abroad." Chen Shuiyu sobbed, hoarse and desperate. "Lingling, Shanyu. She fought with that man. That bastard pushed her. She fell, massive bleeding. She's been in surgery for over 2 hours. Blood transfusions, emergency rescue. The doctor says it's very bad." What? Xueling's heart clenched, her vision darkened, and she nearly collapsed against the window. Her phone hit the glass with a bang. Everyone turned at the noise. Wife. Mom. Auntie. Everyone rushed over to help her sit. Xueling, pale, clutched her chest, searching the faces. Mom. What's wrong? Xiaoxin cried. Xueling shook her head, struggling to speak. I'm fine. Qing Tianyuan pushed his son aside and hugged her. Wife? Who do you need? Xueling finally found Xiuhu and weakly beckoned him. Xiuhu knelt beside her, holding her hand. Auntie, I'm here. Xueling took a deep breath, voice trembling, quick. Pack up. Shanyu. Yuyu's in trouble. Hurry. Everyone was stunned. Half an hour later, Xiuhu and Wanan, each carrying a child, boarded Lin Qingji's plane. Cheng Huanran carried luggage and held his mom's hand. Kong'an and Akeo brought up the rear. They rushed to the south. Lin Qingji and Huancheng watched the plane leave, then left the airport. Lin Qingji asked, Did you eat? Want something light? No appetite, Huancheng said. Tomorrow's a big wedding, and with Auntie and Big Brother gone, you and Yangong are the main helpers. Pull yourself together. Huancheng frowned. I feel complicated. Lin Qingji, always perceptive, understood. Xiaoxioha's mom may have let down her family, but she's not truly evil. She grew up close to your family, like an older sister. No matter how angry you are, you can't bear to see her hurt. Huancheng's eyes reddened. Amniotic fluid embolism. The fatality rate is so high. I hope she makes it. Just then, Lin Qingji's phone rang. He checked the number, looked at Huancheng. It's Yang Ong. Didn't you have your phone on silent? Huancheng checked. Oh, I set it to silent. Second brother must have called you when I didn't answer. Lin Qingji answered, glanced at Huancheng. Yang Ong says, Shanyu has passed away. Huancheng was stunned, his eyes turning red. Lin Qingji sighed, put his arm around him. We only realize how unpredictable life is when we lose someone. No one knows who will leave first or when. All we can do is cherish those around us and every day we have. Huancheng sighed. Did my second brother say anything else? He just found out. He said those flying south will know as soon as they land, but since everyone here is busy with the wedding, it's best to keep it quiet until after. Let the newlyweds have their happy day. There was nothing anyone could do, only more sadness. Huancheng agreed. I'll tell Mom to say she's still being rescued. No news yet. Tomorrow everyone will be busy with the wedding and maybe forget for a while. The bad news can wait until the day after. Lin Qingji nodded gently. The next day's wedding was grand. The hotel's lobby, halls, and even the area around the pool were filled with guests. There was music, dancing, and laughter everywhere, a truly lively scene. Wang Qing sipped the soup Ehu had brought her and shook her head. No more dessert. Give it to the nurse. Ehu agreed and handed it to the nurse. Wang Qing couldn't help but ask, You haven't eaten much, have you? Ehu forced a smile. I already ate Buddha jumps over the wall with Ayuan earlier. I'm not hungry at all. Wang Qing thought for a moment and asked, Why haven't I seen Lingling today? She's busy. Ehu explained. Tough Head has a lot of VIPs to entertain. Except for Ayuan, who's looking after the elders, everyone else is helping out. Wang Qing nodded, her speech still slow. This wedding is even grander than the one in Beijing, shows how well XING is doing here. Ehu laughed, but his eyes were empty. Yeah, I heard even some royals came, apparently classmates with XING. A whole line of luxury cars brought them, with a dozen bodyguards. Ordinary people can't get close, or I'd have taken some photos for you. Wang Qing smiled, her crooked mouth lifting. No need, I can see from here. Ehu gently massaged her shoulders, feeling a dull ache between his brows, as if his eyes could barely stay open. Wang Qing said softly, No need to massage, sit down and rest. Ehu sat behind her, mumbling, I'll just stay behind you, so I don't block your view. Wang Qing didn't mind and asked, Are little Huzi and his brother better? Much better. Ehu explained. I asked Huzi earlier, one's fever is gone, nothing serious. The kids played in the sea and then were in air conditioning, so it's easy to catch a cold. Wang Qing said quietly, "Tell them to come back soon." "Not so fast," Ehu fibbed. "Foreign hospitals are very cautious. Unless the fever is completely gone, they won't discharge patients. Don't worry, with little Huzi and Xiao in there, they'll take good care of them." Wang Qing nodded, watching the exotic performance by the pool. Behind her, Ehu couldn't take it anymore and slumped on the sofa. He hadn't slept all night, his mind in turmoil. At dawn, little Huzi finally called, saying they'd arrived at the southern island and that Shanyu was still being rescued, with no other news yet. Ehu transferred over 300,000 yuan from his bank card to his son, sending a voice message urging him to do everything possible to save Shanyu. If money wasn't enough, he should borrow from his aunt. That afternoon, his son replied that they were still trying their best and told him not to worry, to take care of himself and his mother. It had been almost a day. Why was she still being rescued? Was it that serious? Would she make it? Sigh. The nurse, seeing his pale face, thought he'd been drinking and quietly reminded him, "Uncle, did you drink? Is your blood pressure high again? Take your medicine." Ehu snapped out of it, realizing he hadn't taken any medicine today. No wonder. My head hurts so much. The nurse quickly brought him warm water, and he took his medicine. Just then, Wang Qing called softly, "Go back to the room and rest." Ehu asked, "Why? Don't want to stay a bit longer? It's still lively down there." Wang Qing frowned and touched her chest. "I don't know why, but I feel anxious." Ehu froze, his face turning ashen. "Uncle, uncle." The nurse was pushing Wang Qing away, calling back to him. He hurried to catch up. Meanwhile, the four kids, Xiaoyu, Xiaopeng, and the others, wore flower garlands and matching outfits, looking adorable and attracting many guests for photos. Shui Yang watched over them, shaking hands with guests. Even though he didn't speak the language, his cheerful smile said it all, and the guests responded warmly. Wang Xiaoxiao, wearing a beautiful flower garland, sat by the kids' toys, lost in thought. Shui Yang came over and tugged her hand. "Honey, Xiao Shuang needs water, and Xiaoju's diaper needs changing." Wang Xiaoxiao snapped back, clearly not listening before. Shui Yang frowned slightly, but couldn't bear to scold her. "Want some ginseng soup to perk up? The first pot in the buffet is chicken ginseng soup." Wang Xiaoxiao sighed and shook her head. "No appetite." Shui Yang reminded her, "You have to hold it together. Auntie Wang Qing can't take another blow, and Uncle Ehu isn't much better. Everyone's busy with the wedding tonight, and if something happens, we'll be overwhelmed." Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened. "Don't say it. If you mention it, I'll cry." Shanyu was so young, how could she just be gone? Even now, it felt like a nightmare, too unreal. Just 2 days ago, they'd video chatted, Shanyu smiling, holding her big belly, saying this baby was another boy and envying Xiaoxiao for having both a boy and a girl. Xiaoxiao had told her not to give up, that if her future husband was good, she should try for a girl while she was still young. Shanyu said she'd think about it, but her health wasn't what it used to be, and this pregnancy had been tough. She'd probably need a C-section. She'd said, after her confinement, when the weather in Beijing warmed up, she'd bring the baby to meet his brothers. Xiaoxiao had sent her photos of the beautiful sea view and videos of little Huzi and Minnie who playing in the pool. Shanyu was so happy, sending 2 thank you stickers in a row. But then she got busy and didn't send more. She thought she'd send more after returning to Beijing, who knew that goodbye would be forever, and their springtime promise would never come true. Her good friend, just gone like that. How could she accept it? Okay. Shui Yang turned to the kids, speaking gently. "I won't say more. Don't cry, or the guests will stare. Go watch the show, get some fresh air. Leave the kids to me and the nanny." Wang Xiaoxiao stayed by the sea for a while, feeling dizzy and unwell. She slipped away to the suite to rest. She'd always been healthy, rarely sick. But after last night's bad news and no sleep, she felt like she was seriously ill and had to lie down. She dozed, got up for water and the bathroom, but still couldn't sleep. Later, someone tiptoed in, saw her sleeping, and quietly left. She tried to open her eyes, but soon fell back into a deep sleep. Honey, honey, Shui Yang called anxiously. Wake up. You're having a nightmare. Wang Xiaoxiao woke up dazed. Yang Ong. Shui Yang hugged her, comforting her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. It was just a nightmare. Wang Xiaoxiao blurted out, Where's Yu? Why did she leave? Shui Yang frowned, hugging her tighter. Honey, don't be too sad. Yu's sudden passing hurt us all. But we have to take care of ourselves and help look after Auntie Wang Qing and Uncle Ehu. Mom and little Huzi are already arranging the funeral, and Big Brother picked the best cemetery on the southern island for her. Wang Xiaoxiao cried. She was just here. She said she was leaving, but she was worried about little Huzi and Minnie Hu. She asked us to look after them and to avenge her. Huh? Shui Yang gently wiped her cold sweat. Honey, it was just a dream. Don't be scared. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. No. I'm not scared. Yu was my best friend, my sister. I'm not afraid of her. She really came to me in a dream. She kept crying, begging us to care for the kids, saying she and her third child were doomed never to meet. She kept saying we had to avenge her and to tell Mom. Shui Yang hugged her, whispering, Don't say more, calm down. I'll get you some water. Yang Ong. Wang Xiaoxiao grew agitated. You have to believe me. I really dreamed of you saying this. I believe you. Shui Yang didn't dare leave, hugging her tightly. Even if she didn't say it, we'd still help with the kids. That's only right, don't worry. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly added, and about revenge. Shui Yang whispered in her ear, Don't worry. Bad people get what they deserve. Last night, when we heard about Shan Yu being pushed and critically ill, Qing contacted his official friends and made sure that bastard was brought to justice. He tried to escape to international waters but was caught and is now in custody. Really? Wang Xiaoxiao asked shakily. You're not lying? Shui Yang shook his head, comforting her. Honey, I couldn't make this up. That man's committed so many crimes, even without what he did to Shan Yu, he'd get life or even the death penalty. Justice will be served. The Southern Island News already reported his arrest. Check your phone if you don't believe me. Wang Xiaoxiao grabbed her phone, cursing that bastard. The judge better sentence him to death. Otherwise, where's justice? Shan Yu was abandoned, suffered through pregnancy, and he cheated with other women, even hurting her while she was pregnant, causing her to fall, bleed, and die. Only after seeing the news of his arrest did she finally feel at ease. She threw down her phone and burst into tears in her husband's arms. Yu was so gentle and kind, so beautiful, so pure. How could she end up with such a bastard? She was so young. Just gone like that. Shui Yang was heartbroken too, holding his wife tightly. Honey, don't cry. Some things are beyond our control. Sometimes one wrong choice ruins a life. I hope in her next life, heaven treats her better, gives her happiness and peace. The couple cried together. A cold new moon hung in the sky, the sea wind howled, and white waves crashed. On the other side of the sea, someone else wept silently at the tide, just as heartbroken. Knock knock. The door to the hotel suite was knocked. Shui Ling snapped out of her daze, wiped her tears, and opened the door. Cheng Huanran stood there with a takeout box. Mom, I guessed you weren't asleep, so I brought you some black chicken soup. Come in. Shui Ling sighed. I'm not hungry at all. Cheng Huanran saw her red eyes and urged, You haven't eaten all day. At least have some soup. Shui Ling accepted and slowly opened it. How are little Huzi and the kids? All asleep. Cheng Huanran nodded. All asleep. I brought food for little Huzi and Xiaoan too. Shui Ling thought for a moment. How are Shan Yu and his wife? Auntie is groggy, Cheng Huanran said softly. Not doing well. Uncle is in bad shape too, but still insists on caring for her. I hired a top nurse to help, and their relatives are taking turns staying with them. They only had one precious daughter. Losing her was like losing their own lives. Shui Ling sighed. There's nothing more painful than parents burying their child. Cheng Huanran never liked the couple, but now wasn't the time to judge. Mom, after Shan Yu's burial tomorrow, let's go back to Beijing. Shui Ling asked, What did little Huzi say? I haven't discussed it with him yet, Chung Huanran replied. I wanted to ask you first. If you agree, we'll leave tomorrow night. Xueling thought for a moment. After the burial, there may be more memorial activities. Little Huzi and Minnie, who are still young, but as Shan Yu's sons, they should participate. Okay, Chung Huanran said. I'll ask little Huzi in the morning. Xueling explained, we all flew here together, and the plane and crew are still waiting. The kids are too young to fly alone. If it's just a day or two, we can wait. This was Lin Qingji's largest plane, and the crew was waiting for their instructions. Another plane was sent to Country to pick up guests after the wedding. Originally, everyone planned to stay for a vacation after the wedding, but after this tragedy, no one felt like it. They'd return as soon as the wedding ended. Cheng Huanran said, I contacted Yangong. They'll return tomorrow afternoon. Xiaoxin will also fly back, but Xing has to stay a few more days for business and to distribute wedding favors. Xueling reminded, make sure they take good care of Auntie Wang Qing and Uncle Hu. Cheng Huanran smiled wryly, we haven't told them yet. Let little Huzi handle it tomorrow. Xueling paused, then asked, what about Shan Yu's third child? A preemie, about 4 pounds, Cheng Huanran replied. Still in the incubator, but stable. The doctor says he can be discharged in a few days. Xueling asked, another boy? Yes, Cheng Huanran nodded. Xueling sighed, poor child, born without a mother, and probably no father either. Cheng Huanran said, at least Shan Yu and his wife have a grandson to care for. With this child, they'll have a reason to go on. True, Xueling said. Their family was already in decline. Another child brings some hope. Cheng Huanran lowered his voice. Mom, for some reason, it seems Shan Yu and his wife aren't doing well financially. Private hospitals and funeral homes are expensive, and it quickly becomes clear who has money. When they arrived at the hospital that morning, Qin Shuiyu fainted from grief, and Shan Yu was devastated. It was chaos. Cheng Huanran paid the hospital bills, realizing even the emergency fees were unpaid. At the funeral home, Shan Yu's cousin said Shan Yu only gave him a card with about 100,000 yuan. He said to save as much as possible, and their relatives could only scrape together 30,000 to 40,000 more. Xueling asked, did they manage to raise it? No, Cheng Huanran shook his head. Xueling wasn't surprised. Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu have always fought with their relatives over money. No wonder they can't keep their wealth. Cheng Huanran said, I paid for the funeral and the grave. Shan Yu was like a little sister to me. I couldn't let her go without dignity. Good, Xueling praised. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Little Huzi, pale and trembling, clutching his phone. Auntie. Brother ran. The hospital just called. My mother-in-law's in bad shape. Sudden heart failure. They're resuscitating her. We need to go now. What? Xueling and Cheng Huanran were shocked. 5 days later, Beijing. The Spring Festival holiday was over, the wedding was done, and things were calm again. But Xin Yuan was quiet, Xueling and the others hadn't returned from the southern island. Normally, the house felt spacious, but at mealtimes, the emptiness was obvious. Xue mom missed her daughter, staring at the empty seats, with no appetite. Yuan, how many days has it been? Why aren't they back yet? Qing Tianyuan, serving his father-in-law, replied gently, soon, they'll be back tomorrow. After Shan Yu's death, Qin Shuiyu was so devastated she was twice given critical notices by doctors. Luckily, she was saved in time and moved from ICU to a regular ward. Xueling, seeing her improve, finally prepared to return to Beijing. Lingling messaged earlier, they'll leave tomorrow morning and arrive around noon. Little Huzi, his sister, and the kids would return too. Wang Qing and Hu in Beijing were anxiously waiting. Because Wang Qing's condition was fragile, Hu kept the truth from her, saying only the kids were hospitalized and delayed by flight issues. Wang Qing suspected nothing. Hu grieved in secret, wiping away tears. They'd treated Shan Yu like a daughter, and though she'd hurt the family, they never imagined she'd die so young. After all, she'd been family for 6 or 7 years, the mother of 2 beloved grandchildren. How could they not be sad? Shui mom asked, where are Xiao Xiao and the others? They went to the airport to pick up the in-laws, Chung Tianyuan replied. The flight was delayed, so they won't be back for lunch. The kids are with the nanny and have eaten. Shui dad looked around the big living room, just the 3 elders left, and he felt sad. Aichong and Aiching are on vacation, Xiaoxin's at work, just us old folks at home. Qing Tianyuan smiled. Dad, Mom, I'm always here with you. The in-laws laughed, teasing, you're the only one who doesn't mind us. In the afternoon, Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao brought Wang's parents from the airport. Qing Tianyuan greeted them first, followed by Shui's parents. Everyone was happy to see each other, chatting for a long time before letting the guests rest. Qing Tianyuan told his son, the rooms are ready with new bedding. Check if the heating's too high, your in-laws aren't used to it. Got it, Shui Yang replied. Qing Tianyuan went to the kitchen, telling the chef to prepare more dishes and some southern snacks. No sweet desserts this afternoon. Xiao Xiao said her mom's blood sugar is high. Is the bird's nest soup ready? Yes, Chef Li replied. With milk and just a little sugar. Send 2 bowls to the elders and let Xiao Xiao take 2 to her parents. Take out the one with red dates. I'll bring it to Wang Qing. Chef Li quickly packed it, handing it to Chung Tianyuan. When will Madam be back? We haven't seen her in days. Everyone's looking forward to it. Tomorrow, Chung Tianyuan smiled. He hurried to the back garden, then to the courtyard. The afternoon sun was warm. Ehu was cleaning the yard, hunched over and coughing. Qing Tianyuan frowned. Why are you out? Your cold isn't better. The wind makes you cough. It's just some leaves and dust. Why bother? He handed the food to Ehu, took the broom, and started sweeping. Ehu grinned. I thought the sun was warm, not too cold. I just came out cough. Qing Tianyuan asked, found a new housekeeper yet? The last one was lazy and stole things, so Ehu fired her. Not yet, Ehu said. I've contacted agencies, but no luck. Did you explain the situation? The patient has a nurse, the housekeeper just does chores. Once they hear there's a patient and 2 kids, many don't want the job, too much work, too much responsibility. I'll keep looking. Chung Tianyuan asked, can you manage alone? I have to, Ehu laughed. You help out, don't you? I'll ask the agency to send a few workers to help clean up, Chung Tianyuan said. Okay, Ehu replied. The second floor hasn't been cleaned all year. Little Huzi and the kids are back tomorrow, they shouldn't have to clean. Qing Tianyuan asked, how's Wang Qing? Awake from her nap? Not yet, Ehu replied. The nurse is with her. When she wakes, give her the snack, Chung Tianyuan said. Okay, Ehu hugged the food. Qing Tianyuan put away the broom. When Wang Qing wakes, tidy her up. Tonight, I'm hosting your in-laws, come join us. No need, Ehu muttered. I was going to make porridge. We're all family, don't be polite. The food's suitable for elders, no heavy dishes. Wang Qing's been inside for days, take her out for a walk. Can your cooking compare to Chef Li's? Ehu laughed, of course not. If I could cook like that, you'd hire me. Cough. Qing Tianyuan frowned at his cough. Go inside. But Ehu wanted to chat more. Are Shanyu and his wife really going to raise that baby? Yes, Chung Tianyuan said. But their health is poor, they'll need a nanny. Ehu frowned, sighing. Should Huzi take the baby? He's Mini Hu and little Huzi's brother. If Shanyu can't manage and it's all up to a nanny anyway, why not bring him here? Don't mention it, Chung Tianyuan interrupted. Unless Huzi brings it up, no one should suggest it. The baby is Mini Hu and little Huzi's brother, but not related to Huzi by blood. No matter how generous, Huzi couldn't accept his ex-wife's child by another man. Besides, the baby's father's family is still around. Lingling said the baby's grandmother came to the hospital, asking for a paternity test. Shanyu drove her off, saying the child was Shanyu's and had nothing to do with them. If there's a test, the other side could claim custody. It's not that simple. Ehu sighed, I just feel sorry for Yuyu and the baby. Qing Tianyuan reminded, you're not well yourself and you have Wang Qing to care for. Raising a baby takes years, not days. Don't act on emotion and upset Huzi. I just feel bad for Yuyu, Ehu choked. She's gone so suddenly, all the kids are suffering. Chung Tianyuan nodded. I understand, but this baby isn't ours to take. Besides, with their own troubles and a bedridden patient, they couldn't take on a newborn. Ehu wiped his tears, whispering, Huzi said Shanyu sold the villa and car he bought for them and moved back to their old apartment. Their finances seem bad, do you know why? Ching Tianyuan sighed. They had assets, but last year Shanyu made a huge mistake. Huh? Ehu frowned. When? Probably early last year. Huzi and Shanyu were divorcing and we didn't know. Lingling and Ranan found out when they visited, and Shanyu finally told the truth. Ehu asked angrily, why does he always mess things up? He's over 70. What did he do? Ching Tianyuan smiled wryly. He tried investing in foreign futures online. Lost over 30 million yuan, wiped out their savings. And then? Ehu asked. Why sell the villa? They should still have millions. Their fish farm made good money. It was mismanaged by nephews and cousins, so they had to sell it. After losing so much in futures, he tried investing in steel with a niece, but had no money, so he sold the car and villa. The niece and her husband took the money and disappeared. Shanyu and his brother fought, Chen Shuiyu argued too, and everyone ended up at the police station, but nothing came of it. Ehu was speechless. What kind of people are these? Ching Tianyuan explained, they've always fought over money, both sides of the family. Relatives leeching off them, and the couple always fighting, no wonder they couldn't keep their wealth. Ehu frowned, so they're broke? How can they afford a nanny or raise a baby? They have money now, Chung Tianyuan said. Lingling sold Shanyu's jewelry, raising a few million. Ehu asked, the ones we and Huzi gave her? Yes, Chung Tianyuan smiled wryly. She's gone, no point keeping them. The elderly and kids need money most. I'm sure Shanyu would agree. Ehu nodded, of course. The living have to go on. Chung Tianyuan continued. Lingling said after Huzi recovered, he bought big insurance policies for Shanyu and the kids. After her death, Huzi claimed the insurance, over 5 million yuan. Ehu said quickly, don't give it all to Shanyu, they'll lose it again. Huzi decided to leave the jewelry money for them and the baby. The insurance payout is in the bank. Each year, Huzi will give them the interest plus 200,000 yuan, enough for a good life. No more riches, but they'll be fine. Ehu nodded, good decision. Don't let them handle too much money, they'll just lose it. Ching Tianyuan sighed. Shanyu and his wife were good at business, but too many relatives leeched off them, and they couldn't get along. After a lifetime of work, they ended up with nothing. It's sad. Pitiful people often have themselves to blame, Ehu said. Their values were wrong, that's why they had so many problems. Forget it, Chung Tianyuan smiled. It's too late now. If they could change, they would have. Ehu said quietly, I gave some money to save Yu. If it wasn't used, let Shanyu keep it. I don't know, Chung Tianyuan replied. Ask Huzi tomorrow. Ehu started coughing and Chung Tianyuan pushed him inside, then walked back. His phone rang. It was his old friend Chen Min. He said he'd called his cousin but got no answer. Chung Tianyuan explained they'd been outside chatting, probably left the phone inside. Chen Min said he'd fly to Beijing that night to visit his sister-in-law. The farm's been busy, but now I have time. I'll come by. Ching Tianyuan agreed. Ehu has to care for Wang Qing, so I'll pick you up at the airport. Chen Min agreed and hung up. Chung Tianyuan went to tell Ehu the good news. Ehu was delighted. This time, he has to stay at least half a month, can't let him slip away. Ching Tianyuan nodded. You can't earn money forever, and who knows how many chances we'll have to get together. He must stay a few days. Ehu remembered something and beckoned him over. Chen Min's ex-wife's business failed, her supermarket was sold, and her family took all her money. Now that Chen Min and his son's farm is doing well, they're urging her to remarry him. Chung Tianyuan asked, did Chen Min agree? No way. Ehu shook his head. He was so disappointed in her. After being taken advantage of for years, he finally got free. Why go back? He was worried the kids would blame him, but they all supported him. He gave his ex-wife some money and let her live in the old house. She has a place and money, so he's done his duty. Chung Tianyuan asked, does Chen Min have other plans? At his age? Ehu rolled his eyes. What plans? His son's old enough to marry. He just wants to help with the farm, see his kids settle down, and be a grandpa. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. That's good too. Late at night, Old Chen drove Cheng Tianyuan to the Beijing airport. Half an hour later, Cheng Tianyuan met up with Chen Min, and the two of them, loaded with bags, walked out together. Chen Min wore a light jacket. Though his hair was already gray, he looked energetic and radiant. He even seemed younger than a few years ago. It's all about exercise, Chen Min explained. People our age, most are retired at home, always complaining about aches and pains. Ever since I started working at the duck farm, doing physical labor, I've felt better and better. Look, I've even got muscles now. He lifted his jacket without hesitation, showing off his firm chest. Cheng Tianyuan was instantly envious, laughing. Not bad. You look even better than you did in your 40s. Of course. Chen Min shook his head. Back then I was all fat, only my hair looked black, but my body felt like I was 60. These past 2 years, working in the mountains and water, the air is good, the food is healthy, and I feel younger as I get older. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. I've gotten lazy. Other than helping with flowers and vegetables, or sweeping, I don't do much. Careful you don't get sick from idleness. Chen Min teased. Rich man's disease. All that good food and no work, those are the illnesses of the well-off. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. I'm not rich enough for that. I still have to work. The company's on holiday now. The warehouse is closed, so there's no shipping. I don't plan to retire, work as long as I can. As long as I can do it, I won't slack off. His company was running well, with good profits. Most employees were old-timers. Some had been with him since he started selling tissues. The clients were also long-term. Profits weren't high, but business was stable and pleasant. He had no plans to step down yet. Chen Min looked him over. You haven't really aged these years. Not like my cousin, he was tall and strong when young, but now he's always sick, in and out of the hospital. No choice, Cheng Tianyuan said. Just his high blood pressure, cholesterol, and sugar have worn him out. He's on all kinds of meds, like a walking pharmacy. He's really aged a lot, looks like he's 80. Chen Min thought of Wang Qing, still bedridden, and felt for his cousin. He can barely take care of himself, and now he has to look after his wife. It's not easy. I wish I could help, but I'm far away, busy with the farm and fish pond, can't visit much. Cheng Tianyuan asked, You said you were building some farmhouses, are they done? All done, Chen Min said. 6 rooms at the foot of the mountain, 2 stories, with a yard in front and a veggie patch in back. Plenty of space for my family. I wanted to invite my cousin and his wife to come stay this summer, get away from the heat. What, just them? Not inviting anyone else? Cheng Tianyuan teased. Chen Min laughed. Would you really leave Beijing? I'd invite you, but you and your wife wouldn't come. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. A few days is fine, but not long term. My in-laws are old, can't leave them. Unless we bring them along. You're always welcome. Chen Min laughed. But I doubt you'd want to leave Xinyuan. Cheng Tianyuan saw how cheerful his old friend was, so different from his old, gloomy self, and was happy for him. For some, divorce is a kind of liberation, a chance to start fresh. Chen Min suddenly asked, Why didn't Xiaohu answer my calls? I tried this afternoon, wanted him to pick me up at the airport, but he never answered. Cheng Tianyuan's face fell, and he quietly told him about Shanyu. Chen Min was stunned, then sighed deeply. Such a tragedy, so young and gone. Cheng Tianyuan said, The funeral's done, the grave is set. Lingling and the others will be back in Beijing by noon tomorrow. Chen Min frowned. The saddest are the kids, 3 of them. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Everyone's still keeping it from Wang Qing, so don't let it slip. She was disappointed in Shanyu, but deep down she still loved her. Chen Min smiled bitterly. I've been keeping something from them too, didn't dare say. Cheng Tianyuan was curious. What is it? Chen Min whispered. Wang Qing's younger brother was in a car accident recently, still in the hospital. He told his family not to contact anyone in Beijing, so Wang Qing wouldn't worry. I only found out by accident, then rushed to visit him. Was it serious? Qing Tianyuan frowned. He's not young either, right? Chinmin nodded. Just a few years younger than your wife, so already elderly. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt, got thrown out in the crash, broke his thigh and some ribs. He's been in the hospital over 2 months. Chung Tianyuan frowned. Bone injuries take 100 days to heal. That's tough. Chinmin said. He told them not to tell his sister, so she wouldn't worry. Not even Ahu knows. He paused, then asked, do you think Wang Qing will ever recover? Chung Tianyuan didn't answer, just sighed. Ahu, excited that his cousin was coming, couldn't sleep. After Wang Qing fell asleep, he turned on all the lights outside and waited by the window. Early spring in Beijing was still cold, with snow falling. Chung Tianyuan and Chinmin braved the snow to come inside, but the cold couldn't dampen the joy of old friends reuniting. The three chatted until dawn before finally going to bed. Chung Tianyuan slept deeply, only waking when Ahu got up. What time is it? Ahu shook his head, a bit after 7. Chung Tianyuan checked his phone, already past 8, with 2 missed calls from his son-in-law over an hour ago. Qin Xinji was still abroad, planning to return after the Lantern Festival. Xiaoxin was busy with work, so she'd flown back with them, but hadn't visited home yet. Why call so early? Maybe something urgent. Chung Tianyuan rubbed his face and quickly called back. Maybe because it was an international call, it took a moment to connect. Soon, Qin Xinji answered. Dad, you're awake? Are you at Xinyuan? Chung Tianyuan yawned. Just woke up, I'm at Ahu's. I was about to bring them and Chinmin back to Xinyuan for breakfast. Qin Xinji sounded anxious. Dad, I need to discuss something. Xiaoxin's had a bit of trouble. A fan found her studio's address, even took a photo of her. He's been messaging the studio, asking her to dinner. She refused, but he started waiting outside, and even pretended to be a delivery guy to get inside and harass her. Qing Tianyuan frowned. Is Xiaoxin okay? She's fine. Her coworkers stopped him and told him to leave. I've arranged for an assistant and a bodyguard to protect her, and they've done well. The female bodyguard called me last night, said the fan might have mental issues. To be safe, she suggested Xiaoxin come home for a while. It's not safe at night. Qing Tianyuan said, all right, have her come home. I told her, but she refused, said it's too much trouble. I've booked a flight back the day after tomorrow, but I have an important board meeting and dinner tomorrow, so I can't come sooner. I'm not at the courtyard house, and I don't want her staying alone. I suggested she stay at Xinyuan, where security is better. Qing Tianyuan understood. Don't worry, I'll call her and have her come home. She's still young, doesn't know how dangerous people can be. Thank you, Dad. She keeps saying she's fine, that she's always with coworkers and never goes out alone. But I can't relax. She's always been trusting. I tried to persuade her, but she won't listen, so I have to ask you. Qing Tianyuan scolded, you need to set some boundaries, can't spoil her in everything. She's a bit spoiled, and you're too soft on her. Be careful she doesn't lose her way. Qin Xinji laughed, Dad, I just can't help it. If she pouts, I'm helpless. If I scold her, she ignores me. If I coax her, she sometimes listens. I can't bring myself to be harsh. Qing Tianyuan said, I'm not saying be harsh, just set boundaries. Some things you have to insist on. You're right. This is serious, we have to be careful. If she won't listen to me, I can only ask you and Mom. Qing Tianyuan understood. All right, I'll have her come home. I'll have old Qin and a bodyguard drive her back and forth, more people, more safety. Qin Xinji was relieved. Thank you, Dad. I've told the bodyguard to stay alert, and if the fan comes back, to call the police immediately. Chung Tianyuan agreed, told him to stay safe, and hung up. By then, Ahu had helped Wang Qing wash up and get dressed. Chinmin, half asleep, was woken by the phone call and went to wash up. Qing Tianyuan boiled water and set the robot vacuum to clean. Wang Qing was delighted to see Chinmin, chatting with him about their hometown. Qing Tianyuan called, let's have breakfast and chat. No need, Ahu said, embarrassed. We'll just make some porridge and eat the salted duck eggs Chinmin brought, no trouble. Wang Qing agreed, yes, no trouble. Chung Tianyuan asked, didn't we agree to eat at Xinyuan these days? No nanny at home, cooking and cleaning takes an hour. I have chefs at my place, you just need to show up. Ahu laughed. Aren't Yangyang's in-laws visiting? Xin Yuan must be busy. If we all go, they'll feel awkward. They only visit once a year to see their daughter and grandkids. We shouldn't make them uncomfortable. Wang Qing nodded. We'll go another time. Qing Tianuan smiled. Don't worry, it's just my in-laws. They're always polite. I arranged for them to eat in the side hall near their room, with the chef bringing food over. No need to crowd the main dining room. Ahu teased. If they think you're avoiding them, you're in trouble. Haha. Qing Tianyuan shook his head. I told Xiao Xiao, when everyone's home, we'll eat together. When there are fewer people, everyone eats separately, more freedom. Xiao Xiao was happy, said her parents would agree. Yangyang's taking them out for dinner to try Beijing food. The young people have it all arranged, no need for us to worry. Chen Min laughed. We all need to be more open-minded. If the kids need you, help. If not, stay out of the way. Everyone laughed. When you're old, you need self-awareness. Exactly. If they need us, we help. If not, just take care of ourselves, or they'll think we're meddling. Come on, let's eat. In the afternoon, Xue Ling and the others returned to Beijing. Xue Ling and Xiaohu had both lost weight, especially Xiaohu, who looked pale and gaunt. Ahu, seeing his son, was moved to tears. Chen Min whispered, Brother, calm down, don't let the kids see you cry. Sure enough, Xiaohu and Wanin, seeing their father cry, also started crying. Only the little ones, Xiaoxiaohu and Minihu, were cheerful, running to hug Ahu's legs. Grandpa, Grandpa. Ahu quickly knelt to hug them. Chung Tianuan, seeing his wife's thin face, felt a pang and took her hand. Was the trip smooth? Tired? Xue Ling smiled, her eyes full of fatigue. Everything okay at home? Are Mom and Dad all right? Qing Tianuan nodded, all good. Cheng Huanran and Kang'an held hands, looking happy and close. Xue Yang clapped. No time for reunions, security says hurry. Everyone, get in the cars. Wang Xiaoxiao hugged Xiaozu, greeting her mom and brother. Xue Ling, seeing her grandchild, let go of Tianyuan's hand and hugged Xiaozu. The little one called Nai Nai. Xue Ling smiled, kissing the child. Good, you didn't forget Grandma. Wang Xiaoxiao laughed, of course not. They talk about you all the time. Xiaopeng and Xiaoyu are at preschool. We didn't tell them you were back or they wouldn't want to go. Xue Yang herded everyone into the cars. Just then, Chang Huanchong and Lin Qingji arrived, apologizing for the traffic. Qing Tianyuan waved, let's go home. Ah Qing, come with us. Lin Qingji smiled and nodded. Soon, everyone was in their cars. Lin Qingji and Cheng Huanchong drove their own car, following the group to Xinyuan. Huanchong glanced at the man beside him, raising an eyebrow. What's up? Lin Qingji looked puzzled. What? Huanchong grinned. You're grinning ear to ear, what's so funny? Lin Qingji took his hand, fingers interlaced, eyes full of joy. Uncle just said I should come home with you. Huanchong was surprised, then amused. That's all it takes to make you this happy? Lin Qingji shook his head. You don't understand. This is my family's natural acceptance of me. I've waited so long for this feeling of being truly part of the family. Huanchong squeezed his hand. My family sees your efforts. From now on, my home is your home. Lin Qingji smiled, honored. He added, when spring comes, my parents will return to Beijing. I want to bring them to Xinyuan to visit. Both families. Meeting? Huanchong blushed. I'll be abroad then. Lin Qingji shook his head. You go to class if you need to. Your parents already treat me as family. I'll bring my parents to visit. I feel like I'm the outsider now. Are you after my family, not me? Huancheng joked. Lin Qingji laughed. No need to wonder. That's the truth. All right. Huancheng let go of his hand, laughing. You're bold. But you need the bridge's permission to cross. Lin Qingji teased. Bridge, why won't you let me? Just won't. Huancheng pouted. Lin Qingji was unfazed. Doesn't matter, as long as your parents agree. Go, go, go. Huancheng laughed. Without me, you can't get in. Just drop me at the gate, then go do your own thing. Lin Qingji replied coolly, if you weren't there, why would I want to go? Without your permission, I'd never have the chance. Huancheng was satisfied, so value your bridge. It's important. Lin Qingji nodded obediently. Huancheng added, before school starts, I need to spend more time with my family. I still have 2 paintings to finish, leave the rest to you. I need to spend time with your parents too, Lin Qingji protested. Huancheng was embarrassed. My family's big. You can't just stay at my place all the time. I spent most of the break with you. Now I need to be with them. Lin Qingji replied, I'll spend time with you, your family, and help with your paintings. All in one. Huancheng reminded, that's too obvious. It's not the first time, Lin Qingji said calmly. Huancheng stammered, last time was because of the snow, then because of my brother's accident, then because there weren't enough vacation homes. This time there's no excuse. Lin Qingji replied, your parents already see me as family. Why bother with excuses? Are you finally shy or just slow to react? Fine, Huancheng blushed. Suit yourself. So many mansions, but you insist on squeezing in with me. Lin Qingji looked at his red face. There's something I should tell you in advance. Huancheng asked, what is it? Life plans, Lin Qingji replied. Huh? Huancheng's eyes widened, face even redder. That's not urgent, right? Let's wait until I graduate. Our situation is different. Lin Qingji smiled gently. You're not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry, but my parents are. Since last year, they've wanted to visit Xinyuan, meet your parents, and have a meal together. And then, Huancheng asked, talk about life plans? Not just in passing, but specifically for that, Lin Qingji said. They want both families to meet formally, to show their sincerity. Huancheng felt awkward, no rush. I haven't even graduated. Lin Qingji reminded, your big brother is probably getting married soon. Your second brother already has 4 kids. Even your sister is married. You're the only one left. Huancheng didn't care. Who says I'm left? I'm not unwanted. Everyone in the family probably already knew. Lin Qingji smiled, but you only want one person. I'm not unpresentable, so why are you so hesitant? They'd been together a while, and it was time to take the next step. It just feels too soon, Huancheng muttered. My big brother is much older and only just getting married. Xiaoxin dated for years before marrying. We don't need to rush. He still had 2 years before graduation, wanted to travel, and had many dreams. Marriage wasn't on his immediate agenda. My parents are anxious, Lin Qingji said. You have many siblings, your parents are busy. But I'm their only child, so the pressure's on me. Huancheng teased, is there anything you can't handle? Lin Qingji smiled, the people I care about most are the ones I can't control. I really can't do anything about you all. Huancheng gave in, so, just a formal meeting, right? I'll tell my mom. Lin Qingji nodded, also, my parents hope we can register our marriage abroad first. What? So many surprises. Huancheng blushed, anything else? Tell your parents I'll get it all done before I graduate, just don't rush me. There's more, Lin Qingji said. They hope we'll have a few kids soon, so they can enjoy being grandparents. What? Huancheng panicked. No rush, really no rush. Lin Qingji teased, scared by your second brother's kids? No wonder, every time the family gathered, Shui Yang would hand off his kids and sneak away with his wife, leaving everyone else to deal with the chaos. Huancheng laughed. Playing with them is fine, but taking care of all their needs, that's tough. I'll take care of them, Lin Qingji smiled. Our own kids, we'll raise them ourselves. I'll have my assistant find a good agency, and we'll have twins. Huancheng shook his head. Let's wait a few years. I haven't had enough fun yet. Marriage and kids are scary. He was the 3rd child, with his parents and brothers handling everything. Maybe because he'd been abroad and had a free lifestyle, he hadn't thought much about settling down. For the past few years, Lin Qingji had become part of his life, but he hadn't dared hope for more. Now, suddenly, both families wanted to meet, talk marriage and kids. It was a lot to take in. All right, Lin Qingji laughed. Step by step. First, arrange for my parents to meet yours, then we'll see. Huancheng nodded, opened a snack box, and popped a cookie in his mouth. Lin Qingji reminded, don't eat too much, there's a big dinner tonight. Really? Huancheng asked. My dad arranged a feast for my mom? Lin Qingji raised an eyebrow. Didn't you check the family group chat? No. Huancheng explained. Xiaoxin sent a ton of videos and photos, so I muted it. Lin Qingji said, Uncle arranged a big dinner tonight to welcome your second brother's in-laws and his old friend Qinmin. Your mom and Ranran have been away, so it's also a welcome home dinner. Oh. Huanqing finally saw the message. He suddenly realized, when did you join our family group chat? A long time ago, Lin Qingji replied. Uncle called me 2 days ago to discuss the menu and asked me to bring my chef. I've already arranged it. The chef and assistants went to Xinyuan this morning. Huancheng was shocked. My dad called you directly? Why not through me? What do you think? Lin Qingji smiled. Dinner was lively, starting in the evening and lasting until after 7. Xueling was tired, but kept up her spirits to chat with the in-laws, Qinmin and Wang Qing, until most guests had left, then finally went to her room. Cheng Tianyuan, a bit tipsy, insisted on seeing his in-laws to their room, drank some sobering tea, took a hot shower, and only then went to bed. Xueling couldn't sleep and snuggled up to him. Cheng Tianyuan held her. Why aren't you sleeping? Too tired. Xueling sighed. My head hurts, can't sleep. He gently massaged her temples. Xiaoxin's back, just went to her room. Acheng is staying in the third brother's room tonight. No separate room for him. Ranran and Ainin went out after dinner, not back yet. Yang says he needs the big car tomorrow to take the kids and in-laws out. Fine, let them do as they like. Xueling smiled. The room was dim, but Cheng Tianyuan could tell she looked unwell. These 10 days have been hard. You've lost weight, look pale and tired. Xueling sighed. I was sad, couldn't eat. The food there was different. I didn't have the appetite. I was upset, didn't want to go out to eat. Not eating well, low energy, so I lost weight. It's fine, I'll recover at home. Cheng Tianyuan asked, when can Sister Chen leave the hospital? Soon, Xueling said. Shanwei is better, taking care of her. They're old, and now it's just the two of them. And the child, what's the plan? They plan to hire a nanny to help at home, Xueling said. But I doubt they can manage for long. Is the father's family still causing trouble? Yes, Xueling said. That man partied all the time, had many women, but only this one son. He's in jail, but his family is still around. His lawyer and mother keep coming to the hospital, saying they want to take the child. Shanwei won't allow a paternity test, says the child is only Shanyo's, their grandchild. But they're outnumbered and soon won't be able to keep the child. So eager for the child, but could push the mother to her death heartless. Cheng Tianyuan said. Xueling replied, he thought he'd always be on top, have many kids. Who knew he'd end up in jail, never to get out? That's why his mother is desperate for the child. How's the child? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Premature, but otherwise fine. Good-looking, like Xiaoxiu and Minnie Hu. Shanwei and Sister Chen are holding on for the child. Cheng Tianyuan worried, if the child is taken, they'll have nothing left. They can't care for the child much longer, Xueling said. If they can, they will. If not, they'll have to give him to the father's family. At least he'll have blood relatives, better than strangers. The child was born, mother gone, father in jail. So pitiful, without family, he'd be even more alone. Cheng Tianyuan sighed, all doomed fate. Xueling held his hand, resting her head on his shoulder. In all my life, I've seen all kinds of people and things. But raising children is the most important. Childhood education and family shape a person's whole life. If it's missing or wrong, it can ruin everything. Ever since Shanyu was still an unborn fetus, she had accompanied Sister Chen to the hospital for bed rest. Xueling even learned of her arrival before her biological father, Shanyu, because at that time, Sister Chen and Shanyu were in the midst of a divorce. Chen Shuiyu didn't like her in-laws, nor did she find comfort at her own parents' home. She wandered around in a daze until she discovered she was pregnant and had no choice but to come to Rongqing to seek Xueling's help. So many years have passed in a flash, Xueling couldn't help but sigh. I still remember being with her in the hospital for bed rest, as if it were just yesterday. Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly. I don't know what they were like before, but I've known Shanyu and Sister Chen for so many years, and I've seen and heard about them fighting for divorce countless times. Yet, in the end, they always realized they couldn't live without each other, so they had to make up and keep going. The two of them fought for most of their lives. Only when they grew old and could no longer keep up the drama did they finally settle down. Yeah, Xueling gave a bitter smile. They clearly loved each other, but neither would give in. Add to that the chaos from their respective families and siblings, their relationship was on again, off again, and they even almost got separated forever because of poisoning. Qing Tianyuan said with some annoyance, back when Shanyu wasn't even born, their financial situation was great, much better than ours. But somehow, they always managed to mess things up, going bankrupt, then rising again, then bankrupt again. Their finances were always either sky-high or rock-bottom, never stable. That's right, Xueling sighed. The two of them traveled all over, always stirring things up. When Shanyu was little, she followed them north and south, and at one point, to make ends meet, they even had her become a child singer. There weren't many child stars back then, it was just singing, but I took her along and we did make quite a bit of money, which helped Shanyu through tough times. But her studies suffered, Cheng Tianyuan squinted, recalling. I remember back then, Shanyu was away a lot, and Sister Chin would take Shanyu to find him every so often. Each time she took leave, it was for several days, sometimes half a month. I was in charge of taking the eldest and second child to school, and sometimes found Sister Chin overslept and was late, so I'd just help Shanyu take leave too. Shanyu actually started school before the second child, but later she was held back and even fell behind. Right, Xueling murmured. Even when their finances improved, they didn't pay enough attention to Shanyu's education. They always wanted her to learn arts, to become a big star and make a fortune. Shanyu's grades were already poor, and later she couldn't get into high school, so she had to go to an art school. Qing Tianyuan recalled, to make her a star, Shanyu even sold off family assets to invest in a movie. But then, something happened to Shanyu, and she developed severe depression. After that, she came to the capital for treatment and stayed at our house for a long time, Xueling said softly. It was during that time that she and Little Tiger accidentally slept together, and she got pregnant with Little Tiger. They were both so young then, Little Tiger had just come of age. So many years have passed in a flash, Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Who would have thought the two of them would suddenly separate, and Shanyu would end up with a scumbag? And in the end, even lost her life. Xueling suddenly choked up. Actually, when Shanyu's parents were fighting for divorce, I scolded Sister Chin and Shanyu. But when I saw Shanyu lying lifeless in the morgue, I couldn't say a word. Nothing I could say would matter anymore. Scolding them was pointless. For parents to bury their own child, that's already the harshest, most severe punishment. In the end, when they got old, Cheng Tianyuan frowned, they went bankrupt again, couldn't even afford a burial plot for their child. If it weren't for Little Tiger and Yu Peng, they wouldn't even have been able to afford the hospital. As the saying goes, virtue carries all things, they're the perfect counterexample. Xueling nodded gently. If the parents' values hadn't been so off, and if Shanyu had had more of her own ideas, she wouldn't have ended up on such a path of no return. If she'd stayed in the capital, with her two lovely children around her, living a comfortable life, how could she have fallen for such a flashy, shallow man? In the end, they cared too much about money and material things, always looking for shortcuts, and that's why they fell, even to their deaths. Sometimes, the bond between parents and children is a karmic one, Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Xueling wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured, no matter how old they get, they're still our children. If they make mistakes, we can't use the excuse that they're grown and have their own choices to stop intervening. We should still step in, unless we truly don't know what's going on. Only by using others as a mirror can we see where we ourselves are wrong, and what we should do. Her children were all grown, each had found a life partner, each had their own career. But she still felt she shouldn't relax her guidance. Society is so complicated, people's hearts so unpredictable. A moment's carelessness can lead to disaster. As parents, they not only had to set an example, but also constantly remind their children, never letting them stray or make a fatal mistake. And then Chung Tianyuan said, "As long as you're a parent, you'll always worry." Lately, Xiao Xian has been harassed by a male fan, but she doesn't think it's serious. She thinks she's always surrounded by colleagues, bodyguards, and assistants, so there's nothing to worry about. Xian, she tried to persuade her to come home, but at first she refused. I called and told her you two were coming back tonight, so she had to come home for a few days, and she finally agreed. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. People can be dangerous. Sometimes, just a few minutes of carelessness can lead to an accident. I still get chills thinking about what happened to her big brother before. How can she be so careless? So, how is it? Is it handled? Not yet, Chung Tianyuan explained. She said the fan issue isn't a small matter. If PR isn't handled well, it could cause a serious loss of fans. I told her, never be careless and never put yourself in danger for the sake of profit. It's not worth it. Did she listen? Xue Ling frowned. Why not call the police? Why not get more bodyguards? None of that. Chung Tianyuan replied. She listened. For now, she hasn't called the police. She says it's not that serious yet. I plan to assign 2 more people to follow her, just in case. Don't be careless, Xue Ling sighed tiredly. Of all the kids, she's the one we worry about most. If we don't protect her, we're afraid something will happen. But if we protect her too much, she's too trusting, too naive, too stubborn. Don't worry, Chung Tianyuan said softly. She'll grow up, little by little. She's already an adult, already married. There's nothing we can do, just take it slow. Tomorrow I'll have a chow look into it. All right, don't worry too much. Just close your eyes and sleep. Remind me. I know. Don't think about it, just sleep. Pity the hearts of parents everywhere. While someone here worries about their daughter, someone over there is worrying about their son. Ahu looked at his son, who had grown so thin he was almost unrecognizable, and couldn't help but tear up. Beside him, Chin Min lowered his voice, "Brother, don't be like this." Then he turned to his niece, Xiaoyun. "Are both kids asleep?" Wan Yun was washing baby bottles and explained, "The older one is already asleep. The younger one is waiting for me to bring up the formula. Mini Tiger is very sleepy, but won't go to bed without his milk." "All right, I'll leave them to you," Chin Min said softly. "We'll have some tea and talk." Wan Yun glanced thoughtfully at her brother and nodded gently. Little Tiger went to check on his mother, saw she was sleeping soundly, and quietly closed the door. "Dad, you didn't let Mom know, right?" "No," Ahu replied softly. "With your mom like this, how could I dare tell her?" Chin Min cleared his throat and couldn't help but remind him, "Huzi, no one could have predicted this. You have to work, take care of 2 kids and your mom. You have to take care of yourself. This big family is counting on you." "Uncle, I know." Little Tiger slumped on the small sofa, head tilted back, eyes closed. "I'm just a bit tired, lost my appetite. That's why I've lost so much weight." Ahu sighed deeply. "So, what are your plans?" "Plans?" Little Tiger murmured. "Life has to go on. However things were arranged before, that's how it'll be." From the moment he got divorced, Shan Yu became part of his past. She had left his life, left their world. If she were still alive, maybe they'd see each other from time to time for the kids. Now, there was no chance. A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness, let alone that they'd been married for years and had 2 lovely children. Her sudden death, unless he was made of stone. How could he not be heartbroken? When she betrayed him, he'd been angry, hurt, even hated her. But he wasn't a petty man. When it was time to let go, he let go. Even if he was angry and resentful, he never cursed her. How she lived had nothing to do with him anymore. After the divorce, they didn't contact each other for months, until she reached out, saying she wanted to come to the capital to see the kids. He didn't stop her, nor did he refuse. After all, she was their biological mother. He couldn't deprive the kids of their mother's love. After not seeing her for months, his feelings had calmed a lot. Time really is the best medicine. Any pain, any love or hate can be healed and soothed by the passage of time. By then, it was already winter in the capital, very cold. She wore a thick sweater and down jacket, her belly big, her eyes complicated as she glanced at him, then burst into tears, squatting down to hug both sons. The kids chattered, asking why Mom had only just come back, excited beyond words. She cried so hard, but kept forcing a smile for the kids. He knew those were tears of missing her children, so he didn't say much, just told her to keep the kids with her at the hotel, not to go out in the cold, and that he'd pick them up at night. She nervously asked if the kids could stay with her at the hotel for a few days. He refused, saying the kids weren't used to sleeping elsewhere and would fuss. Besides, they hadn't brought their things, so it would be inconvenient. He wasn't unhappy about the kids seeing her, just stating the facts. She was disappointed, but still nodded and agreed, then anxiously asked if the kids could skip kindergarten and stay at the hotel during the day. He agreed, saying it was just kindergarten, a few days more or less didn't matter. She thanked him. When she was about to leave, she choked up and said she might not be able to come back to the capital until after the new year, and hoped he could occasionally send her videos of the kids. He agreed, saying he'd send them when he had time. When he left with the kids, she cried behind them, heartbroken. In the elevator, the kids asked why Mom wasn't coming home with them. He frowned slightly and made up an excuse, saying Mom had to go to the southern island to take care of her sick grandparents and would come home when she could. The kids were used to this explanation and didn't argue or ask further. Back in their routine, back to kindergarten and play, the kids' lives returned to normal. The club had been renovated. At night, he'd put the kids to bed early, then get up at 4 or 5 in the morning to visit internet cafes, looking for promising new talent. The clothing factory was managed by Shui Yang and Qing Xiao's people, so he didn't have to worry, just wait for dividends. He didn't dare meddle in things he didn't understand, just focused on finding new talent. Before the new year, Shanyu contacted him, asking if he'd take the kids abroad for Xiao Xian's wedding. He said yes, the whole family would go. Shanyu sent 2 red envelopes, saying they were New Year's gifts from the grandparents for the kids, and asked him to accept them on their behalf. He accepted. Then he took the whole family to the hotel for Xiao Xian's first wedding ceremony. Afterward, everyone took Qing Xiao's private jet to an country, stayed in a luxury hotel, and played for 2 or 3 days. After the new year, Shanyu never contacted him again. He was busy with the holiday, busy taking care of the kids, and except for a few close friends and colleagues, he didn't talk to anyone else. While playing on the beach, with sand and salty seawater everywhere, he kept his phone put away. He never expected to miss the first news. At first, he was very regretful, but thinking back, even if he'd gotten her call right away, he wouldn't have been able to help, he couldn't have saved her. I couldn't see her one last time, and she didn't leave any final words. She just left, so suddenly, little Tiger said softly. But I know what she cared about most was the kids, and the only ones she couldn't let go of were her parents and the kids. All I can do is take good care of the kids, and if I have the energy, look after her parents too. Ahu sighed. Even if she wronged you, her parents are still little Tiger and Mini Tiger's grandparents. Video call them once in a while, let them see the kids. And then little Tiger replied, I will. Ahu was still worried. Are you sure you're okay? You've lost so much weight, shouldn't you get checked at the hospital? No need, little Tiger explained. Ranji has already arranged some medicine to boost my energy and blood. He says I'm just weak, nothing else wrong. I'm not used to the food and I'm busy, that's why I lost weight. I'll recover after a while. Chenmin stubbed out his cigarette and quietly suggested, how about renting out the club and not running it yourself? Chenmin's words caught little Tiger off guard. He was momentarily at a loss. Uncle, what did you just say? Chenmin repeated, why not just rent out the club? I heard from your dad that you've renovated it, right? I just think your mom needs your care and the 2 kids are still young. Maybe you shouldn't put so much pressure on yourself. Focus on the family first. Little Tiger shook his head. I can't. Chenmin continued to persuade him, you have a spacious house, a car, and your dad's rental income from the provincial capital is enough for your family to live well. If you rent out the club at the villa, the monthly rent would be considerable. Huzi, you can't always push yourself so hard. Sometimes you need to take a break. Ahu looked at his son with worry and quickly interjected, "It's not my idea. Your uncle just feels sorry for you. He knows it hasn't been easy for you in the capital all these years. Now, with the old and the young at home, he's worried you'll wear yourself out." "I know," little Tiger nodded gently. "I understand what uncle means, I really do. But I can't stop." Jinmin couldn't help but ask, "Is it really this industry or nothing? Your dad says the competition is fierce and the investment is huge." "That's right," little Tiger explained. "The competition is intense and things develop fast. Uncle, this is something I love. If I didn't love it, I wouldn't do it. In this industry, you can't just step away for a few years. A short break is fine, but if it's longer, you'll be left behind. Things change so quickly, if you're not careful, you'll be eliminated. So I can't afford to take a long break. I have to find a way to make a comeback this year." "You really have to do this?" Jinmin sighed. "But your family really needs you." Little Tiger lowered his eyes and said softly, "I'll try to spend more time at home with Mom and the kids. I know you're worried about the kids, and about Dad taking care of Mom alone. Don't worry, I'll do my best to take care of the family first, then focus on my career. Family comes first, career second. I won't get my priorities mixed up again." "That's the right attitude," Jinmin said, looking at Little Tiger with a mix of relief and heartache. "You've grown up. You know what's most important now." Little Tiger gave a bitter smile. "Everyone grows up eventually, it just takes a price." Along the way, he'd gone from a rebellious, fearless youth to a man who, though not old, already felt weathered by life. As a teenager, he'd run away from home, boldly started a business in the capital, and just as things were looking up, he got his girlfriend pregnant and married early. While his colleagues and friends were playing games and watching videos on their phones, he had to finish his work first, check if his wife needed anything, make sure the kids were healthy, and only then could he join his friends for a game. Some of his peers still weren't married, but he'd already married, had kids, and in the end, was cheated on and forced to divorce. His parents were aging and ill, his ex-wife died young, his little sister was abandoned by her fiancé, and the family was full of old and young needing care, so many things waiting for him to handle. He wanted to be immature, but reality wouldn't allow it. The cruelest thing in life is being forced to grow up. Jinmin's eyes reddened and he couldn't continue. Little Tiger said softly, "Uncle, don't worry, I won't make any more mistakes. Mom has a caregiver during the day who leaves around 8 or 9 at night. Dad can help at other times. My sister can help after work. I'll hire more professional managers for the club, pay them with a share of the profits, and let them handle things. I'll try to be home more in the evenings, spend more time with the kids and Mom." When his mother had her stroke, the doctor warned them it might get worse, and the family needed to be mentally prepared. Life is unpredictable. Cherishing the present is what matters most. Besides, the kids' childhood only lasts a few years. In a blink, they'll be teenagers. Shanyu was gone, so he had to spend more time with the kids, not miss their most important years, or he'd regret it forever. Jinmin nodded approvingly. "Yes, family is what matters most right now." He paused, exchanged a look with Ahu, who was signaling him to be patient, and gave a reassuring look in return. Jinmin said, a little embarrassed, "This might not be the best time to ask, but since we're uncle and nephew, it's better to be open than to guess." Little Tiger nodded. "It's fine, uncle. Go ahead." Jinmin lowered his voice, "You're still young, and the kids are little. Have you thought about finding a capable, kind woman to help you manage the household?" "No," Little Tiger shook his head. Jinmin smiled wryly. "You're still young, not like me. I'm older, my kids are grown, I can take care of myself, and there's no one else to look after, so I don't need a partner. But you're different. Your family really needs a woman in charge. It's not the same for everyone." He was in his 60s, surrounded by children and friends, never feeling lonely, so he didn't need a companion. At his age, a partner was just for company. But Little Tiger was still young, he needed a wife to help manage the family and care for the old and young. Little Tiger frowned and shook his head. I'm not considering it until the kids are grown. Chinmin tried to persuade him. You really need help now. I can hire help, Little Tiger replied. A caregiver for mom, a housekeeper or domestic worker for meals, a driver for the kids. I can find all that. But I'm not considering a new wife for now. Why not? Ahu asked. If you wait until the kids are grown, that'll be more than 10 years. By then, you won't be young anymore. Something should be done while you're still young. Of course, we're not saying right now, but after a while. The family really needs a woman in charge. Your sister will get married eventually, right? Not considering it for now, Little Tiger insisted. Maybe when the kids are older. If I have physical needs, I can just spend a little money. If I find a new wife, she'll be their stepmother. More people, more problems, I'd rather not. Huzi. No need to say more, I'm not interested. All right, as you wish. Night deepened. Shui Yang finished his work and hurried to shower. By the time he was done, the kids were already asleep. Wang Xiaoxiao was in the small living room chatting with her parents. When she saw him, she made room for him beside her. All done? The kids went to bed early tonight, no coaxing needed. I just told them we're going out tomorrow, and they went straight to bed. Shui Yang greeted his in-laws, sat down, and took Wang Xiaoxiao's hand. All done. Tomorrow we can have a good time. He continued, Dad, Mom, it's still a bit cold, so I've arranged for us to go to the hot springs. I've booked a big private room, food and drinks are all included. We can soak for most of the day. Wang's father smiled kindly. That's great, that's great. Wang's mother sipped her tea and smiled. We used to go to hot springs when we were young. It's been over 20 years. This is a great plan. I love it already. That's wonderful, Shui Yang said. There's a projector for movies. You can get a massage anytime. Everything you need is in the room, full service. Wang Xiaoxiao glanced sweetly at her husband and said to her parents, Your legs aren't great, and soaking in the hot springs will help your circulation and some old ailments. If you like it, we can go again in a few days. No need, Wang's father shook his head. We'll probably have to go back the day after tomorrow. We can't stay too long. Wang's mother explained, I've already semi-retired, but your dad hasn't. The director assigned him a class this semester, 12 periods a week. Mom, do you want to stay a bit longer? Shui Yang suggested. My little sister is at home. She can take care of Dad. Wang's mother laughed. Rely on her? No way. She still needs us to take care of her. That's because you've spoiled her these past 2 years, Wang Xiaoxiao teased. Now she comes home and lazes around, waits to be served. You've spoiled her. Wang's parents exchanged a smile. It's not us spoiling her, she spoils herself. She says she wants to enjoy her days at home before she gets married. Once she's married, she won't have this freedom. She sure knows how to enjoy life. Wang Xiaoxiao joked. The new year's over, time to get her married off. Wang's parents laughed. We'd love for her to get married soon. Having a daughter at home, being a leftover woman, is our biggest headache. Shui Yang couldn't help but ask, Dad, Mom, how's little sister's boyfriend? Xiaoxiao says you're pretty satisfied. He's all right. Wang's father's smile faded a bit, fingers tracing his cup. He's local, his family are all civil servants, and so is he. Not rich, but we know them well. Shui Yang smiled, that's good. Little sister is a civil servant too, so after marriage they'll be a good match. Sigh. Wang's mother sighed softly. Maybe because they met through a matchmaker, little sister always complains he's too practical, says his whole family is calculating. Calculating? Wang Xiaoxiao asked. What's he calculating? The house little sister bought is in her name. It's her premarital property. He has a house too, Wang's mother explained. But his house is also premarital property, and it's in his parents' name. Even his car is in his father's name. What does that mean? Wang Xiaoxiao joked. Afraid we'll take advantage? They're not even married yet, and he's already so calculating. That's something. Wang's father scratched his head and smiled wryly. Nowadays, young people are so cautious about marriage, always probing and investigating. They've only just started dating, and already people are asking about our retirement plans. Wang's mother put down her cup and sighed, isn't it true? Young people today are much more thorough than we were, considering every angle. It's impressive, really. Retirement plans? Wang Xiaobao asked. What's he worried about? You both have pensions, there's nothing for him to worry about. Wang's father shook his head. That's not the issue. He's worried that since you only have one daughter, he and little sister will have to take on all the responsibility for us. He's an only child, so his parents rely on him. Money isn't the problem, but time and care will fall on him and little sister. Shui Yang said honestly, Dad, Mom, when it comes to daily care, we can't compare to little sister and her husband in the future. We live far away, so we can't help much. That's just the truth. If you get sick, you'll mostly have to rely on them. Wang's parents understood. Wang Xiaosha thought for a moment and said, You can tell him that the main responsibility will be theirs, but we'll help as much as we can. Of course, we live in the capital, and they'll be nearby, so when the time comes, all your property will go to them. What he means is, Wang's mother explained, he wants everything to be clear before marriage, best to lay it all out. Of course. Shui Yang nodded. When they're ready to get married, Xiao Xiao and I will go talk to them and make everything clear. Wang's father frowned. I just worry he'll be too calculating. No rush, Wang Xiaoxiao said. They've only just started dating, so don't worry too much. Who knows if it'll work out? Wang's mother disagreed. Young people today, whether in big cities or small towns, are all very practical and shrewd. Some just don't get married, but if they do, they're very careful. It's not just him, other young men are the same. Exactly, Shui Yang analyzed. Young people in the capital are the same. Houses, cars, everyone is cautious before marriage, afraid that after marriage, if they divorce, the assets will be split. House prices are high everywhere. For most people, a house is half a lifetime savings, so they have to be careful. Divorce rates are high, and no one wants to lose everything if a marriage fails. Wang's father laughed. I don't know if this is progress or regression. Wang's mother rolled her eyes at her husband. Of course it's regression. Back in our day, we just wanted love. If we liked each other, we got married, no need to worry about all this. That's true, Wang's father nodded. Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao both laughed. Wang's mother wasn't embarrassed. She explained, when we were young, every family's finances were about the same. A rich family might have 100 or 2 more, and that was already a lot. Ordinary families weren't much different. Everyone earned about the same, spent about the same. You'd go to the movies, and if you got along, you'd get married. There wasn't much else to consider, because everyone's situation was similar. Yes, Wang's father recalled fondly. Young people back then didn't have as much pressure. Studying, dating, working, it all happened step by step. Wang's mother said warmly, income differences weren't big. Teachers earned a few dozen yuan a month, so did workers. Everyone had stable incomes, lived simply and frugally. Housing wasn't a worry either, Wang's father added. At first, it was dorms, then a small house after marriage, then a co-op apartment. We didn't earn much, but there wasn't much pressure. When you kids were born, things were tight for a while, but after a few years, it got easier again. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but yearn for those days. People must have been more genuine back then. Shui Yang laughed. There are genuine people in every era. It's just the environment. The environment changes, so do people's attitudes. It's not that young people today don't care about love. It's that the environment puts too much pressure on them, so they have to be cautious about marriage and the future. Wang Xiaoxiao muttered, if we didn't have help from your family, just the two of us trying to buy a house and raise 4 kids in the capital, it'd be impossible. We wouldn't dare have 4. Shui Yang smiled wryly. Even 2 is a lot. Wang's father smiled and said softly, that's why you should thank your elders for giving you such a strong foundation, so you can stand on their shoulders and enjoy their support. Yes, Wang's mother agreed. If you were just ordinary kids, you wouldn't have it so easy. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. Shui Yang smiled. We never worried about divorce, because from the start, we never thought about it. Wang's parents exchanged a satisfied look. Most young couples marry for love, so they don't think too much. But little sister is different. She's marrying through a matchmaker. Exactly. Matchmaking is about finding a marriage partner, not just love. Wang Xiaoxiao reminded them, since you understand what matchmaking is, you have to see it clearly. We do. Wang's mother smiled wryly. How could we not? Everyone is so practical these days, little sister has to keep up. Wang's father said. Even in small towns, house prices are high. The little house we bought for her a couple of years ago was over 5,000 yuan per square meter, not including renovations. With her savings, some help from Xiao Xiao, and our years of savings, we finally bought it. We're saving up for renovations, hoping to get it done by the end of the year. Wang's mother sighed. We've been frugal all our lives. You two have been easy, never needed much from us. But all our savings only bought a small, unfinished house, just over 100 square meters. Wang's father said, little sister says not to rush with renovations, since she'll still be living at home. She'll decide after her marriage is settled. What do you mean? Shui Yang asked. She might not live there? Wang's father explained, her boyfriend has a house too, close to both their workplaces, and it's already renovated. If they get married, she'll move in with him. Our house will just get a simple renovation and be rented out. Wang's mother added, they'll need extra income for their big expenses, especially with kids. Otherwise, their standard of living will drop. That's good. Shui Yang nodded. Little sister is thorough, you don't need to worry. Wang Xiaoxiao patted her husband. Dad, Mom, you get a pension every month, so we're not worried. When we bought the house, Yang was still starting his business, and I didn't have much money, so we could only help a little. Now he's doing well, and I collect the rent from his properties, so we have more money. Let us help with the renovations. Yes, Shui Yang agreed. We'll cover it all. Wang's parents were startled and quickly waved their hands. No. You already helped with the house, that was enough. If it's just for renting, a simple renovation is fine. We've saved for 2 years, it should be enough. Wang Xiaoxiao pouted, why are you so nervous? Let me finish. All right, go ahead, Wang's mother smiled. Wang Xiaoxiao explained, if we renovate well, we can get higher rent. Also, we have other plans. You've lived in the co-op apartment for over 10 years, and it was barely renovated. Yang wants you to move into the new place after it's ready, and we'll renovate the old one. Then you can move back. No, Wang's father shook his head. That's a waste of money, we're fine where we are. We're old, we don't need anything fancy. Wang's mother nodded, right? We're old, we don't need a fancy place. The co-op is fine, no need to waste money. Oh, come on. Wang Xiaoxiao protested. Who says old people can only live in old houses? Who made that rule? How can you think like that? Her parents laughed. No one made the rule, but that's how it is. Old people live in old houses, it's an unwritten rule in society. As soon as Wang Xiaoxiao heard this, she couldn't help but feel distressed. What kind of so-called tradition is that? Are elderly people only allowed to live in old houses? Dad, Mom, you've both worked hard your whole lives. It's time you enjoyed something better. Yes, Shui Yang nodded in agreement. Dad, Mom, Xiaoxiao is right. You've toiled all your lives, and now that you're finally retired, you should rest well, live comfortably, and eat and drink well. Wang Xiaoxiao continued, in the past, you scrimped and saved to support the elderly and raise us kids. Now the older generation has passed, and my sister and I are both grown up. You can't keep saving forever. It's time to enjoy the blessings of your children. No need, Wang's father and mother laughed. We're doing just fine now. Work isn't busy anymore, we can buy whatever we want to eat, and we have everything we need. We're already very happy. Shui Yang shook his head. Just listen to Xiao Hao and me. Let's renovate the co-op apartment, tidy up the environment, and make it more convenient to live in. We originally planned to buy you a new place in the same community as my little sister, so you could look after each other. But since she might not move in, and you'd have to leave the school and your familiar circle of friends, Xiaoxiao said you definitely wouldn't want that. Since the co-op apartment is the best option, let's renovate it well so you can live more comfortably. Exactly. Wang Xiaoxiao analyzed, you've worked at the school your whole lives, and everyone around you is a familiar colleague or friend. You share common topics and a social circle, and you're surrounded by acquaintances. So I'd rather you live there, even if the environment isn't perfect. Shui Yang added, we can't change the outside environment, but the inside of the house doesn't have to stay the same. There are high-end non-slip floors now, toilets and bathrooms designed for the elderly, and so on. We plan to hire a professional renovation company to design and renovate for you, to ensure you live safely and comfortably. No way, Wang's father shook his head. That must be expensive. Wang's mother glared at her daughter and whispered, Yang is still in the early stages of his business, and he's under a lot of pressure. The kids need a nanny and early education classes, which can't be cheap. We're living just fine, no need to waste money. Right, Wang's father said gently, you've always been filial, we know that. You work hard to earn money and raise your kids, and we can't help much. We can't be a burden to you. Wang Xiaoxiao was exasperated and amused. Dad, Mom, what do you mean, a burden? He's only just started his business, but he's already earning quite a lot. Most of his properties are rented out, and just the rent brings in several million a year. We're not under any pressure anymore. Shui Yang, always straightforward, made the arrangements directly. Dad, Mom, if you don't want to renovate the co-op apartment, then we'll buy you a new place across from or above or below my little sister's. No need. Shui Yang said again, then let's just renovate the co-op apartment. Please, just let us handle it. Exactly. Wang Xiaoxiao said excitedly. Just listen to us this once. Wang's father and mother exchanged a look, both hesitating to speak. Shui Yang cleared his throat and chuckled softly. Dad, Mom, when Xiaoxiao and I first got married, we did have some financial difficulties. Later, my mom let us move into Xingyuan, and the family helped take care of Xiaoxiao and the kids. From then on, things got easier. 2 years after I started my business, our finances stabilized. My mom wanted Xiaoxiao to stop working and learn to help manage my businesses. Half a year ago, my mom gradually let Xiaoxiao take over. We've started managing our own finances, and things are much more comfortable now. Wang's father was still uneasy and reminded them, it's good to be comfortable, but don't be wasteful. Right, Wang's mother agreed. It's easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard to go back. Even if things are better now, don't spend recklessly. Thrift is our traditional virtue, never forget it. Shui Yang and Wang Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly. We don't spend much on food or housing now, you take care of all that. We hardly use any of the money we earn. Wang Xiaoxiao took her mother's hand and said softly, Mom, we're serious. Either buy a new house or renovate the co-op apartment. You have to choose one. Wang's mother looked at her husband, still hesitant. Xiaoxiao, we know you and Yang are very filial and always think of us. But you rely on your in-laws for daily life, and now you want to buy things for your own parents too. That's a lot of money. Right, Wang's father said with an embarrassed smile. Yang's parents and other relatives are all easy to get along with and very warm. They're very thoughtful, always sending things over for holidays. They're already so good to us. And they really love you, their daughter-in-law from another city. We're already very satisfied and grateful. Shui Yang hurried to explain, Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry about that. Actually, it was my parents who reminded us about this. When they went with me to propose, they saw you dressed simply, living in a small old house. They didn't want to say anything at the time, but when we got back, they reminded Xiaoxiao and me. My mom said, if they paid for it, you'd feel uncomfortable accepting it. So once we made money, we had to buy you a new house and be good to you. His own mother had always been thoughtful, taking care of everything down to the smallest detail. Not only that, but both his parents were generous and filial, always teaching their children to respect their elders and put them first. Exactly. Wang Xiaoxiao said softly. At the end of the year, my mother-in-law kept asking if you'd come over for New Year's, and told me to be sure to invite you. She also reminded me that Yang's new investment would pay out a big dividend at the end of the year, and that we should think more about you, not just the kids, but the elders too. Shui Yang explained, my parents never liked the idea that old people should just live in old houses, and it doesn't matter if it's not nice, since they're already old. They believe that after a lifetime of hard work, the elderly should enjoy the blessings of their children and grandchildren. The kids and grandkids have a long future ahead, but the elders deserve to be cared for now. Wang's father and mother were deeply moved and both smiled. Your in-laws are so thoughtful. Thank them for raising you to be so filial. Wang Xiaoxiao grinned. So, do you agree? Buy a new house or renovate the old one? Let's renovate the co-op apartment, Wang's mother said with a relieved smile. Don't pick anything too expensive, just practical and suitable for the elderly. Shui Yang nodded quickly. Whatever you say. Xiaoxiao will handle the renovations for both apartments. All right. Okay. A few days later, Wang's father and mother returned to the south. Before the Lantern Festival, Qin Xinji came back to China, bringing his young wife to stay at the neighboring courtyard house. After the Lantern Festival, Qin Min flew back to Rongqing. Before leaving, he invited his cousin, cousin-in-law, and the whole Cheng Tianyuan family to spend the summer at his estate, insisting they must come and join the fun. Ahu and Wang Qing both agreed, saying they'd definitely go stay for a while. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling also agreed, but since their family had many elders and children to care for, they could only promise to stay a few days, not too long. Qin Min felt it was a bit short, but since he got a satisfactory answer, he left with a big smile. Little Huzi's family also returned to their usual routine. Ahu and the caregiver were responsible for looking after Wang Qing, and with Xue Ling coming by 2 or 3 times a day, they managed to get by. Little Huzi and his sister were busy preparing to reopen the club. After dropping the kids off at kindergarten in the morning, they'd head to the club to work. In the evening, little Huzi would pick up the kids, have dinner with them, and stay until they fell asleep. Wanun usually rushed home before dinner to help her mom wash up and change clothes, and at night she'd help with housework. Fortunately, Xue Ling had found a reliable nanny, so meals and cleaning were all taken care of, allowing Wanun to relax a bit. The nanny was the daughter-in-law of Chef Li from the kitchen. Since the supermarket where she worked had gone bankrupt, she had to find a new job. Chef Li originally wanted to recommend her to work at Xinyuan, but when Xue Ling heard she'd learned cooking from Chef Li and her food was decent, she directly recommended her to Wang Qing's family. She had wanted to work with her father-in-law at Xinyuan, but since the new job was nearby and the pay was generous, she happily accepted. She was diligent, starting work at 8 a.m. and finishing after dinner at 7 p.m., taking care of all 3 meals and cleaning. Since then, Wanun and little Huzi had it much easier and could devote themselves fully to the new club. The young people worked hard, the elders were temporarily at peace, and the children grew up healthy and safe. Life was getting better day by day. The departed were gone, but the living still had to carry on with hope and stability. Spring arrived in the blink of an eye, and the weather grew warmer each day. The flowers in the back garden bloomed one after another, competing in beauty and filling the air with fragrance. Ahu would push Wang Qing to the back garden almost every day, keeping Xue Ling and her parents company as they tended the flowers. Wang Qing's complexion improved, and her spirits lifted as well. Xue Ling often gave her small tasks like picking off wilted flowers, which she never refused, always smiling and enjoying herself. Seeing his wife in good spirits, Ahu's mood improved too. The human body is a strange thing. Ever since his mood improved, Ahu's 3 highs, high blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol, also got better, and he didn't have as many flare-ups. One morning, Xue Ling was weeding and chatting with her parents in the back garden when a visitor arrived at the main gate. "Madam, it's Mr. Xue Heng and Mr. Xue Wan." Xue's father immediately brightened. "Jilan must be here too, right?" "Oh, it's been ages since I've seen him." "He finally came." "Yes." Xue's mother was also excited. Last time he said his wife wasn't well, and he'd come after spring started. "I've been waiting to go out with them for a spring outing. Spring is already half over, why are they only coming now?" Xue Ling took off her hat and smiled. "You two wait here, I'll go greet them." "All right," Xue's father reminded her, "don't forget to bring my treasured pu'er tea. It's perfect for tea under the trees." Xue Ling agreed and hurried to the front gate. She expected to meet them in the living room, but it was empty. "Lingjie," Xue Wan called from the outer corridor. Ling laughed and went out to meet him. Why is it just you? Where are the others? It's just me and my brother, Huan explained. He's in the car, his rheumatism is acting up, and walking is painful. Ling noticed his odd expression and couldn't help but ask, is it serious? Not too serious, Huan said quietly. It's an old problem. A few days of treatment and he'll be fine. Lingjia, we came today because we have something to discuss with you and Uncle. Ling nodded. Should we go talk in the car? Is Aheng still inside? He is. Huan led her toward the main gate. Ling reminded him, my dad's still in the back garden. Should I go get him? No need for now. Huan pulled her into the car. Ling saw Aheng sitting in the back seat and hurried over. But as soon as she sat down, she noticed Aheng's eyes were red, as if he'd just been crying. You're here, Aheng said hoarsely. Ling frowned. What's wrong? At her question, tears slipped from Aheng's eyes. The next moment, he grabbed Ling's arm. Lingling, my mom. I'm afraid she won't make it through this time. What? Ling was shocked, her face turning pale. Didn't you say she was just feeling unwell? Auntie's legs have always been bad, so she uses a wheelchair, but otherwise she's always been fine. From the front seat, Huan sighed softly. This time is different. Before, whenever she was sick or uncomfortable, she always faced it positively. But yesterday, she suddenly called us all over, gave us a lot of instructions, handed over all her money, and even distributed her jewelry to Sister Fong and Xiao Yi. She did that. Ling felt a sense of foreboding. This sounded like she was making arrangements for her passing. Huan said quietly, she told us a lot, seemed in good spirits, but everything she said sounded like a final farewell. She told Sister Fong that she'd cared for her and Dad like a daughter-in-law all these years, and in her heart, Sister Fong was still the eldest daughter-in-law. She gave her most precious set of jewelry to Sister Fong. In the end, she gave away everything she had, not leaving a single thing. And she asked me to quietly find her a burial plot, Aheng choked. She said not to let Dad know. She also said she didn't want to be buried in the capital. Ling was stunned. Why? Aheng explained. She said that, even though she's a daughter-in-law of the capital, she never felt a strong sense of belonging here. She also said Dad probably wouldn't want to be buried with her, so it's better to be apart. Why wouldn't he want to? Ling was confused. Why would Uncle Jilan not want that? Aheng and his brother exchanged a troubled look. She said Dad probably wants to be buried with his childhood sweetheart, Auntie Kai. She said being able to spend her life with Dad was enough, and she should let him find his true love in the next life. Of course. Here's the translation continuing from chapter 2043 onward. What kind of mess is this? Ling barely had time to recover from the shock before blurting out, Sister Kai has her own family, her own beloved husband to be buried with. Auntie, what is she thinking? Aheng and Huan both looked troubled, neither saying a word. Wait. Ling couldn't help but ask, did Auntie have a fight with Uncle Jilan? Is that why she suddenly divided up her belongings and said all this? The two brothers shook their heads in unison. No fight, everything seemed fine. Maybe you just didn't notice? Ling still found it hard to believe. Did Uncle Jilan say anything? Aheng said quietly, Mom told us not to let Dad know. Then it's probably just a quarrel, Ling said. She's upset, so she's making arrangements and saying things she doesn't mean. It's nothing, old couples, after all, sometimes get upset, but after a while, it all blows over. But Aheng and Huan didn't agree. Ling had no choice but to take them to the back garden to discuss with her parents. After hearing the story, the two elders were silent for a long time, then quietly shed tears. If she said all this, you should start making arrangements, said Shue's mother, her voice choked. The three younger ones were no longer young themselves. Hearing this, they all realized what it meant, and no one spoke, each lost in their own grief. Shue's father sighed. Some people know when their time is near and will arrange everything in advance. Some don't, and leave in confusion, leaving it to the living to sort out. Your aunt must have her reasons for arranging things so suddenly, Shue's mother said, her voice trembling. She probably knows her time is almost up. Just do as she asks. Shue hung, tears streaming down his face, said quietly, my mom doesn't want to be buried in the capital. She asked me to find a plot in the public cemetery back in the provincial city. She also said, if it's too much trouble, just have her cremated and put her ashes in a temple there. That way, it won't be hard for us to visit her during Qiming Festival, since it's hard to get a long holiday and traveling far would be difficult. We all grew up there, Shuewan said, eyes red. Mom doesn't have much contact with her family, so she doesn't want to go back to her hometown, but she does want to return to the provincial city. Maybe she misses the youthful days she spent there. I don't think so, Shueheng shook his head slowly. She just doesn't want to be too close to Dad after death, wants to let go completely, so Dad can be at ease and find his true love in the next life. This needs to be discussed with Uncle Jilan. Shui Ling shook her head. This isn't a small matter, you can't just do as Annie says. Uncle Jilan has never wronged the family or auntie. You can't make this decision behind his back. Shueheng was torn. But Mom insists and asked me to find a quiet cemetery for her while I still can. At a time like this, how can I not listen to her? You can't just listen, Shui Ling said firmly. Who doesn't have a past? Uncle Jilan and Sister Kai were childhood sweethearts, but fate kept them apart, and they each found their own happiness. Even when they met again later, their feelings were proper and never crossed the line. Ask yourselves, did they ever do anything wrong? Both brothers shook their heads. Shui Ling sighed softly and continued, Sister Kai passed away a few years ago. Brother Liao Zhongnan now lives with his youngest son and often visits her grave to talk to her. When he passes, his sons will surely arrange for him to be buried with her. If Auntie just leaves Uncle Jilan like this, did she ever ask for his opinion? No one can predict the next life. What matters is this life. Sister Kai had always been frail, and even though Brother Liao cared for her deeply, she still passed away a few years ago. When she was hospitalized, Shui Ling visited her several times. Each time, Sister Kai would just chat quietly, never mentioning anything about Shui Jilan. Shui Ling had wanted to tell Uncle Jilan about her, but seeing how calm and at peace Sister Kai was, she decided not to. Sister Kai and Brother Liao had a loving marriage, built a business together, raised 2 outstanding sons, and enjoyed a happy old age with grandchildren. Youthful feelings are beautiful, but once missed, they're gone. No one dwelled on it. Instead, they let go and wished each other happiness. There was no need to get tangled up in weather or not to see each other one last time before death. For them, it didn't matter anymore. Letting go was letting go. Shue's father agreed with his daughter's words. That's right, this isn't a small matter. Your aunt can decide how to distribute her belongings, but she's a member of our Shui family. The ancestral hall isn't just for show. After she's properly buried, her memorial tablet must be placed in the ancestral hall. That's our family's rule. Exactly. Shue's mother agreed. No matter how close Jilan was to anyone else, she's his lawful wife. According to our family's rules, husband and wife share a bed in life and a grave in death. If she does this, how will others see Jilan? He'll be heartbroken. The one who's most upset is my mom, Shueheng protested quietly. Dad shouldn't have let her know about the past. It's always been her sore spot. She never said anything, but she's always minded. Otherwise, she wouldn't be thinking about letting Dad find his true love in the next life, even now. What are you saying? Shui Ling glared at him. Was it your dad's fault? He and Sister Kai were childhood friends, but fate kept them apart. Even when they met again, they each lived their own lives and never did anything wrong. Auntie's been brooding over it all these years, but that's her own issue. No woman could just let it go, Shueheng muttered. Mom suspects Dad still secretly thinks of her, just doesn't let her know. Shui Ling got angry. Auntie's attitude only makes herself miserable. What does she gain? Her husband has always been hers. The family has always been happy. What's the point of dwelling on the past? Can it be changed? It only brings more sadness, nothing else. Shueheng fell silent, not daring to argue. Xue Ling said seriously, instead of dwelling on the past, it's better to cherish the people in front of you. Uncle Jilan has loved her all his life, stayed by her side all his life. That's what's real. Not some vague, unrealistic feelings from youth. If she can't let go, are you going to be tangled up too? After being scolded by Xue Ling, Xue Heng and Xue Huan finally snapped out of it. Lingjia, so what should we do now? Xue Huan glanced at his brother's leg and said quietly, my brother can't travel far like this. But Mom seems anxious, urging him to go south right away. If we can persuade her, we won't have to make the trip. Xue Ling lowered her eyes and said softly, Auntie's personality is like that. In this situation, I'm afraid none of you can persuade her. Why not just keep it from her? Xue Heng suggested. If she brings it up again, I'll just say I'm not feeling well and ask you to go to the provincial city for her. But Xue's father didn't agree. Didn't Lingling just say? You can't make this decision on your own. You have to discuss it with Jilan. Hiding it isn't a solution, Xue's mother gestured. You have to untie your mother's knot in her heart, and everything else will fall into place. That's right, Xue Ling agreed. Mom's right. Auntie's been brooding over this for years. If you really care about her, you shouldn't let her leave with regrets and disappointment. Help her resolve her feelings so she can go in peace, isn't that better? The two brothers exchanged a look, both feeling this was a daunting task. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Dad has to be the one to persuade Mom and explain things clearly. But we don't dare bring it up. What if Dad actually supports Mom's idea, what then? Xue's father was confident. He won't. Jilan would never agree to that. Really? Xue Heng hesitated. Uncle, tell us honestly, did Dad ever secretly promise that woman something about the next life, and Mom found out? Xue's father was troubled, scratching his thinning white hair. How would I know? Some things, no matter how close you are never spoken aloud. Any mature, steady man wouldn't say such things. Jilan is a rational, wise person, he'd never say something like that. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, if it was a secret promise, how could Dad know? And if it was, how did Mom find out? Maybe Auntie's just overthinking it. Jilan isn't that kind of person, Xue's mother said seriously. Are you suspecting your dad deliberately let your mom know? Impossible. Xue Huan waved his hands, embarrassed. No. But Mom seems to think so. We're just guessing, we don't dare ask Dad. No matter what, Uncle Jilan would never agree, Xue Ling said quietly. After Sister Kai passed, she was buried here in the capital. Brother Liao would never agree either. He loved her deeply, and when he passes, he'll be buried with her. Just ask, Xue's father urged. Ask Jilan and you'll know. The brothers hesitated. Dad never talks to us about these things. We can't bring it up. Let my dad do it, Xue Ling nudged her father. They're old friends, so it won't be awkward. We're the younger generation, it's not our place to pry into the elders' feelings. Xue's father looked left and right, not daring to agree immediately. You go, Xue's mother agreed. Jilan is a traditional elder, always so serious. The kids can't ask him, but you and Jilan can talk about anything. He'll tell you the truth. When? Xue's father, suddenly given this important task, felt the weight of responsibility and started making plans. Where is Jilan? Still at the rehab center on the outskirts. Xue Heng brightened. He's with Mom. Uncle, should we take you over there? No, Xue's father shook his head. What if your mom overhears? She's deep and doesn't like to say what she really thinks. Dad. Xue Ling quickly interrupted. Don't say that. Auntie's just like that. It's not her fault. I'm not blaming her, Xue's father pouted. Xue Heng and Xue Huan both smiled awkwardly, agreeing that he wasn't wrong. Mom is a reserved person. She doesn't talk about her feelings. She's like that with you and with us too. Even though she's older, she still loves Dad deeply. Actually, we think she still wants to be buried with Dad. Xue's mother laughed. Now you're finally making sense. They've been together for decades, what can't they get over? If it were me, even if I knew, I'd pretend I didn't. That's because you're smart. Xue Ling hugged her mother's arm, laughing. Not everyone is as clever as you. Auntie is 10 years younger than you. She's not as sharp as old Ginger. Shue's mother laughed heartily. Everyone laughed. Shue's father thought for a moment. How about this? You bring Jilan here. I'll play chess with him, chat, and then ask him. I won't go to the rehab center. Shui Ling added, Dad's older now, he doesn't like going to hospitals or rehab centers. Ever since he decided not to get checkups anymore, he avoided hospitals. Nonsense. Shue's father laughed. I just don't want to go. Who says I'm scared? Shui Heng and Shui Huan were happy to have his help and quickly agreed. All right, we'll find an excuse to bring Dad over. Shui Ling looked at Shui Heng's leg. You stay put and take care of Andy. Get your leg better. I'll go with you, and if Uncle Jilan needs a ride, I'll take care of it. Great, Shui Heng said. We'll leave it to Uncle and Lingling. Shui Huan was also very grateful. Soon, the three of them set off. Shui Huan drove his brother in the front car, while Shui Ling and a bodyguard followed behind, leaving Xin Yuan together. By noon, Shui Ling got out of the car, opened the door, and helped Shui Jilan out. Shue's father was already waiting outside the garage with his cane, hurrying over. Jilan, why are you so late? Shui Jilan hurried over, smiling. No choice. I've been busy lately, and my wife hasn't been well, so I stayed at the rehab center. As soon as Lingling called, I knew you must be missing me, so I came right away. The two old friends hadn't seen each other in a while, and once they met, they had endless things to talk about. Even after lunch, when everyone else went for a nap, the two of them stayed in a corner of the back garden, playing chess and drinking tea, not the least bit interested in resting. Wu Ji, is Ranran getting married yet? Shui Jilan asked with a smile. When's the wedding? We're all waiting for the celebration. Shue's father chuckled. I don't know. The two of them are always together, sweet as can be, so it should be soon. We're too embarrassed to rush them. Let the young people enjoy their romance first, then we'll bring it up. Cheng Huanran and Kong'an were in the midst of a passionate romance, inseparable and blissful. The elders were happy for them, but didn't dare to rush. Shue's father and mother had learned to be wise. If their daughter and son-in-law didn't bring it up, they'd just play dumb and wait. As long as their beloved grandchild's marriage was settled, it was only a matter of time, no need to worry. When you're in love, you never feel like there's enough time, Shui Jilan teased. If you don't push them, they could stay unmarried forever. Young people these days aren't like us. Especially those in their 20s, they're all so independent, always talking about just dating and never marrying, or how great it is to be single. They're not ashamed, they're proud of it, right? Shue's father laughed. Do they ever think, how did they get here? If everyone stays single, where will the next generation come from? Shui Jilan laughed. They don't care about that. As long as they're happy, that's enough. Shue's father thought for a moment and pointed out, young people today face a lot of pressure. Society is more diverse and accepting, they have more to enjoy, but also more responsibilities. Maybe so, Shui Jilan sighed. Back in our day, life was hard, resources were scarce, and travel and communication were inconvenient. But everyone was so motivated and full of hope. Looking back, it wasn't really that hard. We had enough to eat, and our spirits were rich and satisfied. Shue's father's eyes sparkled, and he took the opportunity to ask, you and your wife met during the countryside movement, right? Yes, Shui Jilan smiled gently. We worked together, studied together, went to the countryside together, and later returned to the city to work. In a flash, decades have passed. Time really flies. Shue's father held a chess piece, feeling sentimental. In the blink of an eye, decades go by, and soon there won't be any more blinks left. Wu Ji, everyone has to face the end eventually, Shui Jilan said warmly. You and I are lucky lifelong partners, children and grandchildren around us, no worries about food or clothing, and long lives. I'm already content. Shue's father lowered his voice. I'm planning to have Lingling look for a cemetery plot in the suburbs, so we can be buried together in the future. Hey, it's still early for that. Shui Jilan protested. We can prepare later, no rush. Shue's father shook his head. Better to be prepared. At our age, it's time to think ahead. Most people start planning after 80. We're already late. Well, Xue Zhilan thought for a moment. There's a new cemetery a few kilometers from the rehab center, and the environment is nice. I saw an ad for it recently and thought about buying a big plot. Oh? A big one. Xue's father looked at him. Just for yourself? Xue Zhilan shook his head, smiling. To be buried with my wife, so the kids don't have to visit two places during Qiming. Wu Ji, you're testing me, aren't you? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten our ancestors' rules. Husband and wife share a bed in life and a grave in death. Xue's father laughed and teased. I was worried you'd forget now that you're older. How could I? Xue Zhilan joked. You're older than me, and you haven't forgotten, how could I? The two of them laughed heartily. Xue's father patted his arm and suggested, why don't we go take a look together? We can be neighbors in the afterlife, just like we're brothers in life. Of course. Xue Zhilan agreed. I even mentioned this to Huan recently. I told him if they don't want to be traditional, they can scatter my ashes under a tree, so they'll have a place to remember me. But that kid, even though he's a doctor in his 50s, still avoids these topics. He just glared at me and walked away. Ha ha, Xue's father laughed. He may be in his 50s, but he's still your son. Only when you reach our age can you talk about these things so openly. Xue Zhilan said seriously, if you decide to look for a plot, let's do it together. We're old now, nothing to be superstitious about. I'll talk to my wife and see what she wants, direction, environment, whatever she prefers. Once we agree, the kids can handle the rest. You're right, it's better to arrange things ourselves, so the young ones aren't overwhelmed with grief and confusion when the time comes. Exactly, Xue's father said. You and your wife have to discuss it. We've already talked it over. She said I can handle it, as long as it's by a mountain and water. She has no other requests. Xue Zhilan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Given the current environment around the capital, that's not a small request. Let's look while we still have time, Xue's father joked. If we can't find one, we'll just spend all our money to buy a mountain for ourselves. If it's her last wish, how can I not fulfill it? The two of them laughed again. Suddenly, Xue Ling came running over, putting on a light jacket, looking anxious. Uncle! Uncle! Xue Zhilan turned his head and waved. Over here! Over here! Xue's father explained with a smile. It was too hot in the pavilion, so we moved to this corner. As he spoke, Xue Ling rushed over. Uncle! Xue Ling grabbed Xue Zhilan's arm anxiously. Quick! Come with me to the car now! Both Xue Zhilan and Xue's father were startled, not sure what was happening. Xue Ling, slightly out of breath, explained, Huan just called. He said Auntie's condition suddenly took a turn for the worse. He wants me to take you back to the rehab center right away. What? Xue Zhilan jumped up, but staggered. Uncle. Luckily, Xue Ling was holding his arm and caught him in time. Careful, careful. Xue's father's face went pale, his voice trembling. Quick. Lingling, take Zhilan back. I'll go find your mom. We'll be right behind you. Okay. When Xue Zhilian rushed anxiously to the nursing home, his wife was already at death's door. He held her hand, trembling, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a word for a long time. His wife gave him a weak, gentle smile, softly called his name, and then slowly closed her eyes. Xue Zhilian was overwhelmed with grief, unable to accept the cruel reality of his wife's sudden passing. He sat motionless by her bedside for hours. Though all the children were heartbroken, they had no time to dwell on their sorrow. There was much to prepare and do, and nothing was neglected. Dad, have something to eat. Xue Wan came over with a thermos, speaking softly. Sister Lingling brought you some plain rice porridge. Xue Zhilian seemed startled, looking around in a daze. Huan, where's your mom? Xue Huan choked up. Mom's in the car. Later, we'll take her to the funeral home. Then, Xue Zhilian was a bit incoherent. I'll go with her. No, I should stay and keep her company. Huan, you said your mom was just a bit tired. How did she suddenly pass away? She was talking to me this morning. She didn't say she felt unwell. Why didn't she say anything? What illness did she have? And why wasn't she resuscitated? What were you all doing? Dad. Shuaiwan hurried forward, holding his father's arm. Dad, calm down, please. Mom wasn't sick, she passed away peacefully of old age. I checked, her organs had all naturally aged and failed. It wasn't any illness. Tears welled in Xue Jilian's eyes as he looked at his son, then lowered his head. Did your mom say anything before she passed? Anything at all? Shuaiwan shook his head. Not much, just told us to take good care of you. At first, we didn't notice anything. Then she suddenly had trouble breathing, and I immediately notified Big Brother, Sister Fong, and Sister Ling. It was all over in just half an hour. No one could have expected it. Dad, the only comfort is that Mom passed very peacefully, without any pain. Xue Jilian covered his face and sobbed quietly. Shuaiwan stayed by his side, silently keeping him company. After a while, he handed his father a tissue. Dad, please eat something. Tomorrow we have to handle the funeral. Tonight, Big Brother and I will stay with Mom. After you eat, go back to your room and rest. Don't come with us. No, Xue Jilian wiped his tears and murmured, give it here. After I eat, I'll go with you. I want to stay with your mom. Dad. Shuaiwan couldn't help but worry about his father's health, explaining, we'll be busy for the next 2 days. I'm afraid your body can't take it. Xue Jilian ate in silence, not responding. Knowing there was no room for negotiation, Shuaiwan went out to find Xue Ling for help. Qing Tianuan and Xue Ling came together, followed by Cheng Huanran and Xue Yang. Uncle, after you eat, take a walk, Xue Ling suggested. After we send Anne over, Ah Heng and Ah Huan will stay. You should stay here and help confirm the guest list. You handle it, Xue Jilian said tiredly. Discuss with your dad, mainly notify the old relatives in the family. As for old colleagues and friends, most are gone, and those still around are in poor health, so don't bother. As for Ah Heng and Ah Huan's social circles, let them handle it. Xue Ling said softly, my parents aren't doing well. I had to take them back to Xinyuan to rest. They'll go to the funeral home tomorrow morning. Uncle, you should stay here and go over tomorrow. Xue Jilian ate a few bites, then put down the thermos. Just as he tried to get up, he realized his legs were numb and his head was spinning. He felt the world spinning around him. Uncle. Dad. Great uncle. Everyone rushed forward, helping him onto the freshly made hospital bed. Shuaiwan massaged his father's legs, asking, Dad, do you feel unwell anywhere else? No, Xue Jilian lied. Xue Ling turned away and signaled to the eldest son. Cheng Huanran immediately understood and left the room. Xue Jilian closed his eyes and said softly, just numb legs. I'll be fine after a rest. Close your eyes for a bit, Xue Ling suggested. When you feel better, we'll take you to the funeral home. All right, Xue Jilian murmured weakly. After a while, Cheng Huanran came over and gave the old man a sedative injection. Soon, he was sleeping soundly. Shuaiwan turned and said, Sister Ling, I'll leave Dad to you and brother-in-law. All right, Xue Ling reminded, Huanran will drive the big car with you. It's fully equipped, so you can take turns resting. Take care of yourselves, there's still a lot to do in the coming days. Shuaiwan lowered his voice. Sister Ling, about the burial plot, please ask Dad again. We need to handle it tomorrow or it'll be too late. Xue Ling agreed and sent her sons to help. Qing Tianuan tucked Xue Jilian in and checked the 4. Wife, uncle is sleeping soundly. Let's sit for a while. Xue Ling took off her coat, sat on the bench, and rubbed her waist and neck tiredly. What time is it now? After 8, Qing Tianuan replied. Xue Ling sighed, how's the Fong? Not serious, Qing Tianuan said. Low blood sugar and grief made her faint. Xiaohan is with her now. After some glucose, she should be fine tomorrow. Xue Ling sighed again, it was so sudden. Aunt left too quickly. Qing Tianuan sat beside her, gently holding her. It was sudden, but from another perspective, Aunt passed away peacefully, without pain. That's a blessing. If she'd been bedridden, suffering from illness, and everyone was just waiting for the end, that would have been much harder. This way is better. Xue Ling leaned on his shoulder, gazing at her sleeping uncle. At our age, we keep sending off elders, even peers, while welcoming new lives. After seeing so much, our hearts become calmer. Chung Tianyuan patted her head gently. That's because we don't have time to grieve. Once the funeral is over, you'll still feel sad. Sigh, Xue Ling sobbed softly. The next morning, Xue Zhilian woke up. He was a doctor, with decades of experience, and immediately understood what had happened. All he could do was sigh helplessly. Xue Ling helped him wash up. After breakfast, we'll take you over. You all. Xue Zhilian could only agree. After breakfast, the three of them drove to the funeral home. Xue Ling asked, Uncle, what do you think of the new cemetery nearby? Should we arrange a spot for Aunt first? No, Xue Zhilian answered without hesitation. Find a good spot for a double burial, even if it's expensive. When I'm gone, just put us together. Xue Ling's eyes flickered and she nodded, all right. A few days later, Xue Xian and Qin Xinji came to Xinyuan for a family meal. At the table, Xue Ling brought up the matter, and everyone had their own opinions. Cheng Huanran smiled wryly. Just how much did Aunt love Uncle, and how much resolve did it take for her to make such a request? In the end, she was the one who cared for Uncle the most. I don't think so, Xue Xian muttered. If you truly love someone, you'd never let another woman touch him. Even a little would make you jealous. Xue Yang, focused on eating, asked with a mouthful of chicken, so is that love or not love? They're almost 90. Xue Mama laughed. Who still talks about love at that age? Who has the energy? Xue Xian nodded. Right, after so many years, the passion fades, and there's no more jealousy. Maybe at that age, love surpasses everything, Cheng Huanran said. When you're about to leave this world, you just hope your beloved can live freely and happily. That's too noble, Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head. Or maybe she just felt she'd had enough and wanted to let go before leaving, so Uncle could pursue his true love. Xue Yang shook his head. Maybe she just figured it all out. She felt having this good man for a lifetime was enough, and in the next life, she'd let him go find his true love. Not necessarily, Qin Xinji guessed. Maybe she wasn't confident, felt she wasn't his true love, and having him for this life was enough. In the next, she'd let go. Xue Xian rolled her big eyes. If it were me, I couldn't do it. If you really love someone, you can't help but be greedy. Not just this life, but the next and the next you have to be together. That's what forever means. Xue Yang, always straightforward, was still confused. So after all that, is it love, or not love, or too much love? Everyone stuck to their own views, no one convinced by anyone else. Xue Papa smiled indulgently. I love this noisy atmosphere. It makes the house feel lively. Exactly. Xue Mama was delighted. It's been a long time since the house was this lively. Chung Tianyuan carefully ladled soup for the two elders, ignoring the younger generation's chatter. Dad, Mom, today's chicken feet soup is really good. Try it. Xue Ling ate while listening with interest. At this moment, Cheng Huanran raised his chopsticks. You don't know how pure and sincere love was in the old days, when people could only love one person their whole life. Young people today, with their fast food relationships, can't understand how rare and precious that was. No matter how precious, it's just a memory, Xue Xian insisted. No matter how beautiful, it's unrealistic. Otherwise, why didn't they end up together? In the end, Aunt was Uncle's true soulmate, the one who stayed with him for decades. Right, Wang Xiaoxiao said. No matter how beautiful, it's all fleeting. What you actually have is what's real. Xue Yang nodded. In the end, Aunt was the luckiest. She spent decades with Uncle, had children and grandchildren, and lived a carefree life. In the end, she was the one to share his bed and grave. Exactly, Cheng Huanran said. So she was satisfied and decided not to be buried with Uncle, letting him make up for his youthful regrets in the next life. Most people can't control this life, let alone the next, Qin Xinji smiled. It's all psychological, a kind of self-comfort. It's just her wishful thinking, Xue Xian insisted. Uncle didn't know what she wanted and decided without hesitation to be buried with her. Aunt thought she was being generous, but how did she know if Uncle wanted that? If he didn't, the rest of the family wouldn't either. Of course not, Qin Xinji said. They're all rational elders, not likely to make a fuss at the end. Cheng Huanran turned to the group. Taitu, do you think this is foolish? Isn't it? Qin Xinji explained. It's been 60 or 70 years, why dwell on the past? If everyone carried old baggage, life would be exhausting. Shui Yang agreed, makes sense. Good thing Uncle Jillian wasn't a playboy, or one urn wouldn't be enough. Go on. Wang Xiaoxiao laughed. If he were, Aunt wouldn't have made such a sacrifice. She just felt sorry for Uncle and his childhood sweetheart, otherwise she wouldn't have let go. Exactly. No doubt about it. Ha ha. Cheng Huanran asked, Dad, Mom, what do you think? Why are you so quiet? Shui Ling and her husband exchanged a smile. We don't really know the reason. You've all analyzed it well. In the end, it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. As long as things are resolved peacefully, everyone's happy. Suddenly, Shui Papa raised his hand. While everyone's here, I want to confess. My childhood sweetheart was your grandma, and she's the only woman I've ever had. So no matter what she says about being tired of me or not wanting to be with me in the next life, don't listen. That's just old age talking, don't believe it. No matter what she says, just bury us together. Ha ha ha. Grandpa is so cute. The cutest grandpa, no one else comes close. Grandma, see how much Grandpa loves you. Shui Mama couldn't stop smiling, pinching her husband's arm, her face full of happiness. Shui Ling laughed. At Grandpa's strong request, I approve. Ha ha. Agreed +1. +2. Cheng Tianyuan looked lovingly at his children, putting down his chopsticks. While everyone's here, I have something. Dad. You don't need to say it, we all know. Of course. In a few decades, we'll definitely bury you and Mom together. Cheng Tianyuan glared at them, laughing, of course. Now be quiet and listen, I want your opinion on something else. Everyone quieted down. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. Yesterday, Xiaohan came to us, hoping we'd persuade Aheng and your aunt to remarry. As soon as he finished, the dining room fell silent. The younger generation looked at each other, but no one spoke. Cheng Tianyuan, a bit embarrassed, said, Your mom and I are stumped by Xiaohan's request. We don't know if we should persuade Aheng and Alfong. In the past, your Uncle Heng was unwilling to remarry. Xiaohan had just started college and was beginning to live independently. She said she's busy with school, sometimes only seeing her parents once every 2 weeks or even a month. Now that Grandma is gone and Grandpa is old, Dad's health isn't great, and Mom is often ill. She hopes they can remarry and live together, to take care of each other. Aunt and Uncle Heng have always lived at the nursing home, right? Cheng Huanran spoke first. Whether they remarry or not doesn't make much difference. Sigh. Shui Yang shook his head. It does. If they remarry, they're husband and wife. If not, they're exes. Shui Xian muttered, they're like an old couple anyway. Aunt's health hasn't been good. She's always at the nursing home, managing finances and recuperating. Uncle Heng is there too, only occasionally going back to the villa. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't know much about their past, only that Aunt had wronged Shui Heng, leading to their divorce. If they can remarry, then let them. Xiaohan will get married and have her own family. If Aunt and Uncle Heng can remarry and look after each other, Xiaohan will feel more at ease. She paused. Did Aunt and Uncle Heng have Xiaohan late in life? They had her years after marriage, Shui Yang replied. She's much younger than us. Aunt was rarely home, so Grandma and Grandpa helped raise her. After the divorce, Uncle Julien and Aunt stopped traveling and lived with them, so Xiaohan finally had a stable life. Right, Shui Xian added. She lived with us when she was little. Wang Xiaoxiao felt sorry for the girl. As children, we all hope our parents love each other and have a happy family. It's only natural. Sigh. Cheng Huanran shook his head. It's Aunt's fault for hurting Uncle Heng so badly. Otherwise, after all these years, the knot would have been untied. Shui Papa waved his hand. You only know part of it. At their age, any resentment is long gone. Uncle Julien once tried to persuade Aheng to remarry for the child's sake, but he refused. They barely interacted until Xiaohan's rebellious phase nearly caused trouble. Then they got closer for her sake. After so many years, it's just habit now. So Grandpa means Uncle Hung still doesn't want to remarry? Qing Huanran asked. They're just used to being together? Exactly, Shui Mama said. They treat each other as family. At their age, there's no more romance, just kinship. Chen Xinji, always calm, asked, what does Xiaohan really want? A complete family? To fulfill her own wish? Or does she think it's best for her parents? All of the above, Cheng Tianyuan replied. She has many reasons, all valid. Shui Yang asked, has she tried persuading them? Did it work? Who disagrees, Aunt or Uncle Hung? She's tried, Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Over the years, she's thrown tantrums, hoping they'd remarry. But they always change the subject, neither wanting to discuss it. Cheng Huanran thought for a moment. I think Aunt feels guilty and avoids it, while Uncle Heng is just used to keeping his old promise and doesn't want to face it, not that he's still angry. Since neither remarried, Wang Xiaoxiao guessed, maybe they still care for each other. Shui Ling shook her head, you're young, so you see it as a matter of love. They both had chances to find someone else, but never had the heart or luck. As time passed, they grew older and lost interest. If there's no resentment, just be companions, Shui Xian suggested. If Uncle Heng agrees, Aunt probably will too. Cheng Tianyuan said, being close and caring for each other is one thing, but remarrying and living together is another. At their age, does the title really matter? Shui Yang was puzzled. Even if they don't remarry, they'll still work and rest at the nursing home. Xiaohan is still their daughter, still loved and educated. They probably don't care, Cheng Huanran guessed. To us, they're family either way. The only one who cares is Xiaohan. Exactly, Shui Xian said. If her parents don't remarry, she's from a divorced family. While that's common now, when it comes to marriage, some families still mind. Xiaohan is at a disadvantage. She's thinking of herself, Cheng Huanran agreed. Understandable. She also wants her parents to be together for their own good. Shui Yang asked, Dad, Mom, do you think you can persuade them? Both of them. They don't seem to care, Shui Ling hesitated. We don't want to bring up the past and make things awkward. Shui Xian thought, if they can be together for Xiaohan, why not just remarry? It's for her after all. She's their only precious daughter, who else would they do it for? As soon as Shui Xian finished, her two brothers rolled their eyes. She muttered, did I say something wrong? You can't put it that way, Qin Xinji said gently. Parental love is natural, but if they really don't want to, and you force them in the name of love, that's selfish. Cheng Huanran agreed, even parents' love isn't something to take for granted. Nothing in life is. Exactly. Shui Yang said. Parents are independent people, not just living for their children. If everything is for the kids, are the kids all for their parents? Wang Xiaoxiao added, Xiaohan isn't just thinking of herself. If they remarry, it's good for Aunt and Uncle Heng too. When they're old, it's more reasonable to care for each other. Everyone agreed. They don't need help now, but in a few years, who knows? Uncle Heng's legs sometimes give out. If he can't walk, someone has to care for him. No matter how good a caregiver, it's not the same as family. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife, 100 days of kindness. Having a spouse to care for you is better than a stranger. Look at Ahu, clumsy as he is, he still takes good care of Wang Qing. Young couples become old companions. Even if they can't be husband and wife, being companions in old age is enough. But if they can have the proper title, it's even better for the family's reputation and for Xiaohan's future. Qing Tianyuan smiled wryly. The hardest part is the title. Shui Ling sighed. Xiaohan makes sense. But if Ah Heng and Ah Fong wanted to remarry, they would have done it long ago. So when she asked us to help, we felt awkward. You agreed, right? Qing Huanran asked. Qing Tianyuan nodded helplessly. Shui Yang said, since Xiaohan came to you, you had to agree. On the surface, it's a good thing. Reconciliation is always good. Since you agreed, just try. Whether Aunt and Uncle Heng agree is up to them. Right, Cheng Huanran analyzed. If they want to, but are too shy, you give them a chance and everyone's happy. If not, so be it. Xiaohan can't blame you for trying. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a look, sigh, looks like that's all we can do. Cheng Huanran suggested, Mom should ask Uncle Hung. No, ask Aunt first, Shui Yang said. Aunt never remarried, but Uncle Hung once dated lawyer He, right? Mom, wasn't that the case? Everyone looked at Xueling, full of curiosity. Xueling nodded, yes, that's true. Wow. Xue Xian asked excitedly, how long did they date? What happened? Cheng Huanran smiled at his sister. It must have ended, or Uncle Hung wouldn't still be single. Xueling waved her hand. Don't ask too much. Don't pry into others' privacy. The point is, Uncle Hung wasn't interested in dating again. So Uncle Hung must be willing to remarry, Wang Xiaoxiao guessed. He's not interested in other women, so he must still care for Aunt. Not really, Xueling said softly. I asked him, and he just said he didn't have the energy, was too tired. I think the old wounds hurt too much, and he threw himself into work instead. That's it? Cheng Huanran asked. No one else. Xueling shook her head, no, just that one time. He really wasn't interested in starting over. Otherwise, with his conditions, he could have found hundreds. Xue Hung had made a fortune in the late 1990s, and after the company went public, his wealth soared. He was only in his 40s when he divorced, good-looking, no beer belly or baldness, mature and successful, a catch for many women. But he never remarried, just wanted to raise his daughter and make money. Xue Xian pouted, doesn't matter who you ask, just ask. I think they don't bring it up because they don't want to make things awkward. They're already companions, just ask if they want to make it official, for Xiao Han and themselves. Who to ask first didn't matter, the key was to get to the heart of the issue. And then, Cheng Huanran praised, Xiao Xian finally got it right. I think so too, if they can make it official, it'll be more proper for their old age. Xueling felt enlightened by their words. I'll ask them. Times have changed, maybe Ah Hung will agree now. Ask them, Cheng Tianyuan said. I won't go. I haven't spoken much to Ah Fong, so it's better if you go. After what happened back then, he and his sister never got close again. But Xueling was different, she was close to both. Cheng Tianyuan pointed at the younger generation, they're all juniors, it's not their place. You know what Ah Hung and Ah Fong have been through. You're the best person for this. All right, Xueling agreed. Xue Yang laughed, Mom, you're the capable one. We're counting on you. More work, no more pay. Xueling joked. Everyone laughed. If Uncle Hung and Aunt remarry, make sure they treat you to another wedding banquet. Exactly. Ha ha. Considering Xue Hung and the others were still grieving, Xueling waited a week before visiting the nursing home. The nursing home was spacious, nestled by mountains and water, with beautiful surroundings. The only downside was its distance from the city. Any entertainment required a long commute. Old Chin drove Xueling to the parking lot, got out first, and opened the door. Madam, I want to ask about the admission requirements here. How long will you be staying? Xueling raised her eyebrows and smiled, at least an hour or two. Don't worry, I'll call you when I'm ready to leave. The front desk is over there. There's always someone on duty. Thank you, madam, Old Chin said gratefully. As Xueling gathered her things, she asked casually, is it for your family? An elder. My wife, Old Chin replied. Xueling was a bit surprised. Your wife is about our age, right? Maybe younger. Yes, Old Chin smiled bitterly. She's several years younger, but always overweight, with high blood pressure. A few months ago, she had a stroke. Xueling was surprised, really? Why didn't you say anything? Old Chin smiled awkwardly, I took a few days off. You and Sir are always so busy, I didn't want to trouble you. Luckily, my eldest son and daughter-in-law are very filial, always by her side. My 2 daughters also help, so the burden is lighter. After 2 weeks in the hospital, she was discharged. She moves slowly, but daily life isn't too affected. Xueling nodded, she'll need rehab, so you want to bring her here? Yes, Old Chin explained. She's recovering slowly at home. The kids want to find a good place for rehab. They checked several places, but weren't satisfied. This place is far, but the environment is good. If it's not too expensive, I'll bring her here. Xueling smiled. I'll mention it to Ah Hung. They'll give you a 30% discount, family rate. Really? Old Chin was overjoyed. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Xue Ling waved it off. There are professional caregivers here, and rooms to suit every budget. If you need time off. No need, Old Chin said. My youngest daughter just quit her job, hasn't found a new one yet. She studied nursing, so she can care for her mom. She'll stay with her, and her siblings will take turns on weekends. That's good, Xue Ling said. When your wife recovers, your daughter can look for work again. Having her daughter by her side will help her recover. Old Chin nodded. I'm just a rough man, not good at caregiving. Luckily, the kids take good care of their mom. We all take turns, so it's not too hard. Xue Ling praised. At critical times, many hands make light work. Exactly, Old Chin scratched his head. Especially the two daughters, they're so caring. Xue Ling waved her phone. I'll go upstairs. If you think it's suitable, send me your wife's name and admission date. Don't worry, you'll get the discount. Thank you. Old Chin bowed and went to the front desk. Xue Ling took the elevator to the director's office. Ling Jie. Xue Huan was waiting at the door, smiling as he took her heavy bag. What's all this? Some snacks and bird's nest you all like, Xue Ling replied. That's too much, Xue Huan shook his head. Xue Ling said softly, Xian, she sends a big box to Xin Yuan every so often. We can't finish it. Please, just help me out. With pleasure, Xue Huan laughed. If you have more good things, call me anytime. They went inside and sat on the sofa. Ling Jie, would you like some pu'er tea? No, Xue Ling said. I need to see Ah Hung. I called earlier, but he didn't answer, so I came here first. He's probably doing acupuncture. He should be done in half an hour. I'll go with you later. All right. Xue Ling asked, what about Ah Fong? She's in the finance office, right? Xue Huan nodded, yes, Sister Fong is usually in finance. Her low blood sugar is better, but she was very upset a few days ago, only returned to work the day before yesterday. Xue Ling sighed. Birth, aging, illness, and death are part of life. You're all in this field, you know how to accept it. Aunt had a successful career, a happy family, 2 outstanding sons. She enjoyed her old age, surrounded by children and grandchildren, and passed away peacefully. She was very fortunate. Yes, Xue Huan smiled wryly. That's how we get through it. Also, as we get older, we see things more clearly. The only regret is that my parents don't have many descendants. My brother is in a wheelchair and Sister Fong's neck problems are back. We're short-handed, so the funeral arrangements were full of holes. Xue Ling smiled. I was just telling the driver downstairs, many hands make light work. When you're old and frail, if each child helps a little, the burden isn't too great, and the elderly are well cared for. Having children is a matter of fate, Xue Huan laughed. When we were young, we were busy working, exhausted just raising one child. We didn't want a second. Now we're middle-aged and need help, but it's too late. Xue Ling sighed. There are so many regrets in life. Xue Huan laughed. Sister, compared to your peers, you have fewer regrets. Not bad, Xue Ling squinted. What about you? Any regrets? Xue Huan thought, maybe, with the kids. I didn't spend enough time with them when they were young, missed the best time to communicate. What about Ah Hung? Xue Ling asked. What's his biggest regret? Xue Huan smiled awkwardly, probably his marriage. Considering that Xue Heng and the others were still recovering emotionally, Xue Ling waited a week before visiting them at the rehabilitation center. The facility was spacious, nestled between mountains and water, with a beautiful environment. The only downside was that it was too far from the city. If you wanted any entertainment or diversion, you had to go into town, which meant spending an hour or 2 commuting back and forth. Old Chen drove Xue Ling to the parking lot of the rehab center and got out first to open her door. Ma'am, I'd like to ask about the admission requirements here. Do you know how long you'll be staying? Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and smiled. At least an hour or 2. Don't worry, when I'm ready to leave, I'll call your cell. Oh, and the front desk for inquiries is over there. There's always someone on duty during working hours. Thank you, ma'am, Old Chin replied gratefully. As Xue Ling twisted the cap off a bottle, she asked casually, You're asking for a family member, right? An elder. My wife, Old Chin answered. Xueling was a little surprised. Your wife is about our age, right? Maybe even younger. Yes, Old Chin replied with a wry smile. She's several years younger than me, but she's always been overweight, and her blood pressure is always high. A few months ago, she had a stroke. Xueling was shocked. Really? Why didn't you mention it? Old Chin smiled sheepishly. I took a few days off at the time. You and Sir are always so busy, I didn't want to trouble you. Luckily, my eldest son and daughter-in-law are very filial and have been taking care of her nonstop. My two daughters also help out in shifts, which has really eased my burden. She was discharged after 2 weeks. She moves very slowly now, but her daily life isn't too badly affected. Xueling nodded gently. She'll still need follow-up rehab and care, so you're thinking of bringing her here? That's right, Old Chin explained. Her recovery at home has been slow, and the kids all agreed we should find a good place for rehab and some supportive therapy. We've checked out several places, but weren't satisfied. This place is a bit far, but the environment is great. I'm thinking, if it's not too expensive, I'll bring her here. Xueling smiled. I'll mention it to Ah Hong and the others later, and have them give you a 30% discount, family rate. Really? Old Chin was overjoyed and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Xueling waved it off. They have professional caregivers here, and there are companion beds and rooms. You can choose according to your family's financial situation and needs. If you need to take time off. No need, Old Chin said. My youngest daughter quit her job recently and hasn't found a new one yet. She studied nursing, so she knows how to take care of her mom. She said she can stay with her for now, and her brother and sister can come on weekends so she can get a break. That's great, Xueling said. Once your wife recovers and can take care of herself, your daughter can look for work again. Having her own daughter by her side will definitely help your wife recover better. Old Chin nodded quickly. I'm just a rough old man, not good at caregiving. Luckily, the kids aren't like me, they take great care of their mom. My work isn't affected, and everyone takes turns, so it's manageable. Xueling couldn't help but praise him. That's why, in critical times, there's strength in numbers. Exactly. Old Chin scratched his head and said softly, especially my two daughters. They're so thoughtful and filial. Xueling waved her phone with a smile. I'm heading upstairs. If you think this place is suitable after your inquiry, just send me your wife's name and admission date. Don't worry, you'll definitely get the discount. Okay. Old Chin bowed slightly and headed toward the front desk. Xueling took the elevator upstairs and went straight to the director's office. Lingjie. Xuehuan was waiting at the door, smiling as he took the heavy bag from Xueling's hand. What's all this? Some snacks you all like, and a bit of bird's nest, Xueling replied. That's too generous, Xuehuan shook his head. Xueling lowered her voice. She sends a big box to Xian Yuan every so often. We can't even finish it all. Please, just help me out and take some. With pleasure, Xuehuan laughed. If you have more good things like this in the future, just call us anytime. They went inside and sat on the sofa. Xuehuan smiled. Sis, how about some pu'er tea? No, thanks, Xueling said. I still need to find Ah Hung. I called his cell earlier, but he didn't pick up, so I came to see you first. Xuehuan explained, he's probably having acupuncture. But it's fine, he should be done in half an hour. I'll go with you to find him later. All right. Xueling couldn't help but ask, what about Ah Fong? She works in the finance department, right? Xuehuan nodded. Yes, Fongjie is usually in the finance office. Her hypoglycemia is better now, but she was really upset a few days ago and in poor spirits. She only returned to work the day before yesterday. Xueling sighed softly. Birth, aging, illness, and death, these are things everyone must go through. You all work in this field, so you know how to take things in stride when you need to. Auntie had a successful career, a happy family, and 2 outstanding sons. She enjoyed her old age surrounded by children and grandchildren and passed away peacefully. Honestly, she was a very fortunate and happy person. Yeah, Xuehuan said with a helpless smile. That's what we all keep telling ourselves, It's the only way to get through this. And as you get older, you start to see things more clearly. The only regret is that my parents didn't have many descendants. My brother, the eldest son, is in a wheelchair. Fangjia's cervical spondylosis has flared up, and we're short-handed. The funeral arrangements were full of holes. Xueling smiled wryly. Just now downstairs, I was saying to the driver how there's strength in numbers. When you get old and your health fails, if each child helps a bit, it's not too much pressure and the elderly can be well cared for. Having children is a matter of fate, too, Xuehuan said with a laugh. When we were young, we were focused on work and making a living. Just raising one child was exhausting. When it came to having a second, none of us really wanted to at first. Now we're all middle-aged or older and realize we need strength in numbers, but our families are small and there's nothing we can do about it. Xueling sighed. There are so many things in life that are beyond our control. Xuehuan laughed. Sis, compared to most people our age, you probably have fewer regrets than most. Not bad, Xueling squinted and asked, what about you? Do you have any regrets so far? Xuehuan thought for a moment. Maybe. Just about the kids. When they were little, I didn't spend enough time with them, didn't communicate enough. Now they're all growing up, and I've missed the best time to connect with them. What about Aheng? Xueling asked. What do you think his biggest regret is? Xuehuan smiled awkwardly. Probably his marriage. Oh. Xueling probed. Do you also think that his failed marriage is the biggest regret of his life? Xuehuan gave a wry smile. Lingjia, I wouldn't say it's his biggest regret. Actually, I think my brother is much luckier than I am. When he graduated, Uncle personally took him into the business world. Later, when he started his own business, you were there supporting him every step of the way. The biggest setback he's ever faced, well, it's probably just the bumps in his marriage. When he went abroad to study, he suffered quite a bit, and later he was almost framed and sent to prison by someone he loved. Fortunately, Uncle spent money and effort to help him through that crisis. Later, when he worked at the hospital and went into a pharmaceutical partnership with friends, they were on the brink of bankruptcy. It was Lingjia who stepped in just in time to save him, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. Looking at his life compared to my brother's path was much smoother and luckier. He's hardly faced any major setbacks, except for the divorce. Xueling nodded slowly, lowering her voice. Ah Huan, do you think your brother and Ah Fong have any chance of getting back together? Xuehuan couldn't help but laugh. They've basically been together these past few years. Xueling shot him a look and corrected him. Be serious. I mean, do you think there's any chance they'll remarry? That question stumped Xuehuan. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said quietly, I really don't know. Xueling lifted her chin, signaling him to continue. Xuehuan lowered his voice. Sis, to be honest, I've always wondered why my brother and sister Fang haven't just remarried and made it official. These days, they eat together almost every day. When my brother isn't feeling well, Sister Fang takes care of him. When she's not well, my brother looks after her. After dinner, they go for walks together, and they even take morning walks together. They're just like any other old married couple. Maybe they just don't see the need to make it official again? Xueling asked. Xuehuan shook his head. I don't know, and I'm too embarrassed to ask. Xiaohan has always hoped they'd remarry, Xueling sighed softly. She's spoken about it so sincerely, saying her parents get along just fine now and have let go of the past, so why not take this chance to remarry? Even though it's just 2 little red booklets, it means so much. That way, she wouldn't be a child from a single-parent family anymore. She'd have a complete home. She longs for a proper, whole family. Xuehuan's eyes glistened with tears as he whispered, yeah. Xiaohan was the one most hurt by their divorce. Actually, my brother and sister Fang getting back together later on was also for Xiaohan's sake. After all, they'd been married for years. Even though there were a lot of conflicts, they truly loved each other and lived together for so long, so getting back together wasn't that hard. It was Ah Fong who wronged your brother, Xueling sighed. That's why, all these years, we've never dared to bring up the idea of them remarrying. That was the truth, and also how they, as her family, really felt. Shuaiwan couldn't help asking, Xiaohan talked to you about this? When? After Auntie passed away, before Xiaohan went back to school, she came to us, Shui Ling answered honestly. Yuan and I hesitated for a long time and even discussed it with a few of the kids before finally deciding to give it a try. Shuaiwan lowered his eyes and said quietly, Lingjia, my dad and mom tried to persuade them to remarry before. The elders are all very forgiving people. Sister Fong admitted her mistakes and learned a hard lesson. As long as she was willing to come back to the family and give the child a complete home and live a good, steady life, they were happy to let bygones be bygones. But my brother refused, he turned them down flat. That was years ago, right? Shui Ling asked. What about more recently? Shuaiwan shook his head. After my brother refused, my dad never brought it up again. After Sister Fong retired and came with us to the sanatorium, my brother was always by her side, and she took care of my parents too. Outwardly, we're still a family, no different from before. During the years Sister Fong was in prison, Xiaohan did lose some motherly love, but Sister Fong made up for it as best she could. My brother spoils her to the extreme. But Xiaohan hopes they'll remarry, so she can have a complete family and name, Shui Ling said quietly. She's doing it for Aheng and Afong's sake too. Shuaiwan nodded. Then let's ask again. You, Shui Ling thought for a moment. I'd better go ask. The fewer people there are, the more likely Aheng will be honest. If he agrees, Afong shouldn't be a problem. She loves Xiaohan dearly, she'd do anything for her. Shuaiwan smiled awkwardly and said quietly, Sis, you go. If it doesn't work, I'll talk to my brother privately. Just then, Shui Ling's phone rang. She glanced at it, it was Chow Chow. After answering and asking for Shui Heng's location, she went to find him. Shuaiwan walked her to the door, then waited anxiously. He thought she'd be back soon, but he waited and waited. Over an hour passed before Shui Ling finally returned, walking slowly. Shuaiwan, distracted from his work, saw her come back and hurried to greet her. Lingjia, how did it go? Shui Ling sat down and gave a helpless, bitter smile. Your brother, he doesn't want to. What? He doesn't want to? Shuaiwan asked, confused. Did you tell him this was Xiaohan's idea and that you came especially to persuade him? I did, Shui Ling nodded. He said Xiaohan has been urging them to remarry for years, not just now. He explained that he and Ah Fong are now old friends, family, some of the closest people in his life. But they can't go back. They can't be husband and wife again. Oh. Shuaiwan frowned in disappointment. But they're basically like any other old couple now, so why be so stubborn? Shui Ling shook her head. He said they agreed long ago that, for Xiaohan's sake, they could reconcile and be a family, but not as husband and wife. Just because they said it, doesn't mean it can't change. Shuaiwan said irritably. Plenty of people go back on their word, one more won't matter. Besides, it's not like he always does what he says, right? Lingjia, what do we do now? Shui Ling thought for a moment. No rush. A matchmaker has to run back and forth. If Ah Fong changes her mind, maybe things will be easier to resolve. Shuaiwan couldn't help asking, what if Sister Fong doesn't want it either? Then there's nothing we can do, Shui Ling waved her hand. If the people involved are dead set against it, we can't force them to marry, can we? We'll just have to let Xiaohan down. Shuaiwan quickly reminded her, Sister Fong is almost off work. Sis, why don't you go have lunch with her and talk it over? All right. Shui Ling stood up again. Since I'm here, I'll ask her too, no point dragging it out. As evening fell, a Maybach slowly pulled into Xian Garden. The door opened and Qin Xinji stepped out, his long legs leading the way. At that moment, another luxury car followed close behind, parking next to the Maybach. Zheng Duo got out with a sullen face and slammed the car door shut. Qin Xinji raised an eyebrow and asked, What's wrong? Grandpa invited us for dinner. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were here to collect a debt. Zheng Duoduo's face fell, and he replied weakly, I was almost driven mad. But you're still breathing, aren't you? Qin Xinji took off his light jacket and teased, Why didn't you come with Xiaotong? She actually let you out alone after work to enjoy the moonlight? That's pretty generous of her. Zheng Duo grumbled. Don't mention her. If she hadn't confiscated all my cards, would I be broke every month every day? If it weren't for her, I could be generous all the time. Now I can only be generously broke. Chen Xinji couldn't be bothered to argue and headed toward the main living room. Zheng Duo followed, fiddling with his keys. Mom says the weather's getting nicer and asked if you two are free this weekend. She wants to have a barbecue in the yard. Not sure yet, Chen Xinji replied. I'll have to ask Xiaoxin. If we're too busy, we'll probably just go home for breakfast with Mom. Zheng Duo couldn't help but sigh. Busy. You can never finish making money, you know? Tell Xiaoxin not to work so hard. What's really important is for her to hurry up and give you a kid. No rush, Chen Xinji answered calmly. Xiaoxin's still young. Give her another year or two. Besides, Mom's helping you guys with your kid right now. She doesn't have time to help us yet. Zheng Duo shook his head. It's fine. Let Xiaotong take care of the baby herself for a year or so. Then the kid can go to kindergarten. And anyway, we have a nanny at home, don't we? Chen Xinji paused, glancing sideways at his brother. What? Hasn't Xiaotong not graduated yet? You'd let her stay home to take care of the baby? Would she even agree to that? Zheng Duo replied irritably. It's because she doesn't have to take care of the baby herself that she thinks it's so easy. If it weren't for Mom and the nanny working so hard to look after that little rascal, how would she be able to go to school so carefree? She's always making it sound easy when she doesn't have to do it herself. Chen Xinji's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, grandparents and grandkids have a special bond. It's normal for them to spoil the little one a bit. Xiaotong's a first-time mom. Wanting to raise her child well is only natural. Mom's not a petty person, so don't let little things like this cause friction between Xiaotong and her. I'm about to be driven crazy by her. Zheng Duo said, frustrated. She insists the kid has to go to some fancy early education program at the top brand institution. It's a 2-hour drive for a half-hour class, fine, whatever. Then it's foreign language lessons, and then she secretly complains that Mom has an accent when she watches the kid. The kid's so young. What's the rush? It's Mom who's running around picking up and dropping off the kid, not her. She hardly helps at all, but still makes all these demands. If she's so capable, she should do it herself. He paused, then added angrily, you and Xiaoxin should hurry up and have a kid. I'll have Mom go help you guys. Let Xiaotong handle things herself for once. I bet she wouldn't last 2 months, no, even 1 month. Chen Xinji calmly took off his leather shoes. A little bickering is normal, don't take it to heart. I told her to come work at the company after graduation, Zheng Duo said. But she refused, saying she wants to rethink her life and future. Most of her classmates are still single, but she already has a family. She can't just do whatever she wants like they can. Chen Xinji didn't seem to mind. Whatever she does after graduation is fine, it won't really affect your lives now. Xiaotong's smart and capable, but this is her first time raising a child. Don't let her and Mom get into arguments. Once there's resentment, it's hard to fix. A mother-in-law and daughter-in-law aren't the same as mother and daughter. Once there's a rift, it can really hurt the relationship. Yeah, Zheng Duo nodded. I know, that's why I never let Mom find out. She's always been good to Mom, but with graduation and her thesis coming up, she's been stressed and on edge, like a powder keg ready to blow. Chen Xinji smiled slightly. Then it's your job to put out the fires and keep the elders and kids safe at home. Sigh, Zheng Duo muttered. She was just blowing up my WeChat earlier. I almost turned into a road rage maniac. Luckily, Uncle Shui took pity on me and invited me over for a good meal. Now I'll have the strength to go home and battle the demon. What demon? Dad Shui came out in a traditional Chinese jacket, strolling over with a laugh. Buying toys for the little one? That's right. I'll go buy some later. Zheng Duo instantly brightened, going over to hug Dad Shui. Uncle, how's your health these days? Not bad, not bad. Dad Shui patted him fondly on the back. If you're free this weekend, bring your wife and kid over for dinner. Try the new dishes Chef Li's made. If you come alone again next time, I'll have to punish you. Yes, sir. Zheng Duo replied immediately. Next time, I'll definitely follow the boss's orders. Dad Shui chuckled, then waved to his grandson-in-law. Come, come. You must be hungry. There are some freshly baked buns here, still hot and fragrant. Have a snack first. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Uncle. The three of them washed their hands and sat down to enjoy the snacks. Dad Shui asked Xinji, didn't Xiaoxin come back with you? Xinji shook his head. She said she'll try to finish up and come over, told us to eat first. If she's early, she'll be here around 7 or 8. If she's late, she'll just go straight back to the courtyard house and have me bring her some hot soup and a bowl of rice. Grandpa, where is everyone else? Why is it so quiet? Dad Shui smiled. Yang Ong and his wife took their 4 kids out for dental checkups. They'll be back after dinner. Lingling went out, and Ayuan just got home and is changing. Grandma's picking vegetables in the garden. She wants you all to have the freshest organic produce. Still picking. Jing Duo joked. Straight from the dirt to the pot, can't get any fresher than that. Xinji stood up and looked out the window, calling, Grandma, need any help? No, Grandma Shui replied with a laugh, carrying a basket of vegetables into the kitchen. I'm all done. Just taking these to Shaoli to wash. Qing Tianyuan came out in his home clothes, greeting them with a smile. Xinji asked curiously, Mom's not back yet? Will she make it for dinner? She went to the rehab center on the outskirts and had lunch there, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I talked to her earlier, she said she'll be home soon. Dad Shui was getting impatient and gave his son-in-law a subtle look. Ayuan, did Lingling say anything? Is there any hope? Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly and gave a wry smile. Neither of them is willing. No chance. Dad Shui shook his head helplessly and didn't ask any further. When Xueling got home, it was just in time for dinner. She greeted everyone, then turned and went to the bedroom to change. The elders in the family were getting on in years, and the children were all still young. Cheng Huanran had told everyone in the family that whenever they came home from outside, they should change out of their outside clothes as soon as possible. If they didn't have time to change, then they shouldn't pick up the kids. Since then, everyone had basically gotten into the habit of changing into loungewear as soon as they got home, and they'd do it right away instead of lingering in the living room or hallway. Xueling hurried to the dressing room and quickly changed. Daughter-in-law. Cheng Tianyuan called from outside. Xueling opened the door and came out, washing her hands as she smiled and asked, Are you here to ask for a reason? Don't bother. Even they can't explain it themselves. Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly. They're both adults in their 50s, and they still can't figure out what to do. It's not that they don't know, Xueling sighed. Maybe it's that they know too well. Cheng Tianyuan stepped up to wash his hands too, asking, Ahung said the same thing? Xueling nodded. They both said they don't want to change the status quo. The past is the past. Now, they're family. They look after each other, keep each other company, but they don't want to remarry. Wouldn't it be the same after remarrying? Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but say, Did you tell them this is Xiaohan's wish? Of course I did, Xueling replied. They know exactly what Xiaohan wants. She's hinted at it countless times, but they still don't want to do it. Why not? Cheng Tianyuan couldn't understand. If they're willing to come back together for Xiaohan's sake, why not just take that last step? Isn't that the most important one? Xueling gave a wry smile and shook her head. I asked them the same thing. Ahung said he could do a lot for his daughter, even give his life to protect her, but there are some things he just can't do. Ah Fong said she feels sorry for her daughter, but she can't do everything according to Xiaohan's wishes, and she feels very guilty about it. Cheng Tianyuan was stunned and didn't say anything more. Xueling let out a quiet sigh, lowering her voice. No matter how much a scar fades, the mark can still be clearly seen. Some wounds, once inflicted, even if they stop hurting, even if they're no longer painful, they still really existed. Just because they don't talk about it doesn't mean everything is fine now, or that things can go back to how they were. Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan nodded gently. Xueling shook the water off her hands, pulled out a tissue, and wiped them slowly. Ah Hung also said that Xiaohan missed out on several years of motherly love. so Afong spoils her, mostly out of guilt and a sense of owing her. He also said that over the years, Xiaoan has had the love of both her parents and her elders, and she's grown up in a privileged environment, so her life has been smooth, with hardly any setbacks. He said, when the moon is full, it begins to wane. When a person is at their peak, they're bound to face loss. Leaving some regrets and helplessness for Xiaoan might not be a bad thing. Cheng Tianyuan felt a bit weary hearing this. Xiaoan is their daughter. Let him explain it to her himself. Don't be like that, Xueling chuckled softly. Hung does have a point. Cheng Tianyuan wiped his hands and tossed the tissue in the trash. What else did he say? Xueling lowered her voice. He said he's thinking of getting a lawyer to help him draft a will, and he wants my help. Cheng Tianyuan. Then he frowned and scolded, is he crazy? How old is he now? He's still younger than me. What's the rush? Uncle Jillian is still alive and well. Is it his turn yet? Xueling said gently, don't say that. He's just planning ahead. He knows he still has responsibilities. His mother may have passed, but his father is still here. His precious daughter hasn't settled down yet and still needs his support. Drafting a will is just in case. There's no need to rush, though, Cheng Tianyuan said. He just has some bad rheumatism in his legs. It's not like he's seriously ill. Xueling explained. He said his aunt passed away without any warning, and everyone was caught off guard. And just last week, an old friend of his suddenly had a heart attack and died on the way to the hospital. He wasn't even that old, just in his 60s. No one expected it, not even himself. After he died, his children fought over the inheritance, turning against each other, and in the end, the court had to decide. He said that years ago, I divided up my assets and made everything clear, so my children have no issues and there'll never be any fighting. That's why he wants to draft a will while he's still of sound mind. Cheng Tianyuan finally understood. Let him do as he wants. At first I thought he was just too shaken up. He also said he wants to leave some money for Afang, Xueling interrupted softly. Right now, the plan is about 1 finger's worth. Cheng Tianyuan asked in confusion, 100 million? Xueling nodded. He said he doesn't know who will go first. If he goes first, this money will be enough for Afang to live comfortably in her later years. As for the rest of the assets, most will go to Xiaoan. If Afang doesn't spend it all, what's left will also go to Xiaoan. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, when he invested in the nursing home, didn't he spend almost all his money? He made it back so quickly. He has about 2 or 3 fingers left, Xueling explained. His fixed assets are worth 200 or 300 million. Plus, he owns half the shares in the nursing home, which turns a profit every year, so the money adds up. Cheng Tianyuan was a little surprised. He actually treats Afang very well. He knows she has a lot of health issues and needs good retirement conditions, so he's set aside such a large sum for her. Xueling nodded. And he's asked me for a favor. The money he's leaving for Xiaoan will be managed by me. For now, Xiaoan will only get a small allowance and some property. He also told me not to tell Xiaoan. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. Why? When will you give it to Xiaoan? I don't know, Xueling explained. He said it's just a preliminary plan, not sure when it'll be needed. If Xiaoan does well, he might give her everything early. But if he passes away first and Xiaoan doesn't find the right person, at least I can help look out for her and make sure she doesn't have a hard life. With some money to rely on, things won't be too bad. Cheng Tianyuan seemed to think of something and chuckled. That's odd. Why not leave it to Ahuan and his wife? Must be because he trusts you to look out for Xiaoan. Xiaoan seems gentle and obedient, but her mind is complicated. Only you can handle her, no one else can. Xueling was a bit helpless. Honestly, I just finished running one errand, and now I've been saddled with another big responsibility. It's exhausting. Cheng Tianyuan laughed softly. That's what happens when you're capable, more work for you. Come on, let's go eat. After finishing his meal, Chen Xinji packed a bowl of chicken feet soup, a plate of vegetables, and a bowl of rice for his lovely wife, then carried them back to the courtyard house. Zheng Duoduo, however, wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stayed to chat with Shue's parents, absent-mindedly nibbling on some fruit. Xue Ling noticed his eyes drifting toward her from time to time and couldn't help but laugh quietly to herself. Duo, I have a few things I want to ask you. Why don't we go talk in the study? Zhang Duoduo's face lit up instantly. Sure. So, Xue Ling led him to the study. Want some tea? I've got all kinds of good tea here, especially the kind that's supposed to cure worries. Zhang Duo nodded eagerly. That's exactly what I need right now. Sis, you really know me best. You little fox. Xue Ling scolded him with a laugh. What's so secretive that you can't talk about it in front of my parents? Zhang Duo gave a wry smile and sighed. Uncle really dotes on me. I'm always busy with work and don't get to visit often. It's bad enough that I can't make him happy, so how could I bring up my troubles and make him worry about me? Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Something at home. If it were something with the company, he wouldn't be so hesitant to talk about it. Besides, under Duoduo's capable management, the company had always been developing steadily. She never had to worry about it. Zhang Duo nodded lightly and explained, Xiaotong is graduating this summer, and we've had a big disagreement about whether she should work and where she should work. What started as a discussion turned into a debate, then an argument, and now we're in a cold war. Sis, I desperately need your outside support. Today, he wasn't just out to relax and vent. He was also here for a meal and to ask for help. With so much on his plate, and a toddler at home waiting for him to coax, he wouldn't have made time for dinner and a chat unless it was really urgent or tricky. In an adult's daily life, when is anything ever easy? Work. Xue Ling chuckled softly, turning to boil some water. Back when she only had her bachelor's, she managed to carve out her own path working for you. Now she's about to graduate with a master's. How could she possibly have trouble finding a job? She's got work experience, and experience in your company at that. That's worth way more than just an internship on a resume, right? That's not the issue, Zhang Duo sighed. I want her to come back to the company and help me out. She already knows the workflow and environment there. It's the best option. Plus, the work environment is more relaxed now, not as stressful as before. We're both busy, so wouldn't it be great if we could work together as a couple? There are so many people out there who wish they could work with their spouse. She has this opportunity. Why doesn't she appreciate it? She doesn't want to come back to the company? Xue Ling was a bit surprised. Why not? Xiaotong was a rare management talent. With a bit of nurturing, she was sure to go far. That's why Xue Ling had always hoped Xiaotong would return to the company after graduation. Zhang Duo slumped into the armchair, looking deflated. She says she's already worked at the company and wants to try something different while she's still young. She keeps saying life shouldn't be monotonous. She wants a colorful life. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, what kind of job does she want? If it's something she really likes, you can't force her, right? You know what they say, forced melons aren't sweet. We've already got a little melon. Zhang Duo said gloomily. If it was just okay, I wouldn't be so against it. But I really think it's a bad idea. Xue Ling laughed and asked, so what exactly does she want to do? Go work for one of our competitors and challenge you. If that were the case, I might actually agree, Zhang Duo snorted. If she could beat me, I'd be impressed. But no, she wants to start some kind of parenting app with a few of her classmates. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. An app? For raising kids? Taking care of kids? That actually sounds pretty good. No, it's not. Zhang Duo explained. There are already tons of apps on the market. Even if her idea is useful, she's not in the right field. If she pours time and money into it, it'll probably all go down the drain. Xue Ling pressed for details. Is she planning to start her own company or work for someone else? She wants to start her own, Zhang Duo said with a bitter smile. A bunch of girls fresh out of school, all in their 20s, full of passion and confidence. I've analyzed it for her. They're all management majors. Not only is it not their field, but they don't have the tech skills or the funding. That alone is enough to make it tough. But she won't listen. That's because you have the funding. Xue Ling teased. Your money is her money. Why would she worry about funding? You're refusing to fork it over, aren't you? Zhang Duo nodded. Of course. I'm her husband, but I'm also a serious businessman. If I see a project that's not going to make money, and it's not a small one, it'll take years and could easily lose money, I can't just throw money at it. I'm not a charity. So she's mad at you? Shui Ling asked. She picked a career path you don't agree with and wants you to invest, but you won't, so you two started fighting? Yeah. Zheng Duo explained. Sis, you know better than anyone how hard it is to start from scratch. You train me yourself, and even I have to work my butt off. Money isn't easy to make, and you shouldn't invest in the wrong project. This isn't a brick-and-mortar business where, even if you lose money, you can recover some of it. If the app doesn't catch on, every cent will be lost. Shui Ling started rinsing the teacups and teapot, speaking gently. You don't need to worry so much. Xiao Tong isn't an airhead. Whatever she wants to do, she always has a plan. Not this time, Zheng Duo said with a bitter smile. She thinks there's a need in the market and wants to develop the app quickly. I told her there are already so many apps out there, and a lot of them cover the whole parenting theme. By the time she gets hers out, others might have already launched similar ones. The market changes fast, way faster than before. If you're not in the first wave, you're too late, and there's no room left for newcomers. Shui Ling nodded. Let her do some research first. Don't jump to conclusions too soon. It's no good, Zheng Duo said. I've already looked into it. Someone's already working on this project, unless she can buy them out and monopolize that kind of online traffic in the future. Shui Ling couldn't help but laugh. Then have you considered buying it in advance? No, Zheng Duo explained. There are several small companies working on the same type of thing. I could buy one and invest heavily, but I can't buy them all. First, it's not a field either of us is familiar with, so we shouldn't act rashly. Second, even if we buy one and it succeeds, there's no guarantee they'll be able to run it well. Oh. Shui Ling couldn't help asking, is it also because of Xiao Tong and her classmates? Zheng Duo nodded. Sis, you've always been great at reading people. You know Xiao Tong isn't really cut out to be a leader. Shui Ling smiled slightly. Some people are born to be generals, others are better as soldiers. Xiao Tong is very capable, she's quick to react and a fast learner, but she doesn't have the presence, cunning, or aura to be a top leader. Zheng Duo sighed. She always thinks that because she has a good personality, good grades, and strong work skills, now that she's graduated, it's time to shine. Ambition is good, but you have to face reality. Don't think having a graduate degree from a prestigious university is such a big deal. It's not like 10 or 20 years ago. Now, highly educated people are everywhere. You grab anyone on the street, and they're either a master's or a PhD. But a high degree doesn't mean high ability. After listening for a while, Shui Ling finally understood what was really bothering him. So, you and Xiao Tong are stuck on these issues? Anything else? Since he'd already started, Zheng Duo decided to lay it all out. That's not all. It's her first time being a mom, so it's understandable she lacks experience. But she can't just spend all day checking her phone and computer, learning random things online. Sometimes it's just a small issue, but she has to look up this and that, scaring herself with all sorts of theories. She hasn't even started taking care of the kid, and she's already made herself anxious. Shui Ling chuckled and asked, anything else? There's more. Zheng Duo sighed. My mom raised both me and Tai Tu herself. She's got plenty of experience with kids, but Xiao Tong secretly complains that my mom's methods are wrong. She says my mom isn't cultivating the child's learning ability and that he might lose at the starting line. Shui Ling. Zheng Duo rolled his eyes and said irritably, the kid's just over a year old. What starting line? He's just a little guy who only knows how to drink milk and eat mushy baby food. There's no need to worry about his future yet, right? I told her none of your kids started enrichment classes at 1 or 2, and didn't they all turn out to be top students? She says times are different now and kids need to focus on all sorts of quality education and skill development. I got so mad I told her, after she graduates, she can raise her own kid however she wants. My mom's working hard to help her with the baby. If nothing else, she deserves credit for her effort. When she graduates, I'll have Tai Tu find an excuse to bring my mom over here. Xueling found it all quite funny and waved her hand. Don't get upset, these are all small issues. But Zheng Duo disagreed. Sis, employment and childcare are big issues. I never thought we'd have such big differences on these two things. She wants to start her own business, and I can support that. But she's really not suited for it. I tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. She thinks I just want to keep her working for me in the company. With so many people in the company, do I really need her? Huh. You don't need her as an employee, Xueling chuckled, but she's your only wife, isn't she? Zheng Duo pouted, feeling wronged. Don't get me started. Ever since she started grad school, she's been surrounded by a bunch of so-called leftover women who are always bragging about how women can do anything, spouting all sorts of feminist ideas. It's driving me crazy. Sis, it's not that I look down on women. The people I love most are my mom and her. The woman I admire most is you. You're all amazing women. Amichem, Xueling smiled. All right, it's really not that big a deal. Zheng Duo perked up. Sis, so you mean? Don't worry about her. Just wait and see. Xueling shared her thoughts gently. After Xiao Tong graduated, she came straight to work at the company. It was like a shortcut to being under your wing. Both you and I have made an effort to nurture her, but she probably thinks this great platform is just another sign of her own ability. If she really wants to start a business, you should let her try. Right now, she's the CEO's wife, a graduate from a top university, beautiful and capable. It's the peak of her confidence. If you hold her back or pour cold water on her dreams, of course she'll be upset. She's bound to argue with you. Zheng Duo gave a wry smile. Sis, I'm just worried she'll get hurt or disappointed. She's my wife. I can't bear to see her get beaten down by society. Why do I work so hard? Isn't it so my family can live peacefully and comfortably? These days, women don't want to just hide under a man's wing, Xueling laughed. She's still young, a little hardship will do her good. Xiao Tong isn't the fragile type who can't handle setbacks. You really don't need to worry so much. Zheng Duo couldn't help asking, what about the kid's education? Xueling chuckled. Same answer, wait and see. After she graduates, if she wants to take care of the kid herself, let her. Xing is always resourceful. When the time comes, talk to him in secret and have him find a good excuse to bring Aunt Chun away. Once Aunt Chun is gone, Xiao Tong can raise her son however she wants. What if she can't handle it? Zheng Duo was very worried. She wants to start a business and take care of the kid. How can she manage both? Xueling shook her head. Don't worry. Let her try. There's still a nanny at home, and you're there for her too. She's not on her own. Sometimes, loving her doesn't mean doing everything for her, making decisions for her, or nagging and arguing. You should relax, give her time and space, let her face challenges and setbacks. Maybe then she'll truly appreciate how precious it is to have someone supporting her. Zheng Duo hesitated, feeling reluctant and torn. Xueling smiled. Everyone's different. If it were my daughter, Xiao Xian, I wouldn't dare give Xing this advice. He knows very well that Xiao Xian is the type who can't live without someone protecting her. But Xiao Tong is different, she can be allowed to try. If she falls and can't go on, then you step in. The effect will be completely different. But if my in-laws find out I'm not helping her, it won't look good. Zheng Duo hesitated. Sis, you have to back me up then. Xueling found it hilarious. Not stopping her from starting a business, not helping her, that's helping her. But you can't ignore the kid, you're his dad too. Don't worry, as long as you handle it well, I'll have your back. Thanks, sis. Zheng Duo finally smiled. You're the best. All right, go home and spend time with your kid. Yes, ma'am. The beautiful spring passed by all too quickly, and soon the sweltering summer arrived. Wang Qing and Ah Hu accepted Qinmin's invitation and planned to spend the summer at the foot of the mountains near Rongqing. Little Huzi was a bit worried and explained, even if the caregiver goes with you, Mom isn't very mobile. It'll be a hassle getting around on the way. As Ah Hu packed their luggage, he replied, it used to take 2 hours by plane, but now it's just over an hour. I checked, wheelchairs can be taken right onto the plane, it's no trouble at all. Dad. Little Huzi frowned. It doesn't matter how hot it gets in the summer, our house has air conditioning everywhere, inside and out. In the mornings and evenings, you can go to the garden, eat and chat with Auntie and the others. You won't feel lonely. The housekeeper cooks and keeps the place clean, and there's a caregiver too. But if you go to Rongqing, only the caregiver will be there to help. You'll end up exhausted. Dad is the key person taking care of Mom. Without him, things just wouldn't work. If he gets worn out, the whole family will be thrown off balance and everyone will be at a loss. Hu shook his head. Don't worry. Your Uncle Min can do everything. When I video called him, I saw how clean the place was, and he's planted all sorts of melons and vegetables. Everything's green and lush. It looks amazing. Dad, little Huzi was at a loss, lowering his voice. Shaoan and I are busy with reopening the club. We'll be swamped for a while and really can't take you over there. How about you wait until after the club opens, and then Shaoan can go with you. He had already recruited a few very promising young people to sign with his club. Since they were all newcomers who hadn't made a name for themselves yet, the signing fees weren't high, so the club wasn't under financial pressure for now. Some of his former colleagues had heard about the reopening and were gradually coming back to help. The team was growing, a few more managers had been hired, and the reopening date was set. Lately, he'd been run off his feet, and Shaoan was working overtime too. The kids often had to stay at Xinyuan. After this summer, little Xiuhu would be starting elementary school, and then they'd have to ask Auntie to find a reliable driver for the family. With work and the kids, he really didn't have time to help take care of his mother. Hu shook his head again. You young people should focus on your careers. Don't worry about us. Just take care of the kids while you're at work. Your mom trusts me to handle everything else. Dad, little Huzi had to compromise. How about you wait until Uncle and Auntie are ready to go, and you all travel together? That way, you can look out for each other on the road. Hu smiled wryly. You really think they'll go? No way. They're just humoring your Uncle Min. They can't actually leave. The two elders at home can't do without a Yuan and your auntie. They wouldn't dare travel far. What if you took Grandpa and Grandma Shui with you? Little Huzi asked. Hu shook his head. Impossible. They're too old now, they can't travel long distances anymore. Little Huzi was even more opposed. If they're not going, then you shouldn't go either. No matter how hot it gets, we have plenty of air conditioners everywhere. Enough. Hu chuckled. It's your mom who insists on going, not me. She wants to go even more than I do. She's really looking forward to it. Little Huzi couldn't help but say, you agree with her? You should be helping us talk her out of it. Hu sighed softly. Your mom's not as mobile as she used to be, but she still wants to go back and visit. I can't stop her. That's our hometown, and there are old friends and relatives we need to see. Son, we can still go now, but who knows if we'll be able to in a few years. Life is unpredictable, no one knows how long they have. Last year, your mom was fine, and then suddenly, things changed. Who could have seen it coming? Our time and opportunities are limited. Ever since she was discharged from the hospital, she's refused to go anywhere except Xinyuan. She used to be able to walk and get around, and now, she's like this. It's hard for her. This time, she wants to go out on her own initiative. I can't say no. No matter how hard or far it is, I have to go with her. Little Huzi's eyes reddened without him realizing it, but in the end, he could only give in. All right, if you're set on going, I'll ask Annie to help figure something out. Hu looked puzzled. Figure what out? Isn't the caregiver going with us? As he walked out, little Huzi replied, I'll ask Auntie to arrange a private plane for you. Whoa. Hu was startled, dropping the clothes in his hands and hurrying after him. Son, what are you doing? Little Huzi stopped and turned around. Dad, if you're going, then I agree. But I can't let you squeeze through the airport crowds. Just getting through security takes over an hour, and it's not convenient for you to push Mom around. Auntie told me one of her friends has a private plane that's sometimes rented out for domestic flights. I'll ask her to help arrange it, so you can fly straight to Rongqing. It'll be much easier. When you're ready to come back, I'll rent it again to pick you up. Hu thought it sounded great, but he hesitated. Renting a plane? Won't that be expensive? How much does it cost? Little Huzi shook his head. No, it's just for half a day. It won't cost much. We can afford it, don't worry. Who still couldn't relax and shook his head. Be honest with me. The club is reopening and there are so many expenses. Dad. Little Huzi interrupted, smiling confidently. I can really afford this. If I ever run short, I'll borrow from you. Who laughed and waved his hand. All right. Go on then. Little Huzi went downstairs, feeling much lighter. A while later, he came back with good news. Dad. Mom. Ranran just proposed to his girlfriend and she said yes. Auntie plans to hold their engagement at Mid-Autumn Festival. She said you have to be back before then, and hopefully they'll get married by the end of the year. Oh. Who beamed with delight. Really? He proposed? That's wonderful. Wang Qing smiled happily at the good news too. Good, very good. We'll definitely be back in time. Who laughed. A few days ago, my sister-in-law said Ran and was up to something secretive. Turns out he was planning the proposal. That's right. Little Huzi said. I heard it was really romantic last night. No one dared interrupt, and after she said yes, everyone went up to congratulate them. Who finally remembered the main thing. Did you sort out the plane rental? No need, Little Huzi replied. Chong said he and Qing Xiao are heading south to the seaside for a vacation and to do some painting. They're leaving the morning after tomorrow and they'll take you along. When you're ready to come back, we'll arrange a rental then. Oh, that's perfect. Little Tiger grinned and said, there's more good news. Uncle Yuan said he's going to go back with you all for a few days. Really? Who asked in disbelief. He really said that? But Little Tiger explained, Uncle Yuan said he'll stay with you for a few days, and while he's at it, he wants to go back to his hometown to visit his grandparents' graves. Auntie supports him going south with you, but she can't go herself. She has to stay behind to take care of Grandpa and Grandma. Who nodded, oh, I see. Wang Qing looked a little disappointed and whispered, Lingling can't come with us. Who quickly comforted her, it's okay. Sis-in-law really can't get away. Wang Qing pursed her lips and said, come on, let's go pack. All right. Who turned and bustled off. Little Tiger glanced at his phone and hurried out the door. Not far away, in the main living room of Xian Garden, everyone was discussing the same topic. Cheng Huanchong suggested, how about letting big brother and second brother take care of Grandpa and Grandma? Mom, you can go back to the hometown with Dad. That's what I said too, said Mother Shui. We're perfectly healthy. There are plenty of people at home, a whole bunch of younger folks around. There's really nothing to worry about. Shui Ling shook her head. It's not that I don't trust them, but I still worry. A Yuan told me long ago, the two of us can't both leave at the same time. No matter how careful the younger ones are, they're just not the same as us. Cheng Huancheng laughed and teased, so in Dad's eyes, we're still not reliable, huh? Maybe? Lin Qingji smiled. In the eyes of the older generation, juniors are always juniors. Unless you're 50 or 60, you're still considered reckless. Shui Yang laughed loudly. I've been a dad for years. But as soon as Grandpa and Grandma show up, I can't help but want to act spoiled. I guess for men, maturity depends on who's sitting across from you. Haha, you think you're the only one? I'm not like that. You're not? You're the worst at acting spoiled. Everyone burst out laughing. Father Shui chuckled fondly, to us, you're all steady, reliable young people. Cheng Huancheng joked, not in Mom and Dad's eyes. That's because you're not that much older than us. The main thing is, the family needs someone to be the backbone, Shui Yang emphasized. Dad and Mom are the pillars. If both of them are gone, the house just feels like it's missing its core. There's always this worry that things will get chaotic and no one will be able to handle it. Cheng Huancheng agreed, yeah, I feel the same way. Shui Ling laughed softly. That's why at least one of us has to stay home. Oh, right? Shui Yang asked curiously, has Ironhead and the others come back yet? A while ago, Zhua Chen's medical report came out. Shui Huan said she had a small lump on her neck and suggested getting it removed soon to avoid any risk. Qin Xinji and Zheng Duo took it very seriously. After discussing, They decided to take Juachun abroad for the minor surgery and let her rest there for a month or two. It was really a tiny procedure, nothing that needed such a fuss. But Jung Duo was worried that as soon as she recovered, she'd be out of the hospital and right back to helping with the grandkids. He wanted her to take a real break. As long as she was in the capital, she'd be running around nonstop, so he suggested his brother take her abroad for the surgery. Shinji agreed. The orchard had just cultivated a batch of new saplings, and some lease contracts needed renewing, so he had to go anyway. He arranged everything together. Zheng Xiaoyi and Xue Huan saw they had it all under control and didn't interfere. Juachun didn't want to go at first, but couldn't resist her two sons and finally agreed. Not yet, Cheng Huancheng replied. Xiaoxin is flying back early tomorrow. Arnhead and Anna Chun will stay a few more days. They said they still have things to do. Xue Ling calculated. They've been gone over a week, almost 2. Oh, I almost forgot, Father Xue reminded. Duo called earlier and said he's bringing the kids over for dinner. Lingling, remember to ask Chef Li to make more of Duo's favorite crab buns and shrimp dumplings. Xue Ling nodded and went to the kitchen. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help teasing. With Andy gone, Duo and Sister Tong have to take care of the kids themselves. Sister Tong's barely posted on her social media these days, and when she does, it's all about how she's about to lose it. Yesterday she posted, so-called raising kids to care for you in old age, turns out raising a son is just to make sure you live long enough to get old. I nearly died laughing. Everyone laughed. You never know the pain of raising kids until you have to do it yourself. When the kids are cute and not driving you crazy, you get a few minutes of peace a day. Enjoy it while it lasts. I've been a dad for years, and every day is a battle of wits with diapers. Father Xue explained, kids at this age are all mischievous, especially boys. They just can't sit still. When Yang was that age, as long as he was awake, he was bouncing off the walls. Xue Yang boasted, Grandpa, I'm a dad now, I know all about it. During the wedding overseas at New Year, Duo spent every day sunbathing or swimming, mocking me nonstop. It drove me crazy. Now that Anta Chun isn't home, Duo finally gets to taste the hardships of being a stay-at-home dad. Haha. Cheng Huancheng grinned. When he gets here, let's all have a good laugh at his expense. Lin Qingji couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so smug. It's just the wheel of fortune turning. Sooner or later, it'll be your turn. Cheng Huancheng shot him a look and muttered, when it's your turn. I'm not babysitting. All right, Lin Qingji said with a helpless smile. I'll do it. Father Xue squinted at the security monitor and muttered, looks like that's Duo's car, isn't it? Hey, speak of the devil and he appears. Yes. Mother Xue agreed. That's Duo's car. Xue Yang and Cheng Huancheng immediately crowded forward, grinning as they watched. They saw Zheng Duo get out of the car, hurry to the back seat, and pull out a big bag that wouldn't zip closed, with diapers and a baby bottle sticking out. He tossed the bag on the ground, bent over to fuss with something, and carried his son out. The little guy had barely left his car seat before he shot off like an arrow, dashing away. Zheng Duo turned to grab the bag, but when he looked back, his son was gone. He panicked, searching everywhere, then scrambled after him and managed to catch him just as he was about to climb into the fountain, scooping him up. The next second, the little guy snatched his sunglasses off his face and flung them to the ground. Zheng Duo jumped, dropped the formula bag, and hurried to pick up the sunglasses. The moment the little guy's feet touched the ground, he wriggled out of Dad's grasp and dashed off again. Zheng Duo grabbed the sunglasses, chased after him, then realized he'd forgotten the formula bag, rushed back for it, and then chased after his son again. Everyone crowded around the monitor, laughing, ha 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 ha. Zheng Duo set his son, who'd been tucked under his arm, down in the baby area, then collapsed bonelessly onto the colorful foam mat, gasping for breath and not moving an inch. Xue Yang swaggered over and burst out laughing. Well, isn't this brother Duo? What happened to you? Why do you look so beat up? Did you swim a few thousand meters to get here? You sound like a pig being slaughtered. Zheng Duo shot him a glare, turned away, and kept panting. Cheng Huancheng trotted over, grinning. Brother Duo, where's Sister Xiaotong? Why didn't she come with you guys? Without turning his head, Zheng Duo replied, his tone full of grievance. She finally got a chance to dump our son on me. There's no way she'd let that slip by. She's been off enjoying herself since early this morning, leaving me home to play stay-at-home dad. The nanny's on leave, and I haven't even managed a sip of hot water since noon. I feel completely drained, my soul teetering on the edge of collapse. Shui Yang didn't hold back his laughter. No way, it's that bad? Come on. I'm a father of 4 and I've never been this much of a mess. Aren't you always bragging about being the most relaxed stay-at-home dad? What's this? Is this your idea of relaxed? Something's off with your dad mode today. Shut up. Zheng Duo snapped. Your wife's definitely going to give you a set of twins next year. And another set the year after that. Shui Yang. Damn. That's harsh. But fair's fair. Shui Yang shot back. Sister Xiaotong's already graduated. She can have as many kids as she wants now. If you've got the guts, catch up to me in numbers first, then come talk trash. Zheng Duo shot back with a laugh. Get lost. Cheng Huancheng stepped forward and hauled him up from the floor like a sack of potatoes. So what's Xiaotong up to these days? I missed her master's graduation and only managed to send a little red envelope. What's she up to? Zheng Duo let out a cold laugh. Back before we had a kid, she was full of ambition, practically ready to don a crown and rule the world. With my mom and the nanny around, she could come and go as she pleased at weekends, shopping, whatever she wanted. She even dreamed of starting her own business, being the most beautiful career mom, juggling family and work like a pro. But ever since my mom went abroad, she's been handling the kid all by herself, and the house is a war zone every day. When I come home at night, I'm greeted by a disaster area and a wife on the verge of a breakdown. Cheng Huancheng. Shui Yang struggled to keep a straight face. Zheng Duo slumped against a pillar, watching his son go wild in the ball pit. Go on, play. Play your heart out. Tonight, after your bath and a change of clothes, please let me sleep through the night. If you do, you'll be my favorite little boy. Cheng Huancheng asked, full of concern, Brother Duo, last time Xiaotong told me she wanted to start a business, but she said you weren't supportive. What's really going on? Zheng Duo replied weakly, what she wants and what I want are miles apart. What she's capable of is also way different from what she imagines. It's not that I don't support her, I can't support her, so I won't. Cheng Huancheng was almost dizzy from his answer. Why not? Is her business idea that bad? No, Zheng Duo replied. It actually has potential, but it's not right for her. Cheng Huancheng gave a wry smile. You won't be able to talk her out of it. Exactly, Zheng Duo chuckled. She's the type who won't turn back until she hits a wall, always has to go against me. So I've given up trying to persuade her. Whatever she wants to do, I'll just support her all the way. Their company's already set up, and they're putting money into the project. Every time she brings it up, I just say, great. Go for it, honey. Cheng Huancheng eyed him suspiciously. But she says you're all talk and no action, that you haven't given her a cent, and she's starting to think you're just paying lip service. Zheng Duo gave a bitter smile. I told her my money is her money. If she's investing the money she has on hand, isn't that still my money? Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but laugh. She says the money she has is just pocket change, nowhere near enough. She says you must not really support her, otherwise why would you only talk and never actually do anything? Zheng Duo shrugged. Isn't that enough? My words are worth a lot, you know. If she doesn't believe me, she can ask around. Talking is an action, isn't it? Didn't she study physics? You actually believe that? Cheng Huancheng burst out laughing. Zheng Duo sighed helplessly. With the way they're going, the more they invest, the more they'll lose. I'm not putting in big money because I still need to save for my son's formula and diapers, not to mention future tuition, tutoring, dowries, villas, luxury cars. If I don't save, are my son and I supposed to survive on air? Shui Yang piped up, it's summer now, usually the wind's from the southeast. If you want northwest wind, you'll have to wait for winter. Exactly. Zheng Duo said miserably. Hear that? There's not even any northwest wind. How can I not be cautious? Should I be as reckless as her? Impulsiveness is the devil, and an impulsive wife is the devil of all devils. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but ask, why don't you teach her a bit? She says you keep saying you support her, but you're always busy with your own stuff and never ask about her work or offer to help. Jing Duo shrugged. I've tried, but she won't listen. I've analyzed things for her, but she never focuses on the important points. She just gets swept up in her enthusiasm. She and her partners are all fresh graduates. None of them have been toughened up by the real world. They're all full of passion and youthful energy. What can I do? If I point out the problems, she says I'm being a wet blanket. If I only say good things, I'd be lying. Bro, do you get how hard this is for me? I get it, Cheng Huancheng said, shaking his head with a laugh. You really have it tough. Zheng Duo leaned on his shoulder, sighing nonstop. Bro, let me tell you the truth, tears and snot and all. A bunch of fresh grads, only one of them's even had a kid, and she's never actually cared for one, yet they want to develop a parenting guide app. No tech support, no management experience, no major investment, just a bunch of slogans and pipe dreams. This kind of company, this kind of business model, I have to hand it to them, really. This past half month, she's been taking care of the kid herself. The house is a madhouse every day. I just hope after all this, she'll calm down a bit and pull back before it's too late. Let's hope so, Cheng Huancheng nodded. Let's hope she can cut her losses in time. At that moment, Zheng Duoduo's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, quickly plastered on a big smile, and put the phone to his ear. Hello? Honey, are you having fun? Don't worry, our son is doing great. Yes, he's had his milk and water, and he's playing happily. Relax. You can rest 100% easy with me taking care of the kid. A moment later, his expression visibly changed. The smile on his lips stiffened, then slowly faded away, leaving behind only a look of utter resignation. Honey, calm down a bit. No, just think about it. Mom is still recovering at Tayatu's place. Is it really a good idea for you to go on a business trip now? You'll be gone for several days. What about our son? How can we feel at ease leaving him at home with just the nanny? Besides, the nanny asked for leave this afternoon, said she wasn't feeling well and needed to see a doctor. How would I know what illness she has? I'm not BNK. I can't diagnose her just by looking and listening. Oh? No, that won't do. She said she'd contact me later, and if she's able to work, she'll come back. But she didn't look well, so I gave her 2 days off to rest. No. There's nothing I can do. She's sick, and we don't know if it's contagious. If the kid catches it, that would be a disaster. It's better to let her rest. Hire a new one? How could we possibly feel at ease? These days, you hear so many stories about nannies mistreating kids. Unless there's someone else at home, or it's a nanny we know well, I just can't trust it. And besides, you want me to find someone trustworthy at the last minute? Where am I supposed to find someone like that? Honey, how about, your company has so many managers, can't someone else go instead? Business trips and training are important, sure, but right now you really can't leave. Wait until Mom's back, then you can look for another chance to go, okay? Me? Why would I think like that? My career is important, but so is yours. I've always thought that way. But I can't just not go to work. The company has so much going on. If I miss a day, most things can't move forward. No. Our careers are equally important. I'd never want you to sacrifice yours. Both are important. At this point, Zheng Duoduo's face darkened. Honey, why are you being so unreasonable all of a sudden? When have I ever wanted you to be a stay-at-home wife? If I thought that way, I would have stopped you from going to grad school ages ago. I'm surrounded by strong, capable women. Why would I have those old-fashioned, unfair ideas? Wait. That's a separate issue. I'm just saying you shouldn't go on this business trip for now, because the nanny is sick and there's no one to watch the kid. Zheng Duo frowned deeply, then rolled his eyes to himself. Fine, if you really have to go, then go. If you're not watching the kid, I'll just leave him at Xinyuan for a few days and ask Sister Lingling to help us out. With that, he hung up the call. Shui Yang and Cheng Huancheng saw the sour look on his face, exchanged a glance, and wisely decided not to tease him. Zheng Duo tossed his phone aside, lay down on the colorful play mat, and let out a long sigh. If I let her chase her studies and career, then the kid gets neglected. But she's the one who said that children need both their mom and dad around for their physical and mental health. She also said women shouldn't give up their careers and dreams for family and kids, or else they'll regret it sooner or later. And she said that if women weren't held back by family and kids, they could be just as successful in the workplace. TCH. Shui Yang couldn't help but sneer. That's because you've protected her too well. When she worked for you, she didn't have to deal with socializing, didn't have to chase business or investments, and has no clue about all the dirty, disgusting tricks in the workplace. Once she sees how harsh reality really is, she'll be more restrained. Cheng Huancheng shot Shui Yang a look, signaling him to say less. Sister Tong is really smart and very capable. It's just that she tends to idealize things a bit. Besides, most new graduates have that kind of mindset. Everyone around her is like that, so it's no wonder she thinks this way. Zheng Duo shook his head. Not really. There are some young people who are calm and realistic. It's just that I've protected her too well these past few years. She grew up in a small city. Her family environment was very simple and pure. One parent is artistic, the other is honest and straightforward. After she left school, she came straight to intern at the company. Sister Lingling looked after her, and so did I. While giving her opportunities to grow, we also shielded her from a lot of trouble. Later, she got into grad school smoothly and always felt good about herself. But she doesn't realize her starting point was so high because she was standing beside me and Sister Lingling. Cheng Huancheng lowered his voice. She just needs some time. We're all about the same age, and it's easy to be reckless when you're young. That's not just my opinion, a lot of young people have this problem. Not you guys, Zheng Duo said with a pout. Sister Lingling didn't shield you from everything. You all had to face things yourselves, and only went to her if you really couldn't handle it. Each of you started your own businesses. Ranran worked as a doctor for years before joining the company's research department and rising to the top step by step. Xiaodong is different. She always thinks the company's platform is her own ability. No matter where she goes now, everyone respectfully calls her Mrs. President. She doesn't realize people flatter her not because of who she is, but because she's my wife. Shui Yang scratched his short hair and muttered, if you ask me, you should just stop intervening. Let her stumble a few times out there, and she'll see reality for what it is. Reality is harsh. If you don't let her face it herself, she'll never know how harsh it really is. Yeah, Zheng Duo sighed. Sister Lingling said the same thing, and that's what I'm doing now. It's just, the kid really is hard to manage. Cheng Huancheng said, if it's too much, just bring him over here. We have plenty of people and all the kids' things are here. Once the nanny's better and Aunt Chun is back, everything will go back to normal. Let's hope so. Zheng Duo gave a wry smile. With Mom gone, the house is a mess. We really can't do without her. Shui Yang couldn't help but comfort him in a low voice. It's always tough when the kids are little. But once they can go to kindergarten, things get a lot easier. Drop them off in the morning, pick them up in the evening, and you're free during the day. Just have to tough it out. Zheng Duo sighed. If we get through this, maybe things will get better. When she finally comes to her senses, I'll still have to help her clean up the mess. Of course, Cheng Huancheng said with a barely suppressed laugh. You're her husband, right? If you don't help her then, she'll definitely make a scene. Hearing this, Zheng Duo could only sigh again. After dinner, Zheng Duo and his son planned to stay overnight at Xine Yuan. It wasn't that Zheng Duo insisted on staying, it was his son who absolutely refused to leave the pile of toys and the nursery. Even when he was nodding off with sleepiness, he still wouldn't go. Zheng Duo had no choice but to ask Xueling for help. She bathed the little guy, changed him into pajamas and a diaper, and when he perked up again, Zheng Duo couldn't help but laugh wryly. Looks like we really have no choice but to stay the night. It's one thing to freeload for food and drink, but now we're even freeloading a place to sleep. Duo, here are your pajamas. Cheng Huancheng walked over holding a set of pajamas and explained, "They're my size, brand new." Zheng Duo quickly thanked him. "You're a little taller than me, I'm a bit chubbier than you. If they fit you, they'll fit me just right." Cheng Huancheng glanced at his slightly protruding belly and teased with a giggle, "How old are you anyway? That little belly of yours is getting hard to hide." "Shut up." Zheng Duo scolded with a laugh. "Men at 41 are in their prime. I'm at the age where I'm mature, steady, and full of manly charm, something you kids just don't get." Cheng Huancheng sniffed exaggeratedly and made a mock vomiting gesture. "Manly charm? All I smell is strong body odor." Zheng Duo pretended to grab him, but Cheng Huancheng darted away. Shui Ling finished dressing the little one in pajamas and took him to play with Xiao Yu and the others. "All right, you'd better go take a shower too. Once he's tired out and has some milk, he should sleep through the night. He's been playing for over 2 hours and is still so energetic." "That's rare." Zheng Duo was still staring at his own belly, asking anxiously, "Lingling Jia, I just haven't been to the gym lately. Is it possible I've already gained weight? The flesh around my waist, it feels a bit flabby." Shui Ling glanced at him, amused. "You still think you're a young man who can eat anything and burn it off? After 35, if you're not careful, your body changes fast. Slack off a bit, eat a little more, sleep a little longer, and you'll see signs of middle-aged spread right away. Haven't you noticed? All those guys at the company your age are putting on weight." Zheng Duo suddenly realized, "Now that you mention it, yeah. Oh man, that's scary. No, starting tomorrow, I'm getting back to my 800-meter runs." Shui Ling led the little one to the nursery to play with Xiao Yu and Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng and Xiao Yu chatted with him, warmly welcoming their new friend. Seeing them babbling away in baby talk and playing happily, Shui Ling realized she didn't need to worry and just sat nearby, quietly watching them. A while later, Zheng Duo came over and sat beside her. "Jia, the nanny just messaged me. She's still running a fever and needs a few days off. I wanted to ask if you could help me find another childcare worker, a professional one. The kid's still young, and it'd be better to have one more person at home, less pressure on my mom, and they can keep an eye on each other too." Shui Ling raised her eyebrows slightly and explained, "It's not a good idea to rush into hiring someone, especially a childcare worker. How about this? I'll ask the one who used to look after Xiao Yu and Xiao Peng if she's available. She's local, still quite young, about 30-something. She's not married, so she can work day and night." "No," Zheng Duo said with a wry smile. Xiao Tong said, "We have to find someone a bit older, and she must be married with a family." Shui Ling asked, puzzled, "Why?" "She's looked after lots of kids and has plenty of experience." To avoid suspicion, Zheng Duo smiled bitterly. "She said if we're hiring a full-time nanny or childcare worker, she needs to be around 50 and happily married. She's worried that if we hire a young woman, it might cause trouble and affect our family's stability." Shui Ling. She chuckled softly. "All right, I get it. I'll help you look, but it won't be quick, so be prepared." "Thanks, Lingjia." Zheng Duo sighed helplessly. "Until my mom comes home, or Xiao Tong gets back from her business trip, or the nanny recovers, my son and I will have to trouble you to take us in." Shui Ling didn't mind at all. "We have plenty of people and rooms here, and all the kids' supplies you could need. It's no trouble at all for a short stay. Sister Chun will probably be back next week, so you can head home then." Whenever Zheng Duo mentioned his mother, he couldn't help but feel sad. Taidu said the little lump on my mom's neck shouldn't be taken lightly. Luckily, we caught it early and got it removed before it caused any trouble. It's all thanks to you and my brother-in-law for taking her for checkups every year. If it were up to us, always busy and running around, we'd never have noticed. My mom said she just felt a soft bump and didn't think much of it. She's always putting the family first, never thinking about herself. I blame myself for not taking better care of her." Shui Ling comforted him softly, "You're all just too busy. It's not your fault." Sigh. Zheng Duo couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Jia, ever since my son was born, I've started to feel this faint, helpless fatigue. It's not obvious, but I can tell I'm not what I used to be. I used to be able to work 15 or 20 hours a day, but now if I stay up 2 or 3 nights in a row, I get headaches and feel awful. In 10 years, Xueling reminded him, you'll find it's even worse, and it'll be obvious. Unless you're really into health and fitness, most people's bodies start to decline in middle age, and it only gets more noticeable. Zheng Duo let out a long breath. So, at most I've got another 10 years. No wonder you've always pushed me to train some right-hand men. Xueling smiled kindly and said gently, Duo, if our big corporation only has you as the outstanding CEO and everyone else can't compare, that's not a good thing. Being able to train excellent successors is one of the marks of a great leader. I've listened to you and already brought a few 30-somethings onto my team, Zheng Duo explained. I'm mentoring them and giving them opportunities. Xueling nodded approvingly. You've never let me down. I trust your judgment. Zheng Duo smiled. When I can't keep up with the times anymore, I'll step down and let the younger generation take over. Xueling reminded him, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Step down when you can't handle it anymore. I hope you'll stay on for another 2 or 3 years to make sure they can handle things before you really let go. Zheng Duo chuckled. I know, just like you did back then. It's not the same, Xueling laughed softly. The company has grown a lot under your leadership, more products, more diversity, and a much bigger reputation than before. You'll have more to worry about than I did, because my successor was stronger than me, yours might not be. Zheng Duo couldn't help but laugh. Sis, you're giving me way too much credit. No, Xueling replied honestly, I'm just telling the truth. You really are much more capable than I am. Still unwilling to give up, Zheng Duo asked, Sis, I see that Third and Xin have both developed their careers so well. Why don't you let them come work with me for a while? No, Xueling shook her head. They're really not suited for it. Zheng Duo tried to persuade her. They've managed to build impressive careers without your help, which shows they're really talented. If you just give them some time and training, their futures could be really promising. Xueling chuckled. They're able to do well because they're working in fields they're good at and passionate about. Ran and Yang are doing okay, but the third and fourth just aren't cut out for it. Their management skills aren't nearly as strong as yours. Even if we tried to train them, it might not work out. Really? Zheng Duo was still a bit reluctant. What about the others? Maybe Yang? Xueling shook her head. He's doing perfectly fine with his own business. Why would he want to come help you? Zheng Duo frowned. None of them are interested in making money. Seriously? No, Xueling smiled and explained. They're very serious about making money, and they're passionate about it too. It's just that they want to earn money in fields they enjoy. In that sense, they're much luckier than we were. When I was young, I never even dared to think about what I liked or enjoyed. I just went wherever the money was. Haha, Zheng Duo laughed. Exactly. They're much luckier than our generation. Xueling spoke gently, honestly. We've worked ourselves to the bone all these years just to give our family a better life, to let the elders enjoy their later years, and to give the kids more freedom in choosing their own paths. If they don't have to struggle so hard for money, that's progress. Zheng Duo nodded. Yeah, with you and Brother Ayuan laying such a solid foundation for them, they actually have choices. You have to admit, they're really fortunate. That's right, Xueling said. So if the third and fourth don't want to take over the company, I just let them be. Besides, their strengths aren't in this area. I can't let them mess up the business we've worked so hard to build. That wouldn't be fair to all the loyal employees in the company. Zheng Duo couldn't help but laugh. With more experience, I'm sure they'd do great. But sis, you really do spoil them, giving them so much freedom to choose. I didn't have a choice, Xueling said with a soft laugh. All these years of hard work were for the kids, so they could have choices of their own. Zheng Duo nodded. I get it now. Xueling gently patted his shoulder and said warmly, don't always be so tense, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Duo, you've done an amazing job these past years. Both I and Uncle have always been proud of you. Thank you. Zheng Duo's eyes reddened involuntarily. He said in a low voice, Sis, you entrusted the whole company to me. How could I ever let you down? All I can do is work as hard as I can, give it my all, to live up to your expectations and uncle's. I can't let you down. You've done more than enough, Xueling smiled. The company is already one of the top in the country. You should be proud of yourself. Take some time to relax, spend time with your family and your kids. Zheng Duo nodded. Some of the young people around me are doing pretty well now. Lately, they've been able to help me out more. I'll gradually look for opportunities to let go a bit and let them try things out. Exactly, Xueling agreed. Give the young people a chance to make mistakes and learn. And learn to slack off a little yourself. Back when you could handle things on your own, I started skipping work every now and then. Sometimes I'd only go in for half a day. Zheng Duo giggled. Sis, that's because you trusted me so much. You earned my trust, Xueling replied with a soft laugh. Zheng Duo leaned back on the beanbag, watching the kids play with cassia seeds. Sis, does everyone change? Xueling raised her eyebrows. Of course. In my view, everyone is constantly changing. Sigh, Zheng Duo gave a wry smile. I just feel like Xiaotong has changed so much since we got married. She's not like she used to be. Xueling's eyes flickered. She said softly, Duo, everyone needs time to grow. Xiaotong needs time too. If she had the courage and love to commit to a lifetime together, you should give her more chances, more time. Zheng Duo sighed helplessly. She's just too naive, too easily influenced by her surroundings. Sometimes I regret encouraging her to go to grad school. What's done is done, Xueling said quietly. You don't need to be so pessimistic. Xiaotong is a girl with good values, she's not going to go too far off track. Zheng Duo shook his head slowly. There are too many feminists around her, and a couple of them are really extreme. She hangs out with them every day, nitpicking men, husbands, and families. Even the tiniest flaw gets blown out of proportion, like it's some huge, unforgivable sin. Sometimes, I just feel exhausted, worn out from dealing with it. When she suffers a setback, she'll naturally become more clear-headed, Xueling said quietly. She's not someone without boundaries. You should trust her. Zheng Duo couldn't help asking, Should I intervene? I'm not sure I can wait any longer. Sometimes I really want to just explode and yell at her. Don't, Xueling gently patted his hand. You're a veteran in the workplace. How can you be so impatient? If you interfere and something goes wrong, Xiaotong will probably blame you for everything. Remember what I told you before, don't get involved, let her handle things herself. Don't worry about anything, let her stumble and fall a bit. She'll grow from it, though the process might be tough. Zheng Duo was silent for a while, then suddenly said, Sis, I used to be so eager to get married, but honestly, marriage isn't all that great. Now I understand why so many young people don't want to get married, especially men. Xueling couldn't help but laugh. What are you saying? If you didn't get married, where would your wife and son have come from? Life is long. Without family and kids, how would you get through it alone? There's more to life than just work. You can't miss out on the rest. But I just don't think marriage is all that great. Zheng Duo muttered. Xueling thought for a moment, then said softly, That's because there are some issues with how you two get along after marriage. Maybe you're not quite in sync. Suddenly, Zheng Duo turned to her and asked, Sis, Ran's partner, Kong'an, what are her plans next? She seems so aloof and detached from the world, so proud and indifferent. I can't believe Ran actually managed to win her over. Xueling smiled gently and said softly, Anin is a very special girl. For Ran to win her heart is his good fortune, and it's also a blessing for our whole family. She seems a bit out of place, Zheng Duo couldn't help but ask, don't you think? She doesn't have much presence, but the moment you look at her, you can immediately sense that her aura is different from everyone else's. Maybe it's because of her profession, she always gives off this mysterious vibe. Most likely, Xueling explained. I feel the same way as you do. But once you get to know her better, you'll realize she's completely different from what you imagine. She's gentle, loves children, and is very easy to get along with. Really? Zheng Duo chuckled in surprise. That's quite unexpected. Xueling lowered her voice. Ran Ran was able to win her over because he could appreciate her uniqueness and approached her with a gentle heart. That's what moved her in the end. For now, Anin will stay by Ran Ran's side and continue working as his bodyguard. The two of them have agreed that once they have children, she'll become a stay-at-home mom. Zheng Duo looked a bit incredulous. Really? That just shows how much she truly loves kids. Xue Ling explained. She often helps take care of Xiaoyu and the others. Even Xiaohu and Minnie, who are very close to her. After she and Ranan get engaged, they'll temporarily move into an apartment near the pharmaceutical group. She's also decided that once she gets pregnant, they'll move back here to Xinyuan. You planned all this for them, didn't you? Zheng Duo asked with a laugh. Xue Ling shook her head. No. If it were the third or fourth child, I might meddle a bit, since they're not as mature and have always been too well protected, so I can't just let go entirely. But Ran and Anin are different. They think things through carefully, so I don't interfere at all. I just give them our blessings and complete freedom. Zheng Duo raised his eyebrows in surprise and laughed. Xinyuan is lively, so it won't be too boring during pregnancy. Plus, there'll be people to help with the baby, and all the baby products and toys they could need. It does make sense for them to move back. Xue Ling smiled. They haven't explained much, but whatever choices they make, I support them wholeheartedly. And it might seem like she doesn't fit in, but she's very understanding. Really? Zheng Duo still found it hard to believe. You can't really tell. Xue Ling nodded. Maybe it's because of her unusual profession. She once told me she's seen a lot of life and death, so maybe she's seen through everything and doesn't care too much about trivial things. In her eyes, unless someone is truly evil, a murderer or something, they're not a bad person. So she's very understanding and doesn't take many things to heart. Haha. Zheng Duo nodded. I get it now. Xue Ling smiled faintly. Once you spend more time with her, you'll see if I'm right. I'm looking forward to it, Zheng Duo said warmly. Our family has gained a new member, and such a special one at that. I feel honored, and I'm truly happy for Ran. Xue Ling chuckled softly. As the saying goes, blessings come from misfortunes. Ran survived a great ordeal and was saved by someone completely unexpected. That person ended up being the woman he loves most and will spend his life with. I can't speak for others, but I believe Anin is the type who, once she's committed, it's for life. Girls like her are rare, strong yet gentle, a truly unique combination. Big sis, with a daughter-in-law like her, you must be very satisfied, right? Zheng Duo asked with a smile. Xue Ling nodded. Very satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Honestly, all my children's partners are more outstanding than my own kids, which is something I never dared to imagine before. Yuan, and I always feel so lucky to have found such wonderful daughters and sons-in-law. Well, only the third child is left, Zheng Duo laughed. His future partner will surely be outstanding too. He's so exceptional, whoever stands beside him can't be ordinary. They must be amazing as well. Huh? Xue Ling smiled awkwardly and explained, the third one already has someone, you all just never thought much about it. What? Zheng Duo was stunned for a couple of seconds before finally reacting. Wait, that Qing Xiao? Xue Ling nodded lightly. They've been together for a while now. Zheng Duo was stunned for another moment, then burst out laughing. I really never thought about it. What a surprise, but now that you say it, I realize we were just too slow to notice. The two of them are so close, we should have guessed long ago. Totally missed it. So slow. When Lin Qingji first came to Xinyuan, he was genuinely excited, eager to meet this legendary young master. Gradually, Qingji started showing up at Xinyuan's gatherings more and more, and now he's at almost every big event. Without even realizing it, Qing Xiao had already become a part of Xinyuan. And yet he'd only just noticed. Xue Ling said softly, their situation is a bit special, so it hasn't been made public yet. Qing is a very sensible kid, so I haven't asked too much and just let them handle things themselves. Zheng Duo scratched his short hair and laughed. They really are remarkable. They didn't hide anything, nor did they make a big deal out of it. They just acted naturally, so I never thought twice. Xing was the first to notice, Xueling explained. He comes to Xinyuan more often and gets along well with Qingji, so he figured it out earlier. Since you got married and had kids, you haven't come by as much, so you didn't have many chances to notice. Zheng Duo couldn't help but ask, sis, at first you and Yuan, you probably couldn't accept it, right? Looking back, I have to admire your courage and open-mindedness. Xueling nodded. It took us a long time to come to terms with it. We're just ordinary parents, not saints. But in a family this big, with everyone having such different ideas, there's nothing better we can do than be accepting. Our own family deserves our greatest acceptance. Zheng Duo was stunned, his gaze dropping slowly. Sis, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what he's been lacking lately. Really, where do all these perfect daughters and sons-in-law come from? It's because of Xinyuan's acceptance. Everyone ends up being the most satisfactory. Xueling patted him on the shoulder. The reason our family thrives and is so warm and happy is because of one thing, acceptance. No matter who joins our family, we do our best to welcome them with open arms. Whatever happens, we try to accept it first. Only by embracing all things can we truly be great. Zheng Duo nodded gently, then took her hand. Thank you, Sister Ling. Thank you. 2 days later, Zheng Tianyuan accompanied Hu and his wife as they headed south together. Lin Qingji's plane took them to Rongqing Airport, where Chen Min was already waiting outside with his son and daughter to welcome them. Cheng Huanchong watched their car drive away before returning to the plane with Lin Qingji. Over half an hour later, they continued south for their vacation. Zheng Tianyuan planned to stay in Rongqing for a few days, first returning to his family's villa for a couple of nights and going up the mountain to pay respects at his parents' graves. He took a stroll in the small park outside the villa, chatted with the workers responsible for cleaning and landscaping, and promised to give each of them an extra 500 yuan monthly allowance. After that, he closed the villa's gate and went to find Hu and Chen Min. Xueling was also busy at home, taking care of her elderly parents and helping Zheng Duo and Xiaohuzi with their children. Every day, she barely had a moment to herself. 5 days later, Xiao Tong returned from a business trip. Zheng Duo came to Xinyuan to pick up their son and head to the airport to meet his wife. After seeing them off, Xueling turned around and welcomed 3 more guests, Xue Jilian and his 2 sons. What brings you all here today? Xueling went out to help Xue Jilian, smiling as she asked, how come you're all here together? Uncle, did my dad secretly invite you? Why didn't he tell me to prepare a special meal today? Xue Jilian teased her with a laugh. Is it too late to prepare a special meal now? I don't want to go hungry at lunch. Xueling burst out laughing and patted his arm. Uncle, no matter how frugal we are at home, we have to put on a good show for our distinguished guests. Don't worry, I'll make sure there's a feast for you at lunch. Beside them, Xue Huan was carrying a small travel bag and grinned. Sis, that's not all. Dad said he wants to stay at Xinyuan for a few days. He misses Uncle. Is that okay? Xue Jilian asked. Xueling gave him a fond look and replied, would I ever say no? We'd be absolutely delighted to have you. If you'd let us know in advance, I would have had old Chen drive my dad to pick you up. If my dad knew you were coming to keep him company, he'd be over the moon. It gets lonely, Xue Jilian said in a low voice. Ever since your aunt passed, it's felt emptier and emptier. The older I get, the more I fear loneliness. It's always lively here, that's what I like. Xueling's eyes reddened a little, but she smiled through it. Uncle, why don't you just move in and keep my parents company? You can chat and play chess together, it'll make the days go by easier. Xue Jilian chuckled, as long as you don't mind having me, I'll come by every few days from now on. Of course. Xueling shook her head. We'd never mind, not even a little. Xue Jilian turned to his 2 sons and said, did you hear that? Lingling would never mind having me around. Behind him, Xue Heng and Xue Huan could only smile wryly. Dad, how could Sis Ling ever mind? We're just worried you're getting older, and it might not be convenient for you to stay here. Sis Ling would have to look after you, it's too much trouble for her. Exactly. Isn't it enough that we keep you company? Xue Zhilian shook his head. Of course not. I want to chat and play chess with your uncle, not with you two. Everyone burst out laughing at the old man's joke. A little while later, the three elders sat under a tree, chatting, having snacks, and drinking tea, while Xue Ling and the two brothers went to the study. Xue Heng lowered his voice. I've already drafted my will, and the lawyer is handling the procedures. Lingling, I've decided to leave the remaining 250 million yuan with you. That's all the money you have left, isn't it? Xue Ling frowned. You're leaving it all with me? Don't you want to keep some for yourself? As far as she knew, Xue Heng and Xue Huan had sold most of their shares back then and used their life savings to build the nursing home. Aside from some real estate, they had very little cash left. Fortunately, the nursing home soon became profitable, so they weren't short of money. But making a profit was one thing, recouping the investment was another. They never treated the nursing home as a business, just wanted a beautiful place to semi-retire and spend more time with their parents as a family. Xue Heng nodded. Other than the real estate, that's all I have left. Don't worry about me, I get dividends from the nursing home, so I'm not short on cash. We invested a lot in the nursing home at first. I told Shahan that most of the money was invested, and I only kept a little for myself. Even Ah Huan didn't know about this money at first. Xue Huan laughed softly and explained, I don't have as much as my brother, he invested more, and still has some left. The nursing home is doing well now, and we have plenty of real estate, so there's nothing to worry about. Do you really have to leave it with me? Xue Ling couldn't help asking. In what form? Xue Heng replied, as a trustee. I'd like you to manage it for me until Xiaohan is able to be independent. Is that really okay? Xue Ling said with a laugh. When will she be considered truly independent? Why don't you just keep it and manage it yourself? Xue Heng shook his head. Xiaohan can be a bit unruly sometimes. She has her own little schemes. The more money I keep around, the worse it is for her. Plus, I have to guard against men with bad intentions who might want to get close to her for her money. It's not that bad, Xue Huan said, amused. Brother, Xiaohan's taste in men isn't that poor. Besides, you don't have anything left except real estate. Xue Heng sighed helplessly. You don't understand. When it comes to choosing a partner, Xiaohan has never had any boundaries. She's too willful. She thinks as long as she likes someone, that's enough, not realizing that sometimes I like him isn't enough to solve everything. Marriage isn't just dating, it can't withstand all the little annoyances and trivialities of daily life. I've been through it, I know better than she does. Xue Ling and Xue Huan both stopped smiling, not wanting to press further. Xue Heng forced a wry smile and said quietly, the reason I'm asking Lingling for help is because I'm afraid if Xiaohan finds out, she'll blurt it out and attract men with ulterior motives. Everything I have will go to Xiaohan eventually. If she finds someone who truly loves her, cherishes her, and understands her, I don't mind sharing my wealth with him. But this money was hard-earned, I'll only give it to someone who truly loves my daughter. I understand, Xue Ling nodded. So you want me to keep it hidden for now? When you're sure Xiaohan's partner is trustworthy, then you'll reveal the money. Is that right? Yes, Xue Heng said in a low voice. I could have left it with Ah Huan, but since we all live at the nursing home now, a lot of things are semi-public. Ah Fong manages the finances, and if Xiaohan asks her, she might let it slip without thinking. Then all my careful planning would be for nothing. All right, Xue Ling finally agreed. Xue Huan, however, felt that his older brother was being a bit too anxious, even worrying over nothing. Xiaohan has grown up. She's not in that rebellious phase anymore, always arguing and making trouble with you. She's much more sensible now. By the time she gets married in a few years, she'll be even better at judging people. Xue Heng, on the other hand, didn't have much confidence in his daughter. He smiled wryly. She's naturally sensitive, and she doesn't know how to turn down kindness from others. With her personality, if any guy starts showering her with attention, she'll fall for him quickly. As long as he treats her well, isn't that enough? Xue Huan teased. Are your standards for a son-in-law a bit too high? Nothing's even happened yet, and you're already setting requirements. Xue Ling burst out laughing. Exactly. I bet you've already got a whole list of criteria for your future son-in-law in your head. No, I haven't. Xue Heng shook his head with a smile. She's the one getting married, not me. What's the point of me making a list of standards? Would it even matter? Not really. I just want to be prepared for anything, just in case. If someone truly treats Xiaohan well, then everyone's happy, right? But if he's got ulterior motives and is just sweet-talking her for material gain, then I have to be careful. Xue Ling nodded in agreement. We do need to be cautious. If it's someone we know well, there's nothing to worry about. But now that she's far away and meeting so many new people, we can't keep an eye on everyone. People's hearts are unpredictable, so it's better to stay alert. Exactly. Xue Heng couldn't help but sigh softly. Xiaohan keeps her thoughts hidden, but her emotions are written all over her face. People like that are bound to suffer losses. Xue Wan tried to reassure him. Once she graduates, bring her over to work at the nursing home. With us helping to keep an eye out, things will be much more secure. That's a good idea, Xue Ling praised. Xiaohan is sensitive by nature. She's not really suited to work in outside companies or organizations. She might easily get taken advantage of or offend people. With you two looking out for her and giving her more training, by the time she's in her 30s and more mature, you'll be able to relax. Xue Heng smiled wryly. We think it's a great plan, but will she agree? Young people these days love excitement and don't like living in the suburbs. We're practically old folks already, so we enjoy the peace and quiet of the nursing home. Young people want fun and entertainment. They'd never want to stay at a nursing home. Just try to persuade her, Xue Ling said. When the time comes, you can find an excuse, say you're too busy or not feeling well, and ask her to help out for a while. Once she's there, maybe she'll grow to like the environment. There's always a way. Xue Heng nodded. We'll give it a try when the time comes. I just worry she'll fall in love with someone from another place in college, and as soon as she graduates, she'll run off with him. We won't even have a chance to react, and all our plans will go up in smoke. Xue Ling and Xue Huan both laughed. If that really happens, there's nothing we can do. If it really comes to that, Xue Heng smiled wryly, then there's nothing we can do. She has to walk her own path in life. As parents, all we can do is teach her, love her, and protect her as much as possible. But our reach only goes so far. If she ends up far away, we'll do whatever we can, but that's all we can do. Don't overthink it, Xue Huan waved his hand. Life's opportunities are strange and unpredictable. Most of the time, things don't go as we expect. When something happens, just do your best to accept it calmly. What else can you do? Xue Ling nodded in agreement. That's right. At our age, we've learned to let things go. Yeah, Xue Heng chuckled. My mindset is much better than before. Ever since I got used to living in the suburbs, surrounded by quiet mountains and forests, my heart has become much calmer without me even realizing it. I'm less anxious and irritable, and I handle things with more composure. Xue Ling couldn't help but tease. All those reclusive masters and monks live in seclusion. How else would they attain such high cultivation? Maybe after a few more years, you'll become truly enlightened. I've already seen through it all. Xue Heng laughed heartily. I just don't need to shave my head and become a monk. Xue Huan joked, no need to shave your head. It's almost all gone anyway. The three of them burst into laughter again. Time flew by as they chatted, and soon it was noon. Xue Ling invited them to stay for lunch at Xian Yuan and told them that Ran Ran would be getting engaged on Mid-Autumn Festival, with the wedding to be held in the backyard at the end of the year. Mother Xue said with a smile, Ran Ran said they want to take things step by step, so we don't need to worry. The couple themselves aren't in a hurry, but we're the ones getting anxious. How can we not be? Xue Zhilian raised an eyebrow. Yang Ang is the second son, and he's already got 4 kids. If Ran Ran doesn't catch up soon, he'll be way behind. He's already way behind, Father Xue said with a grin. I told them, there's no way to catch up in terms of timing, so they'll just have to surpass Yang in quantity. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Great idea. Aim for 6 kids. Ran Ran is the eldest son and the eldest grandson. He should have more kids. Xue Ling explained. They said they don't want a flashy hotel wedding, just to invite their closest family and friends here at Xian Yuan to witness their happiness. I thought, since he's the eldest son, the oldest, we should make it a big celebration. With our family's resources, we could easily throw a grand wedding. But they're both adamant about keeping it simple. Enin seems like a quiet girl, Xue Jilian nodded. She probably doesn't like too much excitement. Xue Ling chuckled. They insist, so we can't force them. It's their wedding, so let them decide. Exactly, Xue Heng agreed. That's the right attitude for elders these days. Times have changed, and so must our thinking. We need to respect the choices of young people and not turn their wedding into a big social event for our generation. Young people don't care for that anymore. I'm very respectful. Xue Ling laughed. I told them, just ask if they need anything and arrange it themselves. Ranan said the siblings will handle everything, and we just need to show up and enjoy ourselves. Wow, Xue Huan said enviously. That's great. We just get to sit back and be the in-laws. Xue Ling said, I'm not inviting any outside friends, just our family. Your whole family, plus Ahu's family and cousin Xuezong's family, that's it. You all need to come early and see what those kids come up with. Don't worry, whatever they do will be better than what we did. Xue Heng laughed. We'll definitely be there. Xue Huan replied. The kids should be on holiday then, so we'll bring them all to join the fun. Xue Jilian nodded quickly. Just our few families will make it lively enough. That's dozens of people, right? Definitely. At least several dozen. Remember to come early. We will, for sure. That evening, Zheng Duo and his son showed up again, carrying the same bag they'd left with that morning. It looked like it hadn't even been opened. Xue Ling took the child from him, looking puzzled, and glanced at Zheng Duo, whose face was full of embarrassment. What's wrong? The little one doesn't want to go home. Zheng Duo forced a bitter smile and explained, Xiao Tong had to work overtime. She said she won't be able to come home for the next few days. The nanny has already quit. She said her health is too poor to keep working and that she needs to go back to her hometown to recover for a while. Have you two eaten yet? Xue Ling asked with concern. You probably haven't had dinner, right? Zheng Duo replied, I couldn't manage to make any baby food. He's just had formula this morning and afternoon. He was fussing about being hungry just now, and I ran out of hot water for his bottle. I couldn't stop the car, so I just drove straight here. Xue Ling carried the child toward the back, explaining as she went, there's still some baby food left from earlier. Today I made pumpkin porridge. Come on, let's have some pumpkin porridge first. That'll be dinner, and then he can have milk before bed, with some warm water in between. Oh, okay. Zheng Duo quickly nodded and followed. Xue Ling set the child at the little dining table, then turned to fetch some toys for him to play with. Next, she ladled out some warm pumpkin porridge and fed it to the little guy with a small spoon. Zheng Duo looked apologetic and said quietly, Lingjia, I was actually going to take him to my sister and brother-in-law's place, but it's too far. And they don't really have any baby supplies over there. You made the right choice coming back here, Xue Ling interrupted gently. There's plenty of space here, and there are kids' things everywhere. Whatever you need, we have it. Plus, the kids can keep each other company. For little ones, having playmates is the most important thing. They play together, so we don't have to keep them entertained all the time. Your sister and brother-in-law both work, and the rehab center has a complicated mix of people. No matter how nice it is, it's not like here. They haven't looked after kids for years. They can't compare to us. That's true. Zheng Duo chuckled. So I thickened my skin and came back. Xue Ling shot him a look and scolded, What's our relationship? Do you really need to be so polite with me? If you'd actually gone to your sister's, I would have scolded you. Right now, the most important thing is for the child to settle in. He loves Xi and Yuan, and he loves playing with Xiaoyu and Xiaopeng. If he didn't like it here, he'd be crying his eyes out as soon as he arrived, and you wouldn't have the heart to bring him, and we wouldn't force it, right? Jia, you're the best. Zheng Duo put an arm around her shoulders and leaned his head against hers in a playful, affectionate way. We'll just have to trouble you for a few more days. Once my mom's back, we'll go home. For now, I'll have to ask you to keep taking us in. Xue Ling smiled kindly. I know. You're always welcome here. Don't ever hesitate. Yes, Zheng Duo grinned. Just then, Shui Yang came over, with Xiao Peng riding on his shoulders and Xiao Zhu in his arms. The crew looked quite impressive. The little one at the table immediately got excited, jumping up and babbling away in baby talk to Xiao Peng and Xiao Zhu, leaving the adults completely baffled. Zheng Duo went over to pick up his son and greeted Shui Yang. "We're going to be staying over again." Shui Yang teased him with a grin. "What's wrong?" "Your wife left you again." All Zheng Duo could do was sigh deeply. Shui Yang quickly changed the subject, saying, "Xiao Xian just said in the group chat that Tai Tu and the others have to delay coming back again. Apparently, Aunt Chun's frozen shoulder is acting up pretty badly." "What?" Zheng Duo was startled. "My mom's frozen shoulder flared up again?" Shui Yang nodded, took out his phone, opened the family group chat, and handed it over. "Seems like it happened during her rehab exercises. Tai Tu got an acupuncturist to treat her, and they're using some massage equipment too. They said the treatment will take at least 10 days. Zheng Duo frowned as he read, then handed the phone back. "I'll give Tai Tu a call and check in." Shui Yang couldn't help but remind him, "You could talk to Tai Tu about letting Uncle Huan and the others handle it when they get back. They're professionals, you can trust them." Zheng Duo gave a wry smile. "Of course Tai Tu knows that, but he's probably worried that as soon as my mom comes back, she'll forget about herself and rush over to take care of Xiaoyu. She practically raised him. If she doesn't see him for a day, she gets anxious. She makes me send her videos or photos every day, or she keeps pestering me." He put his phone away and explained, "Can't get through right now. I'll try again later." Shui Yang comforted him. It's normal for older folks to have health issues. Most elderly people have chronic problems, neck pain, frozen shoulder, bone spurs, and so on. My mom's neck isn't great either. It's a leftover problem from working too hard when she was younger. My dad has some frozen shoulder too, but he's lucky it's not serious and doesn't flare up often. Zheng Duo sighed helplessly. My mom had it tough when she was younger, all for me. If it weren't for raising me, she wouldn't have had to work so hard. All right, that's enough. Shui Ling shot him a playful look. Your mom was happy to do it, 1,000,000 times over. As long as you're filial, she's content. Most parents love their kids without expecting anything in return. It's normal to have a few health issues when you get older. It's nothing to get too worked up about. Zheng Duo chuckled and whispered, "Lingjia, let's not tell my mom about our situation for now. Let her focus on her treatment and rest up for a while." "What situation?" Shui Ling teased. "It's just that you're short a nanny for the moment. No need to make a big deal out of it." Zheng Duo shook his head. "You know what I mean." Shui Ling gave a helpless laugh. "Your mom's always been sensitive. Things between you and Xiao Tong didn't just happen overnight, right? She knows, but she doesn't think it's serious, so she hasn't said anything. Don't worry, I'm not a gossip. Long live Lingjia." Zheng Duo laughed. Shui Ling put away the little bowl and spoon. "I'm going to wash the dishes. Let the kids play for a bit, and I'll get dinner ready later." "Okay," the two dads replied in unison. Shui Yang carried the 3 kids into the cassia seed pit, watching them play happily, his face full of fatherly affection. Zheng Duo, meanwhile, looked utterly defeated. Shui Yang couldn't stand it and said quietly, "It's just temporary. It won't be like this forever. Once Andy's back, you'll be able to relax." Sigh, Zheng Duo let out a weary sigh. Earlier, she said, if she'd known it would be like this, she wouldn't have gotten married and had kids so early. When she was at the most critical stage of her career, she just couldn't take care of the child. She was so angry, making it sound like it was all my fault. I almost lost my temper too, but in the end, I held it in. Shui Yang nodded lightly, his broad, sturdy hand patting Duo's shoulder. Enduring is the right thing to do. If you say anything more at a time like this, you'll definitely end up arguing. Married couples, no matter how good the relationship, constant fighting will wear it down. Zheng Duo gave a wry smile. Other people say poverty makes for unhappy marriages, but here I am, a small-time CEO worth billions, and I'm still at the point where my marriage is full of woes. Every family has its own troubles. Shui Yang chuckled. Poor families worry about money, rich families worry about relationships. Once your material needs are met, the spiritual crises begin. Duo put on a mock-serious face and asked in the tone of a reporter conducting an interview, "So, what's the spiritual crisis between you and your wife? You definitely don't have any material worries." Shui Yang gave a bitter smile. "I don't have much time to spend with her. I leave early and come home late, and sometimes I have to go out for social events at night. She's busy taking care of our 4 kids all by herself, and now she's also helping me manage my properties and stocks. It's pretty tough on her." "That doesn't sound like much of a crisis to me," Duo said, looking frustrated. "All I hear is you showing off how loving you two are." "Oh, come on," Shui Yang scoffed. "You're just jealous and dissatisfied. With that attitude, you're bound to find fault with everyone." Duo laughed and cursed, "You brat. Why do I sound like some resentful housewife, or rather, a resentful house husband in your eyes?" Shui Yang snickered. "Aren't you? Look at your expression and your attitude right now. How are you not acting like a resentful spouse? I just don't get it." Duo couldn't help but vent. Other people's wives can be supportive partners, helping their husbands with their careers. Why can't mine? Why does she insist on starting her own business? Why? Shui Yang thought seriously for a moment, then asked, "Maybe you haven't given her enough sense of security?" "I don't have any bad habits," Duo listed off. "I don't smoke, don't drink, don't gamble, don't fool around. All my secretaries and assistants are men, even the ones who travel with me for business. I've always been loyal to her, never had a wandering eye. We're legally married, and any of my assets are open for her to share." "Wait," Shui Yang interrupted. "Open to share? So you haven't actually shared them yet, right? You haven't officially transferred any shares to her name? Have you?" Duo explained. "They were all given to me by Sister Ling. I haven't touched them. Every year I just collect my dividends and salary from the group. Several million a year, plus bonuses, totaling over 10 million. Since we got married, whatever I get, I split half with her." Shui Yang raised his eyebrows. "What about property?" "Just 2 places," Duo explained. "One is an apartment at Ronghua Mall, currently locked up. My late father split it between my mom and me. Since my mom's involved, I couldn't put my wife's name on it. And back then, I was just a kid, I didn't even know her yet. Our marital home is the courtyard house in the back. I put her name on that. Later, since it was a bit far from her classes and the company, Sister Ling lent us a luxury apartment to stay in temporarily. Not bought, not rented, just her property." Shui Yang nodded. "So your wife has a share in your marital home. That's worth over 100 million, right? Those courtyard houses aren't cheap. We were going to buy a smaller one," Duo explained. "But Taitu introduced me to this one. Almost 200 million, and now it's probably worth that much." Shui Yang grinned. "Ordinary people might never see that much money in their whole lives. But your wife's been around you for so long, she's gotten used to seeing tens or hundreds of millions tossed around. It probably doesn't even faze her anymore. She insists on starting her own business," Duo said quietly. "Part of it is that she thinks she's just as capable as I am. She's absolutely confident she can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, maybe even surpass me. Somewhere along the way, she started acting like anything a man can do, a woman can do too, and don't think you're so great, I can be even better than you." Shui Yang stifled a laugh. "If that's the case, you really can't stop her. She needs to see how harsh the real world is." Duo sighed helplessly, glancing at his son playing nearby. "I'm willing to give her time. But what about the kid? I've got dozens of files piled up on my desk, but I'm stuck here watching him play like an idiot inside. I'm cursing 1,000 times." Shui Yang couldn't help but feel secretly grateful. Xiao grew up in a simple family, and after 10 years of training with the national team, she's used to the idea that there's always someone better out there. She's always been humble and gentle. In such a competitive environment, if you slack off, you fall behind, you have to give it your all. If you get too cocky, you're out. Pride leads to downfall, the old saying is true. When I first started my business, she ate takeout with me for every meal, lived in a tiny rented apartment. She never minded that I was broke, and she never wanted to outdo me or step on me. My wife is just too extreme, Duo muttered. There are so many women in the world who'd love to be supported by a man. Heck, there are plenty of men who'd love to find a sugar mama and not have to work. But her. She's proud, she's capable, and she insists on competing with her own husband? She's got too much time on her hands. Ha ha, Shui Yang laughed. With that kind of ambition, you should be happy for her. Duo snorted. I was happy at first. But I blame myself for shielding her too much, so she doesn't know how tough the world is. I was mentored by Sister Ling. Without her generosity and guidance, I'd be nowhere. My wife, on the other hand, has no background, no mentor, just a bunch of useless teammates, all talk and no action. How long can she last? I'll be watching. Hang in there. Shui Yang reminded him. She's anxious right now, you can't add fuel to the fire, and you definitely can't undermine her. If you push her too hard, she'll blow up at you. Duo nodded. I'm doing my best to be patient. She said a lot of harsh things today, complaints, regrets about getting married and having kids. I just swallowed it all. Good. Shui Yang patted his shoulder. A good man knows how to endure. Bro, sometimes you just have to hold your tongue and let things blow over. No fighting, she goes to work overtime. You come here, each of you in your own space, everyone at peace. Duo asked quietly, you don't have to go out tonight, right? No, Shui Yang replied. I'll be with my wife, kids, and the elders. Duo stood up. I'll have my assistant bring over the files. I'll work overtime tonight. I'll leave my son to you. Hey. What, aren't we good buddies? Yeah, then go watch my kid. Rongqing, countryside villa. Evening. The sun was setting, painting the sky with red clouds. Ahu slowly pushed Wang Qing along the winding mountain path, occasionally bending down to chat with his old companion. Looking at the rows of lush green vegetable fields, Wang Qing couldn't help but ask, are all these planted by Amin? They're planted by hired workers, Ahu replied. How could he manage such a big vegetable garden all by himself? He's hired 3 villagers in their 50s and 60s. They're responsible for planting, weeding, harvesting, and watering every day. He still has to work himself, though. He gets up at 4 in the morning to pick vegetables. There's a special van from the market that comes to collect them. They weigh everything and transfer the money right to his phone. It's really convenient. Wang Qing smiled, lowering his voice. It looks nice. Ahu shook his head. It's not easy, though. Amin was telling us yesterday that when he first started clearing the mountain to plant vegetables, he ran into all sorts of problems. The air's great up here, but there are so many pests these days. Before the veggies even start growing, the young leaves get eaten up. If you use too much pesticide, even he doesn't feel safe eating them. So, he figured out he could plant crops that don't attract bugs, like chives. See? That whole patch over there is chives. Wang Qing squinted, looking carefully. Chives, yes. Ahu explained, Amin also grows a lot of lettuce, some Vietnamese coriander, chili peppers, and cilantro. Bugs usually don't go for the stronger flavored stuff. Amin says that way he doesn't need pesticides, so he feels safer eating it himself. Plus, pesticides cost money and labor, so this actually saves on costs. Just then, a flock of ducks swam up from the stream below, quacking noisily. Wang Qing's slightly crooked mouth broke into a happy grin. Ducks, they're beautiful. Ahu laughed, they really are. Those are all drakes. The ones behind are hens. The duck farm is run by his 2 kids now, plus 3 or 4 workers. Amin takes care of the vegetable garden full-time, and sometimes his daughter comes to help. Yuan, Wang Qing pointed to the stream below. Ahu quickly turned to look. Sure enough, Qin Min and Cheng Tianyuan were crouched by the stream, pants rolled up high, hands searching among the river stones. Hey, what are you 2 up to? Cheng Tianyuan looked up with a smile. There are a lot of river mussels here, and they're pretty big. Amin said we should gather a few dozen and grill or steam them tonight. Oh, Ahu said excitedly, I love grilled river mussels. Qin Min laughed. What's so hard about that? In a bit, I'll pick some chilies from the garden, chop up plenty of garlic and Vietnamese coriander, get all the spices ready, and once the charcoal's burning, we can start grilling right away. Ching Tianuan lugged a big plastic bucket up the slope, step by step. I've got at least 30 here. Heavy too. Ahu hurried over to help, exclaiming, wow. They really are heavy. Look at this, some of them are at least 2 kilos. Huge. Min followed behind, smiling as he explained, ever since we leased the duck farm, this whole area's been fenced off. Villagers used to come here to fish and collect mussels, but now they can't get in. With nobody gathering them, the mussels have multiplied, and they're all big and plump. Wash them up quick. Ahu laughed. Barbecue tonight. But Chung Tianyuan was tired and flopped down on the grass. Let me rest a bit. I'm beat. Ahu couldn't help teasing, how long have you even been at it? Chung Tianyuan replied, a little over an hour, I guess. Look at Amin. Ahu laughed. He's been up since 4 in the morning picking vegetables. Only napped for 2 hours at noon and didn't rest at all the rest of the day. Chung Tianyuan rolled his eyes. If I worked in the fields every day like him, I wouldn't get tired either. Ahu teased, and you call yourself an old farmer. Min climbed up with the bucket, laughing. When I first met him, he just graduated high school and started at the supply and marketing co-op. His shoes were still muddy. Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan said, honestly, my family's been farmers for generations. When my dad was young, he got a job at a factory in the county, and that's how he brought my mom and me into town. We met Lingling's family at the factory. Back then, my father-in-law was a technical master there. Everyone knew he was a top engineer from the capital. Oh, Ahu asked with a curious grin, so you and your wife met back then? Chung Tianyuan nodded. Min sat down on the grass, leaning against a tree trunk. Even without your wife, Ayuan, you wouldn't have stayed in Qingjia village as a farmer. If you hadn't gone to college, you'd have gone straight to the city. You worked at the co-op for years, right? Looking back, it's lucky we all went into other businesses. Otherwise, when the co-op closed, we'd all have lost our jobs. Ching Tianyuan chuckled. When the co-op shut down, my whole family moved to the capital. By then, we were all doing well, Ahu recalled. We followed your wife into the clothing business, then bought a house in the county. Remember those years by the river? Ran was born then. Our old supermarket's gone, but those houses by the river are still there. Ching Tianyuan smiled. They're still there, just old now. Later, Lingling set up a property management office here in Rongqing, with a few people to look after things. Most of the properties were sold off eventually, not rented out anymore. Why's that? Ahu asked. Long-term rental's not bad, just a bit of work. Was it your wife's decision? Chung Tianyuan answered. It was just too much hassle. So when prices shot up a few years back, she sold them off one by one. The properties in the capital need someone to manage them, and she can't handle that many herself, let alone the ones here. He paused, then joked, now she doesn't sell clothes, isn't a real estate mogul, and doesn't play the big boss. She spends her days gardening, growing vegetables and flowers, keeping the elders and kids company. She's gotten old and now loves the farmer's life. I asked her about it and she said, well, I married an old farmer, so now I have to be one too. Everyone laughed. Wang Qing said, after braving the storms of the boa business world, seeing all the ups and downs, in the end, you return peacefully to the ordinary. Ahu, never the poetic type, couldn't help but add, only your wife could be so extravagant. Growing vegetables and flowers like a farmer in a luxury mansion in the capital. Even the veggies she grows feel a cut above the rest. Everyone burst out laughing again. After chatting a while longer, Min pointed to the other side of the mountain and explained, yesterday, the village committee notified us that the land over there has been auctioned off. Next year, they'll start building a cemetery. From then on, villagers won't be able to just bury their dead wherever they want in the mountains. Everyone will have to use the cemetery. I told my eldest to buy a plot for me. When my time comes, I'll just be buried nearby. As soon as he finished, the other 3 immediately perked up with interest. Ahu was the first to ask, how much does it cost? Are there any big tombs where a couple can be buried together? Min shook his head. I have no idea. Didn't I just say? The land was just auctioned off. We'll have to wait for the developer to invest and start building. The environment's pretty nice. Wang Qing clearly sounded tempted. It's not far from the city either. Chenmin couldn't help but ask, sis-in-law, Ahu, are you planning to be buried back here in Rongqing after you pass? Of course. Ahu answered first. We're from Rongqing, so naturally we should be buried here. But the cemeteries in the city aren't great these days, so crowded, surrounded by factories and all sorts of pollution. When we were young, we worked so hard just to get out of those crowded dormitories. Now that we're old, how could we stand being packed in like sardines, each with just a tiny headstone? It's better to buy a plot out in the suburbs, like this place. It's pretty good. Everyone was getting on in years, so talking about these things didn't feel awkward at all. In fact, there was even a sense of anticipation and camaraderie in their tone. Chinmin explained, if you want to come back to Rongqing, I really don't recommend buying a plot in the city. This area has beautiful mountains and water, fresh air, and a nice environment. It's only a 10-minute drive from the city, so it's not far at all. If we're coming back, we might as well buy here. Maybe we could even get plots together, keep each other company. Ha ha, Ahu laughed. Not bad. Great idea. We could chat every day, make the days go by easier. We'll all be gone by then, Cheng Tianyuan joked. What days are you talking about? Who knows if we'll be able to chat, but the idea of being together isn't bad. Ahu quickly asked, Ayuan, want to join in? If you like it, why not buy a few plots in a row? Cheng Tianyuan hesitated. I'm not sure yet. I'll have to talk it over with my wife. Chin Min shook his head. Ayuan doesn't even need to worry about this. His family's from Qingjia village, and they have their own mountain land. Villagers can be buried up there without any restrictions. His parents are already buried there, so he'll probably go back too. Not necessarily, Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Lingling might want to stay in the capital. I'd like to stay there too. I heard from a hang that there's a new cemetery near their nursing home, and it's quite nice. Later, when Auntie passed away, she was buried there. Lingling asked Hang to check it out and see if we could buy a few spacious plots. Ahu couldn't help but advise, you're from Rongqing. It's better to return to your roots. Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look and explained, it's not that I don't have feelings for my hometown. It's just that I want to be buried with my wife. Wherever she is, that's where I'll be. The kids all work and live in the capital now. They probably won't leave. Being close to her and close to the kids is more important than anything. That's true, Ahu muttered. If you're close by, the kids can visit on Tomb Sweeping Day or Double Ninth Festival. If you're 1,000 miles away, it's a 3-hour flight just to get there. Maybe they'll come once a year at first, but after a while, they might not come for years. Chenmin teased, you'll be dead and gone, just a pile of bones. What are you expecting? Does it matter if they come or not? Do you think you'll even know? Everyone burst out laughing. Wang Qing tilted her head and looked at her husband, whispering, let's come back. Let's buy a plot nearby, keep Chin Min company. All right. Ahu nodded in agreement. No matter what, we'll be together in life and death. This is our hometown. It's better to return to our roots. Chin Min suggested, when the developer starts, I'll ask around. If there are any good, spacious plots, I'll let you know. Great. Ahu laughed. I'll leave it to you. Better to buy early and have peace of mind. At our age, who knows when we'll go? The kids won't bother with this stuff. They're busy with their own lives. We should get everything ready ourselves, so we don't have to rely on them and end up dissatisfied. Chinmin nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's why I want to keep an eye on it and buy early if I have the money. If I can afford it, maybe I'll buy a few more as an investment. Investment, huh? Ahu laughed and scolded. Are you short on cash or just obsessed with money? Chinmin laughed. Not really. But land and property prices go up every year. If you buy now, it'll appreciate. If you sell, you make a profit. If not, you can use it yourself. Isn't that good? In the end, we all end up under the earth anyway. Everyone laughed heartily. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, our hair's all gray. Back then, we used to drink by the river, talking big about our future plans. Now we're old, need something to lean on just to sit, and all we talk about is where to buy a burial plot. Yeah, Ahu pursed his lips. Nothing we can do. What's that saying since ancient times, who has escaped death? Isn't that right? Wang Qing nodded. Ahu continued, everyone dies, sooner or later. At our age, we've done and tasted everything sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. We can take it all in stride. Qinmin couldn't help but urge his friend, Ayuan, why don't you talk it over with your wife? We could all be neighbors in the afterlife, it wouldn't be bad. No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. If I come back to Rongqing, I'd have to go back to Qingjia village. That's our family's old base. But I still prefer the capital. Ahu laughed, wherever his wife is, that's where he'll go. Cheng Tianyuan smiled, my thinking is a bit different from my parents. They were born and raised here, deeply influenced by tradition. They want to return to their roots, and I respect that. But I've spent most of my life in the capital, and I'll probably spend my last years there. Lingling too. So, wherever she is, I'll be. As long as we're together, it doesn't matter where. Ahu couldn't help but ask his wife, what's that saying again? Wang Qing smiled and replied, together in life, together in death. That's it. Ahu laughed. That's the old folks' version of romance. Qinmin looked at them with obvious envy and said softly, that's something young people these days, who are afraid of marriage and kids, just can't understand. Of course they can't, Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Society's developed, material conditions are better, but the pressure is greater. Young people today don't want to take on responsibility, they're more focused on themselves. The more conditions you put on marriage, the more materialistic love becomes, and the less stable marriage is. Sharing the same bed, but thinking different things. Always talking about divorce. How could they possibly care about being buried together after death? Qinmin gave a wry smile. My 3 kids. They say they don't even have the motivation to date. It's really worrying. Ahu couldn't help but frown and ask, none of them? Not a single one. Nope. Qinmin gave a wry smile. The boss is about the same age as Yang from Ayuan's family, but Yang's already a father of 4. All 3 of mine don't have partners, and they refuse to go looking too. It's driving me crazy. Ahu looked just as incredulous. Back when I was their age, if I could get a steady paycheck each month, you can bet I'd be out there looking for a partner. In your 20s, your heart's just burning with energy every day. You can't even hold it back. Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan said, things were different for us back then. We didn't have nearly as much as people do now. Life was simple. If you could barely fill your belly, you were already lucky. Getting married was simple, too. Hand out some wedding candies, put on a nice outfit, wear a red flower, hang up a big double happiness sign, and that was it. If your family was a bit better off, you'd put out a few dishes and invite friends over for a gathering, and that was already considered grand. Exactly. Ahu laughed heartily. If your workplace paid 30 yuan a month, you were already top-notch. That's why I just don't get young people these days. They have everything, life's so much better, so why aren't they getting married or looking for partners? It's the influence, Qinmin explained with a frown. My daughter's always watching those TV dramas on her phone. Every time, she tells me, the divorce rate is so high now. If it's just going to end in divorce, why bother getting married at all? If her partner can earn money, so can she. If she gets married, she'll have to have the kids, raise them, do all the housework, work herself to death, and what does she get? In the end, when life gets too much, she'll have to get divorced. And after divorce, the kids are pitiful and she'll have to work and raise them alone. Where's the energy to make a living? No matter how you look at it, it's all just fear of marriage and fear of having kids. She says unless she can marry some rich, handsome CEO like her cousin, she'd rather stay single for life. Little Tong. Ahu asked. Duoduo's wife, right? Qinmin nodded. Out of all my sisters, it's my youngest's daughter, Little Tong, who married the best. She's pretty, did well in school, stayed in the capital after graduation, and managed to find such an outstanding, wealthy husband. All the relatives are so jealous. Young girls see that and think, if she can marry well, why can't I? So they get picky and choosy with standards sky high. That's how my daughter got influenced. Where are you going to find so many CEOs? Ahu burst out laughing. There are so many companies and groups in the capital, but how many young, unmarried CEOs are there? You could count them on your fingers. Exactly. Chin Min waved his hand. Everyone wants to pick the best, but with standards that high, where are you going to find so many top CEOs to marry? Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. And it's not like little Tong's life is all that happy. She has to juggle work, family, and kids. It's tough. Plus, Duoduo's a workaholic, always putting work first, constantly working overtime. Both of them are busy, probably can't even spend much time together on weekends. It looks glamorous on the outside, but how many people really understand the hardship and bitterness behind it? See? Chin Min gave a bitter smile. Even little Tong has her own struggles. Wang Qing's hands trembled as she murmured, it's all about mindset and values. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. It really does come down to mindset. But I don't know how to talk to them, Chin Min shook his head. I can't persuade them and I don't know what to say. If I say too much, they think I'm nagging. If I don't say anything, it doesn't feel right either. As a parent, how can you bear to see your kids go through life alone without a partner? Ahu patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Brother, don't overthink it. There's really not much we can control anymore. Every generation has its own blessings. If they're happy, just let them be. Even if I wanted to interfere, there's nothing I can do, Chin Min laughed. They can do whatever they want. I'm not going to meddle. I ended up divorced myself, so I'm hardly in a position to teach them how to build or manage a family. Don't say that, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. There are plenty of things we couldn't do ourselves, but does that mean we don't have the right to care about our kids? Chin Min gave a bitter, low laugh. Parents are supposed to be role models. I didn't do well, so the kids, they're probably pretty disappointed in marriage and family. Their fear of marriage and kids, some of that comes from their parents' failed marriage. You can't blame yourself, Ahu comforted him. You've always been a good father, and they all know it in their hearts. They're close to you and very filial. That's enough. Chin Min's eyes reddened slightly. He said softly, if my family had been happy and harmonious, my kids wouldn't be like this. Look at Ayuan's family. He and his wife have always been loving, and their kids all turned out well. Even if they find partners a bit later, they'll still do it in the end. They're not afraid of marriage, and they don't insist on staying single or childless. Family and parents are the main influences. I know that. They have to figure it out themselves, Cheng Tianyuan consoled him. There's always some influence, but it's not everything. The main thing is, the values promoted by the media these days aren't right. All that stuff about hedonism and consumerism, it's all wrong. That life is short, love yourself more, buy luxury goods, spend ahead of your means, none of that is right. Ahu frowned and shook his head. It's all wrong. It's really harmful. Cheng Tianyuan continued, some young people spend everything they earn each month, even rack up credit card debt to buy luxury goods. That's going to hurt the younger generation. Spend as much as you make, don't care about supporting your parents or family. Even if they don't have to support anyone now, shouldn't they be planning for the future? Our generation was always afraid of not having savings. If you don't have money on hand, you feel insecure, anxious. Young people need to experience the hardship and anxiety of having no savings before they wake up. Some of these wrong ideas spread so fast, and the impact is terrible. They sound reasonable, all kinds of coaxing and tempting, and young people are easily led astray. In the end, they pay a heavy price for it themselves. Young people are too trusting, and they don't have much experience with society, so they're easily fooled. Exactly. And lately there's been all this propaganda about valuing sons over daughters, making family relationships cold, and causing all kinds of conflict with parents. Every time my Shaoan sees it, she gets angry. Girls are raised by their parents too, so how can you turn against your parents just because they treat you a bit differently sometimes? Family relationships are getting worse and worse because of all these messy TV shows and media videos. Thankfully, Xiaoyun's grown up and knows how to tell right from wrong. Still, even if one generation manages to avoid it, there's always the next. Don't let your kids watch all that nonsense. We need to promote the right values and views on family so they don't get misled. Cheng Tianyuan looked up and suddenly realized the sun was already setting. He quickly got to his feet. We can't rest anymore. Let's hurry back and clean those river mussels. If we keep chatting, there'll be nothing for dinner. Haha. Let's go, let's go. In front of the small farmhouse, a few people sat around a charcoal stove, grilling river clams and cured sausages, drinking beer and chatting. After eating some rice porridge, Wang Qing soon grew sleepy. Ahu carried her inside to rest, then came trotting back out. Brothers, how about some baijiu? It's been ages since I had any, and just thinking about it makes me crave it. Cheng Tianyuan and Qinmin both glared at him and shook their heads. You should count yourself lucky we let you have some beer. Don't you remember how many years it took to get rid of that beer belly? Bro, take it easy, will you? You know your own health. Someone who has to take medicine every day can't just do whatever he wants. Ahu's smile vanished instantly. He sat down, looking aggrieved. Fine, then just 2 bottles of beer. Qing Tianyuan said sternly, you wish. 1 bottle, tops. Ahu immediately frowned. Seriously? You've already had 2. You still have to take care of A Qing. Cheng Tianyuan cut him off. The caregiver went into town for a day and night off. Did you forget? Ahu had no choice but to drop it. He took a sip of beer, let out a satisfied wah, and happily munched on the grilled sausage. This sausage is really good. Homemade is always the best, crisp texture, and the meat is so fresh. Qinmin explained, it's all made from fresh wild boar. There's a wild boar farm up in the mountains with hundreds of pigs. Around New Year's, I bought one, gave some meat to a few sisters and relatives, and still had half a pig left. So I got the kids to help chop it up for sausage, and the rest we roasted or fried. We ate for days. Ahu asked in surprise, there's a wild boar farm. How come I haven't seen any boars? You've been in the city too long, gotten soft, Cheng Tianyuan teased, laughing. Don't even recognize wild boars anymore? If they could just run all over the mountains, how would anyone raise them? Those big ones are even more dangerous than tigers. Ahu burst out laughing. Qinmin smiled too, adding, they do run around up there, but the place is surrounded by high brick walls. Otherwise, there'd be no way to keep them in. How much sausage is left? Qing Tianyuan asked. I'd like to take some home for my family to try. They'd probably love it. Yeah, Ahu chimed in. Get me some too. No, 10 pounds, at least 10. Qinmin shot them a look and said dryly, that was made before New Year's. It's been over half a year. No way there's that much left. Just enough for us to eat, not enough to take home. If you really like it, I'll ask around tomorrow. Any piglets? Ahu couldn't help but suggest, how about we roast a suckling pig tomorrow? Qinmin shook his head, chuckling. No way we'd finish it. With the way you guys eat, even half a pig would be too much. If there's a big pig, let's get one, Cheng Tianyuan said. Since we've got some free time these days, we can make smoked meat and sausages. There are plenty of pine and cypress trees on the mountain. We could cut some branches to smoke the pork. Hey, that's a great idea. Ahu was delighted. Qinmin, go ask for us. Get us a 300-pounder. Qinmin nodded. Should be doable. The farm's business is selling pigs after all. I'll go ask first thing in the morning. Wait. Qinmin couldn't help but ask, do you guys know how to slaughter a pig? Qing Tianyuan looked at Ahu, then shook his head, troubled. We have to do it ourselves? Just us old guys? No way. Better call your 2 sons and a few workers to help. All right, Qinmin replied. We'll give them each a few pounds of meat, and the pig's blood too. Ahu gnawed on the meat, enjoying the mountain breeze, feeling content without even realizing it. Brothers, days like this, feels like being immortal. If only Qing could walk, it'd be perfect. The other 2 fell silent, tending to the grill. Ahu sighed again, who knows when we'll get to eat and drink together like this again, probably another few years. Just come again next year with your wife, Qinmin chuckled. My farm isn't going anywhere. Whenever you have time, just come over and we'll get together, right? Ahu couldn't help but sigh. That's easy to say, but it's always so hard to get away. I want to come, but there's always something tying me down, and I just can't leave. Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. Seems like it's always like this. When we were younger, we were busy with work and family. Now work isn't so hectic and the kids have grown up, but we're still busy. The elders need care, the grandkids need looking after, and the kids always have things for us to help with. There's always something, never a truly free moment. Chinmin sighed, that's just how it is. Same for me. In the end, it's our hearts that can't rest. Our generation doesn't dare to relax. We worry about the elders, worry the kids won't get married or have children, worry their kids won't have anyone to look after them. Always worrying, always busy. Their generation had lived through hard times, and that sense of anxiety ran deep. They didn't dare to indulge or slack off easily. Even when they had a chance to enjoy themselves, they did so cautiously, always afraid something might go wrong. True, Ahu patted his chest. Our hearts never rest, so we're never really free. Chinmin, earlier when Aching was here, I didn't want to say anything. You worry your kids won't get married, and I'm the same. Little Huzi wants to start a business and raise his kid, but he doesn't even think about marriage. Probably won't look until the kid's grown up, and by then, who'd want him? Little Yuner keeps meeting the wrong guys twice now. She's lost heart, says she doesn't want to look anymore. See? Both my kids, what a headache. His son's marriage had failed. His career had suffered a major setback. His daughter had been through 2 failed relationships and now didn't even have the courage to date. Seeing his children struggling, and with his wife half paralyzed and unable to move freely, how could he have the leisure to travel and enjoy life? Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. Maybe we'll only really be free when we're too old to work, too old to do anything. Lingling says she's retired, but she's never had a free day. I'm not retired, so at least I can use work as an excuse to get out. She can't. The elders and kids at home all need her. She can't leave. Running such a big household isn't easy. Honestly, I think it's harder than my job. When I retire, I'll probably end up just like her, never free, until I'm like my in-laws, only able to rest when I really can't do anything anymore. Ahu burst out laughing. By then, we won't be able to go anywhere. Even if we want to go hiking or swimming, we won't be able to. Maybe we won't even be able to grill river clams. Our hands will just keep shaking. Cheng Tianyuan and Chinmin both laughed heartily. The sky was just beginning to lighten when Xue Ling got up early. She washed up and changed clothes, then quietly slipped into her parents' room. She found both of them already awake, leisurely brushing their teeth and chatting. She went in to help them get dressed. Lingling, I want to have fried dough sticks for breakfast, her father said with a grin. Ask Xiaoli to fry a few and bring them up. Your uncle Jilan said he wants some too. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Dad, why are you thinking about those again? Fried dough sticks aren't good for you. Aside from the taste, they have no nutritional value and they're easy to get heaty from. It's so hot and muggy these days. How can you eat fried food? I just want to eat them, her father pouted, looking aggrieved. I haven't had any in days. For breakfast, it's been millet porridge for several days in a row. If it's not sweetened, it's just got some lily bulbs in it, so bland and tasteless. Xue Ling coaxed him, it's better to eat light food in this hot weather. Uncle Jilan likes it too. He says millet porridge is great. Her father snorted, that's only because he doesn't have a choice. He's a guest, how could he ask you for this or that? Of course he'll say it's good, otherwise it'd seem like you're not being a good host. All right, Xue Ling chuckled helplessly. 1 stick each, no more. Today, it's lean pork congee, not millet porridge. After breakfast, you'll each get a bowl of bird's nest with rock sugar, and I promise it'll be sweet enough. Her father laughed wryly. Just one? Xiaoli's fried dough sticks are tiny, barely taller than chopsticks and not much thicker. By the time you put it in your mouth, it's gone, you can't even taste it. Xue Ling stifled a laugh. Then you'll just have to eat slowly and savor it. 2 sticks, her father whispered. The piping hot kind fresh out of the oil. They taste so good, crispy and fragrant. Anyway, they won't be over-fried, and the oil at home is fresh, no need to worry about health. Xue Ling replied seriously, fried food just isn't healthy, even if it's hot and made with fresh oil at home. At the end of the day, it's still fried. You're too strict, her father grumbled, nose wrinkling. If I'd known you'd be so stubborn and inflexible, I should have sent you to Chungjia village and kept Yun here. Xueling burst out laughing. Right? Your son-in-law spoils you. Whatever you want, he gives you. But there's nothing to be done. He's still on vacation back home in Rongqing, so now it's your daughter taking care of you. That means you have to listen to me. What can you do? I'm the daughter you raised. Should have never had you, her father muttered unhappily. Xueling narrowed her eyes and snorted. I heard that. My ears aren't as deaf as yours. Her father jumped, looking aggrieved as he picked up his phone. What day is it? Why isn't Yun back yet? Did he not get a plane ticket? Xueling stifled a laugh. No need to look, he won't be back for a few more days. Her father grew even more sullen, glaring at his daughter without saying a word. If it weren't for me, Xueling giggled, you wouldn't have a son-in-law either. First, you need a daughter who annoys you to make your son-in-law look so filial. Her father was amused, scolding her with a laugh. Nonsense. Even without you, Yun could be my godson. Back when I was a technician in Rongqing, you weren't even born yet. Yun was already 3 or 4 years old. Yeah, right? Xueling glared. Who else would he marry if not me? Fine, fine, you'll get 2 fried dough sticks for breakfast today, no more. Her father finally got his way, wiped his phone screen, and put it back, patting it with satisfaction. Make sure they're ready quickly, don't take too long. Xueling helped him into his silk tang jacket, smiling. All right, I'll go right away. Xueling's mother, sitting nearby and combing her silvery white hair, couldn't help but purse her lips at their conversation. He's at this age already. I don't even bother with him, why do you? Xueling laughed, exasperated. You even keep track of how many milliliters of water Dad drinks. How can you say that about me? That's just when I'm in a bad mood, her mother said with a smile. I make things difficult for him on purpose. Vent a little, watch him get flustered, it cheers me up. When I'm in a good mood, like now, I don't care about that old guy at all. Xueling crouched down to help her father put on his shoes, teasing, Oh, Comrade Haidang, sounds like you've hardly had any happy days in your life. You're always keeping an eye on Dad. Not true, her mother waved her hand. I don't bother with him anymore. I'm happy to relax. No, he can't wear those sandals today. He needs to wear his cloth shoes. We're going to the back garden later, and it's chilly in the morning. He doesn't need socks, but he must wear cloth shoes. Her father obediently agreed. All right, cloth shoes it is. Xueling was both amused and annoyed. One second you say you don't care, the next you're giving orders. Even Peng and you are more consistent than you two. We're old. It's fine if we're unreliable, her father said with a mischievous grin. Her mother shrugged. We'll do as we please. We don't want you managing us. Xueling. Fine. She'd call and text her husband later and book his plane ticket early. As for her father-in-law and mother-in-law, he could deal with them himself. Her father stomped his feet in his cloth shoes, grumbling like a child. At my age, how many more years can I eat your fried dough sticks? At my age, if I can't be willful now, then when can I? When you turn back into a child, like Xiaozhu and the others, Xueling nodded solemnly. Then you can be as willful as you like. Her mother snorted. Not true. When they're willful, you spank them. When we're willful, can you spank us? Huh. All right. Xueling clasped her hands in mock defeat. You win. You two really are willful. Her parents laughed happily, linking arms and singing, the Luang River. How many bends does it wind? How many miles to the Xiang River? What county is there by the river? Xueling stepped aside to let them go out and sing, resignedly going back to tidy up their pajamas. Qing Huanran, still bleary-eyed in his pajamas, came over and leaned against the doorframe. Mom, has third brother contacted you these past couple of days? I tried reaching him several times last night and he didn't answer. That guy's gotten too carefree, he doesn't even like carrying his phone anymore. Xueling kept busy as she replied, No, he mentioned a couple days ago he was going into seclusion to finish some big finale. He left a message saying if anything comes up at home, contact AQing. You have AQing's private number, right? Or WeChat. Get in touch with him. Yeah, Cheng Huanran yawned. All right, I'll contact AQing after breakfast. Ling couldn't help but remind him, remember there's a time difference. Why are you looking for third brother? Something up? Cheng Huanran replied, yeah. Someone online has been impersonating his pen name and posting articles to get attention. His fan count has shot up by hundreds of thousands. It's causing a big stir. I need to let him know so he can deal with it quickly. Really? Ling frowned and asked, when did this happen? Was it actually him? How did you find out? Cheng Huanran scratched his short hair and explained, Xiaoxin told me. At first, she thought it was Third himself, but after glancing at the articles that person wrote, she realized it wasn't him. She's been really busy these past few days and hasn't been able to reach Third, so she asked me to hurry up and check with him. Third probably doesn't know about it, Ling analyzed. If he did, the entertainment company would have had their legal team handle it right away. Cheng Huanran was also puzzled and lowered his voice. It's already been months, but the entertainment company hasn't made a peep. Third is abroad, so it's understandable if he's out of the loop, but the entertainment company deals with so much media every day. How could they not know anything? Let's ask about it. Ling flicked the water off her hands and said calmly, in recent years, outsiders have been running the entertainment company. Without our own people there, I just can't feel at ease. Cheng Huanran frowned and explained, Xiaoxin thinks it's probably a group operation, not just one person. She's worked in new media for years and has plenty of experience. I think it's a group crime too, not just a lone individual. What kind of content are they spreading? Ling asked with concern. It's not some messy, sensational, trashy stuff, is it? Cheng Huanran gave a wry smile. Not exactly, but it's nothing good either. They're writing about personal emotional experiences, ambiguous relationships with several women, that sort of thing. Ling frowned at once. Get in touch with Qing and Third right away. After I eat, I'll head over to the entertainment company. Mom, I'll go with you, Cheng Huanran suggested. There's nothing urgent at the group this morning. I'll go and take a look with you. Ling agreed, then couldn't help but ask, what about Xiaoxin? See if she can come too. She's not free, Cheng Huanran replied. She said she's swamped lately and wants to finish up some work early, so when Aunt Chun gets back, she can spend a week or two with her. Ling smiled. At least she still has some conscience. Her youngest daughter had been doted on and raised by Jua Chun, loved like her own flesh and blood. She'd always been cared for by her mother-in-law, so now that the old lady had suddenly fallen ill, it was only right for her to drop everything and stay by her side. She had rushed over, but only stayed a few days before coming back alone, which earned her and a Yuan scolding. But she explained that she really couldn't help it, the company was just too busy, and she couldn't be away for long. Now that she's able to arrange her work in advance and take the initiative to care for her mother-in-law, she's finally grown up a bit. Cheng Huanran chuckled indulgently. Xiaoxin was spoiled growing up, so she still needs to work on being considerate of others. With you and Dad around, she wouldn't dare not to learn. Ling nudged him. Go wash up. Once we've eaten, we'll head out. Okay. Rongqing, a small mountain village outside the city. Cheng Tianyuan was packing up the smoked pork, piece by piece, then turned to pack up the sausages. Ahu reminded him, just leave some for Amin. Take the rest back with you. Down below, Chen Min, who was weeding, called out, no need, just pack it all up and take it back. I've got wild boar meat here all the time. If I want to smoke some, I can do it whenever. Take it all, don't leave any for me. But we need to save some for ourselves. Ahu laughed. Qing and I are staying a while longer. If we eat duck and veggies every day, we'll get tired of it too. Chen Min laughed heartily. Cheng Tianyuan, sweating profusely, took a break and explained, I've left you dozens of pounds to eat, the rest we'll take back. We've got our own car to get to the airport, and it's easy getting on and off the plane. Of course it's easy when it's your own plane. Ahu couldn't help but tease. If you were flying commercial, there's no way you'd get this kind of treatment. So many checks, so much hassle. You've flown with Qing so many times, you think every plane is a luxury jet. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Of course I know. I just didn't want you guys to have to lug all this stuff yourselves, so I'm taking it back for you. I was planning to leave in a couple of days and mail the smoked meat and sausages to the capital. But Third and the others are heading back early and offered to give me a lift, so there's no need to bother, just load it on the plane. Saves a ton on shipping. Ahu laughed. Otherwise, mailing hundreds of pounds of pork isn't easy. Just thinking about it is a headache. Qing Tianyuan laughed helplessly. First time I've seen so many wild boars, and the first time I've touched one this big, over 500 pounds. That's not even the biggest, Qin Min said as he slung his hoe over his shoulder, knocking mud off his shoes and slowly walking up. The biggest ones are over 1,000 pounds. But for this kind, 700 or 800 pounds is already huge. Ahu suggested, how about, if we like this one, next year we get an 800-pounder? Forget it, Chung Tianyuan said bluntly. We've been busy for days just dealing with these 300 pounds of meat. Everyone's exhausted. If we get a bigger one, others might enjoy eating it, but our bodies couldn't take it. Everyone burst out laughing. Qin Min, reluctant to see his friends go, asked, you really have to leave tonight? Can't you stay a few more days? No choice, Chung Tianyuan shook his head. There's some business to take care of back home, need to discuss how to handle it. Third and Qing are cutting their vacation short and heading back, so they'll give me a ride north. I'll go back first. They'll stay, and I'll take the meat and sausages back for them. Thank you, Ahu said. We'll come back next month. If Qing's in the mood, maybe we'll wait until autumn when it's cooler. She really likes it here. She even said she wants to come again tomorrow. Qin Min happily suggested, before we fix up the house at the end of the year, I'll build a little ramp out front, so when your wife comes, it'll be easier to push the wheelchair. Great, Ahu said, taking the greens from him and squatting down to help pack up. If we could add another bathroom outside, that'd be even better. I'll put it behind the house, Qin Min said with a laugh. It's no big deal, just say the word. As long as it's convenient for your wife and she likes it here, I'll take care of anything for you. Ha ha, Ahu laughed. Then we won't be shy about asking. Qin Min set down his hoe and grabbed the thermos for a drink. A yuan, take some vegetables back with you, and a couple more baskets of salted duck eggs. Chung Tianyuan glanced at the pile of smoked meat and sausages behind him and shook his head. No way, it's too much. Just the meat alone will last us ages. Take it, Qin Min insisted. Usually, the shipping costs more than the food itself, so we can't send it often, and I'm afraid you'll get tired of it anyway. Since it's your own plane, take as much as you want. But that's still too much. It's not much at all. That night, Chung Tianyuan looked at the large truck behind him, hesitating and feeling troubled. But he really couldn't resist his friend's enthusiasm, so in the end, he had no choice but to go along with it. The airport wasn't far from the outskirts of town, and they arrived in just over half an hour. Dad, Cheng Huanchong was already waiting at the airport's designated entrance. Tall and slender, he stood out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Dad, over here. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Chung Tianyuan beamed with fatherly affection and waved his hand vigorously. In the back, little Chen's eyes widened in amazement. Uncle Yuan, is that your third son? He's so handsome. He's got such a great vibe. He looks even better than a movie star. Chung Tianyuan smiled and replied, maybe it's because he studies art, his temperament is just a bit different from most people. From the driver's seat, Qin Min turned around to introduce his daughter. Your Uncle Yuan has 3 sons and a daughter. All the boys are tall and good-looking, and the youngest girl is especially beautiful, prettier than any actress on TV. Oh, and that porcelain doll photo we used to have in our family photo frame? That was his youngest daughter. Wow! Little Chin exclaimed with envy. So that was her. Chung Tianyuan chuckled, his eyes showing a hint of pride. Out of all the kids, the 3rd and 4th are the best looking. The older generation always says the more kids you have, the better they look. Maybe there's some truth to that. By now, Cheng Huanchong had already strode over with his long legs, his eyes crinkling with a smile. His fair, handsome face was as refreshing as a breeze under the moonlight. Dad, you're finally here. I tried calling your cell earlier, but you didn't pick up. Uncle Ahu said you'd left a while ago, so I waited here. Uncle Chin, hello. Chin Min quickly nodded. Hello, hello. Little Chin stared in awe. At that moment, several assistants and bodyguards appeared behind Cheng Huancheng, nodding to Cheng Tianyuan before signaling the truck to move forward. Cheng Huancheng walked in the middle, his white t-shirt making his skin look even fairer, his features shining with vitality. Little Chen swallowed and asked, Uncle Yuan, who are those people? Cheng Tianyuan replied, assistants and bodyguards. Little Chen was puzzled. Why does your son need bodyguards? What does he do? Cheng Tianyuan explained, he's still studying for his master's degree abroad, just home for the summer. He's an artist, always busy. Stop chattering, Chin Min said with a fond smile. You've never been to Uncle Yuan's house, so you don't know how rich they are. There are security guards and bodyguards everywhere. He always has bodyguards with him when he goes out. Little Chin gasped, wow. So that's how it is. Cheng Tianyuan laughed softly, don't listen to your dad exaggerate. When you get a break for National Day or New Year, come visit the capital with your dad. You're always welcome at our home. Really? That'd be great. Little Chin blinked and grinned. Uncle, your youngest son, the one just now. Does he have a girlfriend? For a moment, Cheng Tianyuan didn't know how to answer, rubbing the back of his hand awkwardly. Chin Min burst out laughing and teased, what, you've got your eye on Huancheng? Give it up. Like a toad lusting after a swan. Little Chin giggled, oh dad. I can't help it when I see a handsome guy. He's so good-looking, has a great figure, and he's a top student. Who wouldn't be tempted by that kind of charm? Chin Min laughed heartily and explained to his friend, this girl's just being silly, don't mind her. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled, girls should be lively and energetic, it makes them all the more vibrant. Little Chin leaned forward again, grinning mischievously, Uncle Yuan, you still haven't answered my question. Does your son have a girlfriend? If not, can you set us up? Cheng Tianyuan. Chin Min looked surprised, then laughed. Didn't you say you'd never get married? Just a few days ago at dinner, you were going on about how you'd never marry and didn't see the point of it. What, changed your mind all of a sudden? Little Chin giggled, I said I wouldn't get married because I couldn't find the right one. But if someone's that good-looking, tall, handsome, with a great vibe and a top student, how could I say no? Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh and cry inside, and replied in a low voice, he's already seeing someone. Little Chin instantly wilted, forcing a wry smile. See, Dad? The one I like is already taken. And even if he wasn't, he probably wouldn't like me. And the ones I don't like, I'd never go for anyway. So how could I ever find someone? Is it possible? Even if I didn't want to stay single, I'd have no choice but to be single. Get out of here. Chin Min scolded with a laugh. What a load of nonsense. Little Chin stayed by the window, still grinning. It's not nonsense, it's the truth. Anyway, I'm done talking to you. I'm going to keep watching the handsome guy. Beautiful things always put people in a good mood. Just thinking about waking up to see such a handsome guy every day makes me happy. That's what the ancients meant by pleasing to the eye, right? Chin Min laughed, crazy girl. Then, glancing at his friend, he asked, so Huancheng's got a girlfriend too? Cheng Tianyuan nodded, he does. It's been 2 or 3 years now. That's great. Chin Min said enviously. Your eldest is about to get engaged, so marriage can't be far off. The second and fourth are already married, only the third was left. Turns out he's been taken for a while, no wonder you're always so cheerful. If my kids could be like yours, I'd be happy too. Old Chin, don't overthink it, Little Chin teased playfully. Whether we get married or not, we're still your kids. Your happiness should depend on yourself, not on us. You can't base your happiness on our misery. Cheng Tianyuan was amused and gently comforted his old friend. Your kids are all good kids too, there's no need to worry. When the time is right, everything will fall into place. As parents, all we can do is wait patiently for them to blossom and bear fruit. Oh. Little Chin giggled, Uncle Yuan is so open-minded. Dad, you should learn from him. Just relax and wait. Chin Min snorted, if all of you had partners, got married, and had kids, I'd have a great attitude every day. Hee hee. Hee hee. Little Chin mimicked his snort. Qing Tianyuan burst out laughing. We're here. That's the plane. Soon, the assistants and bodyguards quickly loaded boxes of meat, baskets of vegetables, and salted duck eggs onto the plane. Little Chen couldn't bear to watch, whispering, "Dad, using such a fancy private jet to carry your muddy salted duck eggs. They must have a lot of patience not to just throw them all out." Chinmin. Qing Tianyuan laughed. No, we all love the things your dad brings. Just then, Lin Qingji stepped down from the main cabin of the plane, her clothes fluttering gracefully in the breeze, exuding elegance and nobility, her presence ethereal like a celestial being. Qing Tianyuan opened the car door. Lin Qingji quickened her pace to take his arm. "Uncle, watch your step." After all, Qing Tianyuan was getting on in years. The driver's seat of the truck was quite high, and he'd always been used to riding in sedans, so he wasn't quite able to adapt. He misjudged his footing and almost stumbled and fell. Luckily, Lin Qingji supported him just in time, even steadying him by the waist, so he narrowly avoided a fall, and his old back was spared any strain. Oh dear! Qing Tianyuan was forced to take a few steps forward before he managed to steady himself with Lin Qingji's help. He gave a wry, self-deprecating laugh. "I'm getting old. My limbs are so stiff these days." Lin Qingji glanced at his legs with concern and asked, "Uncle, are you all right? Did you twist your ankle?" No. Qing Tianyuan replied with a smile, "Thanks to you holding me up, otherwise with these stiff legs of mine, I'd probably have gone down." Seeing that Qing Tianyuan looked healthy and in good spirits, Lin Qingji guessed he must have been enjoying his time back in his hometown. "These trucks are a bit high up. You have to be careful getting in and out." At that moment, Qin Min poked his head out anxiously and called out, "Yuan, are you all right? Did you get a cramp?" "I'm fine," Qing Tianyuan replied with a laugh. "Didn't fall. All good." Qin Min breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Lin Qingji nodded politely to Qin Min and greeted him warmly. "Hello, Uncle Qin." Hello. Qin Min was quite impressed by this refined young man. A family that could raise a son with such looks and bearing must be truly distinguished. At first, he thought Lin Qingji was a relative from Shui Ling's side of the family. But he wasn't sure exactly what kind of relative. He only knew that Lin Qingji was very close to Chong, often spending time with the family and even staying at Xian Yuan from time to time. When Shui Yang got married, and again when Xiao Xian tied the knot, this young gentleman was there both times, helping to host the guests like one of the family. He must be someone from Xian Yuan's inner circle. Qing Tianyuan pointed at the gifts being loaded onto the plane and introduced them with a cheerful grin. "We smoked some wild boar meat since we had nothing better to do, at least 200 or 300 pounds of it. Amin also gave us a big batch of fresh vegetables and salted duck eggs." Lin Qingji smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Qin. My uncle was only able to come back home for a break thanks to you and Uncle Ahu looking after things. Thank you for your hospitality and for taking such good care of him." "Oh, don't mention it." Qin Min waved his hand. "We're old friends. No need to be so polite." Behind them, Xiaochen stood there, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, her face practically covered in hearts. Qing Tianyuan patted Lin Qingji's arm and asked, "How long have you and Lao Sen been here? Have you been waiting long?" "We just got here," Lin Qingji replied gently. "We hadn't planned to come back so early, but something urgent came up in the capital, so we had to return. When we heard you were still here, we decided to stop by and pick you up on the way." Qing Tianyuan smiled kindly. "Did you have a good time?" "Very much so," Lin Qingji nodded. By now, Qin Min saw that the loading was almost done, and the bodyguards had locked the car doors with a loud clang. "Yuan, that's about it. We'll head back now." Trucks weren't usually allowed in here, and Qin Min had no idea what kind of connections Lao San had to get someone to lead them right up to this spot. All around were massive airplanes, and his old, beat-up truck looked completely out of place. Qing Tianyuan pulled Lin Qingji over and called out, "Be careful on your way up the mountain." Qin Min nodded. Lin Qingji raised his hand elegantly to stop them and called out, "Uncle Qin, thank you for looking after my uncle and for all the gifts." Your generosity is too much for us to refuse, so we'll gladly accept everything. Achong and I are heading to the seaside for a holiday this time. There's not much on the island, but we do have plenty of seafood to share. With that, he signaled to his two assistants. The assistants quickly stepped forward and stacked two large, pristine white insulated boxes on the passenger seat. Min broke into a surprised grin and shook his head. No need, no need. We're just giving you some things from the mountains and our own garden, nothing valuable. As long as you don't mind, that's enough. Not at all, Lin Qingji replied with a gentle smile. It's just a bit of seafood, Uncle Chin, no need to be so formal. If you ever have time, you're always welcome to visit us in the capital. All right. Qin Min nodded repeatedly. Chung Tianyuan waved goodbye to his old friend, and then to Xiao Chen in the back. Xiao Chen, who'd been staring in a daze, suddenly grinned and asked, Uncle Yuan, is that your nephew? No, Qin Min lowered his voice. A Yuan only has a younger sister, no brothers. Chung Tianyuan smiled a bit awkwardly, but still affectionately patted Lin Qingji's arm. Qing, he's Lao San's partner. He's family. Lin Qingji's flawless, handsome face froze for a split second, but he quickly regained his composure, nodded slightly in farewell, and accompanied Chung Tianyuan up the stairs, soon disappearing into the plane. Qin Min slowly drove his truck behind the lead car, making his way out of the airport. In the back, his daughter wailed in despair, Dad, did you see that? It's not that I want to stay single. It's just that every guy I like is either a male god or a celestial being. The male god doesn't like me, and the celestial one doesn't belong to the mortal world. He'd never fall for an ordinary girl like me. Qin Min, who'd weathered many storms in his life, remained calm and composed. Well, that's what you get for falling for guys like Achong and his friends. They're not the kind you can hope for. His daughter muttered, so what if I like them? It's not like I'd ever have a chance. I just want to admire them from afar, that's all. But honestly, tonight was totally worth it. I got to see two absolutely stunning men in one go, their looks, their aura. Now I finally know what those celestial men in novels are supposed to look like. It's just a shame I only got to see them for a moment, not nearly enough. Not enough. Qin Min scolded with a laugh. You were practically drooling. So embarrassing. His daughter couldn't help but ask, Dad, did you know they're a couple? I didn't at first, Qin Min explained. But he's always at Xian Yuan and always acts like family when hosting guests. I used to think he was A Yuan's godson, but Xiaohuzi said no, said he's a big shot with a powerful background. I never expected he'd be Lao San's partner. Now it all makes sense. His daughter leaned forward, opening the insulated boxes as she grinned. Uncle Yuan really isn't an ordinary person. Did you see how calm he was? When he introduced his son's partner to you, he looked so proud and so natural about it. Dad, you could learn a thing or two from him. Qin Min chuckled helplessly. I haven't been able to match up for a long time, not just in this regard. Just then, his daughter exclaimed in delight, Wow! Giant lobsters. Huge, beautiful lobsters. And they're still alive. Qin Min quickly snuck a glance and raised his eyebrows. They're that big? And there are two of them, must weigh several kilos each. His daughter was overjoyed. When a celestial being gives a gift, it's truly extraordinary. Just look at that aura. Look at this generosity. Dad, I bet the other box is full of treasures too. Haha, we'll have to get in touch with your Uncle Yuan later to thank him properly. No need, Dad, they're family. You're right about that. 20 minutes later, the plane took off, heading straight north. Chung Tianyuan accepted a cup of hot tea from his younger son and couldn't help but ask, What's going on with the entertainment company? I heard from your older brother that your mother was so angry she lost her temper and couldn't even eat. He'd been happily making smoked meat when he suddenly got a call from his eldest son, saying there was an urgent matter at home. His son also mentioned that his mother had been running around every day, too busy to take care of the two elderly folks at home, and hoped his father could return as soon as possible. Chung Tianyuan didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately started packing his bags. Later, he got a call from his younger son, saying they were about to fly back home and asking if he was still at their old house in Rongqing. He said he was, explaining that he was packing and planning to return. His younger son said they'd swing by to pick him up and told him to wait for their call. At that point, Chung Tianyuan realized this was no small matter. Otherwise, his eldest wouldn't have been so anxious for him to come home, and his younger son and Aching wouldn't have cut their vacation short and rushed back to the capital. Chang Huancheng's eyes flickered as he asked, "Dad, didn't Big Brother tell you everything?" "No," Chung Tianyuan answered honestly. "The signal in the mountains isn't great. The call kept cutting out. Ranan sent me a WeChat voice message, saying something happened at the entertainment company. Your mother was furious when she found out, lost her temper, and has been running around busy these past couple of days." Lin Qingji took a graceful sip of tea, frowning as he spoke softly. The higher-ups at the entertainment company colluded with each other, secretly embezzling company funds and falsifying a lot of accounts. What? Cheng Tianyuan frowned in confusion. When did this happen? Cheng Huancheng's handsome face darkened slightly as he replied, "It's been going on for at least a year. If we hadn't discovered someone using my pen name to scam money online, Mom and Big Brother wouldn't have rushed to the entertainment company and uncovered it. Mom's always had a sharp eye. She opened up the finance department's computer and spotted the problem right away. The executives tried to stop her, but she scolded them, and then she and Big Brother called the police and quickly notified me and Aching." Cheng Tianyuan was stunned for a moment, then asked with concern, "Is your mom okay? She didn't get too upset, did she? Ranan just said she was so angry she couldn't eat." "It's not serious, is it?" Cheng Huancheng exchanged a glance with Lin Qingji, knowing there was no way to hide it anymore. Mom got so upset she had heart palpitations. Luckily, Big Brother and sister-in-law were there and rushed her to the hospital in time. She was put on IN4 for 2 days and was discharged today. Cheng Tianyuan was furious. Something this serious and no one told me sooner. Ranan, honestly. And he's the eldest. What kind of head of the family is he? Cheng Huancheng gave an apologetic smile and explained. Big Brother said Mom's condition wasn't serious. Just a mild episode from getting too worked up, and she's fine now after prompt treatment. He was probably worried that if you found out she was sick, you'd panic and rush back in a mess. He just wanted you to come home quickly, that's all. Cheng Tianyuan's face was grim as he forced himself to stay calm. What's the situation with the entertainment company now? Ever since your mom retired, she hasn't cared much about the company's profits. For her to get so angry she made herself sick, it must be a real mess. It's very bad, Lin Qingji said quietly. On the surface, everything looks great, but inside it's rotten. The executives colluded to line their own pockets, secretly transferring a lot of company funds. I've already had them quietly detained so they can't flee the capital. At the same time, I've urged the police to freeze their accounts and investigate all related accounts and financial flows from the past few years to thoroughly track down every suspicious transaction. Cheng Huancheng tried to comfort his father, speaking gently, "Dad, don't worry. Mom and the rest of us are working well together and acted quickly. We'll definitely recover our losses." Lin Qingji also smiled reassuringly. "Uncle, please don't worry. As long as it's Achang's money, I'll help him get back every last cent. Bad people will get what's coming to them. We'll make sure they're brought to justice and not let a single one off the hook." "I'm not worried about the money," Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. "Evildoers will never escape the law in the end. But why did your mom get so upset all of a sudden? Is the entertainment company about to go under?" Cheng Huancheng sighed and nodded. "Whether the company can survive, we'll have to go back and see. Mom was so angry because of Uncle Shuetang's son." "Uncle Shuetang? Which one?" Cheng Tianyuan asked suspiciously. "What's his name?" The third uncle's 2 sons had long since retired and were both over 70. Cheng Huancheng didn't really remember either, so he explained, "I think it's the younger son of the younger uncle. He's about 40, named Shuiyu." "Shuiyu?" Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment, then said awkwardly, "I've heard the name, but I can't recall exactly who he is. Back when we lived at Ronghua Mall, Your two uncles would sometimes bring their whole families over for dinner. The third uncle's sons and daughters-in-law weren't very filial, so your grandparents didn't like them much. After your third uncle passed away, they wanted to sell the old house, which led to a lot of unpleasantness. Your mom never liked them, and after your third uncle died, she basically cut off contact. We rarely saw them, even at the ancestral hall during New Year's. I remember they were just teenagers back then, maybe 15 or 16. It's been so many years, I can barely remember their names. Cheng Huancheng gave a wry smile. We were just little kids back then, so of course we wouldn't remember. Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan explained. After buying the old house, your mom later bought a nearby Sahiyuan, then bought more than 20 mu of land from a developer behind us and started building Xinyuan. I remember when Xinyuan was finished, they came to make trouble for your mom, and she was furious. She never bothered with them again after that. Cheng Huancheng shook his head. I don't really know the details. Mom hired a professional team to manage the entertainment company. I don't know anything about running it, so I basically left it all to them. Whether Shuiyu was someone Mom placed there, I have no idea. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. You said your mom was angry because of him? Does he hold an important position? What, did he embezzle funds? Seems like it, Cheng Huancheng said with a shrug. I heard he racked up a huge amount of gambling debt and embezzled company money to cover it up, but he still owes tens of millions. Cheng Tianyuan felt a wave of discomfort. Your third uncle was such a virtuous, gentle man. If he knew what his descendants were up to, he'd be so disappointed and heartbroken. Good thing he passed away long ago, Cheng Huancheng muttered. Otherwise, he'd have fainted from anger. Even my mom couldn't take it and ended up in the hospital with acute palpitations. Lin Qingji, listening quietly, remained calm and composed. Uncle, was Annie's relationship with their family really that bad back then? Cheng Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. It's pretty awkward. The two families used to be very close. Back when third uncle was getting old, it was basically our whole family taking care of him. But right after he passed away, his daughter-in-law wanted to sell the old house. It was Ah Chang's mom who bought it. At the time, property prices in the capital were skyrocketing. A few years later, they somehow found out that the old house was worth more than what they'd sold it for, so they made a fuss, demanding that Ah Chang's mom pay them the difference. That's outrageous, Cheng Huancheng said coldly, clearly dissatisfied. The price at the time of sale is the price. No matter how much property values go up later, that has nothing to do with them. How can they act like this? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head with a bitter smile. You can't reason with unreasonable people. Actually, when your mom bought that property, she already paid a high price. The old city was being redeveloped and demolished. Prices were going up every day. No one expected they'd rise 2 or 3 times higher in just a few years. They wanted your mom to pay them double what she'd already paid, which made her furious. And then, Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but ask. She didn't actually pay them, did she? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Of course not. She told them to either bring in the elders to mediate or take it to court if they wanted. But they just refused to leave, so your mom had security throw them out. From then on, your mom refused to have anything to do with those two cousins-in-law. The two cousins themselves have always been timid and didn't dare get involved, so your mom just ignored them too. Why bother with people like that? Cheng Huancheng fully supported his mother's approach. If it were me, I'd probably chase them out with a broom. If they tried to play dirty, I'd call the police and settle it in court. Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly. After all, they're old relatives. It's not good to completely fall out and make things ugly. Not keeping in touch is already pretty serious. Taking them to court would be even worse. Later, I heard they went to see your grandfather, crying and saying they couldn't make ends meet and couldn't afford to support their kids. Your grandfather secretly gave them some money. We didn't ask how much and just pretended not to know. Cheng Huancheng couldn't help but ask curiously, did Mom tell you? How did you find out, Dad? His father glanced at him. We all live under the same roof. What can really be hidden? The old folks just don't bring it up, and as juniors, it's best not to pry. No need to embarrass them. Lin Qingji listened and calmly analyzed. So, It sounds like the relationship isn't very good. That Shui Yu probably wasn't someone Annie arranged to join the entertainment company. No, Chung Tianyuan shook his head. Definitely not. Lingling always complained that the company didn't have any of her own people, and she wanted to bring in two trustworthy folks to management, but she never found the right candidates. If she had, she wouldn't have been so troubled. Besides, anyone Lingling trusts would never do something like this. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes. When he joined the company, he pretended not to know us. Now that something big has happened, suddenly he remembers we're family and tries to use that to pressure Mom into helping. No wonder Mom was so angry she ended up in the hospital. Qing Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. This Shuiyu, has he been arrested? He has, Lin Qingji replied. The police are holding him for now. The details of the case and what really happened still need to be thoroughly investigated. Hearing his younger son's earlier question, Cheng Tianyuan guessed what was going on. Your little uncle went to plead with your mom? Qing Huancheng gave a cold laugh. Not just him, the whole family went, asking Mom to drop the case. Shuiyu's mother even threatened Mom, saying if her son went to jail, she'd fight Mom to the death. Unbelievable. Qing Tianyuan cursed angrily. She's already in her 70s or 80s and still so unreasonable. Back when they mistreated third uncle, did anyone threaten them? If she's so tough, she should go fight the police. Lin Qingji quickly tried to calm him down. Uncle, don't get angry over people like that. It's not worth harming your health for them. Exactly, Cheng Huancheng agreed. Mom's already been so upset her heart's acting up. You shouldn't let it get to you too. It takes all kinds to make a world. Anyway, we've already reported it to the police. Whatever the court decides, that's what we'll go with. If they dare threaten Mom again, we'll just... No, Lin Qingji shot him a look and smiled. They're still Shui family, Auntie's relatives, not complete outsiders. Grandpa and Grandma are still around, and both Yangong and Xiaoxin are also Shuis. Auntie can't just be totally impartial. Cheng Huancheng was at a loss for words and pouted. No wonder Mom got so upset. It's such a tough spot to be in. So infuriating. If they were just unrelated outsiders, Lin Qingji analyzed calmly, Auntie wouldn't have any qualms, she'd just call the police and be done with it. But since they're Shui family, Auntie's caught in the middle. Cheng Tianyuan nodded approvingly. Qingji, you're more thorough in your thinking. That's exactly it. If something can be solved by law or reason, it's usually not that difficult or awkward. But once emotions are involved, it becomes tricky, hard to act decisively, hard to know what to do. You can't ignore it, but if you do something, feelings get hurt. If your mom still had a relationship with them, it'd be easier to handle. But since things are already so strained, it's even more complicated. Cheng Huancheng, still young and hot-blooded, snorted. With relatives like that, since we're not in touch anymore, we might as well cut them off completely. I heard that when he was at the company, he used his Shui name to throw his weight around. Mom hasn't been involved in the entertainment company these past few years, and neither have I, which is why that disgusting guy was able to get away with so much. Lin Qingji, always thoughtful and meticulous, just like his looks and talents, said they went to Auntie. Even if there was some threatening, it was still to plead for mercy. To outsiders, Auntie is a Shui, and most of our family at Xinyuan are Shuis. Part of Xinyuan is even built on the old Shui family home. He could throw his weight around at the company because of his surname, and it's true that his whole family is Shui. Some things just aren't black and white, you can't always make a clean cut. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in agreement. Yes, Qingji is right. AI. Cheng Huancheng grew more frustrated the more he thought about it. Let's just go home. Mom cares about so-called family ties, but I don't have to. If they dare upset Mom again, I'll kick them all out. Let the police handle the case. If they keep threatening and making a scene, we'll just call the police again and have them all arrested. All right, Lin Qingji soothed gently. Let Auntie handle it. Arrange things. Shui Ling pressed her temples, her face full of worry. What else can I do? I'm about to lose my mind. After getting off the plane and rushing back to Xian Garden, the three of them saw that the whole family looked anxious and exhausted, as if they'd already been driven crazy by all the trouble. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't care about anything else and hurried straight to his wife. Dear, are you all right now? Why didn't you tell me when you got sick? How are you feeling? Does your chest still hurt? Are you still uncomfortable? Ever since marrying Cheng Tianyuan, Xueling had always been cherished by him. No matter what happened, he was always there to take care of her, and they always discussed things together. But this time, Cheng Tianyuan happened to be away. When she fell ill, he was the one she missed most. Now, seeing him, her eyes reddened and she leaned into his arms. It doesn't hurt anymore, and I'm not uncomfortable. My head still feels heavy though, a bit dizzy. Cheng Tianyuan's heart ached for her, and he gently stroked her shoulder. On the plane, San and Qing already told me most of what happened. Don't think about it anymore, and don't get upset. If it's too hard for you, let us handle it. Xueling let out a long, helpless sigh, not even wanting to talk about it. Off to the side, Cheng Huanran, with dark circles under his eyes, forced a smile. Dad, you just got back. You wouldn't believe it. For the past 2 days, Uncle's whole family, old and young, have been coming over nonstop, crying, begging, making such a fuss that none of us have gotten any sleep. Shui Yang, sporting panda eyes, added weakly. They show up first thing in the morning, eat all 3 meals here plus snacks and fruit, and refuse to leave. They keep it up until midnight. It's driving us nuts. Qing Huanchong frowned. What's the point of all that crying and wailing? Where were they before? Shui Yang made a hush gesture and lowered his voice. Don't shout, Grandpa and Grandma are asleep. They've had it even worse these past 2 days, sleeping even less than us. Even Uncle Julien was dragged in to play mediator, and they wouldn't let him leave no matter what. He's sleeping in his usual guest room, just went in a moment ago. Lin Qingji glanced at the antique clock in the corner and asked, just now? It's already past 1. That's right, Shui Yang explained with a bitter laugh. If you'd arrived 10 minutes earlier, you'd have been caught up in it too. Cheng Huanchong was confused. Caught up? How exactly are they pestering you? Are they insisting you drop the case? What else? Shui Yang rolled his eyes. They keep saying we're all family, how could we be so heartless? That our family isn't short on money, so why fuss over a few tens of millions? It's just a few million, right? It's not like we don't have it. They say their father did so much for our family back in the day, and this is how we repay his children? If Shuiyu goes to jail, his life is ruined. If he's ruined, they might as well not live either. If we don't drop the case, they'll keep coming to beg Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom until we give in. That's basically it. Over and over and over until we're all about to go crazy. Shameless. Cheng Huanchong exploded, slamming his long hand down on the sofa armrest with a bang. It's Shuiyu's fault. They failed to raise their son right and now they're blaming us. Tell the security at both gates not to let them in tomorrow, none of them. Lin Qingji shot him a look and lightly tapped his arm. Keep your voice down. Don't wake the elders. Cheng Huanchong shut his mouth, still fuming, his chest heaving with anger. Seeing Xueling looking unwell, Lin Qingji said gently, Uncle, help Auntie back to her room to rest. You've been traveling all day, go change, and get some sleep. The more others try to push us, the more we should take our time. No need to rush. Xueling forced herself to look at her youngest son and Lin Qingji. Was your trip back smooth? All good, Cheng Huanchong and Lin Qingji replied in unison. Cheng Huanchong came over and took his mother's hand. Mom, don't worry. Take care of yourself first. We'll go through the entertainment company's accounts one by one. We won't let what's ours slip away. I'm not short on money, and I don't need that company either. Xueling smiled faintly and sighed. I know. No matter how big the problem, there's always a solution. The hardest thing to handle is relationships, especially when people's hearts are so complicated. Cheng Huanchong nodded gently. Mom, if it's too much for you, let us. Stop bothering Auntie. Lin Qingji pulled him aside and said softly, Auntie's in poor shape. Let her rest. We can talk tomorrow. It's the middle of the night. Let's give them a break. Cheng Huanchong had to fall silent. Cheng Tianyuan quickly got up and helped his wife back to their room. Lin Qingji turned around and saw that Cheng Huanran had already fallen asleep on the sofa, and Shui Yang was dozing off as well, frowning in his sleep. He lowered his voice. Don't just get angry. If things were that easy to solve, Auntie and your brothers wouldn't be so worn out. Yeah. Cheng Huancheng finally calmed down a bit. Let my brothers sleep. You shouldn't go home tonight either, it's so late. Stay in my room. Lin Qingji nodded. Cheng Huancheng picked up his backpack and draped two thin blankets from the baby rocker over his brothers' stomachs before heading to his room with Lin Qingji. Lin Qingji paused to dim the living room lights, leaving only a couple of small ones on, and turned the air conditioning up 2 degrees to make sure the sleeping brothers would be comfortable. Cheng Huancheng noticed and stopped to wait for him, then chuckled softly. Lin Qingji raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What are you laughing about all of a sudden? Cheng Huancheng shrugged. You're an only child, but I grew up in a big family. Yet I find you're more considerate than I am. How strange. Lin Qingji smiled and said quietly, whether someone is considerate to family or friends depends on the person. It's not really about how you grew up, it's more about personality. I have a good personality too. Cheng Huancheng replied confidently. Lin Qingji chuckled indulgently. You do, but you just haven't faced enough challenges yet. You still have a lot to learn about dealing with people. Your company's crisis is both a problem and an opportunity. Let's see how you handle it, maybe you'll learn something. Got it. Cheng Huancheng yawned and muttered, no matter how good a relationship is, it needs to be maintained. If some people push their luck, others have to give in. I just never thought they'd be so shameless, using the Shui family connection to threaten my family. That's what makes me so mad. Lin Qingji nodded understandingly. No matter how big the problem, sleep comes first. Take a shower and get some rest. Whatever it is, we'll talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, everyone at Xinyuan slept in later than usual. Perhaps it was because things had gotten rowdy the night before, but unlike the previous 2 days, Shuiyu and his family didn't show up early in the morning to make a scene. After getting up and washing up, Shui Jilian changed out of his pajamas and stepped out of his room. Jilian, come have some goji berry tea, his father called out. Ranran made it in the health pot last night, it's still hot. Shui Jilian walked over, glancing around as he went. Wu Ji, you're up so early? His father nodded. I only slept a little over 3 hours before I couldn't sleep anymore. I came out around 5, took a few laps around the back garden, and then sat here drinking water. Not sleeping well? Shui Jilian suggested, I'll make you some medicinal soup later. His father chuckled softly. It's nothing. It's normal to have the occasional restless night at my age. How can I sleep as deeply as young people for 7 or 8 hours straight? When I came out at 5, Ranran and Yangong were both asleep on the living room sofa. I sent them back to their rooms, no need for them to wake up with sore necks. You're just troubled and can't sleep. Shui Jilian hit the nail on the head with a sigh. You usually sleep just fine. His father poured a cup of bright red goji berry tea and handed it to him, speaking quietly, these past few days, I keep thinking of third brother. If he were still alive and saw how disappointing his descendants have turned out, I can't imagine how heartbroken and upset he'd be. Each generation gets worse, Shui Jilian said bluntly. But a genius's son isn't necessarily a genius. Some things just can't be inherited, like moral character. Society is so flashy and complicated now, with all kinds of new media bombarding people. The spread of information and temptations are greater than ever. People today need strong self-control, or it's all too easy to go astray. His father sighed deeply. I just can't bring myself to speak up. Me neither, Shui Jilian said grimly. After doing such shameless, illegal things, how are we supposed to plead for him? It's just too much to ask. His father looked troubled, speaking in a low voice, but if we don't talk to Lingling, they'll never let us have a moment's peace. Not only will I get scolded, but you, being forced to play the messenger, will get cursed at too. Let them curse, Shui Jilian said, surprisingly unconcerned. I've been cursed at plenty in my life, I'm not afraid. When I was younger, I might have been embarrassed, but now, at my age, my skin's thick and wrinkled, what's there to be afraid of? Let them curse, even if they hit me, I'm not scared. His father laughed, then said quietly, but you still came, didn't you? You couldn't just ignore it for third brother's sake, right? Yeah, Xue Jilian gave a wry smile and sighed. It's only because they keep invoking third brother that I agreed to come. He was the leader of our Xue family. We all grew up under his guidance and protection. If they weren't his son and daughter-in-law, I wouldn't bother with them at all. His father understood and said, I have a compromise in mind, but I don't know if Lingling and the others will agree. Let's hear it, Xue Jilian smiled. I'll help you judge. His father took a sip of tea and said quietly, that rascal Xue Yu made a mess and racked up a mountain of debt. My idea is help them pay off the debt. As for him embezzling funds and causing trouble, that's not something I can handle. He's over 40, he should know what's right and wrong. Since he did it, he should face the consequences himself. He thought for a moment, then asked, You're worried the creditors will show up and threaten them, making life miserable for the whole family, right? At our age, we're not young anymore, his father shook his head. Those two are disappointing, but they're still our nephews, that's a fact. They're getting old and have always been timid, they can't handle being frightened. Debt collectors will use any means necessary. If they can't find Xue Yu, they'll go after the elderly and the kids at home. He frowned and said, They live off their pensions, how could they possibly scrape together millions? Even if they sold their house, it wouldn't be enough. I can only help with this much, his father said. I can barely look after my nephew, there's no way I can take care of his son as well. Xue Jilian couldn't help but remind him, they've always been greedy, especially the niece-in-law. I don't care, his father shook his head. After breakfast, go tell them this. Lingling will show some mercy for the sake of family and plead for Xue Yu, but the judge decides the sentence, and the police make the arrest. That's out of our hands. All right, Xue Jilian agreed. His father nudged the cup on the coffee table toward him, saying gently, Drink up before it gets cold. Thank you. Xue Jilian took a sip, then shook his head with a wry smile. These so-called health pots are nothing like the old clay medicine pots. His father laughed. Everything's electric now, the old clay pots are out, only glass ones left. The taste and effect aren't as good, but the old clay pots are inconvenient, and young people don't have the patience to stand by the stove and watch. Now they just throw everything into the health pot and let it stew and keep warm. Have to admit, these appliances really are convenient. They are convenient, Xue Jilian said helplessly. The old things are good, but they're not practical anymore. They're destined to be left behind by the times. As long as we're still around, we'll keep using some old things. Once our generation is gone, the young ones probably won't even remember them. Isn't that how it goes? His father chuckled. There's always something new, and the old keeps getting phased out. That's progress. Looking at the goji berry tea in his hand, Xue Jilian grew thoughtful and said quietly, Wu Ji, we're old now and third brother's been gone for years. Our brotherhood remains, but the younger generation can't be like us. In the blink of an eye, you're already a great-grandfather. Ran and Yang's generation barely interacts with third brother's descendants. Some things, once old, have to be phased out, gradually forgotten, and eventually leave this world. Yeah, his father smiled, sighing with emotion. We're old now. As long as we're alive, we'll still care about some of these old things. The younger generation doesn't care, and we can't force them. For now, we'll just do things as we see fit. As for the future, that's out of our hands. Xue Jilian smiled and nodded. After breakfast, Xue Jilian set out. He'd thought he wouldn't be back until the afternoon, but to everyone's surprise, he returned a little after 8. The young people, who'd stayed up late, had only just woken up and were gathering in the dining hall for breakfast. Seeing that everyone was present, Xue Jilian decided to say everything at once, rather than have the message passed around later. They said they want Wu Ji to pay off all the debts, and they also want Lingling to withdraw the case and stop investigating. They want this settled internally within the company. If anyone needs to be fired, that's up to Lingling. But Xue, you must not go to jail, otherwise they'll keep coming to Xi and Yuan every day to beg Lingling and Wu Ji, until you agree. Everyone was furious when they heard this. Some of the young men almost burst out swearing on the spot. They think they can just do whatever they want? Qing Huanran shouted angrily, face dark. Why don't they go to heaven while they're at it? They should take a good look at themselves in the mirror. Greedy as hell and still acting so self-righteous. Who do they think they are? Shui Yang rolled his eyes hard. What a bunch of bastards. Didn't I say it? You can't spoil people like that, or they'll just get more shameless and cling on for dear life. If they dare come again, just have security throw them out. Let's see if they dare climb over the wall. If they've got the guts, let them try our Xi and Yuan security system. I guarantee they'll get what's coming to them. Don't you dare agree. Qing Huanchong snorted coldly. Just because their surname is Shui, they think they're above the law. Who do they think they are? What law says people named Shui can break the law and not be judged by the courts? Let them try saying that out loud. Even Wang Xiao, who was always mild-mannered, was red with anger. She huffed. Grandpa's already been so good to them, paying off tens of millions in gambling debts just like that. Ordinary people could never see that much money in a lifetime. And they still want to escape legal punishment? They want money, reputation, and a clean slate? Shameless. Mother Shui's face darkened, and she shot a glare at her husband. You think you can just make peace by throwing money at the problem? Huh? You think your money grows on trees, or you just pick it up off the street? If you know where, tell me, I'll go pick some too. How many years has it been since you earned any money? Do you even remember? It's pathetic. You've even dug into your funeral savings, and yet the younger generation of your Shui family still doesn't care. Father Shui looked aggrieved and helpless after being scolded. It's not like I wanted to get involved, but this whole thing is just so exhausting. Shuiyu is, after all, third brother's grandson. If they hadn't come to our door, I could have pretended I didn't know. But now they've come making a scene, how can I just hide and act ignorant? So, what if you know? Mother Shui scoffed. Did they appreciate your help? You pour your heart out for them, but how do they treat you? Remember when we sold the courtyard house? They came and accused Lingling of cheating them out of money. The sale was all in black and white, and the price was a third higher than other places at the time. What did we cheat them out of? A few years later, when property prices went up, they demanded more money. How did the main branch of the Shui family end up with such shameless, despicable trash? They dare make a scene at Xi and Yuan because they know you'll indulge them. Because you're a soft touch. Father Shui was so aggrieved his face turned red. He slammed his teacup down in frustration. Third brother and I were so close. That's his grandson. I just can't stand by and do nothing. Mother Shui grew even angrier. Stand by and do nothing? Didn't they know breaking the law could land them in jail? Huh? Only you know that? If they want to die, you just have to save them. What, you think you're some kind of savior? You're already half in the grave yourself. There are over 100 people in the Shui family, all related to you one way or another. Can you take care of every single one? Even if you do, will they remember your kindness? They'd even dare take your funeral money. Sooner or later, they'll pick you clean. Mom, Shui Ling quickly tried to calm her, lowering her voice. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Chung Tianyuan hurriedly put down his chopsticks, forgetting about breakfast. Mom, Dad, let's all calm down. No matter how big the problem, your health is more important. Don't let people who don't matter make you angry and hurt your health. Yes, Shui Jilian coaxed. Let's not get worked up. We're all getting on in years, and anger is bad for us. It's not worth it. But Mother Shui was still fuming and even stood up in her anger. Jilian, you know these things best. Yes, you're all members of the Shui family, and it's a good thing to take responsibility for the family. But every time, it's you putting in the money and effort, when hasn't it been? You run errands, help solve problems, spend time, energy, and money. If people are grateful, at most they'll respect you from the bottom of their hearts. But what else do you get? Most people forget all about it afterwards. If they want to talk to you, they do. If not, they can go 10 or 20 years without showing their faces. Shui Jilian looked embarrassed and gave a sheepish smile. That's true. But every family needs elders like this, or else when big things happen, there's no one to help. After all, we all share the Shui bloodline, we're all family. Mother Shui snorted coldly, unconvinced. You see them as family, but do they see you the same way? Those with a conscience will remember your help, but the heartless ones will take your money and not even acknowledge your kindness. Yes, Shui Jilian could only nod awkwardly. Father Shui was left speechless, head bowed in silence. But his wife still wouldn't let it go, slapping the dining table hard. I've been married into the Shui family for decades. When have I ever stopped you from helping the family? When? Other than not giving you a son, I've never let the Shui family down. Not once. Even a few years ago, when you spent a fortune restoring the ancestral hall and were left with almost nothing, I never said a word. Not a single complaint. Isn't that right? Tell me, isn't it? Father Shui kept his head down and nodded lightly. Mother Shui slammed the table again, so hard the whole thing shook. The younger generation had never seen their grandmother so angry before. They stared in shock, momentarily forgetting how to react. Mother Shui continued furiously, now you're left with just this little bit of money, and you still want to use it all to pay off some brat's gambling debts. You're even willing to spend your funeral savings, and you didn't even discuss it with me or your daughter and son-in-law, not a word. Aren't you generous? But no matter how generous you are, they still won't let you off. Shui Wu, one day your own family will pick you clean before you finally wake up. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly supported the elderly mother, one on each side, gently coaxing her. All right, that's enough. Don't say any more, don't get upset. Mom, do you still think you're young? Getting angry is so bad for your health, don't you know that? It's really not worth it to get yourself worked up over people who have nothing to do with us. Dad Shui's face turned pale. He swallowed nervously and looked timidly at his wife. Lingling's mom, why are you suddenly so angry? If there's something wrong, let's talk it out calmly. Don't get upset. If you want to hit me or scold me, just go ahead. But don't make yourself sick over it. Shui Jilian frowned and tried to comfort her. Sister-in-law, my dear sister-in-law, please calm down, please calm down. All the younger generation is here. You should at least leave my brother a little dignity. Unexpectedly, these words didn't comfort Mom Shui at all. Instead, they pressed her anger button even harder. Mom Shui glared and roared, I've given him face his whole life. When has he ever woken up? It's because I wanted to give him face so he could hold his head high in the Shui family that I kept pretending to be deaf and blind. I've been pretending for decades. Do you think it's easy for me? He thinks he's got so much face. Thinks I'm a clay bodhisattva who never loses her temper. It's because I've put up with him too much that he's become so shameless. Dad Shui was being scolded terribly, but he didn't dare talk back at all. His wife was furious now, and if he said anything to fan the flames, the consequences would be unimaginable. If she got so angry that she collapsed, their daughter, son-in-law, and all the younger generation would hate him to death. Mom Shui was so angry her hands were shaking. She said gruffly, back when our family didn't have money, as long as you could scrape something together, you'd hand it over without a word. If someone was sick or in debt, you'd help, and I never said a thing. When the old house or the ancestral hall needed repairs, even the road outside the ancestral hall got fixed 7 or 8 times. Did I ever object to you spending money? Didn't I always just pretend not to hear? When others are in trouble, it's right to help. But what is it this time? Someone gambled and got into debt, and you want to help them pay it off? Even using your last savings for your own funeral. Do you think you're a saint? No, even a saint probably isn't as good as you. Grandma, please don't be angry. All right, please don't say any more. Grandpa was just muddled last night and made a rash decision. It doesn't count. Grandma, getting angry is bad for your health. Your well-being is what we juniors care about most. For our sake, you have to take care of yourself. Grandma, please sit down. Grandpa knows he was wrong. He won't dare do it again. He really won't. Mom Shui's eyes were red, her expression sorrowful, tears brimming. You don't understand. None of you understand what I'm saying. He spent his whole life for the Shui family, never thought of himself. But what has he gotten in the end? Huh? He can even give away his last bit of money, and it's to pay off gambling debts for the younger generation. But how do they treat him? They just keep pushing, even threatening Lingling. Why help those rotten little punks? They don't know how to be grateful, and they even have the nerve to persecute our family. He's just hurting you all indirectly. That's not true. Xue Jilian couldn't help but defend his brother. Wu Ji just wanted to keep the peace, so they'd stop coming to Xi and Yuan to make trouble and disturbing everyone. Wu Ji also said he'd only help pay off the debts so their whole family wouldn't have to sell their house and car and end up miserable in old age. As for Xue Yu, he deserved to be arrested. Whatever crime he committed, he should be punished for it. He has to take responsibility for what he did, and there's no way we'd let him off. Dad Xue nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly what I arranged. Nothing else. Yeah, right. Mom Xue snapped. Did they appreciate it? You just handed over tens of millions like it was nothing, and they saw right through your soft heart. That's why they're determined to make you drop the case. People like them, if you don't let them hit rock bottom, they'll never learn their lesson. Dad Xue was in a tough spot, mumbling, those two nephews of mine have always been weak, and their wives are both domineering and unreasonable. If they hit rock bottom, it's no different from killing them. At 70-something, they're still afraid of death? Mom Xue sneered. They can't control their wives, and their sons turned out to be scum. How do they even have the face to live? Dad Xue stammered, they're too greedy. I can't help anymore. If I can't help, I won't get involved again. It's fine to give money to save lives, Mom Xue said coldly. It's fine to help people out of a bad spot, but you can't save that little bastard. He knew from the start that it was Lingling's company, but he still did whatever he wanted just because he's a Xue. He used that family connection to shamelessly transfer over 100 million, and then had his parents come and pressure Lingling to drop the case. The more he does this, the more you should draw a clear line with him. You've worked hard for the Xue family your whole life, so why should Lingling have to suffer with you? She's a married daughter, water thrown out of the Xue family. What right does the Xue family have? All right, Xue Ling patted her mother's chest. Just take a break, stop talking. You've been so angry and said so much this morning, aren't you tired? Mom Xue glared at her daughter, grumbled, and walked away. Qing Tianyuan, still worried, quickly followed after her. Xue Jilian saw that his sister-in-law was walking steadily and seemed fine, so he finally relaxed. Let's make some herbal food to clear her anger and calm her liver later. She should be fine. Dad Xue glanced at him gloomily and muttered, she scolds so fiercely. What could possibly happen to her? If anyone's in trouble, it's me. I'm about to be scolded to death. Xue Jilian could only stifle a laugh. Pfft. Ha ha. Grandpa, you're so funny. Dad Xue glared at the younger generation. Stop sitting around, get moving, and help solve this mess so I don't get scolded again later. Yes, sir. Qing Huanran nodded vigorously. At your command. At your command. Xue Yang patted his chest. Don't worry, leave it to us. We guarantee you won't get scolded again. Cheng Huanchong and Lin Qingji nodded in unison. Got it. Dad Xue was still gloomy and grumbled, what were you all doing earlier? If you'd been this proactive from the start, would I have been scolded so miserably? The younger generation all looked at each other, no one daring to speak. Xue Ling shot her father a glare and huffed. If it weren't for having to consider the Xue family's reputation, and for you and Uncle Jilian, would this kind of thing be hard to solve? If it needs to be reported to the police, report it. If someone needs to be fired, fire them. Why hesitate for even a second? Huh? Papa Xue was momentarily at a loss for words, his old face flushing with embarrassment. Your mother just finished scolding me terribly, and now you want to join in too? Xue Ling sighed helplessly. You're my dad. At your age, how could I possibly scold you? I'm just upset that you took it upon yourself to pay off Xue Yu's gambling debts. It's not like we don't live together or can't talk things over. Was it really necessary to sneak around and have Uncle Jilian step in for you? Huh? Papa Xue stammered. Wasn't I just afraid your mom would find out and disagree? Oh. Xue Ling couldn't help but retort, well, now that mom knows. Does she agree? Papa Xue hung his shiny bald head in grievance, muttering, I thought we could just pay them off and be done with it, but who knew they'd be so ungrateful and make such a public scene? Wu Ji, it's my fault, Xue Jilian said with a wry smile. I didn't think it through. I figured I'd bring it up while everyone was here, never realizing you had your own reasons. Doing something your spouse doesn't approve of is absolutely not okay. Enough. Xue Ling waved her hand. Uncle, you don't need to blame yourself. We'd have found out anyway. I know exactly how much money is in Dad's account, down to the last cent. Even if just a few coins move, I get a bank notification right away. Xue Jilian gave an awkward, apologetic smile. This is the first time sis-in-law has ever lost her temper like that. I was scared out of my wits. If I'd known she'd be so angry, I'd have kept my mouth shut. I was scared too. Cheng Huanran was still in shock, exclaiming, "Grandma almost never yells like that, especially not in front of all us grandkids." That was a first. In his memory, Grandpa and Grandma were always kind and loving elders. They had great tempers, often joked around together, and were very affectionate. Sure, Grandma would sometimes nag or scold Grandpa, but today's explosive rage was truly unprecedented. That's because your grandma wanted you all to know exactly where she stands, Xue Ling explained. In the end, it's up to the younger generation to handle this. She doesn't want us to feel any psychological burden, so while she was scolding your grandpa, she was also making her position clear to you all. I see. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes turned thoughtfully. She whispered, "Grandma must be really fed up." Honestly, it's not just her. We're all sick of that family. Xue Yang snorted coldly. Fed up is putting it mildly. Just thinking about it makes me mad. They're so shameless, always pushing for more, never satisfied. That's exactly the kind of scum they are. We were never even close, Cheng Huanchong said gloomily. That so-called Xue Yu, I barely even remember him. Now that he's in trouble, he suddenly wants to play the family card? Where was he before? Grandpa, seriously, why would you indulge someone like that? Papa Xue pouted in grievance. I haven't even given them the money yet. And they want more than just my money. So what now? Xue Ling shot her father a look. Now you finally see their true colors, right? Or are you still going to make excuses for them? Papa Xue shook his head helplessly. I'm old. I can't handle all this anymore. Then you shouldn't get involved, Xue Ling said sternly. You know you're too old to deal with all this, so why take it on yourself? You think I wouldn't handle it? I was just waiting for the kids to come back so we could discuss it thoroughly. It's not like I'm ignoring it. I'm still a Xue, aren't I? After all, the company was under her third son's name, and how to handle things would have to wait until he returned for a proper discussion. As a mother, she didn't want to overstep. She respected her son, but her father didn't respect her at all, still trying to play the hero at his age. No wonder he got scolded. Papa Xue gave a sheepish smile. I just didn't want to make things hard for you. It's not hard for me, Xue Ling said. As long as your third son agrees, and you ask me to go easy, I will. While you're still alive, of course I'll consider your feelings. Cheng Huanchong quickly added, Mom, I've never managed the entertainment company. You're in charge, I have no objections. Beside him, Lin Qingji nodded. That's right, Auntie, you should take charge. First, figure out exactly what the problems are, then check the current situation. If there's no way to save it, just declare bankruptcy. If there's still a 30 to 40% chance, keep the grassroots staff, fire all the middle and upper management, and bring in experienced people to take over. Xue Ling nodded thoughtfully. Cheng Huanran slowly wiped his mouth, analyzing seriously. The entertainment company did really well the past couple of years, made some smart investments, and the movies and TV shows it backed were big hits, still bringing in revenue. There's no real deficit, just less profit. Plus, it's already listed. The current issues are just internal management loopholes and some rotten apples, but the news was contained quickly, so the stock price hasn't been affected much. Then just patch up the loopholes and get rid of the rotten apples, Lin Qingji said gently. Then stabilize things and bring in someone experienced to manage. As for how to patch things up and clean house, the decision was Xue Ling's. Xue Ling's eyes darkened slightly. The choice is in our hands now, not theirs. Uncle Jilian, you don't need to go in person, just call. Tell my little cousin, if he wants to withdraw the case and settle, fine, but he has to pay off his own gambling debts. Either my dad pays off the debt, or they withdraw the case and settle. It's one or the other. If they dare to pester us or make trouble, I'll have security throw them out and handle everything by the book. This is already me giving face for my dad and for the Xue family's distant relations. Don't push your luck. Okay, Xue Jilian nodded quickly. The younger generation exchanged glances, but no one objected. Papa Xue, however, sighed quietly. I'm still alive, so you're giving me face. If I'm gone, you don't need to bother. Your mom was right. Each generation handles its own affairs. How can I manage the Xue family's business across so many generations? You're a married daughter, not someone who married into our family, so you shouldn't have to clean up these messes. I understand, Xue Ling said gently. At your age, you've seen it all. Don't bother with things that aren't worth your concern. Just focus on staying healthy. That's your most important job now. Papa Xue chuckled. I know. All right then, Xue Ling urged. Don't just sit here, go and make it up to mom. Papa Xue pouted and asked, You're not going to help me? And you young ones? You can't just pretend you didn't hear. We'll help. Of course we'll help. How could we not help you, right? Haha, we've got your back. They had thought that Xue Yu's issue would be resolved quickly, since the choice at hand was really quite simple. Who could have guessed that the other party would be so shameless? They told Xue Ling they hoped to withdraw the case and settle things privately, fired Xue Yu, and then asked Xue Jilian and Xue Wu to help pay off several tens of millions in gambling debts. In the end, it was just the same old greed as before, no difference at all. Xue Ling was thoroughly angered. She gave them one day to think it over, or else there would be nothing left to discuss. The other side hurriedly agreed to withdraw the case and settle, begging only that their son not go to jail. Anything else could be negotiated. If they wanted to negotiate, then they should at least act like it. But instead, they kept dodging and hiding, never daring to show up in person. Xue Ling instructed the lawyer to handle it, then went about her own business. Unexpectedly, Xue's father soon noticed something was off and rushed over to find his daughter. Lingling, have you been in touch with your uncle Jilian? Xue Ling shook her head. No. Hung came over 3 days ago to take uncle to the nursing home. He said when uncle wanted to come back, he'd bring him over. Dad, do you need to talk to Uncle Jilian about something? Xue's father gave a wry smile. Your little cousin-in-law went to the nursing home to bother Hung and the others, pestering your Uncle Jilian nonstop. Huh? Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, just these past couple of days? Did Uncle Jilian ask you for help? He wouldn't dare, Xue's father explained. Huan just video called me and said they're on their way to Xinyuan right now to discuss with us how to handle this matter. Xue Ling frowned as soon as she heard this. Handle it how? I've already arranged everything. What more do they want? The case is being withdrawn and settled. Are they still not satisfied? If they can't get you to help, now they want to pester Uncle Jilian's family into paying off the gambling debts. What else could it be? Xue's father sighed. I heard they've been going to Hung and Huan's offices these past 2 days, and even staying overnight in the nursing home's reception hall, refusing to leave no matter what. Xue Ling sneered. Their own son makes a mess, and they expect all the elderly uncles to clean up after him. If one won't help, they go beg another, shameless. That's not all, Xue's father added. Huan said your little cousin even went to ask Atsong for help, wanting her to lend them 10 million. What? Xue Ling was shocked. They even went a cousin's side? Yes, Xue's father sighed in a low voice. Atsong was furious. She said their whole family lives on government salaries and pensions. Where would they get that kind of money? Xue Ling gave a cold laugh. Looks like they've gone to every wealthy branch of the family they could. Now that their son is safe, all that's left is money. Next, they'll just shamelessly try to scrape together the cash, pay off the debts with other people's money, and Xue won't have to take any responsibility. He'll just hide behind everyone else and laugh. Xue's father reminded her, Huan and the others are on their way, probably almost here. As soon as he finished speaking, the cars of Xue Hung and Xue Huan arrived at the gate of Xinyuan. Xue Ling invited them into the study, pulling her father along to discuss things together. Sigh. Before Xue Heng even spoke, he was already sighing, his face full of worry. There's not a moment's peace. As soon as my dad or any of us show up, they chase after us, wailing and making a scene. We can't drive them away and we can't talk sense into them. Xuehuan clearly wasn't faring much better. His eyes were puffy and ringed with dark circles, looking as tired as a panda. The nursing home is a business, after all. We can't just shut the doors to patients. Their whole family has been hounding my dad every day, begging him for help. He's really at his wit's end. He lives on his pension, has worked for the government all his life, and only gets so much each month. Yet they have the nerve to ask him to lend them 10 million. It's worried him so much he's lost weight in just a few days. Shue's father could only rub his temples and sigh helplessly. Why didn't you bring your dad over here? Xinyuan has security at the front and back, no need to worry about them barging in. By the way, is your dad okay? He's fine, Xueheng shook his head. Just in low spirits and feeling terrible. He only has a little pension money, the rest is all in property. How is an 80-something-year-old supposed to come up with 10 million for them? And the way they talk, you'd think they could pay it back in no time. If they were really that capable, their whole family wouldn't still be living in that 50- or 60-year-old apartment complex. Shue's father reminded them, bring your dad over next time. You two can deal with them. We really can't handle them. Xueheng gave a bitter smile. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to discuss it with you and Lingling. This really doesn't have much to do with us. We help if we can, as much as we can, but it should depend on our goodwill and ability, not them slapping a 10 million price tag on our foreheads and demanding we pay. Uncle, don't you agree? Sigh, Shue's father could only give this helpless reply. Xuehuan looked gloomy. Relatives should help each other out, we know that. But that doesn't mean we have to take on everything. It's all Dad's fault for being too proactive in the past, Xueheng couldn't help but mutter. Ever since he was transferred to the capital, he and third uncle and uncle have taken care of all the Xue family's affairs. The ancestral hall is maintained by them too. The younger generation only shows up at New Year, burns some incense, and then disappears for the rest of the year. Some of the younger ones haven't even been to the ancestral hall. They have no sense of family at all. Too proactive? Xue's father protested, feeling wronged. Is that so bad? Our generation had the time and energy, so we got involved. If we weren't proactive, you'd all be busy with work and family and have an excuse not to be. If the younger generation isn't led by you, of course they won't get involved. Now everyone lives far apart. Even with phones and 24/7 messaging, there are still so many people in your contacts you never talk to. Communication is more advanced, but relationships have faded. We've given our time and money, but what have we gotten in return? Nothing but complaints from you youngsters. Huh? Xueheng realized he'd misspoken and quickly corrected himself. Uncle, I didn't mean it like that. Please don't misunderstand. I just meant that you and my dad have been too enthusiastic, which has made those with ulterior motives want to take advantage of you. Xuehuan nodded repeatedly. Uncle, my brother didn't mean anything bad. We're all Xue family descendants, all from the same bloodline. It's great if we can look out for each other. For example, our whole family has received so much help and protection from you, Lingling and your husband. Without blood ties, how could we have such deep feelings? Nothing else compares. Yes, exactly, Xueheng explained. If it weren't for you, Uncle, I wouldn't be where I am today. As long as I'm surnamed Xue, I'm part of the Xue family. We're saying we'll help if we can, but how much we help shouldn't be dictated by them. Exactly. Xuehuan gave a wry smile. They open their mouths and ask for 10 million. That's not a small sum. Xueheng curled his lip. It's not that we can't come up with the money, it's that their tricks are just too disgusting and shameless. He and his brother had invested everything they had into the nursing home. He'd managed to keep a little for himself, but his brother was basically left with nothing. Right now, his brother and sister-in-law both worked at the nursing home, earning regular monthly salaries, with bonuses settled at the end of the year. Life was comfortable and easy, but the nursing home had only just gotten on track. It wasn't making big money yet, so there was no way they could be rolling in wealth. Besides, from the very start, their plan for this business was half charity, half retirement venture. Their fees were lower than the industry standard, and all their funds went into hardware and talent recruitment. They'd invested a lot, so revenue was still on the low side for now. And now they wanted their family to cough up 10 million at the drop of a hat, as if they were made of money. Uncle, you've seen their shamelessness too. They really are thick-skinned. Usually, they don't bother to keep in touch, but the moment something happens, they come running to us. Physical exams, medicine, they've never paid a cent. That's one thing. But then they turn around and say, "You're so rich, what's 1 million or 2? You have to take care of it." Why? Their son gambles and racks up debt, and we're supposed to be responsible for that? We're not saints, we can't do it. Xue Huan nodded in agreement. Uncle, they're family, so of course we'll help as much as we can. But right now, I only have a few million in savings. There's no way I can come up with that much. Father Xue frowned, hesitating as he looked at Xue Heng. You should be doing better, right? You must have a few 100 million at least. Xue Heng quickly shook his head. Not that much. And what I do have is with Lingling. I only have a few million on hand, just enough for my daughter and daily expenses. Uncle, you can't tell anyone about this, I've been hiding it from Xiaoan. She can't find out, okay? Father Xue shot him a look. I'm not the type to go around blabbing for fun. Haha, Xue Heng grinned. Of course not. I hide my money so Xiaoan won't get used to an easy life and develop bad spending habits. If she thinks I'm struggling, maybe she'll be more sensible. Father Xue nodded, then returned to the previous topic. Have you talked to Jilan about this? What did he say? We all know he doesn't have much money. Xue Huan shook his head. My dad didn't say anything, just looked troubled and helpless. If we really scrape everything together, we could probably manage it, but even if you could, you shouldn't. Xue Ling cut in sharply. If the rest of the family starts copying this, coming to us for money every time something goes wrong, what then? If he can do it once, others will try too. Maybe you can handle it once, but how many times can you do it? Xue Wan gave a wry smile. We're semi-retired doctors, not philanthropists. I want to do good, but I don't have the means or the money. I'm not even a doctor, Xue Heng muttered. I don't have the ability or the money. If someone's really in trouble, of course we should help each other out. But if everyone comes to us every time something happens, how could we possibly manage? There's no way we can give 1 million. We could maybe scrape together 500,000 at most. He glanced at his brother. Xue Wan understood and nodded slightly, indicating that amount was acceptable. No, Xue Ling said firmly. Don't set a precedent. If it was a serious illness or a real disaster, of course we'd help as much as we could. But that's not the case with Xue Yu. He embezzled company funds, gambled away money, took out high-interest loans. This isn't the first time. Pulling him out of the mud once is enough. If someone like that never learns their lesson, they'll just cause even bigger trouble down the line. You can help him once, but can you help him for a lifetime? Who do you think you are, God? Xue Heng and Xue Huan exchanged glances and shook their heads. We just don't want to make things too hard for Dad and Uncle. We're not God, heck, we can barely handle being ordinary people. Xue Ling snorted. I already let him off easy by not making him pay back the millions he lost from the company. I think I've been more than generous. If it weren't for the case being dropped and settled, he'd still be in detention right now. Our cousin-in-law is shameless and unreasonable, and her son turned out just the same. Don't think you're helping him, you might just be enabling him to keep doing wrong. People like that don't deserve sympathy. If they don't deserve it, why give it? They'd already helped as much as they could, given him a chance, and yet they still had the nerve to harass other relatives for money, utterly shameless. Lingling's right, Xue Huan said seriously. There's no rush. How much we give depends on the situation. Let's wait and see. Our money didn't fall from the sky, we worked hard for it. We can't let people like that waste it. Their money was earned through hard work, not blown in by the wind. Help if you can, but don't let a moment of weakness make you give away what you shouldn't. Xue Heng was clearly unhappy too. Back when we were at Ronghua Mall, third uncle really cared for us younger ones, and we were close. Every time Lingling treated us to a meal, those two cousins and their wives would bring their kids to freeload. Even then, I thought their wives had questionable character, and the kids they raised were selfish and disrespectful, just like them. When third uncle was dying, it was all up to Dad and Uncle to take care of him. All those two cared about was selling the old courtyard house once he was gone. The moment he passed, they wanted to sell it. I still get angry just thinking about it. Shui Ling said quietly, that's exactly why we shouldn't help when we shouldn't. Father Shui finally found a chance to interject. Does Jilon know? Does he know you're willing to give 500,000? Maybe we should bring him in on this. Shui Heng shook his head. We haven't told Dad. We figured you and Lingling understood the situation best, so we came to talk with you first. No need to discuss, Shui Ling said, shaking her head. You're not allowed to help him. If you get tangled up in this, don't say I didn't warn you. Shui Wan gave a helpless laugh. We're already tangled up. That's not all, Shui Ling scoffed. If you can give 500,000, then you can give 1 million. If you can give 1 million, then 2 million shouldn't be a problem. I've seen more of their tricks than you have. They'll just keep pushing their luck. Shui Heng and Shui Huan exchanged looks, both frustrated and helpless. So what do? We can't get rid of them, but we can't give them the money either. Shui Ling suggested, you two keep your distance. If things get out of hand, just call security. No. Shui's father quickly stopped her. After all, they're relatives, even if distant ones. We can't make things too ugly. Shui Heng gave a wry smile and explained, we run a business here. It really wouldn't look good if there's a scene. If the patients see it and think it's a medical dispute, that'd be bad. And then, Shui Wan lowered his voice. Besides, they're deliberately hanging out in the reception area, enjoying the air conditioning and complimentary tea. They've even spent the night there for 2 nights in a row. Shui Ling frowned. They're even staying overnight? Don't tell me they've brought their luggage over. Pretty much. Shui Huan said with a troubled look, they even said the environment's nice, and my cousin's wife said she and her husband want to move in, and asked us to help treat his cervical spondylosis and frozen shoulder. Shui Ling. Shui's father. They're really planning to freeload for good. Shui Ling guessed, that's probably because they hadn't been to your place before. Otherwise, they'd have moved in long ago. I've seen how much they love taking advantage, too many times to count. If you're generous again this time, they'll probably never leave. They'll just move in and live at the sanatorium, since you'll cover food, lodging, and treatment. Shui Huan and Shui Heng. Let Jilon and me handle this, Shui's father suggested. You're younger than them, and some things are better said by us. Shui Ling shook her head. You two stay out of it. If you show up, they'll just pester you to fulfill your old promises. Then I'll have to drop the case. You'll end up paying their debts, and Shui you won't have to bear any responsibility. Other families break the law and get away with it, but just because we're all surnamed Shui, we lose money and have to pay up. When you add it up, we're at over 10 million. But Shui's father looked troubled, frowning. We can't let this drag on forever. Azong is being driven crazy by them. She lives on her pension. There's no way she can cough up that much at once. Shui Ling waved her hand. Ignore them for now. Let them stew. Shui needs to be cornered a few more times, or even beaten up a few times, or he'll never learn his lesson. If his parents and others always bail him out, what does he have to be afraid of? People like him need to learn what fear is. So we just drag it out for now? Shui Heng couldn't help but ask, glancing at Shui's father out of the corner of his eye. Hold out a few more days? Shui's father hesitated. Shui Ling glared at her father and said firmly, yes, you have to hold out a bit longer. Anyway, you're not short on doctors, rooms, or food over there. Just keep them happy, say you don't have the money right now and are trying to borrow it, and stall for a few more days. Okay. Shui Heng nodded. Shui Huan echoed his agreement. They'd always listened to Shui Ling, and this time was no exception. Shui's father could only purse his lips awkwardly and say no more. I'll get in touch with our cousin later, Shui Ling explained. I'll ask her to stay in step with us and stall them for now. Just wait and see what happens. We'll leave it to you then, said Shui Heng. Let's keep in touch about the details. Shui Wan forced a smile and asked, Sis, maybe we should bring my dad over to your place. Would that be okay? There's security there to keep them out, so they won't bother him. We still have to run a business, and it's not good to just shut the doors whenever they show up. Of course it's okay. Shui Ling laughed. Just pack a few more sets of clothes for Uncle, add a jacket or two, and let him stay until after Mid-Autumn Festival. With him around, my parents won't be too lonely. Shui Heng looked a little embarrassed. Wouldn't that be too long? There are still more than 2 months until mid-autumn. It's just one more pair of chopsticks at the table, Shui Ling said warmly. If you miss Uncle, come over for a meal when you have time. If he wants to go back, he'll call you to pick him up. Let him stay longer this time, so he doesn't have to keep running back and forth. Yes. Shui's father smiled and added, we'll be holding Ran and Ainan's engagement party around mid-autumn, so the more people, the merrier. In that case, we won't stand on ceremony. Shui Huan breathed a sigh of relief. I'll send my dad over soon. He hasn't been sleeping well lately and looks really worn out. All right. See you soon. They thought the situation would drag on for at least 2 weeks, maybe half a month, but to their surprise, something happened in less than 3 days. Early in the morning, Shui Ling's younger cousin-in-law was making a huge scene at the entrance of Xi Yuan, crying and screaming for help. The commotion was so loud that Shui Jilan and Shui's father rushed out in their pajamas. Everyone else was still asleep, the rooms were well soundproofed, so no one else knew what was happening. The older folks, including Shui's father, slept at the front of Xi Yuan and usually got up at 5 in the morning. They had just finished washing up when they heard the ruckus. Uncle! Uncle Wu! Uncle Jilan! Uncle Jilan! Help! Please help! Shui's father and Shui Jilan supported each other as they hurried out, only to see Shui Xing and Shui Chang, the two brothers, arguing with security, while Shui Chang's wife was sprawled on the ground, wailing and screaming. What's going on? Huh? Shui Xing was well into his 70s and needed a cane to walk, but he was waving it around to get their attention. Uncle Wu. Uncle Jilan. It's me. It's us. Please let us in. Shui Chang was sobbing, his eyes red. His wife sat on the ground, making a scene and crying, Uncle. Uncle. How can you be so cold and heartless? Hiding inside and refusing to come out, do you want my wearer to die? How can you be so cruel? And to think you're all Shui's. To think you're Yuer's granduncles. Oh heavens. I can't go on. What kind of people are you Shui's? All of you are heartless bastards. The security guard, seeing the elders come out, hesitated with the internal phone in hand, asking if he should notify the master and madam. Shui's father waved him off. No, they're all still sleeping. At this moment, Shui Chang staggered over and grabbed Shui Jilan's arm. Uncle Jilan, please, save our Yu. Please save him. He's been taken to the ER. He was beaten so badly. Shui Jilan's white brows furrowed. What happened? Beaten? By who? Calm down and tell us. How can we calm down? Shui Chang's hands trembled as he pleaded, please, talk to Huan. Get him to find the best doctor to save you. Right away. He needs help now. Shui Xing, flustered, explained, Yu was ambushed by lone sharks on his way home last night. He was beaten so badly. There was so much blood. The ambulance already took him to the People's Hospital. Uncle Jilan, please have Huan send doctors to save you. Hurry, Uncle Jilan. Get Huan. Shui Chang urged. We tried calling Huan, but we can't get through. Shui Jilian was getting old, his eyesight was failing, and he was never used to smartphones, nor did he like using them. It wasn't just his poor eyesight, his memory was slipping too. He'd often forget where he put his phone, wandering back and forth just to look for it. Worried that they might not be able to reach him in an emergency, his 2 sons bought him a smartwatch to hang around his neck. That way, even if he couldn't find his phone, there was still a way to contact him. All he had to do was press twice to immediately call his eldest son. If he wanted to reach his younger son, he'd press 3 times. After hearing his nephew's words, Shui Jilian quickly tugged on the thin cord around his neck, pulled out the smartwatch, and pressed it 3 times in quick succession. A moment later, Shui Huan, still groggy from sleep, answered, his voice tinged with worry. Dad, why are you up so early? Is something wrong? Shui Jilian hurriedly explained the situation, telling him to quickly contact the hospital and arrange for a trusted, capable doctor to go help Shui Yu right away. Having been a doctor all his life, Shui Huan was calm and composed in the face of trouble. All right, I'll call the emergency room and ask. Dad, don't worry. It's windy this morning, so put on an extra shirt. I'll get back to you soon. He hung up quickly. Meanwhile, Xue Chang helped his wife Lu up, and everyone gathered anxiously around Xue Jilian. Uncle Jilian, how did it go? Did you get Xue Huan to help you? Did you? Xue Jilian put away the smartwatch and replied, he said he'll make arrangements right away and update me on the details later. Lu said angrily, you should have told Xue Huan to diagnose and operate on you himself. He's such a skilled doctor. If he doesn't save his own family, who will? No one else can compare to him, not even as deputy director. Xue Jilian's face darkened slightly, and he said calmly, he's already retired and doesn't work there anymore. It wouldn't be appropriate or proper for him to interfere in the ER. He has students and subordinates there. They'll make sure Xue Yu gets the best doctors and care. Xue Chang's eyes were still red from crying, his voice choked. You didn't see. Yu was beaten so badly, blood all over his face and body, unconscious. We called his name, but he didn't respond. Who beat him? Did you call the police? Xue's father asked with concern. Xue Xing frowned and shook his head. Who else could it be? That kid owes so much to loan sharks, of course they wouldn't let him off if he doesn't pay. We can't call the police, absolutely not. Xue Chang's hands trembled as he whispered, they said if we call the police, they'll beat us too. They splashed red paint on our door, even at the stairwell. We're all scared out of our wits. Lu burst into tears, pounding her husband with her fists. It's all your fault. You're useless. Can't even look after your own son. No money, no ability. I must have been blind to marry you. The whole Xue family just stands by and watches us die. Each one more heartless than the last. If you were any good. Enough. Xue's father cut her off sternly. Stop yelling here. Let's go to the hospital and see how Yu is. Lu turned away, sobbing loudly. He's been beaten up, and now you care? Some uncles you are. How can you be so heartless, watching you die and doing nothing? If anything happens to him, I won't go on living either. Oh, heavens, are you trying to wipe out our whole branch? Xue Chang wiped his tears, not daring to speak. Xue Xing looked troubled, stammering, Uncle Wu, Uncle Jilian, you have to help. I really can't do anything. My wife and I live on a tiny pension, and we still have to help our son pay $3,000 a month on his mortgage. We're barely scraping by. It's not that I don't want to help you, I just can't. Xue's father replied in a deep voice, how do you know we haven't helped? We told them before, either I pay off the debt, or you withdraw the case and settle. They chose to withdraw the case, so Xue Yu could be released, otherwise, he'd still be locked up. Maybe that would have been better. At least the creditors couldn't get to him in there. Uncle Wu, how can you be so heartless? Lu shrilled. Letting you go to jail, what good does that do you? Having a family member in jail, does that make the Xue family look good? Xue's father frowned and retorted, it's not like I told him to break the law. What good would it do me? Why can't you just see it through and help us to the end? Lu demanded. Why can't you just pay off the debt too? Uncle Wu, you're not short of money. A few tens of millions is nothing to you. You're deliberately not helping, deliberately avoiding us. Chang's wife, you can't talk like that, Xue Jilian said sternly. Wu isn't refusing to help, he already has. If you hadn't withdrawn the case, your son would be in jail. Lingling's younger son's company lost 60 or 70 million because of your Xue Yu. If they don't pursue it, they have to swallow that loss. Isn't that helping? What else do you want? Lu snorted in dissatisfaction. Their family is so rich, what's a few tens of millions to them? Living in the most luxurious mansion in the capital, owning several listed companies, hundreds of billions in assets. Xue Ling has properties all over the city. How could they be short of money? All we're asking is for them to spare a little from under their fingernails to save our lives. Xue's father frowned and waved his hand with a sigh. Stop making a fuss so early in the morning. Let Jilian and me go change, and we'll go to the hospital with you to see how Xue Yu is. Xue Jilian nodded and helped his older brother inside. Lu glared at the security guards and bodyguards nearby, then snapped at her husband, if we can't find the money, we're all going to die. Your uncles are so rich, and you won't even ask them for help. If anyone in this family dies first, it'll be you, Xue Chang. If anything happens to you, I'll never forgive you. Xue Chang shrank back, not daring to reply. Xue Xing shot Lu a glare and snorted, "Stop taking it out on my brother. If you hadn't spoiled Xue Yu all these years, he wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. Uncle Wu and Uncle Jilian are both so old, together they're nearly 190. How can you dump all your problems on them?" Lu shrieked, "If you're so capable, why don't you pay up? Can you? If we can't count on the old folks, should we count on you? Some uncle you are. If you've got money, fork out tens of millions. If you can't, then stop pretending you can. You're just impossible." Xue Xing was so angry he thumped his cane hard on the floor and turned away in a huff. Unexpectedly, Madame Lu still refused to let Xue Xing off the hook, continuing to vent her anger. "Our family is going through such a huge crisis. And you just ignore us, pretending to be deaf and dumb. Don't think you can avoid criticism just by hiding away. Don't forget, we're all part of the third branch. What goes around comes around. Don't think you can live your whole life without worries. Be careful, fortunes change." "Enough." Xue Xing snapped, annoyed. "Sister-in-law, stop making baseless accusations. We all mind our own business most of the time. When something this big happens, if you don't tell us, how are we supposed to know? I only found out a few days ago myself." Madame Lu sneered. "I told the second son to inform you more than 10 days ago. Don't play dumb with me. Don't think you can wash your hands of this just by pretending you didn't know." "Puh." Xue Xing shot back. "It's not my son who broke the law. What's it got to do with me? Xue Yu is my nephew, not my son. As his uncle, I'll help if I can, show some concern if I can. But if I can't help, what? Are you going to roast me over a fire? Stop making things difficult for people. You can't even manage your own son, so don't try to manage anyone else." Madame Lu was so angry she nearly fainted, but couldn't find a retort. She could only glare fiercely at her husband. "Are you deaf or mute? Can you say something to help me out? You're just going to stand there and watch your big brother humiliate me? Do you have any conscience at all? Every one of you Xue men is more heartless than the last. I must have been a criminal in my past life, or why else would I be so unlucky as to marry you?" Xue Chang shrank back, not daring to respond. Ah Chow, who was on duty nearby, couldn't take it anymore and said in a deep voice, "Please keep it down." Madame Lu glared at him and snapped, "Who do you think you are? Just a watchdog for some rich family, and you dare bark at me? Get lost, get lost." But Ah Chow was a man who'd been through real battles. He raised his eyebrows and shot her a cold, intimidating look. "Who cares what I am? Either way, this isn't a place where you can throw your weight around." Madame Lu was used to picking on the weak and had never encountered someone like this before. She turned pale with fright and quickly hid behind Xue Chang. At last, the front entrance quieted down. Just then, Xue's father and Xue Jilian came out, supporting each other, having hurriedly changed clothes. Madame Lu rushed over to complain about Ah Chow, her mouth firing off a barrage of grievances and insults. Xue's father frowned helplessly. "You used to be a respectable retiree, but after all these years you've turned into a shrew, always cursing and mocking people. Is that how a cultured person should speak? It's really unpleasant." Madame Lu pouted, blushing as she turned away. "Uncle Wu, I'm talking about your family's watchdog, the servant. He was rude to guests. Shouldn't you discipline him?" "Ah Chow has worked at Xi Yuan for over 10 years, Xue's father replied. "I know his character well. We rely on people like him to keep our home safe. Who else would look after such a big place? And he's not just a worker, he's also Ran's sister-in-law's junior. He's family by marriage." Hearing this, Madame Lu could only shut her mouth, embarrassed. Ah Chow couldn't be bothered with her. He respectfully suggested, "Sir, it's not safe for you two to go out alone. Let's have Old Chen drive you to the hospital so someone can look after you." Old Chen chimed in from the back, "Yes, yes. I'll take you." "All right." Xue's father nodded, glanced at Xue Xing and Xue Chong, and instructed, "Xiao Chen, take the biggest van." They were all elderly, so it was better to have a minivan for comfort, easier for water breaks and bathroom trips. Old Chen agreed and quickly went to get the car. Soon, everyone boarded the spacious minivan. Chow watched as the van drove off, then noticed on a monitor that Cheng Tianyuan had opened his door and was heading to the old gentleman's room. He quickly radioed in, briefing Cheng Tianyuan on what had happened. Cheng Tianyuan paused for a moment, nodded, and continued toward his father-in-law's room, only to find it empty. He circled to the main living room. Sure enough, his mother-in-law was already awake, sitting on the sofa drinking water. Cheng Tianyuan approached and greeted her softly, "Mom." "Mrs." Shui looked up at him kindly and replied gently, "Good morning." Cheng Tianyuan hesitated, still a bit uneasy. "Mom, Dad and Uncle Jillian are both getting on in years, and the hospital is so crowded. I think I'd better drive over and keep an eye on things. Chow said they just left, so I should be able to catch up." "No," Mrs. Shui shook her head. "You don't need to go. Go wake Lingling and have her go check on things. This is a matter for the Shui family. It's better for a Shui family member to handle it." Cheng Tianyuan nodded and went to wake Shui Ling. Shui Ling quickly washed up and changed. Cheng Tianyuan handed her a glass of water and a large thermos. The kitchen just made some bird's nest porridge and a dozen baked buns. Dad and Uncle Jillian haven't had breakfast yet. If they don't eat soon, their blood sugar might drop. Shui Ling drank half the water in one go and grabbed a bun to eat. "You make sure my mom eats something too. I'll be back soon." Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, "Have the security guard on duty drive you." "Got it." Shui Ling hurried out. Mrs. Shui watched her daughter's car pull out of the garage and leave through the gate, unable to hold back a helpless sigh. With relatives like this, all you get is spending money and getting aggravated. What good ever comes of it? Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry chuckle. "Mom, what can you do? Some things you just can't choose, like this situation." Mrs. Shui shook her head gently and went for a walk. That afternoon, Shui Ling brought the two elders back. Shui's father looked a bit tired and explained with a frown. He was beaten up, 3 ribs broken. The rest are just surface wounds. There's a knife wound on his shoulder that needed a few stitches, lost quite a bit of blood. We paid 100,000 yuan up front at the hospital, enough to cover his treatment. Shui Jilian added, "He'll need some time to recover, but he should be fine." However, the ER staff saw his wounds and immediately determined it was a malicious assault, so they called the police. Chang and his wife were terrified. They packed up and said they were going to hide out at the convalescent home. Hung and Huan agreed to give them 3 rooms, but insisted they not disturb the other patients. "Oh." Mrs. Shui yawned and asked, "So what now? Are you expecting us to clean up this mess?" Shui Jilian gave a bitter smile and glanced at his cousin. "Sister-in-law, I'm not really capable of helping much." I can't either," Shui's father explained awkwardly. "I haven't dealt with outside matters in over 30 years. I don't have any connections or relationships anymore. There's no way I can handle this." Shui Ling waved her hand. "All right, enough. Stop worrying. I've already asked Ching and third brother to come back. Once we've figured out what's going on, we'll discuss what to do next." Cheng Tianyuan asked suspiciously, "Daughter-in-law, just how much gambling debt does he owe?" "The principal is about 7 or 8 million, Shui Ling replied. "That Brett talks nonsense all the time, so who knows if what he says is accurate, but he claims it's about that much, and there are signed IOUs for it." Shui Jilian explained, "The interest is sky-high, changing every day. I don't even know how they calculate it. Anyway, with compound interest, it's ballooned to 50 or 60 million by now." Cheng Tianyuan snorted coldly. "And with the money he embezzled from the entertainment company before, that brat has lost at least several tens of millions gambling." Shui Ling suggested, "Ching has better connections than we do. I plan to have him look into it." Over half an hour later, Lin Qingji and Cheng Huancheng arrived. Lin Qingji agreed without hesitation and immediately arranged for people to investigate. Cheng Huancheng still had deadlines to meet and wasn't in the mood to get involved, so he slipped back into his studio to work. As expected of Lin Qingji, he brought back concrete information in just over 10 minutes. He owes money to a loan shark company that pretends to be legitimate. The total amount on the signed IOUs is just over 9.8 million. He lost about 20 to 30 million in a few private gambling games. The rest was all to feed this company. Because he's owed for so long, with the compound interest, it's now ballooned to over 50 million. Xue Ling frowned. How long has he owed them? Did he rack it up bit by bit? Yeah, Lin Qingji replied. It's been over a year. He kept siphoning money out of the entertainment company, paying off a little here, borrowing a little more there, sometimes repaying, sometimes borrowing again, so in the end, it's just over 50 million. Father Xue couldn't help but interject, "Qing, can you talk to them? See if they'll reduce the interest a bit? He doesn't have a penny to his name now, can't even pay for his own medical bills. All he owns is a beat-up car, no property at all. His parents' place is over 20 years old, and the market value is, well, about 6 million, Xue Ling reminded him. That area's not bad, but the surrounding neighborhoods are just average, so that's about the price. Lin Qingji couldn't bear to see the old man's hopeful expression and offered, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll have someone talk to them. That company is way too greedy, he's already paid back more than the principal. They really can't be allowed to keep squeezing him like this." Good, Father Xue sighed. Even if the money he's repaid all came from the entertainment company, in this situation, there's no point in arguing about it. Xue Zhilian added quietly, "Hopefully, if we can just pay back the principal, that'll be enough. We'll help him scrape it together and get him out of this mess." Lin Qingji nodded gently and was about to agree when, "No," Xue Ling cut in again, shaking her head. "We can try to negotiate to pay back just the principal, but we're not going to pay it all for him. His family still has a house, they can sell it and rent somewhere to live. The more you bail out someone like this, the less likely they are to ever learn their lesson." Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. He's a college graduate, still in his 40s, not some old man in his 80s. If he doesn't suffer a bit, he'll just go back to gambling once he's comfortable again. Father Xue sighed in distress. That's their only house. If they sell it, where will they live? And a Chang and Mrs. Lu live with them too. You can't just let the whole family end up on the street, can you? They can rent, Xue Ling said. Their kids are already in their late teens or 20s, not little children anymore. The retired elders have pensions, his wife has a job, they're perfectly capable of paying rent. Father Xue fell silent, unsure what to decide. Xue Zhilian, however, agreed emphatically. We can't just solve all his problems for him, or he'll come running to us every time something happens. People like him have to taste hardship, or they'll always be a burden to others. Lin Qingji chuckled softly. Grandpa, I think Auntie and Uncle are absolutely right. Some people just can't be coddled. Helping someone to the very end isn't a rule that applies to everyone. All right, Father Xue finally nodded, his voice gentle. Qing, I'll leave it to you then. Lin Qingji turned to instruct his subordinates, then stayed to have a few cups of tea with the elders. Qing, Cheng Huanchong called out. Lin Qingji nodded politely to the elders and gracefully headed toward the studio. Cheng Huanchong was working on a composition and asked if Lin Qingji had any inspiration. Lin Qingji thought for a moment, then shook his head. Seems like your ideas are better than mine. Go on, get out of here. Cheng Huanchong laughed and scolded. Can't count on you when it matters. Lin Qingji smiled and suggested softly, how about I take you out for a walk? We can talk through the plot, analyze it carefully, maybe inspiration will strike. Cheng Huanqing flopped onto a beanbag, not wanting to move at all. Did you get everything sorted outside? Pretty much, Lin Qingji replied. I've sent someone to warn that company, get all the IOUs back, and pay off the principal. If they try anything else, they'd better watch out, I won't be so polite. Cheng Huanchong couldn't help teasing, looks like young Master Qing's influence is really something. Worth tens of millions at least. Lin Qingji chuckled. Probably more than that. Oh, I can't afford it. Cheng Huanchong got up and flicked Lin Qingji's cheek. Can I get a discount? Lin Qingji grabbed his mischievous hand, pulled him into his arms, and hugged him tight. For others, it's priceless. For you, it's also priceless. So you don't need to pay. Cheng Huanchong couldn't help but laugh, then said, the entertainment company is a mess right now. Help me find a few reliable people, I'll authorize them to manage things and try to get it back on track soon. The copyrights to my later works are all with them. If the company gets sold, it'll be a huge hassle. All right, Lin Qingji agreed readily. Cheng Huancheng wiped his hands. Summer break's almost over in the blink of an eye. I need to pack up and head back. I'll see you off, Lin Qingji said softly. Cheng Huancheng curled his lips. So decisive. What, you want me to cry and beg you to stay with me? Lin Qingji teased. Cheng Huancheng suddenly became interested and grinned. Try it. I think I'd stay for you, as long as you cry and beg sincerely enough. Lin Qingji. So he shoved Cheng Huancheng away, laughing and scolding, brat. You'd better just go. Cheng Huancheng turned to leave, only to be pulled back and hugged tightly. Lin Qingji chuckled indulgently. Who said you could leave now? Without me to see you off, you'd really go. I'm just packing, Cheng Huancheng grumbled. You want to come with me, huh? Lin Qingji leaned close to his ear and whispered, how about you pack me in your suitcase too? No way, Cheng Huancheng snickered. Young Master Qing's influence is just too big, there's no way you'd fit. Lin Qingji was always efficient. That very night, he brought back definite news. He'd found someone to vouch for them, and they would only need to repay the principal. Father Shui was overjoyed and quickly called Xuechang and the others over to discuss. When they heard they only needed to pay back the principal, the amount dropping from several tens of millions to just over 10 million, everyone finally relaxed and managed a genuine smile. However, when it came to selling the house to pay off the debt, Madame Lu was having none of it. Uncle Wu, Uncle Jillian, you both know. Our family only has that one apartment. Back then, we were all assigned collective dorms, just a place to live, not something you could sell. Later, we scraped together enough to buy this place, and only then did our family finally have a roof over our heads. If we sell it, where are we supposed to live? On the street? In a park? Could you really bear to see us homeless? Shui Jilian's face darkened. Nephew's wife, don't be insatiable. You don't have to pay back the entertainment company's money anymore. The case has been withdrawn and settled. Even the high-interest loan, we've helped you get it down from tens of millions to just over 10 million. What more do you want? Xuechang looked a little embarrassed, nudged his wife aside, and squeezed forward. Uncle Jillian, I'll put the house up for sale right away. It's just that selling a house isn't something that happens overnight. I'm afraid we won't make it in time. What do you mean, sell it? Madame Lu yanked Xuechang back and snapped, if we sell the house, where will we live? Without it, where are the 6 or 7 of us supposed to go? My daughter-in-law is already threatening divorce. If we sell the house, she'll definitely leave where? Xuechang frowned and muttered, that's your son's own doing. If he doesn't change, she'll leave him sooner or later. We're old now, there's only so much we can do. Madame Lu shot back angrily, how can you not care about your own son? Even if you don't care about your son and daughter-in-law, what about your grandchildren? Can you really bear to see the family fall apart? Xuechang, irritated, waved her off. Enough, stop talking. On the side, Xuechang hesitated, forcing a smile. Uncle Wu, Uncle Jillian, even if we sell the house, it still won't be enough. It won't fetch over 10 million. Father Shui explained, they already said as long as you pay it back this year, there's no time limit. Just the principal, not a cent of interest. The other party, upon hearing it was someone sent by Qing, immediately nodded and bowed, not daring to offend in the slightest. Thank goodness for a Qing. No matter where you are in the capital, just mention his name, and no one dares to disrespect you. Father Shui continued, if the house doesn't sell right away, there are still a few months. By then, if you're still short 3 million or so, I'll help you make up the difference. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Thank you. Xuechang was overjoyed. It's finally resolved. Perfectly resolved. Madame Lu snapped, Big brother, what do you mean, perfectly resolved? What are you so happy about? You don't have to pay, you just wash your hands of it all, so of course you're happy. If we sell the house and end up on the street, you and your wife will just sit back and laugh at us, won't you? Nonsense. Xuechang retorted, why would we laugh at you? With something like this, being able to avoid losing everything is already a blessing. Thank goodness Uncle Wu and the others helped. Otherwise, who knows when you'd be able to resolve it on your own. Now it's settled. You doesn't have to go to jail or be hounded by debt collectors. How is that not a good thing? Of course I'm happy. Xue Chang nodded repeatedly, bowing slightly to Father Xue. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Thank you. Thank you. Being able to handle it like this is already more than enough. Really more than enough. His brother was right. His son didn't have to go to jail or carry tens of millions in debt. No more living in constant fear and hiding. This was already more than enough. Father Xue waved his hand. No need to thank me. I've already spoken to them. They won't trouble you anymore, nor will they trouble you. Pack up and go home. If anything unusual happens, contact me right away. Of course, Xue Chang replied. Suddenly, Madame Lu began to wail, slumping onto the carpet. Uncle Wu, Uncle Jillian, can't you just go all the way and help us pay off everything? Your family is so well off. What's a few million to you? That apartment is the only thing our family has left that's worth anything. If we lose it, our family will fall apart. Father Xue frowned and sighed, speaking quietly, nephew's wife. It's not that I can't spare a few million. We've already helped enough with Yu's problems. His mistakes shouldn't be for others to bear. If you lose the house, you can always rent. If he never learns his lesson, in the future, it won't just be the house, he could lose his life. With that, he slowly stood up. I'm tired, I need to rest. When you've sold the house, come find me. Don't worry, whatever you're short, I'll make up. Uncle. Madame Lu lunged forward, clutching Father Xue's hand. Uncle. Please, just forgive you this once. Don't be so heartless. Your family has so many houses, living in such a big estate. How could you understand that our little 100-square-meter apartment is our family's lifeblood? If we lose it, my daughter-in-law will definitely divorce. Yu is over 40. Could you really bear to see his family fall apart? Father Xue shook his head with a sigh. If you know his family will fall apart, why did he gamble? He's been gambling for years. You can't have been completely unaware. Nephew's wife, no matter how old, he's still your child. If you don't teach him well, things will only get harder in the future. With that, he pried her hands off and walked away. Uncle. Uncle. Madame Lu crawled frantically on the carpet, but couldn't catch up. She turned and threw herself at Xue Jilian. Uncle Jilian. Help us one last time. Really, this is the last time. We don't want to sell the house. We can't. Please, Uncle. We're old, we can't take this kind of turmoil. Xue Jilian frowned deeply and said calmly, there are plenty of people in this world who get by renting. Your family is no different. If it's inconvenient, you can come stay at the nursing home with me. There are plenty of rooms, we can spare 1 or 2 for you. If you don't mind it being far and quiet, you're welcome anytime. Thank you, Uncle, Xue Chang said quietly, quickly pulling his wife away. Madame Lu snapped, don't touch me. Xue Chang. How can you agree to sell the house? You useless coward. After all these years, we finally have a place of our own. If you dare agree, I'll fight you with my life. Even if I die here today, I won't agree. Xue Chang was startled by her outburst, his hands trembling helplessly. At a time like this, what are you still yelling for? We can sell the house and rent somewhere. No selling. Madame Lu snapped. This is the only house we have. If we sell it, how are we supposed to live? You think you're like Xue Ling? Making a fortune as a real estate tycoon, owning properties all over the capital? Are you? Huh? Xue Chang looked away awkwardly, unable to answer. Madame Lu grew even more agitated. She's got money. She wants to build the best mansion in the capital, and she can. She's got great properties everywhere. She can live wherever she wants. Can you do that? Back in the day, you waited for your work unit to assign you a place. Waited for years, decades. We saved for so many years, scraping together every penny and our housing fund, just to finally buy this home. Every brick and tile was hard-won. If we sell it, how are we supposed to go on? Forget it. Enough, enough. Xue Chang's face was flushed with embarrassment. He mumbled, who told us to have such a useless son? Shut up. Madame Lu scolded. My son's useless? Why don't you say you're useless? If you had money, if you were like Xue Ling, your son would be a rich second generation. Your grandson would be third generation rich. But you're not capable. Other people have skills, so their family owns property everywhere. You're not, so now we have to sell our only house. Yes, yes. Tears glistened in Xue Chang's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said quietly, I'm useless. I'm a loser, okay? Madame Lu snorted. In any case, the house can't be sold. No matter what, we can't sell it. Off to the side, Xue Xing snapped. What are you two arguing about? Uncle Wu and the others have already helped you so much. What more do you want? Your son caused such a huge mess, and you still want to get away without paying a cent? Just let everyone else clean up after you, is that right? Is that fair? It's not like they can't afford it. Madame Lu shrieked. Look. Just look. They're living in the Xue family ancestral home and making a fortune. We're all descendants of the Xue family, but you're all dirt poor. Back then, we all had a share in that ancestral home. We sold it cheap to Xue Ling. Otherwise, how could she have gotten such a great place? That's the best land the Xue family ever had, and she took it. Shouldn't she help look after the rest of us Xues? Xue Xing said gravely, Xue Ling got it because she had the luck. The Xue family used to be so prosperous. There was more than just that plot. If you want to blame someone, blame us all for not having the ability to hold on to what our ancestors left us. Enough. Xue Zhilian interrupted with a dark face. Stop making a fuss. You were the ones who wanted to sell the land back then. If Lingling hadn't bought it, you'd have sold it to outsiders. It was just a single courtyard at the time. The rest, Lingling bought herself. You didn't want it then, and now you call it a lucky place. If we'd known, we'd never have sold it. Madame Lu argued. Back then, Grandpa died and there was no one to rely on. Ever since Xue Ling got the ancestral home, she's been making money hand over fist. What about the rest of us? Who among the Xue family can compare to her now? She got the most, shouldn't she help out the rest of the family? Xue Ling is so rich, giving an extra 10 million would be nothing to her. Anyway, this has to be pinned on her. There's no way we're selling our own house. Lingling hasn't helped enough? Xue Zhilian retorted. If she hadn't withdrawn the charges, your Xue Yu would still be locked up. When Xue Yu was in the hospital, she paid all those medical bills. As your aunt-in-law, you should be reasonable, not just jealous. Third uncle lived in that house most of his life. If you had the ability to get rich, you would have. If you don't, stop talking nonsense. Madame Lu's eyes darted evasively, her words faltering. She's so rich, worth at least several billion. What's wrong with helping out her cousin? She's the wealthiest in the Xue family now. Shouldn't she shoulder more responsibility? If we lose our house, our family will fall apart. Xue Zhilian waved her off. Enough. Gambling almost always ends in ruin. Most people lose everything. Their families break up. Xue Yu is lucky. If it weren't for Xue Ling's family helping, he'd be in jail, and even if you sold your house and everything else, it wouldn't fill that hole. People need self-awareness, and they need to be grateful and content. Other people's wealth is their own ability. It doesn't mean they're responsible for your mess. Madame Lu was unwilling, her gray hair disheveled, her age-spotted face streaked with tears. Uncle, can you help us out a bit more? Xue Chang couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly shouted, enough. That's enough. Whether you agree or not, it's happening. If you can't live with it, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get divorced tomorrow. We split the house. I still have my insurance payout. I'll take it all out. He's my son, I'll take responsibility. You get your half, do whatever you want, just don't let me see you again. Madame Lu was stunned, unable to react for a long time. After yelling, Xue Chang stormed off in a huff. Madame Lu stood there, lost, forgetting to cry or even move. Xue Xing frowned at her and advised, stop making a scene. Go home with him. You've been married for decades, getting divorced now would be a disgrace. Even if you sell the house, you've still got insurance and pensions, you won't be destitute. Your niece is doing well financially and you don't have to rely on you alone. Look at the bigger picture, don't just be greedy, or you'll chill everyone's hearts. Madame Lu finally snapped out of it, wiped her tears awkwardly, and hurried after Xue Chang. Shuesheng gave a sheepish smile and said quietly, Uncle Jillian, I'll head back too. Do you want to go home? I can give you a ride. Shue Jillian shook his head gently. Sometimes I stay here, sometimes at the nursing home. I haven't been home in a long time. Let them know. Ah Hung and Ah Huan have already said, if anyone's not feeling well, just go to the nursing home. It's all free. If you need a place to stay, you can stay there too, room and board, no charge at all. Oh. Shuesheng smiled gratefully. That's wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Shue Jillian said warmly, go on home. There's a driver and bodyguard outside. They'll take you. No need to hail a cab. All right, all right. Shuesheng left, half bent at the waist. A while later, Shue Baba poked his head back in. Everyone's gone? That argument gave me a headache. Shue Jillian gave a wry smile. It takes all sorts to make a world. There's every kind of person. Sigh, Shue Baba sighed. When you marry a good woman. Find someone like that and you'll not only mistreat the elders, but make yourself miserable and ruin your kids too. Shue Jillian shook his head. When people look for a partner, no one really thinks that far ahead. Even if you regret it later, you just muddle through. People of their generation often didn't even have marriage certificates. Only some factory workers or those living in big cities who were more aware of marriage laws would go get a marriage certificate, which looked like some kind of grand award. Strangely enough, even without a marriage certificate, most people didn't get divorced. Even if their marriage wasn't happy, they'd just grit their teeth and stick it out. Divorce was rare and not taken lightly. So, for their generation, the so-called divorce rate was practically non-existent. Even if there were divorces, the rate was as low as it could possibly be. Father Shue spoke honestly. Back then, your third uncle told me he wasn't satisfied with either of his daughters-in-law. But he's always been open-minded and figured as long as his sons liked them, that was enough. After all, it was his sons getting married, not him, so he didn't interfere much. He only became dissatisfied after they got married, right? Shue Jillian asked. Father Shue nodded. Exactly. Otherwise, how would he have realized there was a problem? Your third uncle said, having ability is one thing, but being narrow-minded and selfish is a matter of character. He said he regretted it. He taught his sons to read and write, taught them to be well-mannered, but forgot to teach them how to choose a life partner. Well, Shue Jillian gave a wry smile. Even parents nowadays might not know how to teach that. I consider myself an educated person, but when our kids grew up, we were too embarrassed to talk about these things. Your mom and I just let things take their course, each busy with our own lives, thinking the kids would naturally find someone when the time came, nothing to teach there. He believed most parents were like that, not just him and his wife. In reality, marriages guided by parents tend to be more solid, Father Shue explained. They're often stronger and happier. Parents have experience in choosing a partner. Especially if they have regrets themselves, they should guide their children in these important matters so they don't repeat the same mistakes. That makes sense, Shue Jillian agreed. A lot of times, so-called open-mindedness shouldn't mean letting kids do whatever they want, but rather gradually teaching them, through daily interactions, how to choose a suitable partner. As the ancients said, marry a virtuous wife, that's the best lesson. The ancients were too vague, Father Shue chuckled. But it's a timeless saying. A virtuous and intelligent woman is, of course, the best. If her character is good, even if she's just average in ability, the family will still be stable and happy. Qing Tianyuan watched Shuesheng and the others leave, then strolled back to the living room, where the two elders were chatting happily. Dad, Uncle, you should have taught us this earlier. Now you're getting all sentimental. It feels a bit late. The two elders laughed. When we were young and became parents, we didn't understand either. Yeah, it's only as we got older and matured that we gradually figured it out. Qing Tianyuan joked, so after a lifetime of marriage, we finally realized the ancients were right after all. The three of them burst out laughing. Suddenly, Shue Jillian remembered something and asked, Yuan, Qing Shao really helped us out this time. Shouldn't we prepare a thank you gift? No need, Qing Tianyuan replied. We're all family, no need for formalities. Shui Jilian knew that Lin Qingji often visited Xin Yuan and was always with Cheng Huanchong, so he didn't insist after hearing this. Half a month later, Shui Yu was discharged from the hospital. He wanted to go to Xin Yuan to see Shui Ling, but Shui Ling refused to meet him. He quietly went to the entertainment company to ask around, only to find that the entire upper management had been replaced. Everything was different now, and he didn't even have a single acquaintance left to ask for information. At that point, his wife started demanding a divorce. In a fit of anger, Shui Yu hit her and was once again taken to the police station. Shui Chong called for help, but everyone just gave him a few perfunctory words of comfort. No one was willing to step in. Madame Lu pestered and pleaded at Shuizong's door for a long time. In the end, Shuizong had no choice but to call a lawyer to mediate and bail Shui Yu out. Even so, the daughter-in-law wouldn't give up and insisted on filing for divorce. Madame Lu then went to the nursing home, pestering Shui Heng and Shui Huan, insisting they help buy the house so she could temporarily tell her daughter-in-law the house wasn't for sale. She couldn't bear to see her son lose his wife and kids at such a young age. Shui Heng and Shui Huan were both in a bind and secretly called their father for advice. "Dad, our family doesn't need another house. We don't need to buy a small one. What they mean by helping buy it is just asking us to pay for it. The house would be in our name, but they'd still be the ones living in it." Shui Jilian hesitated. "What do you two think?" "We don't know," Shui Heng said helplessly. "That's why we're asking you." Shui Jilian sighed again. The eldest son lowered his voice and explained, "From what she said, it sounds like Xin Yuan has already helped them with most of the money, and uncle is willing to pay the rest. But our side hasn't done anything substantial yet, so we have to show some support." Shui Jilian frowned. "Why doesn't she go to her daughter? Her daughter's doing well financially, too. Why is she only coming to you?" Shui Heng snapped, "How should I know? She's in the office now, making a scene, even threatening that if her son loses his wife and kids, she'll kill herself." "You guys handle it as you see fit," Shui Jilian said irritably. "I'm so fed up with that family, I don't even want to talk about it anymore." "All right," Shui Heng compromised. "If we have to help, then we'll buy the house. But the property deed has to be transferred to us. If they try to back out later, at least we'll have proof. They can live there, no problem, but since it's a sale, we have to go through the proper procedures." Shui Jilian just said, "You brothers discuss it and decide," then hung up. Once she got the answer she wanted, Madame Lu rushed to tell her daughter-in-law that the house didn't need to be sold, relatives were willing to help pay for it. Unexpectedly, the daughter-in-law was still determined to get a divorce. Madame Lu threatened her, saying that if she divorced, she wouldn't get a penny of the family's assets, since the house was under Shui Chang and her name, and had nothing to do with Shui Yu. Plus, all the family's houses and cars were acquired before the marriage, so she wouldn't get a share. But the daughter-in-law didn't care at all. She said she had a stable job, while Shui Yu was drowning in gambling debts, and there was evidence of domestic violence. She was confident she could win custody of both children. Madame Lu was instantly frantic. She ran to Xin Yuan to beg Father Shui for help, insisting they couldn't let the daughter-in-law get custody, otherwise, she'd remarry and the Shui family bloodline would be cut off. Father Shui was completely exhausted and waved her off. "I'm about to be worried to death by you people. I can't handle any more of this." Shui Jilian was so startled he quickly took his elder brother by the hand and escaped to the back garden. Madame Lu was sobbing and refused to leave Xian Garden. Shui Ling couldn't be bothered with her, instead staying in the nursery to play yo-yo with her grandchildren. After all, Mother Shui was an elder and felt it would be rude to kick someone out. She said, "You're already in your 70s, how can you still not see things clearly? Every generation has its own blessings. You can manage your husband, your son, but can you manage your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, your great-great-grandchildren? At your age, the most important thing is to take care of yourself." Madame Lu's face was streaked with tears, her eyes swollen from crying. "Auntie, you don't understand. I raised both those children myself, I just can't let go. They're the blood of the Shui family, our roots. Can you help me talk to my daughter-in-law, convince her not to get a divorce?" Mother Shui frowned and retorted, she's willing to give up the house and the car, only wants the kids, and insists on divorcing. Do you really think she can be talked out of it? Madame Lu was momentarily speechless. She had thought her daughter-in-law wanted a divorce because they didn't have a house, but her daughter-in-law said that wasn't it. She said she had finally seen Shui Yu's true colors, and that staying with a man like him would ruin her whole life. She also said she was only in her early 40s, and if she escaped from this suffocating home now, she'd still have half her life ahead of her. But if she kept enduring for the kids, she'd probably go crazy. The kids were already teenagers, not little children anymore. They would have their own lives to pursue. She couldn't live her whole life just for her children, so even if she didn't get a penny, she was determined to get divorced. Mother Shui sighed. If your son had truly treated her well, worked hard, and taken responsibility for the family, would she want a divorce? He gambles and fools around outside, and when things don't go his way, he comes home and hits his wife. Why do you always think you should persuade your daughter-in-law not to divorce, that keeping the house means she won't leave? Have you ever thought that maybe it's your son who can't keep her? Madame Lu, eyes brimming with tears, choked out, "You has nothing left now." Her son was already in such a miserable state. How could his wife still bear to leave him? After all those years as husband and wife, that woman only thought of herself, not caring about you at all. It's fine to care for your children, but you can't put everything on them, Mother Shui said sternly. He's over 40, not 4. You're always worrying about him. Can you worry for him your whole life? Can you take care of everything for him? Is that possible? Madame Lu had no answer. Mother Shui said impatiently, just take care of yourself first. He's already over 40, and the more you coddle him, the more he'll only think of himself in the future. You can still get around now, but when you're bedridden, who do you think you'll rely on? Madame Lu couldn't help but protest. How can parents not think of their children? Auntie, you only have Shui Ling, don't you always think of her? Loving your children is human nature, it's instinct. Mother Shui rolled her eyes and said bluntly, you can't show your love for your children on the surface. You have to love them in your heart, and you have to keep it hidden. You can't let your children think you'll do everything for them, that you'll always love and protect them. If you raise your children like that, where will their sense of responsibility come from? Where will their sense of family duty come from? Madame Lu lowered her head and said nothing. Mother Shui continued, we only have Lingling, so we can't spoil her. The fewer children you have, the better you have to raise them. If you have a lot of kids, you don't have to worry as much, at least 1 or 2 will turn out filial and considerate. But since we only have her, we can't afford to spoil her, or she might grow up crooked, and then not only would she drag down the family, we wouldn't even have anyone to rely on in our old age. Madame Lu thought of the only house about to be sold, the 200,000 yuan in family debts she and her husband already owed, and her daughter-in-law's determination to get divorced. She couldn't help but break down in tears again. Auntie, I really can't go on like this. Mother Shui waved her hand. Stop crying, go home. As long as you have the will, you can always get through tough times. Auntie. Madame Lu rushed over and grabbed her arm. Auntie, I really can't go on. My husband and I only have a little bit of money for retirement, and now we're in debt for our son. The house is gone, my son's future is gone. How are we supposed to live? Mother Shui's face darkened, her voice low and heavy. As long as you're still alive, there's still hope. If he wakes up now, it's not too late for anything. You have your pensions, and the work unit gave you a small apartment. You won't be homeless, you won't starve. You can get by, so why can't you? But you, Madame Lu pleaded, he's got no strength, no real skills. How's he supposed to live? Mother Shui snorted. He's got all his limbs, his mind is fine, as long as he's willing to work. Why wouldn't he be able to support himself and his kids? And he's a college graduate. He went to school for so many years. There are plenty of people in this world with no education or skills, but they still get by just fine through hard work. He's over 40 and still doesn't know how to live? Isn't it a bit late for you to be worrying about this now? She pried Madame Lu's hands off her arm and said, Old Shui promised you, not a cent will be missing. If he wants to look out for family ties, I won't object. But you have to remember, your life is your own, and only you can decide how to live it. With that, the old lady slowly walked away. For the next 2 hours, no one went to the main living room, and no one paid any attention to Madame Lu. She ate and drank in the living room, intending to stay longer, but when the agent called to say Xue Heng and his brother were ready to sign the contract and pay the deposit, she hurried back. Xue Ling turned and instructed the security guard at the door not to let Madame Lu in again, or their bonuses would be docked. In the end, the house was sold, and Xue Heng promptly paid the balance. Madame Lu and Xue Cheng kept a close watch, not daring to let their son get involved, and took the warm cash straight to Xian Garden. Father Xue didn't delay for a moment, immediately transferring the remaining 3 million plus yuan and asking Lin Qingji's assistant to pay off the debt. An hour later, all the IOUs were returned. Xue Cheng took them with trembling hands, his eyes red as he slowly tore them up. Thank goodness Heng and the others bought the house, otherwise where would we have found such a straightforward buyer? Other people saw we were desperate and tried to slash the price hard. Xue Zhilian asked, "How's Xue Yu doing now? Has he found a new job?" Madame Lu choked up, "That useless boy, drinks every day, refuses to look for work. My daughter-in-law has already taken the kids back to her family. Don't bother with him," Father Xue said sternly. "He's a hopeless case." Xue Zhilian added, "When you go back, pack up your things and move back to the old apartment. Make him move out too. If he doesn't hit rock bottom, he'll never wake up." As soon as Mrs. Lu heard this, she grew anxious and hesitantly asked, "Uncle Jillian, could we stay in the house a little longer?" "It's not that I won't let you stay," Xue Zhilian explained calmly. "The house has already been transferred to Ah Heng, but he doesn't even live there. If you need a place to stay, he wouldn't object. The problem is that brat Xue Yu refuses to change his ways. He's hopelessly fallen. If we don't kick him out and let him fend for himself, he might be ruined for life." Mrs. Lu's heart ached for her son, and she choked up. He just couldn't handle the blow. He lost his job, lost his home. If his father and I also abandon him, how's he supposed to survive? Father Xue snorted coldly. "At a time like this, you're still feeling sorry for him. If he wakes up and turns his life around, he'll have a chance to start over. Even if he never gets rich, he can still live a decent life. But does he look like he's ready to change?" "Exactly," Xue Zhilian said coldly. "He's not a 4-year-old child, he's already in his 40s. If you stop coddling him, he'll have to figure out how to feed and house himself. If he'd rather be homeless and beg on the streets than get a job and support himself, then you two should just live your own lives and pretend you never had a son like him." Mrs. Lu started sobbing quietly, shaking her head. He's our only son. "Do as you like," Father Xue said, not wanting to argue further. "But if you won't listen to reason, then whatever happens from now on, don't come crying to us. This is the end of it." "Uncle Wu," Xue Cheng called out anxiously. "No, that's not." Xue Zhilian slowly stood up. "Enough. Spoiling a child is as bad as killing him. He's this old and you still want to indulge him? Fine, do as you please. Who knows what kind of trouble he'll stir up next. Right now, Wu Ji and I are still around, and we'll help out for third brother's sake. But in the future, who knows? You'd better take care of yourselves." With that, he helped Father Xue up, and they slowly left together. Uncle! Xue Cheng called out helplessly. "Mrs. Lu glared at him, snapping, "What are you yelling for? They're long gone." Xue Cheng ignored her and headed toward the front gate on his own. Mrs. Lu looked around and, seeing no one else in the living room, quickly pulled a large plastic bag from her shoulder bag. She dumped the 2 plates of fancy pastries from the table into it, then grabbed all the imported fruit from the fruit basket, stuffed them in, and sneaked out, half-crouched. Little did she know that Xian Garden was covered inside and out with security cameras, and the guards in the monitoring room saw everything clearly. Xue Ling didn't care at all. She said, "Next time she comes alone, don't let her in." The security guard replied respectfully, "Yes, ma'am." In a flash, the lunar August arrived, and the weather cooled down. Ahu and Wang Qing had been in Rongqing for over 2 months and missed their grandson terribly. They asked Xiaohu to rent a plane to bring them back. Xueling helped contact some friends, and the plane soon flew to Rongqing. That very afternoon, Ahu, Wang Qing, and the caregiver who went with them were all brought back. Ahu called ahead to say that Amin had sent them a huge pile of things and fresh vegetables, and asked Cheng Tianyuan to be sure to bring a big car to the airport to pick them up. Xueling missed her old friend dearly and couldn't wait at home, so she went to the airport with Cheng Tianyuan to meet them. Xiaohu picked up his younger son from school early, and they waited together at the arrival's exit. Minnie, who looked a lot like his older brother, but his personality was more like the late Shanyu. Though he was at an age where kids are usually energetic and mischievous, he was quiet and well-behaved. Looking at the little one in Xiaohu's arms, Xueling smiled and asked, "Now that little who is in elementary school, has his little brother gotten used to it?" "He's fine," Xiaohu replied with a smile, kissing his son on the head. "He's always been a good boy. At night before bed, he even reminds his brother to pack his school bag." In the blink of an eye, our Minnie, who is already in the middle class at kindergarten. Minnie, who giggled softly, then turned and kissed his dad on the cheek. "Middle class. Such a big boy now." Xiaohu nodded enthusiastically. "That's right, he's a big boy now." Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling both laughed at the adorable little guy. Xueling asked curiously, "Huzi, why haven't you brought the kids over to Xian Garden for dinner these past few days?" Xiaohu gave a wry smile. "Little who kicks off his covers when he sleeps and caught a bit of a cold at night. I was worried he'd pass it to Xiaohu and the others, so I didn't dare bring him over." "Oh." Xueling frowned. "He caught a cold? Is he better now?" Xiaohu replied, "It's nothing serious. He was back at school yesterday. We were going to come over for dinner last night, but little who had homework to catch up on, so I didn't mention it. Tomorrow's the weekend, though. I won't even have to say anything once he wakes up. He'll head straight for Xian Garden." Cheng Tianyuan gently reminded, "Mid-autumn is almost here, and it's gotten much cooler in the mornings and evenings. Make sure to put warmer pajamas on the kids at night, and don't use the air conditioner if you can help it. It might feel warm when they first go to bed, but it cools down quickly after they fall asleep." Xiaohu laughed helplessly. "But I can't sleep without the AC." "Then you sleep closer to the AC," Xueling advised. "Just put the kids in warmer pajamas. Children's immune systems aren't as strong as adults, so you need to be extra careful." "Okay," Xiaohu agreed. "I'll go buy some thicker pajamas later." Xueling offered, "Your mom and dad just got back, and you'll be busy helping them unpack." "I was planning to buy new sweaters for the elders anyway, so I'll pick up a few sets for your kids too. You can come get them later or have Ran bring them over." "Great." Xiaohu grinned. "Thanks, Auntie. I won't stand on ceremony." Minnie, who piped up sweetly, "Thank you, Auntie." Xueling chuckled affectionately and patted the little one's head. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Your mom and dad look great after spending over 2 months there." Xiaohu nodded in agreement. "The little villa at Cousin's place is really nice. My mom was so happy there, she talked a lot more. When I video called her yesterday, I could tell she was speaking much better. Not only that, but she looked much healthier too." Xueling couldn't help but suggest, if they like it there, they can go again next summer. It's good for people to change their environment now and then. It might take more thought to go somewhere unfamiliar, but Rongqing is their hometown. They know the climate and surroundings, so there's nothing to worry about. "That's what I was thinking too," Xiaohu said. "As long as it's good for their health, they can go every year." Xueling lowered her voice and asked, "How's the new club going?" "Really well," Xiaohu replied with a smile. "We started off strong, and a few of the newcomers have been surprisingly impressive. Last month, we already had advertisers signing contracts, and the live streams have brought in a good amount of money." "That's great," Xueling praised. "A good start is half the battle." Just then, Cheng Tianyuan tugged at his wife's sleeve, his eyes fixed on 2 young people not far away. "Honey, look at that girl. Doesn't she look like Xiaohan?" Xueling's vision was a little blurry. People bustled back and forth, making it hard to see clearly for a moment. "Who? Xiaohan? Where?" Cheng Tianyuan looked around and shook his head. I'm not sure. She just flashed by. But she really looked like Xiaoan. Xueling chuckled. You must be mistaken. Xiaoan should be in class at school right now. Maybe. Xiaohuzi had sharper eyes than the others and quickly locked onto a couple in the crowd. It's her, I'm sure. Look. That's her. She's almost out of sight now. The girl walking arm in arm with the guy in white, that's Xiaohan. Xueling finally caught sight of her, squinting to get a better look. You're sure it's Xiaoan? Really? Xiaohuzi was absolutely certain. I don't know her well, but I see her around a lot. Once someone's figure and demeanor are set, it's easy to recognize them. Cheng Tianyuan asked suspiciously, it's not the weekend. Where is she coming from? No, Xiaohuzi explained. She's heading toward the ticket checkpoint, so she's probably leaving the capital. Look, the people coming out over there are the new arrivals. Xueling frowned slightly. The girl's probably in love. I wonder if Aheng knows about this. Xiaohuzi teased with a laugh. She's at the age for it. It's totally normal to fall in love now. In college, not dating is what's weird. Xiaohan's pretty, she must have lots of guys after her. Girls grow up and get married sooner or later, Xueling said, worried. It's normal to fall in love, but it's odd for her to be leaving the capital with a guy at this time. It's not the weekend, and the new semester just started. She's leaving the city alone with a man. Do her family know? Does the school know? She's still a girl. It's better to be cautious. It's natural for kids to grow up and start dating, but the timing just feels off. Xiaohan's university is in the capital, and her family is here too, so there's no need for her to fly anywhere far. Clearly, the man she's with is taking her out of the city. If this man isn't someone the family knows well, or if he has bad intentions, it could be dangerous. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in agreement. Right, let's check in with Aheng later and see if he knows about this. Just then, Xiaohuzi shouted in delight, Dad. Mom. Dad. Mom. Over here. We're over here. They saw Ahu, dressed in a flashy shirt and shorts, wearing a trendy straw hat, pushing Wang Qing, who wore a sundress, quickly toward them. A caregiver followed behind with a luggage cart piled high with travel bags, moving slowly under the weight. Ahu happily scooped up Minihu, showering him with kisses. Did you miss Grandpa? Huh? Did you? Missed Grandpa so much. Xiaohuzi didn't even greet his parents, rushing out to help the caregiver with the luggage. Cheng Tianyuan teased, you two look like you just got back from a tropical vacation. Where'd you get all those flashy clothes? Buy them wholesale. Ahu laughed. Amin's daughter bought them. 5 sets for Amin, 5 for me. 10 sets for 200 yuan, shipping included. Cheng Tianyuan burst out laughing. Xueling and Wang Qing hugged excitedly. Seeing her old friend looking so well and happy, Xueling was genuinely glad for her. Yuan sent me some videos of you all at the villa. I was so jealous. Next summer, if you head south again, count me in. Of course. Wang Qing replied, her voice muffled by emotion. Next year, we'll go together. Who couldn't help teasing, you sure you can leave your parents at home? Don't go running back after just 3 days. While my parents are here, I can't travel far, Xueling said with a raised eyebrow and a laugh. So I've decided, next time, I'll bring them along. Ha ha, great idea. Who laughed. I gave Amin some money to build more rooms, the kind that are easy for elderly folks to get in and out of. He agreed and said he'd get a designer on it. Don't worry, no matter how many people come, there'll be enough space. All on the first floor, no stairs, non-slip floors, mosquito-proof windows and doors, the works. Satisfaction guaranteed. Cheng Tianyuan was delighted. That's wonderful. If there are more rooms, we really should bring the elders next time. The mountains and fresh air there are perfect for them. Xueling couldn't help suggesting, you should send Amin some money too, so he can build even more rooms, decorated to suit older people's needs. We can bring Uncle Julien along as well. Good idea. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I'll contact him tonight. Who gave the couple a sidelong glance. I already paid for it, what are you two butting in for? Amin won't take your money. Why should he only take yours? Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Is your money better? I want Amin to get someone to design rooms specifically for the elderly. If I'm raising the bar, I should pay for it. What do you know? Ah, Hu laughed, kissing his grandson. Fine. Just make sure you pay extra, so we can all benefit when we visit. Minnie Hu leaned over and kissed Wang Qing on the cheek, calling out sweetly, Grandma. Wang Qing beamed with joy. Gifts. Grandma brought you gifts. Oh. Hu said quickly. The luggage cart already has the local specialties and wild boar meat. We'd better hurry and follow the directions to pick them up. Xiaohuzi was dumbfounded. There's more? After all that. The caregiver explained with a smile. We smoked 2 wild boars and brought 5 boxes of fruit and 5 boxes of fresh vegetables. Xiaohuzi was speechless. Why don't you just move Uncle's whole villa back to the capital? Hu replied, half joking, if we could, we would. Everyone burst out laughing. After returning to Xinyuan, Xueling didn't even stop to eat fruit or the salt-baked pork. She went straight to the study and called Xueheng's cell. Xueheng thought she was calling about Xueyu and explained, Cousin Achang has already moved out. His wife and Xueyu are living there now. They're refusing to leave, and I can't really force them. Dad told us to just ignore them, and I don't have the time to deal with it. That's not it. I'm not interested in their affairs, Xueling said, probing. How have you all been lately? Is Afong feeling better? Xueheng replied, we're about the same. Afong's doing better, her neck's improved, and she's not as dizzy as before. That's good. Xueling continued, what about Xiaoan? She shouldn't be that busy with the new semester just starting. Did she come home over the weekend? No, Xueheng explained. She said the school is preparing to welcome new students this week, and she has to help out. She joined some club activities over the summer and barely stayed with us, just about a week in total. The rest of the time, she was busy with activities. Xueling's instincts told her something was off. Xiahan's dating someone, isn't she? Otherwise, why wouldn't she come home even during summer break? Xueheng was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. Most likely, yes. She's not that young anymore. It's about time she started dating. Once she graduates next year, we'll see if she's still with this guy. Kids at school tend to be a bit more innocent, after all. Not necessarily, Xueling interrupted, reminding him, Xiaoan goes to an ordinary college, and it recruits students from all over the country. If she were a boy, we might worry less. But Xiaohan's a girl, we should be a bit more vigilant. You're right, Xueheng agreed. Next time she comes home, I'll quietly ask her about it. Still, Xueling wasn't entirely at ease, and proceeded to tell Xueheng about what she'd seen at the airport that afternoon. Actually, you could just tell Xiaoan that if she really is dating, she should just be open about it. If she were still a teenager, of course her parents would be stricter. But she's already in her 20s, her family isn't going to interfere much in that regard. She can get to know boys and date openly. Xueheng didn't like the sound of that, and said in a low voice, that girl, honestly. I've already told her, if it's true, just say so. If not, then say it's not. I even talked to her about this before she started college. Her mom and I aren't going to stop her from meeting boys. We want her to find someone she likes. She's not a child anymore, so why does she still feel the need to lie to me and her mother? So you didn't object? Xueling asked curiously. No, we didn't stop her. Her mom didn't either, Xueheng replied. Xueling grew even more suspicious. Then why would she lie to you? How should I know? Xueheng was a little annoyed. She's always been good at hiding her feelings, and we've spoiled her a bit too much, so it's not easy to communicate with her. After thinking for a moment, Xueling suggested, maybe you should reach out to her later. She's out there on her own, we don't know where she is or who she's with. It's better to be cautious. After all, she's a girl, it's better to be careful. Xueheng agreed, then asked about their elderly father's recent situation. He's doing great, Xueling explained. Every day he plays chess, chats, and goes for walks with my dad, tends to his vegetables and flowers, enjoys good food, he's very happy. Xueheng couldn't help but tease, he's so happy he's forgotten all about home. Come over for a meal with him when you have time, Xueling chuckled. Hu and Wang Qing came back today and brought back several hundred jin of wild boar meat. You all should come help us eat it. That's a job I'm happy to do. Xueheng laughed. I'll tell Ah Huan and the others, let's find a time tonight or in the next couple of days to come over for dinner. They settled on a time and hung up. Shui Ling put the matter out of her mind and went to help Xiao Huzi with the luggage. There were caregivers and housekeepers at home, so Ahu didn't have to do chores, he just needed to keep Wang Qing company. Xiao Huzi carried the luggage upstairs and helped his parents sort and put away their clothes. Shui Ling was very familiar with their home and went upstairs to help as well. While folding clothes, Xiao Huzi asked, Auntie, have you been in touch with my father-in-law and mother-in-law lately? No, Shui Ling replied. I don't think I've talked to them in months. Lowering his voice, Xiao Huzi said, I heard their health hasn't been great recently, and that child has already been returned to his biological grandmother. Returned? Shui Ling wasn't surprised. They're both getting on in years with all sorts of health problems. How could they have the energy to care for a newborn? It's for the best, less pressure on them. Xiao Huzi explained, that man's case is still under investigation. I heard the charges are very serious. He'll get at least 20 years. Bad people always get what they deserve, Shui Ling said calmly. People with a wicked heart who do evil things never come to a good end. Xiao Huzi continued, his mother still has quite a bit of money. She promised that since the child is her biological grandson, she'll take care of him until he grows up. Poor child, Shui Ling sighed softly. Lost his mother at birth, and his own father is a criminal through and through. I just hope he can grow up safe and sound. Xiao Huzi pursed his lips. During the summer, my ex-mother-in-law sent me a voice message asking me to bring the kids down to Nandao for a few days. She said she wanted them to meet their little brother. I turned her down. I was really busy at the time and just couldn't make it. That's up to you, Shui Ling said. When you have time, take the kids to visit their grandparents. After all, they're family, you can't just cut off all contact. As for that child, you'll have to weigh that yourself. Xiao Huzi said quietly, Auntie, I just don't think it's necessary. They're not real brothers, there's no need to be that close. Shui Ling nodded gently, understanding his point of view. If Shanyu were still around, you probably wouldn't mind. If that child were being raised by Shanwei and his wife, and Xiaoxiuhu and Minihu saw him often when visiting their grandparents, that would be different. But now that he's been given back, there's no need to get too involved. Xiao Huzi and Shanyu were officially divorced, so he didn't have much to do with Shanwei and Chen Shuiyu anymore. The two elders were the children's grandparents. That was an unchangeable fact. Blood ties can't be cut, and the kids should visit and show respect. But that child's situation was too complicated, no need to get too involved, or it might just bring more trouble. Shui Ling spoke frankly, I've known Shanwei and his wife for decades, and I know them pretty well. They're not the most reasonable people, and they don't have much in the way of principles. When you deal with them, make sure you stick to your own. Yeah, Xiao Huzi gave a wry smile. Auntie, if my ex-mother-in-law complains about me to you, please put in a good word for me. You know she's always looked down on me. Shui Ling patted his shoulder and nodded. Don't worry, I have my own principles too. Xiao Huzi explained, once I finish up my work, I hope I'll be free around New Year's. Then I'll take Minihu and Xiaoxiuhu to Nandao for a while, so the kids can spend some time with their grandparents. Good. Shui Ling couldn't help but remind him, next week is Mid-Autumn Festival. It's a big holiday. Xiaoxiuhu and the others are still young and don't really understand the whole respect your elders thing yet. You should buy some gifts online and send them over, and find time for the kids to video chat with their grandparents. Mid-Autumn is a traditional holiday for family reunions. It wouldn't be right to let them feel too lonely. Xiao Huzi nodded in agreement. After helping tidy up, Shui Ling went downstairs and found that Wang Qing had already gone to bed. Hu explained, she was a bit tired and wanted to sleep early. That's fine, Shui Ling said. It was a long trip, you're all probably tired. You should get some rest too. Come over to Xinyuan to chat tomorrow. Okay. Hu walked her to the door. Shui Ling returned to Xinyuan, spent time with the elders and the grandchildren, and as usual, wasn't able to sit down and rest until after 10 at night. Cheng Tianuan handed her a glass of water and asked, Want some olives? As Shui Ling flipped through a book, she explained, I was just drinking some water. Don't worry, Chung Tianyuan said, handing her 2 small olives. He explained, olives can be used in soups or for cooking. You can also eat them with tea. Oh. Xueling asked curiously, you can make soup with them? Yes, Chung Tianyuan replied. Olive soup is good for the lungs and tastes sweet. Xueling chuckled softly. That's the first time I've heard of that. Chung Tianyuan continued, Amin sent over several big bags, all top-quality olives. They're really good for you, especially for clearing heat and nourishing the lungs. You can eat them raw like fruit or use them in soup. Dad, Mom, and Uncle Jillian's teeth aren't what they used to be, so tomorrow I'll crush or slice the olives and make soup with pork ribs for them. The air is dry in autumn, so soups that moisten the lungs are perfect. Xueling nodded. All right, I'll take care of it tomorrow. Chung Tianyuan reminded her, don't make it too greasy, just a little pork rib will do. Xiaoshuang has had a bit of a cough these past couple of days, so make a bit more so the kids can have some too. Right, Xueling said softly, feeling sorry. Xiaoshuang's cold is mostly gone, but there's still a lingering cough. It's been 5 or 6 days and hasn't cleared up yet. Chung Tianyuan said gently, it's all right. After some soup, he'll probably be fine. Kids always catch colds when the seasons change, it's inevitable. It's mainly because Xiaoxiao took them swimming, Xueling said with a wry smile. The pool is heated, but once they get out, the cool breeze hits them and they catch a chill. Shoo, Chung Tianyuan lowered his voice. She takes the kids swimming so they get more exercise, it's good for their health. When the kids get sick, she's probably more anxious and worried than we are. Xueling explained, I didn't say anything to her. I just pretended not to know. MHM, Chung Tianyuan played with the bright green olives in his hand. These are only found in the south, right? Xueling hadn't stayed long in Qingjia village, so she wasn't familiar with the local fruits. Chung Tianyuan nodded. Only in that region. And usually, they have to be grown on the mountains, so the area is small. They're usually harvested after the Mid-Autumn Festival. I don't know where Amin found such a good variety. He picked them a bit early, but they're already edible. Xueling took a bite and praised, delicious. Have a couple more, Chung Tianyuan urged her warmly. You can't find these in the capital or even abroad. It's rare to get the chance, so eat a few more. Xueling couldn't help but ask, have you had enough? I ate a bunch earlier this evening, Chung Tianyuan replied. Xueling's eyes softened, and she said quietly, the taste of home is always unforgettable. Next year, I'll bring Mom and Dad with me to visit your hometown, and we'll stay for a month or 2. Chung Tianyuan shook his head. It's unforgettable, but things have changed there. It doesn't feel like home anymore. Xueling leaned against his back and said softly, your parents are buried there. When we have time, we'll go visit their graves. All right. Warmth filled Chung Tianyuan's heart. Xueling reminded him, remember to talk it over with Amin and send him 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. Not too much, or he won't accept it. Chung Tianyuan chuckled. Don't worry, I've already thought of an excuse. He'll have to take it, whether he wants to or not. Xueling put her book aside. Okay, I'll leave that to you. Just then, the intercom on the wall buzzed. Madam, sir, young Master Qing is here. Chung Tianyuan and Xueling were both surprised and checked the time. It's almost 11. Why is Qing here so late?